Zhang Mujiang's beautiful, mature, and sexy wife likes to hook up with men, especially strong men. This is known to the whole village. Dahai returned from studying medicine and opened a clinic in the village. A woman came to the clinic that day. Dahai, my chest hurts. Can you help me take a look? Looking at the mature woman in a low-cut dress in front of him, Li Dahai can see the large white area on her chest and the bulging peaks as long as he lowers his head. Dahai hurriedly coughed a few times. He is a medical student who just graduated from college. Although he has seen a lot of scenes, it is the first time for Li Dahai to have such face-to-face contact with a mature woman. The mature woman in front of him is called Wang Tsulan, and Wang Tsulan's husband is a carpenter in the village. However, Wang Tsulan and Zhang Mujiang have been married for 5 or 6 years, but they have never had a child. For this reason, the family spent a lot of money, but Wang Tsulan did not get pregnant. Carpenter Zhang, usually Li Dahai just called him Brother Zhang, but Carpenter Zhang was not in good health. The key point was that Carpenter Zhang was not in good health. But his wife Wang Tsulan was a restless woman, and she usually dressed flamboyantly. Especially in such a summer, she was plump, and she wore low-cut tights, and this tights only covered a part of her chest, so that her northern hemisphere and flat belly were exposed. And today she deliberately wore a pair of short jeans, and her white long legs were all tempting men's eyes. Wang Tsulan usually enjoyed these people secretly staring at her, which made her feel fresh. However, Carpenter Zhang usually only knew to work hard and never considered that his wife was a fickle woman. For example, now, Wang Tsulan actually set her sights on Li Dahai, because Wang Tsulan today was obviously well prepared, otherwise she would not dress so sexy. Especially when she knew that Li Dahai was staring at her chest. Wang Tsulan also felt a strong sense of pride. Although she had married and became a mature woman, she was still very tempting to these young men. At this time, Li Dahai hurriedly said, "Sister Tsulan, if your chest hurts, I will prescribe some medicine for you." Wang Tsulan agreed, and then said, "Dahai, I also know that. You were a medical student. Now you are finally back. Don't you want to give me medicine without showing it to me? Or should I take off my clothes to show you? To be honest, my chest really hurts, or you can touch it with your hand." After Wang Tsulan finished speaking, she pulled Li Dahai's hand and wanted to touch her chest. Seeing this, Li Dahai hurriedly shook his hand and said, "Sister Tsulan, this is not good, right?" Wang Tsulan smiled and said, "Dahai, what's good or bad about this? I'm only a few years older than you. Don't worry, it's okay. I don't care." After hearing this, Li Dahai smiled bitterly. He didn't expect Wang Tsulan to be so generous. At the same time, Li Dahai thought of the fact that he had met Carpenter Zhang several times before. He found that Carpenter Zhang was very weak, and it seemed that he had not had sex with Wang Tsulan for a long time. Otherwise, they would not have been married for several years, without children. Especially now that Wang Tsulan came over, it seemed that she had already obtained the tacit consent of Carpenter Zhang. For such a beautiful woman, it would be a lie for Li Dahai to say that he was not moved. He then said, "Sister Tsulan, this is not good. If Brother Zhang knew, I can't explain it to him clearly." Seeing Li Dahai talking about Carpenter Zhang, Wang Tsulan rolled her eyes and then said, "Dahai, you are really talking about something else. Why are you talking about him? Don't worry, he is a useless person that he won't care what you want to do to me." Wang Tsulan looked at Li Dahai with a sad face, as if she wanted to eat Li Dahai now. At this time, Li Dahai had no choice but to say, "Okay, Sister Tsulan, I'll take a look at you, but we have to go to the inner room." It turned out that after Li Dahai graduated from medical school, he opened a clinic in his hometown. The first reason was to take care of his family, and the second was to be quiet in the village before going to the city in the future. So there's a clinic outside, and there's also a place for patients to see a doctor inside. When Wang Tsulan saw Li Dahai say this, she smiled and said, "Dahai, what else is there to say? Let's go in quickly." "Oh, should we close the door?" Li Dahai curled his lips after hearing this. Wang Tsulan seemed to be more anxious than him. Sure enough, before Li Dahai took action, Wang Tsulan hurriedly closed the door, and then smiled and said, "Dahai, let's go in quickly. I can't wait." As she said that, Wang Tsulan took Li Dahai's hand and walked inside without saying anything, which made Li Dahai a little flattered. He didn't know whether this charming young woman was going to have a do-couple with him today. In fact, Li Dahai was not opposed to Wang Tsulan, so he decided to wait and see what Wang Tsulan was going to do today. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Tsulan came in, she quickly stuck to Li Dahai and said, "Dahai, please take a look at me. I really can't stand the pain in my chest. I could tee this time." Li Dahai only felt that his arm was pressed by Wang Tsulan, and he could feel her softness. This feeling almost made Li Dahai lose his mind. Although he had a girlfriend in college, they broke up now, and his girlfriend's figure at that time was not as good as Wang Suolan's. And as men grow up, they know that women with enchanting figures like this are the biggest killer for men. Li Dahai frowned when he heard Wang Suolan say this. He found that Wang Suolan didn't seem to be faking it, and she might really have some chest pain. Fortunately, he still has some medical skills. Wang Suolan also said, "Oh," after hearing what Li Dahai said, and then took off her top with a swish. Chapter 2. The first medical practice. At this moment, Li Dahai swallowed hard and said, "Sister Suolan, I shall examine you now." Wang Suolan felt somewhat embarrassed to present herself before Li Dahai in such a state. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "Dahai, just go ahead. I am fine." Li Dahai paused for a moment, then took out some medical instruments to thoroughly inspect Wang Suolan. Ultimately, he discovered a bruise on her chest, but assured her that a few doses of medicine would suffice. "Take this home, and after a week or two, you should feel better. If not, do come back to see me," he advised. Wang Suolan smiled upon hearing this, and quickly began to praise Li Dahai. "Dahai, you were truly remarkable. So accomplished at such a young age. I bet you have had many girlfriends." Wang Suolan was quite close to Li Dahai, her large eyes sparkling with allure. Seeing her in such a manner made Li Dahai feel slightly bashful as he replied, "Sister Suolan, what are you saying? I have only focused on my studies and do not have a girlfriend." In truth, Li Dahai had dated someone during his school days, but they had parted ways. However, before this married woman, he clearly wished to say little. Upon hearing Li Dahai's response, Wang Suolan chuckled and suggested, "Dahai, if you don't have a girlfriend, how about I introduce you to someone? Rest assured, although our Qinshan village is remote and somewhat impoverished, the women here are exceptionally beautiful, just like me." With that, she cast a glance at Li Dahai. It must be said that the picturesque mountains and waters fostered beauty. Qinshan village was renowned for its stunning women, and Wang Suolan was no exception, her complexion radiant and delicate as if made of fine jade. At that moment, she exuded a captivating charm, as if she wished to devour Li Dahai. Li Dahai candidly remarked, "Sister Suolan, I find you quite beautiful, far surpassing the women of the big cities." Undoubtedly, this sentiment echoed in his heart. The small clinic was devoid of visitors, and given that Wang Suolan had just locked the door, Li Dahai felt a sense of ease. Then Wang Suolan said, "Dahai, since you think your sister is beautiful, why not take advantage of the situation? How about you take me in tonight? I know I may not be worthy of you, but just let me enjoy a good meal with you." Her words startled Li Dahai. He sensed something unusual in Wang Suolan's demeanor today. Her directness took him aback. He had not expected such boldness from a village woman, who seemed no less daring than those in the city. Wang Suolan was entirely confident in herself. With her beauty, figure, and enchanting presence, enticing a man was hardly a challenge. She harbored a deep affection for the youthful Li Dahai. Li Dahai remained silent, his gaze fixed on Wang Suolan, who beamed back at him with a knowing smile, standing before him with a hint of shyness. Although Li Dahai had been in relationships before, he had never encountered anyone as forthright as Wang Suolan. Yet, at this moment, she had little regard for propriety. Her intention for the day had been to entice Li Dahai. Having long admired the handsome young man, she seized the opportunity to indulge herself. Without hesitation, Wang Suolan leapt into Li Dahai's arms, her innocent beauty captivating at first glance. Despite being from the village, the women of Qinshan village were renowned for their charm, and Wang Suolan was no exception. Once in Li Dahai's embrace, she leaned in to kiss him. Li Dahai's mind raced. Now that circumstances had escalated to this point, there was little use in regretting it. He thought that if he hesitated, he might be viewed as less than a man. After all, it wasn't as if he had initiated it, and he felt a weight lift from his conscience. However, if Zhang the carpenter were to come looking for him, he would need to have a conversation. As he lifted Wang Suolan, he remarked, "Sister Suolan, you seem a bit hasty. Perhaps you should come back tonight." But Wang Suolan, caught up in the moment, paid no heed to his suggestion of day versus night. With a smile, she replied, "Dahai, you are quite romantic. But whether it is day or night, I simply wish to savor your essence right now." Li Dahai, taken aback by her candor, thought to himself that Wang Suolan was indeed a temptress. His suggestion for her to return at night stemmed from concerns about patients arriving at his clinic during the day, as well as the potential for their relationship to be discovered. While Wang Suolan seemed unconcerned, he had to consider his own reputation. But such were the complexities of Li Dahai's current predicament. Chapter 3 Departure. Li Dahai held on for a moment before smiling and saying, "Sister Suolan, since that's the case. Let's step into the bedroom. Indeed, Wang Suolan, feeling quite excited, twisted her waist playfully. With that motion, she nearly captivated Li Dahai's very soul. Consequently, Li Dahai quickly wrapped his arms around Wang Suolan's slender waist and urged, "Let us hasten before dawn breaks." As he embraced her, he experienced a dizzying sensation, realizing just how delicate Wang Suolan's figure was. That slight twist of her enchanting waist nearly ensnared his very spirit. No wonder it is said that a woman's waist can be a lethal weapon. It was only now that Li Dahai genuinely comprehended the weight of that saying. At this moment, sensing Li Dahai's willingness to be with her, Wang Suolan ceased her playful antics and began to cooperate, becoming more proactive. Given Li Dahai's taller stature, Wang Suolan appeared quite petite beside him, making it effortless for him to lift her. Upon entering the inner room, which Li Dahai initially intended as his solitary retreat, he was surprised by Wang Suolan's newfound assertiveness. Before he could utter a word, she eagerly leaped onto his bed and inhaled the scent of the sheets. Her expression one of bliss as she remarked, "Dahai, it seems that the youth truly have it better. I, on the other hand, feel quite aged." In truth, Wang Suolan was nearly 30, an age at which a woman possesses a unique charm. Li Dahai chuckled and replied, "Sister Suolan, your skin is so radiant and fair. I must say, you are far from old, and many women in the city may not possess your beauty." Hearing this, Wang Suolan felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. However, she recognized that her objective for the day was already halfway achieved, with the remaining portion requiring both her and Li Dahai's collaboration. Thus, she playfully urged, "Dahai, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and help me with my ailment. I must tell you, my illness has been quite bothersome of late." Li Dahai's heart swelled with joy upon hearing this. It seemed that Wang Suolan's visit under the guise of seeking treatment was merely a pretext to entice him. Nevertheless, he chose to remain discreet about his realization. After all, such opportunities were not to be dismissed lightly. Since his breakup with his girlfriend, life had become rather monotonous for Li Dahai, even though he had opened a clinic in Kinyuankan. Thus, when a woman arrived to alleviate his troubles, he welcomed the distraction with open arms. Upon returning to Qinshan village, Li Dahai had not been short of attention from the village's young women, as the rough-and-tumble nature of the villagers left them in awe of his status as a young, educated doctor. Many had long since departed for the bustling cities, making Li Dahai a rare gem among the villagers. Indeed, while other women harbored intentions towards him, they lacked the courage to act, unlike Wang Suolan, who was refreshingly forthright. Elated, she realized that Li Dahai was unlike the men she had encountered previously. A sudden understanding dawned upon her. She could genuinely entrust herself to him. With a tender gaze, Wang Suolan leaned in for a kiss. After a brief moment of intimacy, Li Dahai realized how long it had been since he had been close to a woman, and Wang Suolan's allure ignited a spark within him. At that moment, he felt a flutter of nervousness. He smiled, admiring Wang Suolan's milk-like skin, flawless and pure. With a hint of admiration, he remarked, "Sister Suolan, what do you use for your skincare? You are more beautiful than many women in the city." Blushing, Wang Suolan shyly responded, "Dahai, how could you say such things? Have you seen the village women undressed?" Quickly, Li Dahai denied, No, I mean, Sister Suolan, your skin is truly remarkable." Wang Suolan, proudly lifting her chin, replied, "Of course. You should inquire around. I am quite renowned as a beauty in these parts. Many men have sought my company, yet I have not given them the chance. But today, I have my sights set on you, young man, so you must cherish me." With that, she cast a few flirtatious glances at Li Dahai, leaving him profoundly moved. Indeed, Wang Suolan was correct. She was the object of many men's dreams in the surrounding villages. Li Dahai had heard tales of her beauty during his school days, and now she was before him. Thus, their connection deepened naturally, and Li Dahai felt no need to voice further words. At that moment, Wang Suolan felt fortunate for her luck. Li Dahai understood the saying that a woman 3 years older brings fortune. Although Wang Suolan was slightly his senior, she was at the prime of her femininity. After spending a night together, they felt an almost domestic familiarity. Even in the morning, when Wang Suolan prepared to leave, Li Dahai found himself reluctant to let her go. Noticing his reluctant gaze, Wang Suolan smiled triumphantly and reassured him, "Dahai, do not fret. I will come to see you whenever I can." At that moment, Li Dahai had prepared the medicine and handed it to Wang Suolan. However, he frowned slightly, saying, "Sister Suolan, this medicine may taste a bit bitter, but it will be fine." Chapter 4. Return home. Wang Suolan was momentarily taken aback by Li Dahai's words. Just last night, he had been full of vigor, and now, this morning, he expressed concern for her well-being. The crucial point was that a whole night had passed. Was it not a tad too late for Li Dahai to voice his worries? Nevertheless, Wang Suilan chuckled and reassured him. Dahai, you needn't concern yourself with that. I know my own heart, so rest assured, he won't come to trouble you. After Wang Suilan departed, the lingering fragrance she left behind filled the room. Li Dahai inhaled deeply, pondering whether his abode truly lacked the presence of a woman. He quickly opened the door to let in some fresh air. After all, he still had a business to run, and being discovered would not bode well. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Wang Suilan was met by Zhang the carpenter, who hurried over and asked, Suilan, why have you returned so late? Where were you last night? Wang Suilan rolled her eyes and retorted, Old Zhang, why do you care where I go? I can go wherever I please, and what business is it of yours? Besides, if I stayed home last night, what could you have possibly done to me? I could strip off my clothes right now. What would you do about it? If you could please me, perhaps I would stay home forever. What do you think? Upon hearing her bold declaration, Zhang the carpenter felt perplexed. He had not anticipated such a blatant disregard from Wang Suilan. The saying goes that a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. Yet it was clear that Wang Suilan had lost all patience and affection for Zhang. Noticing Zhang frozen in place, she continued, Zhang, marrying into your family has truly been a stroke of misfortune. You used to earn some money with your carpentry, but now you have nothing, and your health is failing. Since I married you, when have you ever let me truly be a woman? Wang Suilan's words were sharp, yet they echoed her years of grievances. When she initially wed Zhang, it was an arrangement made by her parents, who were drawn to his skills and financial stability. Little did she know that her joyful arrival would lead to such a thunderous awakening the very next day. Wang Suilan had never anticipated that despite Zhang's robust appearance, he would be incapable on their wedding night, leaving her distraught, especially at her young age. At first, she believed he was simply nervous and offered him comfort. But when he remained the same the following day, her hopes began to fade. Concerned for her future happiness, she rushed Zhang to the hospital for an examination, only to learn that his condition was congenital. She vividly recalled the devastation she felt upon receiving that news, as if struck by lightning. She could not fathom that her joyful marriage would lead to such a disheartening conclusion. Wang Suilan contemplated divorce, yet the village gossip deterred her. To divorce so soon after marriage would raise eyebrows and invite speculation about her motives, leaving her parents unable to hold their heads high. When she confided in them, though shocked, her parents refused to support her decision, insisting that since the bride price had been paid, there was no justification for returning. They merely suggested she seek treatment at another hospital. In her youth, she complied with their wishes, but after taking Zhang to various hospitals, it became apparent that his condition was irreversible. Wang Suilan found herself at a loss, never expecting to live a life akin to widowhood at such a tender age. For years, a vibrant woman like her could hardly endure such a fate. Thus, she began to indulge in affairs with other men. Once she had taken the first step, the second followed suit. Gradually, she learned to embrace her newfound freedom. Zhang, acutely aware of his shortcomings, chose to turn a blind eye, resulting in their current predicament. It was precisely because he felt guilty about Wang Suilan that she felt liberated to pursue her desires without restraint, especially after contemplating her connection with Li Dahai. Wang Suilan grew resolute in her belief that joy was hers to seize, while her widowhood was merely for appearances. Moreover, she had already gained a reputation as a promiscuous woman in the village, leading even her own parents to regard her with disdain, which only emboldened her further. Zhang, who was inherently fragile and submissive, hesitated to confront Wang Suilan. At that moment, he nervously remarked, Suilan, I'm not blaming you. But shouldn't you come home to spend the night? It wouldn't look good if others saw you out. Wang Suilan countered. And what if I spend the night out? Returning home would yield the same old situation. Aren't you curious about who I was with last night? Zhang mumbled. Who was it? Wang Suilan chuckled, then said, This time it wasn't old Wang. I'll tell you, I've lost interest in him. Last night, I was with Li Dahai from the east side of the village. He's a skilled doctor who treated my ailments and even kept me company through the night. With that, Wang Suilan felt a sense of pride. After all, she had found a handsome younger man, and naturally, she perceived it as a personal triumph. Zhang was left dumbfounded, muttering, Isn't Li Dahai a university student? He is quite young. Who would have thought he would engage in such affairs? While Zhang felt a surge of anger, he realized he was powerless to act. Wang Suilan shot him a glance and added, And here I am still willing to be with you. What a stroke of misfortune. Frustrated, she hurled a few more accusations his way. Zhang, submissive, eventually grew weary of the conversation and retreated to gather his carpentry tools. Wang Tsuelan rolled her eyes at him and chose to retreat to her quarters, feeling fatigued from the previous night. She also yearned to experience the vitality of a young man like Li Dahai once more. Chapter 5. Hu Xiaoying's illness at this moment. Wang Tsuelan was aware of the situation as well. She knew that she needed to rest well. As for Li Dahai, she was contemplating future opportunities to visit him again. Before she retired for the night, she took some of the medicine Li Dahai had provided. To her astonishment, her ailment seemed to have improved significantly. Wang Tsuelan marveled at the prowess of Li Dahai's medical skills. It was as if the remedy had worked instantaneously. Her admiration for him deepened. Wang Tsuelan had been plagued by her illness for several days, having sought treatment in numerous hospitals with little success. Disheartened, she had nearly lost hope. It was merely a chance encounter that drew her to the handsome Li Dahai, coupled with her own feelings of loneliness. After all, the men in her village had never possessed his youthful charm and remarkable talent. Thus, she had initially approached him under the pretense of seeking medical assistance. Initially, she had perceived Li Dahai as just a brash young man. However, after taking the medicine, she sensed that he was far more extraordinary than she had assumed. Not only was his medical expertise impressive, but he also had not charged her for his services, leading her to view him as a trustworthy individual. In contrast, past suitors had often indulged in fleeting romances, disregarding her needs. Li Dahai, however, had managed to persuade her without demanding anything in return, effectively alleviating much of her suffering. As she consumed the medicine he had given her, her heart swelled with gratitude and joy. At that moment, Wang Tsuelan felt as though she was already captivated by Li Dahai. Meanwhile, Li Dahai remained oblivious to the impact he had made with just a prescription. After Wang Tsuelan departed, he delved into his studies. His expertise lay in traditional Chinese medicine, and he often perused ancient medical texts whenever he could. He had begun this journey during his academic years and had yet to exhaust the wealth of knowledge contained within those scrolls. By correlating the ailments of villagers with the wisdom of these texts, he had made rapid advancements in his medical practice. For the time being, Li Dahai cherished the tranquil atmosphere of the village and resolved to remain there for a few more years until he had thoroughly studied the medical literature before venturing into the bustling city. This had always been his plan. However, he found himself perplexed by the striking beauty of the women in Qingshan village, each more alluring than the last. His previously calm heart began to stir with newfound excitement. Being a student of medicine, he acknowledged the natural instincts he possessed and did not resist them. After all, he was not a monk, and he understood the benefits of the harmonious balance between men and women. Moreover, he recognized that engaging with a woman without fully embracing the experience would be both frustrating and detrimental to one's health. Thus, he believed in a philosophy of living freely. For example, when Wang Tsuelan had visited him the previous night, he had initially hesitated. Yet, as he became entranced by her mature figure, he found himself yielding to the moment, resulting in a delightful union that left him exhilarated. Just as he was engrossed in his studies, a timid voice interrupted his thoughts. "Dahai, is that you?" Upon looking up, he was greeted by the sight of an enchanting woman at the door. Dressed modestly, she radiated youthful vitality, evoking an irresistible desire to embrace her tenderly. Despite her plain attire and absence of makeup, her natural beauty surpassed that of many women. Even the alluring Wang Tsuelan from the previous night paled in comparison to this newcomer. Li Dahai stood momentarily stunned, not anticipating the arrival of yet another captivating beauty in Qingshan village. He recognized her as Hu Xiaoying, a well-known widow in the community, noted not only for her beauty, but also for the multitude of suitors she had attracted since her husband's passing. Rumor had it that even wealthy men from the town and city had sought her companionship, yet Hu Xiaoying had steadfastly rejected all advances, choosing instead to isolate herself from male company. Such women were a rarity in contemporary society. As Li Dahai beheld Hu Xiaoying's exquisite features, he was taken aback. Her delicate waist and long, fair legs showcased her as a woman of exceptional quality. Chapter 6. It's all a kind of illness. Li Dahai swallowed hard, quickly rising to his feet as he exclaimed, "Sister Xiaoying, what brings you here? Please, take a seat." It turned out that Hu Xiaoying was an acquaintance of Li Dahai. She had married into the village while he was still in university, only to find herself a widow at a young age. In those days, when Li Dahai was still a student, he had harbored a secret admiration for Hu Xiaoying, who was the object of affection for every man in the village. Naturally, Li Dahai was no exception. Although he had encountered numerous beautiful women during his years of study in the city, few could rival Hu Xiaoying's allure. Even now, devoid of elaborate adornments, Her natural beauty was even more captivating. Li Dahai hurriedly ushered Hu Xiaoying into his pharmacy. Although the shop was small, it was impeccably clean, which put Hu Xiaoying at ease. "Dahai," she remarked, "the first time I met you, you were still a student. Who would have thought you would become a doctor and open a clinic? That's truly impressive." Li Dahai chuckled and replied, "Sister Xiaoying, there's nothing remarkable about it. How have you been lately?" Upon hearing his inquiry, Hu Xiaoying responded with a sigh, "Well, it's good, but I find myself unable to sleep at night, feeling restless." Li Dahai, concerned, asked, "Are you here to seek my help?" Hu Xiaoying nodded earnestly and, pointing to her chest, said, "Dahai, I've been experiencing persistent pain in my chest. Could you take a look for me?" Her face flushed as she added shyly, "But could I possibly defer payment? I currently have no funds, but I promise to settle once my family's harvest comes in." Taken aback, Li Dahai quickly reassured her, "Sister Xiaoying, there's no need for that. The herbs I use are inexpensive and gathered by me from the mountains. I assure you, I won't charge you a thing." Hu Xiaoying, hearing his words, immediately rose from her seat. In truth, Li Dahai, captivated by Hu Xiaoying's gentle beauty, had no desire to accept her payment. Moreover, his motive for opening the clinic in Qinshan village was primarily to care for his family and to refine his medical skills. He had no expectations of earning a fortune. For instance, just last night, after spending a passionate evening with Wang Chunlan, he had also treated her without any charge. He understood well that the villagers already struggled financially, and he felt it would be heartless to demand payment from them. However, Hu Xiaoying, with her disposition, would certainly not accept charity. At this moment, she hesitated and said, "Dahai, if you want to accept my payment, then I want to seek your help. I'll just go home." As she turned to leave, Li Dahai could not bear to let her go, pulling her back gently. The moment their hands touched, he felt a jolt of electricity. Her hand was remarkably smooth and soft. As Li Dahai held her hand, his thoughts wandered, and Hu Xiaoying trembled at the contact. Having been a widow for so many years, she had not experienced such closeness with a man before. Li Dahai, reluctant to release her hand, continued, "Sister Xiaoying, what are you saying? I'm merely taking your pulse." With that, he began to examine her, and Hu Xiaoying's face turned crimson, her heart racing. Years of solitude had made her sensitive to such intimacy, and she suddenly felt lightheaded. "Dahai," she suggested, "perhaps we should sit down somewhere?" Li Dahai promptly guided her to his desk, yet throughout the process, he did not relinquish her hand, holding it tightly as if fearing she might slip away. Once seated, he took her pulse. "Dahai," Hu Xiaoying inquired, "why are you not using any instruments? When I visited the hospital, they always used various devices to examine me." Li Dahai smiled and replied, "Sister Xiaoying, I am aware of those instruments, but in traditional Chinese medicine, they are not necessary." Hu Xiaoying, hearing this, was about to speak further but hesitated as she observed Li Dahai's earnestness in taking her pulse. Her heart raced faster, overwhelmed by the sensation of his touch. In truth, Li Dahai had already discerned the cause of Hu Xiaoying's ailment, yet he was unwilling to let go of her hands. He found himself drawn to her more intensely than he had been with Wang Chunlan. At the same time, he was puzzled, for many women in the village seemed to be suffering from similar chest pains. To validate his hypothesis, he asked, "Sister Xiaoying, may I take a look at your chest?" Hu Xiaoying, blushing, stood up and replied, "Dahai, isn't that a bit inappropriate? It feels too embarrassing." Understanding her misunderstanding, Li Dahai clarified, "Sister Xiaoying, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely wish to check for any bruising, as it is crucial for diagnosis. If I am not mistaken, it seems the women in our village may be afflicted with a similar ailment." Chapter 7. Upon hearing Li Dahai's words, Hu Xiaoying's eyes widened in surprise. She quickly responded, "Dahai, is what you said true? Do all the women in our village suffer from this ailment? Besides me, who else has chest pain? Aside from you. Wang Zuelan and a few others have also consulted me about their ailments. If there were truly a disease, it would be impossible for all of you to suffer from it simultaneously," Li Dahai explained. At this point, Hu Xiaoying began to comprehend the situation. She then asked, "But do I need to remove my clothing for you to examine my chest?" Feeling a wave of shyness, she lowered her head, resembling a timid young girl. Noticing her embarrassment, Li Dahai hurriedly reassured her, "Sister Xiaoying, rest assured, I will examine your chest only with my eyes. I can't see anything without you removing your clothing." However, Hu Xiaoying glanced around and noticed that the door of Li Dahai's clinic was still wide open. She then tightened her clothes, her cheeks flushed, and said, "If you must look, it's not that I am unwilling, but could you please close the door?" Realizing her concern, Li Dahai promptly shut the door and guided Hu Xiaoying into the inner room. Sister Xiaoying, this place is absolutely safe. No one will disturb us, so please relax, he assured her. Despite her lingering hesitation, Hu Xiaoying ultimately steeled herself, as her condition had tormented her, robbing her of sleep each night. Yet, she sensed an inexplicable comfort in Li Dahai's presence, as if she could trust him not to harm her. With her eyes closed, she began to remove her top. As she shed her outer garment, her flawless, delicate skin, tinged with a rosy hue, was revealed. Li Dahai's eyes widened in astonishment. Not only was Hu Xiaoying beautiful in appearance, but the sight of her bare skin was truly breathtaking. He realized that even among the many pampered women he had encountered in the city, few possessed skin as tender as hers. Coupled with her exquisite features, she resembled a dazzling star. At that moment, he noticed a slight bruise on her chest, evident and concerning. Li Dahai understood that Hu Xiaoying's symptoms mirrored those of Wang Suilan, although her condition appeared somewhat better. Though the injury was not severe, it caused persistent discomfort, akin to a chronic ailment. Early diagnosis and treatment were essential. Neglecting it would gradually undermine one's health. Initially, Li Dahai intended to have Hu Xiaoying dress again, but she remained with her eyes shut, trembling slightly. The realization of being exposed to a stranger made her exceedingly bashful, rendering her unable to stand. Simultaneously, she felt an unexpected thrill, as this was her first close encounter with a man since her husband's passing. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she finally spoke. "Dahai, how is it? Have you seen enough?" However, Li Dahai was utterly captivated by her figure, especially the alluring curves accentuated by her pale pink lingerie. He was momentarily speechless, lost in admiration. When he finally regained his senses, he wished to urge her to dress, but Hu Xiaoying assumed he had not yet finished his examination. A wave of anxiety washed over her. She feared her condition might remain unhealed. As Hu Xiaoying stood before him, looking vulnerable and delicate, Li Dahai's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, fixated solely on her beauty. He had never encountered a woman as stunning as Hu Xiaoying. Even Wang Zuolan paled in comparison. In that moment, Hu Xiaoying, with her outer garment removed, stood before him in all her unreserved glory, leaving Li Dahai feeling fortunate. She shut her eyes tightly, unable to bear looking at him, her cheeks reddening, until she ultimately sat down, overwhelmed. Li Dahai remained silently admiring her alluring silhouette, struggling to maintain control. The scene was intoxicating, and he felt a primal urge to draw closer. Yet, he held firm, determined not to act impulsively, despite his attraction to beautiful, sensual women. What began as a medical examination had transformed into an enchanting encounter, with Hu Xiaoying's captivating form ensnaring Li Dahai's attention. After a lengthy silence, Hu Xiaoying cautiously opened her eyes and noticed Li Dahai's unwavering gaze upon her. Embarrassed, she asked, "Dahai, how is it? Have you seen enough? What is my ailment?" Hearing her question snapped Li Dahai back to reality. He quickly assured her, "Sister Xiaoying, I have already discerned your condition. Rest assured, it is a minor issue. I will prescribe some medicine, and you will be cured." Flushed with embarrassment, Hu Xiaoying whispered, "Dahai, thank you so much. I will settle the payment in a few days." Li Dahai smiled. Let us not speak of money. Particularly in light of Hu Xiaoying's enticing demeanor, he had no intention of broaching the subject of payment. At that moment, he wished to strengthen their bond. It became clear to Li Dahai why the men in the village were so eager to marry a widow. Chapter 8. The ethereal aroma, the allure of the widow was undeniable. Her beauty was captivating, leaving one utterly enthralled. At that moment, Hu Xiaoying felt her cheeks flush as she hastily donned her clothing upon hearing Li Dahai's words. Once clothed, she transformed back into the innocent and charming young woman she truly was. Witnessing this, Li Dahai felt a pang of regret, wishing he could have captured that fleeting moment to cherish daily, for such sights were indeed rare. As Hu Xiaoying stood, Li Dahai quickly prepared a concoction of herbal remedies for her. Hu Xiaoying expressed her heartfelt gratitude, for as a widow with no source of income in the village, it would have been a considerable burden for her to procure money for treatment. Despite her beauty attracting wealthy suitors, she held no interest in them, believing they sought only her physical form without any genuine emotion. Hu Xiaoying was a woman of spiritual integrity, resolute in her refusal to entertain advances, regardless of the man's wealth. The struggles of a widow were profound, yet she seldom spoke of her loneliness. In the quiet of the night, when solitude enveloped her, she quietly endured her emptiness. Li Dahai admired her strength, recognizing the challenges faced by a woman of such beauty and maintaining her integrity amidst temptation. Thus, he infused her herbal remedy with additional ingredients to restore her vitality, explaining, "Sister Xiaoying, I perceive you suffer from discomfort in your chest. Do you experience restless nights and insomnia? Hu Xiaoying's face reddened further at his observation, stammering. How could you know this? I haven't mentioned it to you. Seeing her embarrassment, Li Dahai reassured, Sister Xiaoying, do not forget that I am a physician. I have discerned your ailment long ago. Here are 2 more herbal prescriptions with continued use. You shall soon find relief. His words filled Hu Xiaoying with gratitude, acknowledging his remarkable medical skill. Rumors had circulated in the village that Li Dahai's expertise surpassed that of the town's hospital. Villagers often sought treatment from the town when local remedies failed. But the distance and cost of city hospitals deterred them. Thus, the word spread about Li Dahai's affordable yet effective care, drawing beautiful women like Wang Zuolan and Hu Xiaoying to his doorstep. After their recent interaction, Hu Xiaoying felt a sense of trust towards Li Dahai. Thank you, Dahai, she said earnestly. Li Dahai, pleased with her response, understood the importance of patience in nurturing their budding relationship. He aspired to let their connection develop naturally. As Hu Xiaoying expressed her gratitude and prepared to leave, she did not harbor any aversion towards Li Dahai. After all, he had saved her. Yet, she felt a twinge of discomfort regarding their age difference, as she was slightly older. The memory of having exposed herself to him for treatment only deepened her embarrassment. Li Dahai watched her retreating figure, graceful and enchanting, and felt a surge of determination to protect her. Initially, he had come to Qingshan village to hone his medical skills, but now he found a new purpose, to safeguard Hu Xiaoying and win her affection. The thought of not pursuing such exquisite beauty haunted him. It would be a regret he could hardly bear. As Hu Xiaoying departed, the lingering scent of her presence remained in the room, a fragrance that seemed to emanate from her very being rather than any ordinary perfume. Li Dahai, trained in traditional medicine, possessed a keen sense of smell, often utilizing it to diagnose ailments and identify herbs. However, in this instance, he found himself captivated by the delicate aroma left by Hu Xiaoying, invigorating his spirit. With excitement, he rubbed his hands together, pondering if Hu Xiaoying possessed the legendary celestial aroma physique, a trait highly coveted by men. Yet, he recognized that such a blessing could also be a burden. If a man were unworthy, he might crumble under the weight of such a woman as allure. Chapter 9. Purchasing the medical tome crucially. Li Dahai's knowledge of the ethereal body, known as the Tianxiang body, was derived from an ancient medical text he fortuitously stumbled upon. This tome, of considerable age, was a serendipitous find during his online explorations, as he had a penchant for collecting ancient medical literature. Upon encountering it, he was intrigued, especially when the seller quoted an astonishing price of 1,000 yuan for such a slender volume. The seller, firmly asserting that he would not part with it under normal circumstances, claimed dire straits motivated the sale, reflecting the heirloom nature of such texts. Initially skeptical, Li Dahai's doubts dissipated upon viewing the photographs, which ignited a sense of destiny, as if an unseen connection bound him to the tome. Thus, his impulse to acquire it only intensified. To mitigate any potential regret, he arranged to meet the seller. Upon touching the ancient pages, a profound certainty enveloped him. This book was indeed meant for him. The tome bore the title Shinnong Medical Canon, adorned with archaic illustrations on aged paper. Acting upon this instinctive connection, Li Dahai willingly parted with his money. The seller, a bearded man, turned out to hail from a lineage of healers, establishing a bond between them. Li Dahai learned the seller's name was Zhang Laosan. Though he did not inquire further, they exchanged contact information before Zhang Laosan departed, leaving the precious text in Li Dahai's possession. Once home, Li Dahai eagerly perused the Shinnong medical canon. Discovering its peculiarities deepened his fascination, leading him to ponder the existence of such a divine text. At times, he regarded it as a surreal manuscript. Today, however, the canon's descriptions led him to indeed identify the Tianxiang body, thereby amplifying his trust in the text. According to the canon, a woman possessing the Tianxiang body was to be cherished. Marrying her would not only enhance a man's vitality, but also serve as a remedy for ailments. Yet, it warned that such women could bring misfortune to their husbands. It was evident that indulging nightly with such a woman could prove fatal for a man unprepared for her potent allure. Fortunately, Li Dahai's medical expertise and his regimen of herbal tonics fortified his constitution, rendering him capable of withstanding challenges that might overwhelm others. Despite his seemingly frail appearance, he was adept at physical pursuits, a fact that had certainly satisfied Wang Chunlan the previous night. Contemplating the Tianxiang body, Li Dahai hesitated to open the window, astonished to have discovered such a rare phenomenon in the humble Qingshan village. It became apparent that Hu Xiaoying possessed this extraordinary trait, akin to a natural elixir. irresistible to her husband, who succumbed to its allure, leading to his demise. After her husband's passing, Hu Xiaoying, now a widow, was labeled as one cursed to bring misfortune, a notion perpetuated by envious women in the village. Conversely, the men were undeterred by such superstition. They were driven by a timeless adage: to die beneath the peony is to be a spirited ghost. Their fervent attempts to win Hu Xiaoying's affection were in vain. Reflecting on her Tianxiang body, Li Dahai prepared several herbal concoctions, recognizing that while the Tianxiang body was remarkable, it required complementary herbs for optimal benefit. Excitement coursed through Li Dahai as he realized Hu Xiaoying remained in the village, solitary since her husband's death, resolutely guarding her home. He admired her fortitude. A woman of such rare beauty and allure could easily succumb to her desires, especially as a young widow. He felt fortunate that Hu Xiaoying had not unveiled her full potential, fearing the consequences should she do so. It was only today, when she removed her clothing, that he was convinced of her possessing the Tianxiang body. Should the affluent families learn of her attributes, they would undoubtedly vie for her, turning her into a mere possession for their men to exploit. Pondering this, Li Dahai pressed his temples, realizing he was uncertain how many had encountered the Shinong medical canon or comprehended the significance of the Tianxiang body. Despite his modest investment of 1,000 yuan for the tome, he recognized the possibility that ancient families might possess equally esteemed medical texts. With the rapid dissemination of information in today's world, he resolved to seek an opportunity to discuss the matter with Hu Xiaoying, urging her to exercise discretion. Contemplating the risks of pursuing a beautiful woman, Li Dahai accepted the inherent dangers, vowing not to let the opportunity to engage with the Tianxiang body slip through his fingers. Chapter 10. A personal touch. At this moment, Li Dahai hastily retrieved his treasured Shinong medical classic, scrutinizing it with great care. The more he delved into the text, the more profound it appeared, captivating him deeply. Particularly intriguing were the illustrations within the tome. What had once seemed trivial now struck him as remarkably significant. He began to emulate the various poses depicted, and to his astonishment, the results were quite effective. After merely an hour of following the illustrations, he found himself drenched in sweat, exhausted beyond measure, far more so than after several hours at the gym. The exercises, though not particularly difficult, left him breathless and sprawled on his bed, utterly fatigued. At this juncture, Li Dahai once again perused the Shinong medical classic, confirming its status as a truly exceptional work, a gem among texts. The remedies contained within were vividly etched in his memory. With this thought, he quickly sent a message to Zhang Laosan, inquiring about the classic. However, upon sending the message, he noticed Zhang Laosan's avatar appeared gray and unresponsive. Sighing in resignation, Li Dahai reflected on their initial meeting, realizing that what he had perceived as an ordinary man was, in fact, a person of exceptional wisdom. Nevertheless, the reason behind the discrepancy of 1,000 yuan remained a mystery to him. Noting that Zhang Laosan was offline, Li Dahai chose to let it be, adhering to the principle that in their line of work, fate would dictate their encounters. After his training session, Li Dahai resolved to practice the Shinong medical classic each morning to enhance his physical well-being. He also planned to experiment with all the remedies within the text. Following Hu Xiaoying's departure, several villagers began to visit for treatment, presenting ailments as mundane as the common cold. With merely herbal remedies, Li Dahai successfully treated them. Fortunately, the villagers of Qinshan were mostly humble, and he only collected a nominal fee for his services, an amount they could easily afford. As word spread of his healing abilities, the title of divine doctor began to circulate in Qinshan village, leaving Li Dahai both flattered and somewhat taken aback by the villagers' elevated perception of him. Yet, the villagers cared little for titles. As long as he alleviated their ailments promptly and affordably, he was deemed a miraculous healer. Amused, Li Dahai accepted the moniker, allowing it to take root. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaoying hurried home after receiving Li Dahai's herbs. Her abode was modest, comprising a front courtyard and 3 small rooms, a living room, a bedroom, and a kitchen, representing her entire possessions. With her husband having passed away without leaving any financial support, Hu Xiaoying felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of him. She recalled the joy of their early marriage, particularly the intimacy they shared, which she had eagerly anticipated each night. However, as time progressed, her husband's health deteriorated, and ultimately, he could not be saved. Coupled with the gossip circulating in the village about her, Hu Xiaoying found herself increasingly hesitant to seek companionship. Returning home, Hu Xiaoying prepared the herbal concoction provided by Li Dahai and drank it, feeling as though he was personally nourishing her. The vivid memory of their earlier encounter, filled with unspoken tension, caused her cheeks to flush crimson. Yet, she quickly shook her head, chastising herself. No, no, Li Dahai is destined for greatness. How could he ever be interested in a widow like me? I must not entertain such fanciful thoughts. After finishing the remedy, she stood before the mirror, admiring her own striking beauty, pondering whether her youthful appearance might transcend the age gap. In truth, she did not appear significantly older than Li Dahai. As she savored the bitter taste of the herbs, reminiscent of her own bittersweet life, a wave of drowsiness enveloped her. She lay down heavily on her bed, succumbing to sleep, an unusual occurrence for her during daylight hours. However, the efficacy of Li Dahai's herbs, combined with her recent struggles with insomnia, swiftly lulled her into slumber. While Hu Xiaoying rested, Li Dahai ventured into the great Qingshan to forage for herbs, carrying a basket. Nestled beside Qingshan village, the mountain was bountiful in resources and abundant in flora. Unsettled by the thought of relying on purchased herbs, he insisted on gathering his own for medicinal use. Recently, he had noticed a significant depletion of his stock, necessitating this outing. Armed with a machete for protection against the dense underbrush and any lurking wildlife, Li Dahai embarked on his quest. Upon reaching the mountain's base, he exhaled a sigh of relief, ready to delve into the rich wilderness. An essential part of his mission was to seek out the rare herbs documented in the Shinnong medical classic. These elusive plants thrived only in the heart of the mountains. And although they could be procured in the marketplace, their exorbitant prices rendered them unattainable for someone of Li Dahai's means. Chapter 11. Sister Wang Qiuxiang. Upon entering the Great Qing Mountain, Li Dahai soon spotted several other villagers. Some were gathering firewood, while others, like him, were foraging for herbs to sell. However, given the vastness of the mountain, Li Dahai felt no need to compete with them. So he chose a direction and continued on his way. Before long, his bamboo basket was brimming with herbs, much to his satisfaction. Nevertheless, he failed to acquire some rare herbs. He glanced deeper into the mountain and realized that venturing further would require at least 2 or 3 days of preparation, a luxury he did not possess today. After a brief look around, he decided to head back down as his basket was full. As soon as he descended, Li Dahai noticed a green snake, marked with black spots, slithering past him. Startled, he froze and gripped his firewood-cutting knife tightly. This particular snake was venomous. Those who were bitten would suffer darkening of the skin, and without prompt treatment, death could ensue. Moreover, the venom possessed a peculiar quality. If a man were to fall victim to it, he would find himself devoid of women, and vice versa for women. The agony inflicted by the venom could lead to a torturous demise. Li Dahai was astonished to encounter such a snake at the foot of the Great Qing Mountain. For these creatures typically resided deep within the mountains. Why, he wondered, was it so close to the base at this time? Curiosity sparked within him, compelling him to eradicate the snake. Yet, the slippery creature vanished before he could act. Despite his bewilderment, Li Dahai searched fruitlessly and ultimately descended the mountain. Back in his yard, he spread out the herbs to dry, intending to roast them later for medicinal use. While he was engaged in this task, 2 women entered through the gate. With a mere glance, Li Dahai recognized them as 2 strikingly beautiful women, one of whom was Wang Tsuelan, while the other bore a resemblance to her. His curiosity piqued, he watched as Wang Tsuelan called out, "Brother Dahai, are you there?" "I'm in my yard," he replied. Wang Tsuelan smiled and led the other woman into the yard. The woman accompanying her appeared shy, avoiding direct eye contact and hiding behind Wang Tsuelan. Nevertheless, Li Dahai noted that she possessed a curvaceous figure. He understood that such shy women often masked a deeper passion beneath their modest demeanor. Moreover, she wore glasses, giving her a demure appearance. Li Dahai, being a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, had developed an aptitude for discerning health conditions through facial features, a skill particularly effective when assessing women. He observed that the woman behind Wang Tsuelan had dark circles under her eyes, an indication of irregular sleeping patterns. Though it did not detract from her beauty, maintaining his composure, he addressed Wang Tsuelan, "Sister Tsuelan, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Li Dahai, Wang Tsuelan's face lit up with a radiant smile that did not wane. She approached him, glancing at his arm, and said, "Brother Dahai, why are you being so formal? From now on, just call me Sister Tsuelan." As she linked her arm with his and leaned against him, the atmosphere felt more intimate than that of siblings. The other woman observed with wide eyes, adjusting her glasses, and stammered, "Sister, what are you doing?" Realizing how it might appear, Wang Tsuelan quickly released Li Dahai and explained, "It's not what you think. Brother Dahai saved me, and I merely wanted to express my gratitude. I got a bit carried away." Yet, the other woman seemed unconvinced. Seizing the opportunity, Li Dahai inquired, Sister Tsulan, who is this? This is my cousin, Wang Xiaoxiang, Wang Tsulan replied. She has been experiencing chest pains lately, and I believe she has a bruise there. Perhaps you could take a look at her, Brother Dahai? This revelation piqued Li Dahai's curiosity further. Something must have transpired in the village to warrant such frequent visits from women with ailments. Wang Tsulan leaned closer and whispered, Brother Dahai, my sister is still unmarried. A fresh flower yet to bloom. When you examine her, perhaps you might win her heart. Li Dahai was taken aback and hesitantly responded, Sister Suelan. I don't believe that would be appropriate. Xiaoxiang seems like she would have trouble finding a suitor. Wang Suelan pouted and replied, Brother Dahai. Do not be deceived by her demeanor. Deep down, she is quite the playful fox. I assure you, despite her shyness, winning her over should be effortless. Trust me. I know my sister well. Li Dahai shook his head, surprised by Wang Suelan's protective nature. However, he had always believed in the principle of letting things unfold naturally. Once he finished arranging the herbs, he clapped his hands and said, Very well, Sister Xiaoxiang, let us move inside to discuss this further. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiang's face flushed crimson, as she had heard rumors of Wang Suelan's intentions to undress for a medical examination. Chapter 12. The trial. Wang Xiaoxiang was acutely aware that although she spoke of girlhood bravado in front of Cui Lan, these were mere figments of her imagination, as she had yet to take any action. Despite her penchant for critiquing men, she had never engaged in such intimate proximity with one. However, the persistent pain in her chest each evening was becoming unbearable, compelling her to grit her teeth and follow suit. Initially, she intended to procure medicine with Wang Lan. Yet Cui Lan insisted on bringing her to see Li Dahai instead. The first reason was that Cui Lan was eager to catch a glimpse of Li Dahai, hoping for a chance to rekindle their past connection. The second reason was that whenever Wang Xiaoxiang inquired about matters between men during class, Cui Lan thought her younger sister had matured and developed an interest in romantic affairs. It seemed prudent to seize this opportunity to fulfill Wang Xiaoxiang's curiosity. Moreover, considering Li Dahai's promising future, Cui Lan felt it was best to secure him for herself. Thus, she hurriedly led Wang Xiaoxiang back into the room. Having learned from previous encounters, Cui Lan closed the door behind them, leaving only the three of them, Wang Cui Lan, Wang Xiaoxiang, and Li Dahai, in the room. The atmosphere was charged with the presence of two women, both exuding a subtle fragrance that invigorated Li Dahai. However, this scent was simply the natural aroma of women, fundamentally different from any ethereal fragrance. It would be unrealistic to think that any woman from Qingshan village possessed such a divine essence. As the silence lingered, Li Dahai remained uncharacteristically quiet. Wang Cui Lan, eager to break the tension, urged, Xiaoxiang, quickly remove your clothing for Dahai to examine your chest. I assure you, his medical skills are exceptional. Just a glance will suffice. Wang Xiaoxiang, her cheeks flushed, turned to Li Dahai and asked, Is that truly necessary? Li Dahai pinched the bridge of his nose, realizing that without uttering a word, Cui Lan was orchestrating the situation. However, he too was curious about Wang Xiaoxiang's ailment. Nodding, he smiled and said, Yes, Xiaoxiang, please do show me. Rest assured, I will merely observe and will not touch. Cui Lan, sensing the moment, interjected, Brother, that won't do. As the saying goes, one must observe, listen, inquire, and palpate. You must feel it to ensure proper treatment. Otherwise, it could hinder the healing process. With a playful glance at Li Dahai, she endeared herself to him, evoking a sense of gratitude in his heart. It was evident that Cui Lan was determined to introduce her cousin to him. Encouraged by their playful banter, Wang Xiaoxiang resolved to proceed. With a determined expression, she declared, Dahai, since you insist, I shall take the leap. The pain in my chest has been tormenting me nightly, and I can no longer endure it. At that moment, she made a significant decision, torn between her cousin and Li Dahai. Fortunately, the esteem in which Li Dahai was held among the villagers instilled a degree of trust in Wang Xiaoxiang, especially after their initial encounter, which painted him as a good man. Gradually, she began to remove her outer garment, revealing her pristine skin to the air. Li Dahai couldn't help but marvel at the bounteous beauty of nature, realizing that Wang Xiaoxiang's skin was remarkably smooth and delicate. Furthermore, as a virtuous maiden, her removal of clothing released a subtle fragrance that stirred an emotional response within him. Such a woman was rare, and he recognized that Wang Xiaoxiang was on the cusp of blossoming into womanhood, awaiting the right person to partake in her fruit. Nevertheless, Li Dahai believed in allowing nature to take its course, yet he knew he could not let this opportunity slip away. A woman like Wang Xiaoxiang was not to be overlooked. He would regret it deeply if he did not act. rather than allow another to squander her potential. He resolved to pursue her himself, especially since her desire for healing was intertwined with her willingness to reveal herself. Though this was Wang Qiuxiang's first experience of such intimacy, she felt a twinge of vulnerability. Despite her trust in Li Dahai's medical expertise, she hesitated to remove her inner garments, seeing it as her final bastion. Unlike Cui Lan, who had already experienced marriage and thus had less to lose, Wang Qiuxiang remained a pure maiden. While she found comfort in Li Dahai's demeanor, she was determined to further evaluate his character before surrendering completely. Chapter 13. Acknowledging the younger sister at this moment, Wang Qiuxiang discreetly opened her eyes, narrowing them into a slit to observe Li Dahai's demeanor. However, Li Dahai's thoughts were entirely focused on Wang Qiuxiang's wound. After examining the chests of several women, he suddenly noticed a common feature, a faint black spot on each of them. This peculiar blemish not only caused them pain but was particularly distressing for these beauty-conscious women. For such individuals, discovering an unsightly dark spot on their chest would be utterly intolerable. Hence, concerns about their appearance drove them to seek Li Dahai's medical attention with great urgency. Suddenly, Li Dahai recalled the cold congealed snake he had encountered on the mountain. He realized that rather than being merely ill or injured, these women were likely suffering from poisoning. The venom of the cold congealed snake could cause the body to darken, and even minute quantities of toxin could induce changes within the body. A vague suspicion began to form in Li Dahai's mind, prompting him to inquire about Wang Qiuxiang's recent experiences. Upon hearing his question, Wang Qiuxiang pondered for a moment before replying, "Brother Dahai, I haven't gone anywhere lately. I've just been staying home. I generally dislike socializing and haven't interacted with anyone else." Wang Suilan, noticing this, quickly interjected, "Brother Dahai, please don't misunderstand Wang Qiuxiang. She is truly a good girl, though perhaps a bit chatty. Rest assured, this young lady is indeed virtuous, and I can guarantee that. Since you know, I believe she remains untainted. But how could someone like me, who stays at home all day, fall victim to snake venom?" Li Dahai then turned his attention to Wang Suilan, inquiring about her recent activities. Her story was considerably more intricate. In the village, Wang Suilan was known for her flirtatious nature. Though initially hesitant to share, she eventually divulged a few places she had visited under Li Dahai's probing. Upon hearing her accounts, Li Dahai frowned. He observed that Wang Suilan had quite an extensive social circle, frequently traversing Qinshan village and its neighboring areas. She had even ventured into town several times, albeit for medical reasons. This complexity in her whereabouts prompted Li Dahai to decide to seek out Hu Xiuying the following day, as uncovering a common link among the three women was essential to diagnosing their ailment. After watching for a while, Li Dahai reluctantly withdrew his gaze, ultimately expressing admiration for Wang Qiuxiang's figure. Yet, he refrained from taking photographs in their presence. Had he been able to, he would have captured dozens of images to document the moment. Once Wang Qiuxiang donned her clothing, she resembled a pure and lovely young lady, while her earlier blush had evoked the image of a woman yearning for affection. This contrast intrigued Li Dahai immensely. Once dressed, Wang Qiuxiang shyly addressed Li Dahai, "Doctor, how is my condition? Can it be cured?" At this point, Li Dahai was already confident, having encountered this ailment multiple times before. He swiftly wrote several prescriptions and handed them to Wang Qiuxiang, stating, "Sister Qiuxiang, here is your prescription. I will also provide you with a batch of herbal medicine shortly. If you take it home and continue to drink it, you should feel better. However, I sense that you may still harbor some concerns, as we have yet to identify the source of your affliction. Thus, after a while, whether it be Wang Suilan, Wang Qiuxiang, or Hu Xiuying, their ailments would likely resurface, as the remedy Li Dahai prescribed could only offer temporary relief. Therefore, he resolved to explore Qinshan City further to uncover the root cause of their sickness. After his previous encounter with the cold-congealed snake, Li Dahai had begun to discern certain clues. Wang Qiuxiang, blushing, accepted the medicine Li Dahai offered and then asked, "Dr. Dahai, how much do I owe you? I can pay now, though I don't have much money on me, so please give me a discount." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Wang Qiuxiang recognized that villagers were generally simple folk, with limited economic means, as there was a significant disparity between rural and urban life. Fortunately, Li Dahai was not primarily motivated by monetary gain. He seldom charged for his medical services, preferring to cultivate goodwill first. Additionally, he harbored aspirations of winning Wang Qiuxiang's affection, so he replied, "Sister Qiuxiang, please don't mention money. If possible, think of me as your elder brother. How could a brother possibly take money from you? Consider this a gift." Li Dahai's generosity deeply touched Wang Qiuxiang, and in that moment, he seemed to grow in stature within her eyes. Wang Qiuxiang felt a newfound admiration for Li Dahai, realizing that she harbored feelings for him. With a smile, she declared, "Brother Dahai, I shall recognize you as my brother from now on. I will be your little sister." Li Dahai was elated. Having gained such a beautiful younger sister in a mere moment, a future filled with happiness seemed to beckon. Meanwhile, Wang Suilan observed the unfolding scene and chuckled, "Dahai, you are truly remarkable. I must tell you, my sister Qiuxiang is gentle and virtuous. You are indeed fortunate to have her as your sister." Wang Qiuxiang, blushing at Wang Suilan's words, quickly urged, "Sister Chunlan, let us hurry back. Brother Dahai still has patients to attend to. We mustn't delay his business." Li Dahai immediately noticed Wang Qiuxiang's flushed cheeks, clearly affected by Wang Suilan's teasing. Moreover, after their earlier physical contact, Wang Qiuxiang felt a wave of heat coursing through her, intensifying her desire to return home and prepare the medicine Li Dahai had given her, hoping to cool herself down. Chapter 14. Delivering peaches. As Li Dahai observed the two enchanting women gracefully exiting his room, a sense of reluctance stirred within him. These captivating figures held considerable significance in his heart, particularly because, during her most vulnerable moment, one of them had cast him a flirtatious glance. It was evident to Li Dahai what this gesture implied. Was it true that Wang Suilan was feeling a bit hungry this evening? Before departing, Wang Suilan had quietly whispered in Li Dahai's ear that she would return later that night, as she was currently accompanying Wang Qiuxiang back home. At that moment, Wang Suilan radiated an undeniable allure. After all, she had made a special effort to present herself beautifully for this encounter. Being a woman of experience, she understood that men are naturally drawn to the curves and silhouettes of women. Thus, she had adorned herself in a particularly striking outfit, one size smaller, accentuating her already voluptuous figure, a quality she knew held considerable appeal. However, Wang Suilan had recently found herself losing interest in other men. Her thoughts were solely fixated on rekindling her connection with Li Dahai. Events would soon prove that her strategy was indeed wise. With a newfound sense of peace within her, she felt ready to confront the situation at hand. Despite Wang Qiuxiang's earlier stunning appearance, Li Dahai's remaining gaze inevitably gravitated towards Wang Suilan. As Wang Suilan departed, a wave of excitement surged within her. She realized she was not fading into obscurity, but rather, her charm still lingered. Although Li Dahai was a few years her junior, Wang Suilan felt a confident sense of self-assurance. Moreover, the moment they had shared whispering, albeit witnessed by Wang Qiuxiang, had sparked curiosity. Wang Qiuxiang, intrigued, inquired, "Sister, what were you and Brother Dahai whispering about? Why were you speaking in hushed tones before me?" With a playful smile, Wang Suilan responded, "Oh, Qiuxiang, I was just saying that I plan to devour Li Dahai tonight. Do you believe me? I must tell you, he is a gem, a miraculous healer. Consuming his essence revitalizes us women and prolongs our lives." Wang Qiuxiang's cheeks flushed at her sister's audacity. "Sister, how can you be so brazen? I shall ignore you." With that, she dashed ahead, leaving Wang Suilan to chuckle as she followed. Wang Suilan instructed Wang Qiuxiang to prepare the medicine, watching closely as her sister drank it. To Wang Qiuxiang's astonishment, she remarked, "Sister, my chest truly does not hurt anymore. Brother Dahai is indeed miraculous." Wang Suilan nodded in affirmation, though her thoughts were primarily consumed by Li Dahai. Despite the distance between them, she believed that with a little more effort, a future together was not beyond reach. Wang Suilan had long cast aside thoughts of Zhang Muji, her husband. Were it not for family obligations, she would have contemplated divorce countless times. Observing Wang Qiuxiang's recovery lifted her spirits. Meanwhile, Li Dahai, having seen Wang Qiuxiang and Wang Suilan depart, felt it was time to explore the village. Surrounded by so many beautiful women, he hoped to encounter another alluring figure. Shortly after stepping outside, he spotted Hu Xiaoying approaching with a basket filled with peaches. The basket appeared heavy, and she paused frequently, wiping the sweat from her brow, exuding a delicate beauty that stirred a protective instinct within Li Dahai. Without hesitation, he rushed to her side, offering to carry the basket. "Sister Yin, where are you headed? Allow me to assist you," he said. Upon seeing Li Dahai, Hu Xiaoying smiled warmly. "Dahai, these are for you. Consider it a token of gratitude for your medical assistance. I have a peach tree at home and thought you might enjoy some. They are quite delicious." Li Dahai accepted the peaches with surprise, delighted by her gesture. Although the fruit held little monetary value, it represented Hu Xiaoying's heartfelt appreciation. For Li Dahai, the prospect of winning over a woman as enchanting as Hu Xiaoying was compelling. He sensed that since acquiring the San Nua Yi Jane, He had reached a pivotal moment in his cultivation. There was an unspoken connection between this opportunity and Hu Xiaoying's arrival in his life. Accepting her peaches was a tacit acknowledgement of their budding relationship. Such exchanges, though seemingly trivial, served to strengthen their bond. To demonstrate his appreciation, Li Dahai wiped a peach clean with his sleeve and took a bite. His face lighting up with delight. The peaches were indeed succulent and refreshing. Feeling revitalized, he exclaimed, "Sister Xiaoying, these peaches are truly sweet, just like you." Hu Xiaoying, bashful at his compliment, lowered her gaze. "Is that truly what you think? But I am no longer a young girl." Chapter 15. The unraveling Li Dahai was acutely aware of the subtle insecurities that Hu Xiaoying exhibited in his presence, likely stemming from her status as a widow. However, at her age, she was in the prime of her beauty, a time when a woman is at her most enchanting. Such a woman is difficult for any man to resist, especially with Li Dahai having the privilege of being in close proximity to Hu Xiaoying's exquisite form. He found himself perilously close to losing his composure. Were it not for the last vestiges of his rationality, he would have been tempted to take her home. He quickly offered words of comfort. "Sister Xiaoying, you are far more attractive and captivating than many young maidens. To my eyes, you resemble a luscious peach, the kind every man desires." Upon hearing this, Hu Xiaoying's cheeks flushed deeper. With a hint of shyness, she replied, "Dahai, you needn't say such things. You make me feel embarrassed. But a talented young physician like you must have no shortage of admirers, right?" After saying this, she discreetly glanced at Li Dahai, curious about his reaction. With a wry smile, Li Dahai confessed, "In truth, I do not have a girlfriend at the moment. However, I am fond of understanding and mature women, those who possess a certain charm. The young ladies today can be rather willful, which I find unappealing." Hu Xiaoying's eyes brightened at his words, as if a flicker of hope ignited within her. Tentatively, she asked, "Dahai, is that truly how you feel?" At this moment, Li Dahai nodded earnestly. His intention was twofold: to reassure Hu Xiaoying and to ensure he did not forfeit the opportunity to discover the mysteries of her captivating presence. Moreover, having recently uncovered the remarkable applications of the Shenong medical classic, Li Dahai had developed a keen interest in its teachings. Regardless of whether Hu Xiaoying possessed the famed Tianxiang physique, her beauty and grace were unparalleled. In a bustling metropolis, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a member of an esteemed family or a noblewoman. Yet here she was, in the quaint village of Qishan. And Li Dahai felt fortunate to have stumbled upon such a treasure. "Why not come to my home for a while? You must be weary from picking peaches today," Li Dahai suggested. Hu Xiaoying nodded gently, much to his delight. When a woman expresses a willingness to visit your home, it signifies her acceptance of you in her heart. Since Hu Xiaoying had previously come to seek his medical expertise, her condition had improved significantly. Upon arriving at his residence, Li Dahai inquired, "Sister Xiaoying, have you fully recovered? Shall I examine you once more?" Hu Xiaoying, caught off guard, shyly responded, "Is that really necessary? I feel much better already." Yet, Li Dahai insisted, "This simply will not do. I must assure myself of your well-being. While I have confidence in my skills, your case is unique, and I need to witness your health with my own eyes." To his astonishment, Hu Xiaoying began to remove her clothing before his wide-eyed gaze. The dark spots that had once marred her skin were gone, revealing a complexion as pure as that of an untouched maiden. Li Dahai marveled at her beauty. Despite being a widow, Hu Xiaoying only seemed to grow more radiant with each passing day. He realized that her allure was likely innate, for she lacked the means to maintain her appearance like the affluent women of the city, sustaining herself on the village's simple fare and pure water. Her beauty could only be described as a gift of nature. As Li Dahai contemplated this, he was further taken aback by Hu Xiaoying's boldness. Initially, he had intended to take her pulse to assess her health, but now, with her garment shed, he chose to silently appreciate the elegance of her form. Though he had seen her previously, the sight stirred something within him anew, especially as she closed her eyes and slightly arched her chest, presenting herself before him in a manner that invited his gaze. Unable to resist any longer, Li Dahai gently grasped her hands. Hu Xiaoying felt a rush of emotions at his touch, initially wanting to retract her hands, but then remembered they were in his home. Slowly, she opened her eyes to find Li Dahai gazing at her with sincerity. Her cheeks flushed with warmth as she stammered, "Dahai, what are you doing?" He quickly replied, "Sister Xiaoying, you are simply too beautiful. I wish to admire you further." Her face reddened even more. "Dahai, do you truly mean that? Am I really so lovely? Surely, you must find me unappealing due to my age." Li Dahai reassured her, "What you perceive as aging is nothing. In fact, your age is just right. Anyone who sees you would wish to take you as their bride. Do not let my youth deceive you. I am utterly captivated by your charm." His words sent Hu Xiaoying's heart racing, akin to a confession of affection. Given Li Dahai's youth and accomplishments, she felt she had no reason to reject his kindness. In that moment, she tightened her grip on his hand and said, "Dahai, I am uncertain about how to proceed. May I have a few days to consider? Rest assured, once I have made up my mind, I will seek you out." Li Dahai's heart soared at her response. He had not anticipated that after so long in mourning, Hu Xiaoying would be open to the idea of something new. Chapter 16. Hu Xiaoying's confession. At this moment, Li Dahai felt a surge of excitement. However, he was also acutely aware of Hu Xiaoying's temperament. A woman of her virtue would only allow a man to take advantage of her feelings when her own emotions were stirred. Thus, the wisest course of action was to let things unfold naturally, without applying undue pressure. Should he force Hu Xiaoying at this juncture, it could lead to adverse consequences, potentially driving the beautiful widow away, leaving Li Dahai with nowhere to express his sorrow. Consequently, he hastily remarked, "Sister Xiaoying, is this truly the case? Rest assured, I shall not venture outside these days. I will remain at home awaiting your return." Upon hearing his words, Hu Xiaoying couldn't help but chuckle. Her face aglow with mirth as she replied, "Dahai, the divine physician, to be honest, I am older than you. You are handsome and successful, while I am merely an inconsequential woman. Would being with me not bring you misfortune?" Li Dahai, sensing her insecurity, quickly shook his head, asserting, "Look at you. Your figure is splendid, and your beauty surpasses even the most esteemed ladies in the city. If I were to be with you, it would be I who benefits immensely. The mere thought of being close to you, inhaling your exquisite fragrance, is enough to make me yearn for your presence." Hu Xiaoying, flattered by his words, found herself blushing and unable to meet his gaze. She then added, "Dahai, I would be willing to be with you, but your health must be robust, otherwise, I fear you may falter. Moreover, you must keep my unique scent a secret. I do not wish for others to know." Hu Xiaoying had recognized that her aroma was unlike that of other women, a realization that had lingered with her throughout her years of widowhood. She even harbored doubts about whether her late husband's demise was somehow linked to this enchanting fragrance, though she could not be certain. Nevertheless, she didn't wish to endanger such a promising young man as Li Dahai. If she were to embark on a relationship with him, she was determined to eliminate any potential risks. Li Dahai, understanding her concerns, realized that Hu Xiaoying was indeed aware of her own unique allure. Seizing the opportunity, he crouched closer to her, inhaling the divine fragrance that emanated from her being, feeling an insatiable longing for more. The aroma was intoxicating, evoking a sense of addiction within him. The Dragon Medicine Classic, with its esoteric teachings, had always eluded Li Dahai's grasp. He had struggled to make any significant progress during his studies, and without that fateful decision to invest in the ancient text, he doubted whether he would have reached his current level of medical expertise. In truth, his remarkable skills were a direct result of the knowledge bestowed upon him by the Dragon Medicine Classic. Thus, as he savored Hu Xiaoying's heavenly scent, he felt a surge of advancement in his understanding of the ancient text, merely from her presence. The thought of fully possessing Hu Xiaoying's ethereal essence made him believe that he could truly master the Dragon Medicine Classic. To Li Dahai, Hu Xiaoying represented a treasure of immeasurable worth. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to bring her home. For experiencing her divine fragrance only through inhalation would not suffice. He yearned to feel it against his skin at all times. The mere act of sharing a bed with her would grant him access to her essence, and while the initial experience would yield the greatest benefits, subsequent encounters would still prove advantageous. Especially considering Hu Xiaoying's years of widowhood, her body remained as pure as that of a maiden. Li Dahai had not anticipated that her long years of solitude would ultimately serve to benefit him. The fragrance of her body would accumulate within her, and if left unexpressed, it could lead to an overwhelming desire that could cloud her judgment. This was the very reason for Hu Xiaoying's apprehension. Yet, Li Dahai was different. Armed with the wisdom of the Dragon Medicine Classic, he found these challenges to be trivial. He could not only relish the advantages of her divine essence but also absorb and cultivate it, achieving a remarkable dual benefit. Noticing Hu Xiaoying's worried demeanor, he smiled reassuringly. "Sister Xiaoying, fret not. This is of no concern to me. You see, I am young and vigorous. If you ever doubt my resolve, we can always part ways." However, Hu Xiaoying shook her head and said, "Dahai, I must speak candidly. Although I am somewhat older, I am still a woman at heart. My late husband is gone, and there is no need to dwell on that. If you do not want me, I shall retreat to a monastery and become a nun, severing all ties with men." Her words were resolute, infused with an undeniable conviction. This declaration touched Li Dahai deeply. He had not anticipated such loyalty from Hu Xiaoying. A woman of her caliber, once devoted, would remain steadfast, impervious to the advances of other men. Hearing her declaration stirred emotions within Li Dahai. For he understood that had Hu Xiaoying's husband still been alive, winning her affection would have been a formidable challenge. Fortunately, they had forged a delicate connection, and her heartfelt words only solidified his determination to keep Hu Xiaoying by his side. Thus, Li Dahai proclaimed, "Xiaoying, rest assured, beneath the peony blossoms, one may die, yet remain a free spirit. As long as you are willing to be with me, I am all in." Chapter 17. A lifetime commitment. At this moment, Hu Xiaoying felt a surge of emotion upon hearing Li Dahai's words. She had never anticipated that someone like him would take such a keen interest in her. However, as she had just expressed, her nature was such that once she had set her heart on Li Dahai, she wished to remain by his side, never depart. With a blush creeping onto her cheeks, she said, "Dahai, if that's the case, then it's settled. But I'm not quite ready yet. Please wait until I am prepared to come to your home. Surely, your family won't oppose this, will they?" Li Dahai reassured her, "Rest assured. My family will not object at all." It turned out that his family lived in a different city, leaving him alone in the village residence, a place he had called home since childhood, as he cherished the memories tied to it. Hu Xiaoying felt a wave of relief wash over her at his words. Then, to Li Dahai's astonishment, she removed her undergarment, revealing a breathtaking sight that flashed before him. Yet, this vision was fleeting, as she hastily donned her clothing once more. Li Dahai rubbed his eyes and chuckled, "Sister-in-law, I haven't had my fill yet." She cast him a distant glance, teasingly remarking, "You little rascal. I knew you wanted to gaze upon my body all along. The last time was for medical reasons, but today, your lingering gaze has made your intentions clear." Li Dahai did not refute her. Instead, he openly acknowledged her observation. After all, her willingness to reveal herself indicated her acceptance of him. Otherwise, given her character, such an act would never have occurred. A twinge of regret washed over Li Dahai that Hu Xiaoying had merely removed and quickly replaced her undergarment. At that moment, she felt a touch of shyness. He awaited her readiness to fully surrender herself to him, envisioning the alluring and graceful figure she would present in their intimate moments. The thought of such beauty filled him with excitement. Although he had recently spent time with Wang Chunlan, Hu Xiaoying's allure far surpassed hers. Li Dahai mused about the exquisite image of Hu Xiaoying in bed, appreciating that good things come to those who wait. He resolved to savor this delightful tea slowly, deserving of Hu Xiaoying's unique and precious presence. The brief glimpse she had offered him lingered in his memory, an enchanting sight that would remain etched in his mind for a lifetime. As he licked his lips, he realized he felt a hunger, not of the body, but of the spirit. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaoying felt a wave of embarrassment. Reflecting on her boldness, her cheeks flushed crimson. She asserted, "Don't think of me as a loose woman. I have been widowed for so long, and it's true." Li Dahai chuckled, "I certainly believe you. You needn't worry. My medical skills can discern if a woman has remained faithful." Hu Xiaoying responded with a smile, "You can actually tell such things?" Li Dahai grinned, having encountered enough to recognize the truth with just a glance. Soon after, Hu Xiaoying clothed herself, her shyness still palpable. As she had begun to regard Li Dahai as family, he did not press her, instead asking, "Sister Xiaoying, are you heading home now?" She nodded gently, "Dahai, I wish to prepare myself mentally. I fear that if I stay here, I won't be able to resist wanting to be with you." Li Dahai felt a surge of joy. It was evident that she had already begun to harbor feelings for him. After saying this, Hu Xiaoying hurriedly departed, her heart racing, feeling an unfamiliar sensitivity since spending time with him. Upon returning home, she resolved to care for herself, determined to present her best self for their first encounter. Especially since she had not prepared herself today, she did not wish for their first experience to be rushed. Having remained faithful for so long, she decided to present herself to Li Dahai in pristine condition, knowing she would belong to him thereafter. Watching Hu Xiaoying leave in a hurry, Li Dahai thought, a beauty like her should be at home, managing household affairs for him. He glanced at his clinic and realized that, given his busy schedule, it would be wise to find a female companion to assist him. Hu Xiaoying struck him as a hard-working and diligent woman, a perfect partner in life. He felt he could not let such an opportunity slip away. As he watched her retreating figure, he felt a twinge of reluctance. However, he was assured that Hu Xiaoying had already fallen under his charm, and there would be no escaping that warmth. After she departed, he savored the peach she had given him, thinking of her captivating beauty, as if the peach were a sweet tribute to her allure. Chapter 18. The village chief. Regardless of the type, Li Dehan held a profound fondness for peaches. At that moment, he was suddenly reminded of Hu Xiaoying's exquisite peach-like figure just as she departed. Indeed, a woman endowed with celestial beauty is naturally captivating. Li Dehan was aware that Hu Xiaoying did not adorn herself excessively, often opting for a more modest appearance. Moreover, over the years, she had intentionally masked the fragrance of her body, which perhaps was the reason there had been no disturbances arising from her presence. You see, whenever a woman of divine beauty graces the mortal realm, it can stir chaos and bloodshed. After all, many virile men exhibit little interest in anything else, especially when it comes to women of celestial stature, with an affinity that borders on obsession, particularly for a woman like Hu Xiaoying. The number of admirers would be even greater. When Hu Xiaoying had recently disrobed, Li Dehan noticed a faint floral scent lingering on her clothing. It seemed she sought to conceal her natural fragrance with the aroma of blossoms. Yet, a woman of celestial beauty could not be easily hidden. Once Hu Xiaoying shed her garments, her divine allure became undeniable. Li Dehan felt a sense of relief, contemplating that had Hu Xiaoying not been so cautious in Qinshan village, her beauty would have likely attracted the attention of powerful figures long ago. In such a scenario, he would have had no chance at all. Additionally, the celestial body possesses another peculiar ability. If it sleeps alongside a man each night, the atmospheric essence accumulated would be absorbed by him. This arrangement would ensure Hu Xiaoying's safety, which was precisely why Li Dehan yearned to be close to her. By spending each evening with Hu Xiaoying, he could not only absorb the celestial essence imbued within her, but also provide her with better protection. This was one of Li Dehan's aspirations. After indulging in several peaches, Li Dehan meandered through Qinong City. During his stroll, he discerned a peculiar trend among the villagers. They seemed to prefer drawing water from the ancient well within the village. This well had likely been established over a century ago by the ancestors of the villagers. The water was sweet and cool, and the villagers often chose it over river or reservoir water, finding the latter lacking in flavor. Particularly, the women of the village believed that drinking from the well enhanced their skin's radiance. Thus, they would typically send their husbands or male family members to fetch water for them. Li Dehan pondered the possibility that the women's minor afflictions might stem from their diet. Accordingly, he decided to investigate the ancient well himself. He even drew some water, sampling it personally and finding its taste quite delightful. However, his eyes widened in shock when he discovered trace amounts of snake venom within the water, specifically venom from the cold condensing snake. While the concentration was low enough not to be lethal, prolonged exposure could lead to significant poisoning, particularly among women, as they were more sensitive to such toxins. Men, being relatively sturdier, often brushed off mild discomfort, hardly noticing any symptoms. Unlike the women who were more attuned to their appearances, upon realizing this, Li Dehan hurried back to inspect the well further. However, he found no traces of the cold-condensing snake. He surmised that a snake must have taken residence within the well, as there would be no other explanation for the widespread poisoning unless someone had deliberately contaminated the water. With this thought in mind, he devised a plan. Since the snakes were reluctant to emerge, he would need to entice them. Yet, considering the well was a vital water source for the villagers, any actions he intended to take would require their consent. After contemplating various options, Li Dehan resolved to seek the village chief's approval. The village chief, Wang Yonggui, was a lifelong resident of Qinshan village. Although his name suggested a man of integrity, he was known for his unscrupulous deeds and insatiable greed, making him a figure of disdain among the villagers. Despite this, Wang Yonggui wielded considerable influence, instilling fear in those who might challenge him. Notably, he had built an ostentatious villa, a testament to his wealth and a source of envy among the villagers. It was rumored that his construction project had caused quite a stir, yet he had yet to settle the wages of the workers who had built it, often resorting to intimidation to silence any request for payment. When Li Dehan arrived at Wang Yonggui's residence, he found the chief dining with his wife, El Shoyan. While the villagers typically endured a meager existence, subsisting on simple fare, Wang Yonggui indulged in lavish meals. El Shoyan, an alluring woman with a beauty that had once captivated many, greeted Li Dehan with a sparkle in her eye. Having not encountered such a handsome young man in quite some time, Wang Yonggui, however, frowned at Li Dehan's approach, knowing him to be a learned individual and preferring to avoid any potential conflict. Li Dehan, what brings you here? He queried. Chapter 19. The disadvantaged Li Dahai had no choice but to recount the events that had transpired, including the matter of the women seeking his medical assistance. However, Wang Yonggui was left perplexed and finally remarked, Dahai, what you are saying is merely one-sided. I cannot ascertain their circumstances without witnessing it myself. If it comes to that, I shall personally observe, but let us not involve others. Just summon Wang Qiuxiang and Hu Xiaoying. I wish to verify this matter firsthand." Upon hearing this, Li Dahai's eyes brightened. After all, Wang Yonggui, who often imposed his will upon the village, had an eye for the village's beautiful women, whether they were mature or youthful. Now, with Li Dahai's suggestion, Wang Yonggui's first thought was to seize the opportunity for his own gain. Yet, he was not a doctor, and these women would not willingly disrobe for him. Li Dahai frowned at this, realizing that Wang Yonggui was indeed impervious to reason. Moreover, both Wang Qiuxiang and Hu Xiaoying had already been regarded as close companions by Li Dahai, and he was reluctant to expose them. He certainly did not want them to be taken advantage of by someone as cunning as Wang Yonggui. Beautiful women like Wang Qiuxiang and Hu Xiaoying would never associate with someone like him. Besides, Wang Yonggui had previously made advances towards them, only to be rebuffed. Despite his modest wealth, Wang Yonggui was not held in high regard by Hu Xiaoying. Li Dahai firmly rejected, stating, "Director Wang, your proposition is unacceptable. Their injuries have healed. Furthermore, you are not a physician, and even if you were to examine them, they would not consent." This infuriated Wang Yonggui, who abruptly stood up and declared, "Li Dahai, you are a doctor, and I am the village chief. Why should you be permitted to examine them while I am not? Let me be frank. Everything in this village is under my purview. Were it not for my consent, would you be able to establish a medical clinic here?" Li Dahai furrowed his brow, pondering how his clinic's operation was not contingent upon Wang Yonggui's approval. If it came to that, the villagers would undoubtedly be displeased if he ceased his practice. Wang Yonggui often engaged in self-pitying behavior, and Li Dahai doubted he would dare to provoke the villagers further. At that moment, El Shulian, noticing the tension escalating between the two men, quickly intervened, saying, "Director Wang, must you not speak more softly? Dahai charges modest fees for his services. If you prevent him from operating, will you compensate the villagers for their medical expenses?" El Shulian's words quelled Wang Yonggui's ire, for he was a man who valued wealth above all else. The thought of reimbursing the villagers for their medical bills was more unbearable than death itself. Thus, Wang Yonggui fell silent, brooding. However, El Shulian pressed a hand to her chest and remarked, "By the way, I have been experiencing discomfort in my chest lately. I had intended to seek your assistance after dinner today. Since you are here, would you mind taking a look?" Li Dahai was taken aback and replied, "Shulian, why did you not mention your ailment sooner? No wonder you rebuffed me last night." El Shulian shot a glare at Wang Yonggui and quickly retorted, "What are you saying? Wang Yonggui? We must not discuss our private matters in front of others." Li Dahai smirked at this, but when he glanced at El Shulian's curvaceous figure, especially since she had donned a rather revealing outfit that day, he could faintly discern the allure beneath. El Shulian was indeed a sensuous woman. Yet as the wife of the village chief, she was often treated with a degree of reverence. However, upon observing the dark circles beneath her eyes, it became evident to Li Dahai that she had been feeling unfulfilled lately. Noticing Wang Yonggui's gaunt physique, Li Dahai surmised that he had been drained by El Shulian's demands. Yet, these matters were trivial to Li Dahai. With a few herbal remedies, he could restore Wang Yonggui's vigor. Nevertheless, he found no compelling reason to assist Wang Yonggui, as revitalizing him would only lead to further mischief in the village. Despite this, seeing El Shulian, adorned with fine jewelry and possessing a complexion as smooth as silk, Li Dahai remarked, "If you truly are experiencing discomfort, I would be more than willing to tend to you. Rest assured, with my medical expertise, I guarantee a remedy." El Shulian smiled and replied, "That would be wonderful, Dahai. I have always placed my trust in your abilities. However, could you examine me in your quarters? This ailment has been quite bothersome." As she spoke, she discreetly cast a seductive glance at Li Dahai while Wang Yonggui was distracted, a look so alluring that it nearly captivated Li Dahai's heart. He found himself puzzled as to why El Shulian had not sought his assistance sooner. It appeared that she had been entangled with Wang Yonggui and had found this moment to seek his help. With El Shulian's request made, Li Dahai felt compelled to acquiesce. Meanwhile, Wang Yonggui muttered, "Shulian, this is not appropriate. If he examines you, won't he be at a disadvantage?" Chapter 20. A visit to the clinic. Wang Yonggui, in a flurry, exclaimed, after all, he was accustomed to taking advantage of others. He had never experienced loss himself. Moreover, Wang Yonggui had a penchant for other men as wives, but when it came to his own, he was far from generous enough to bestow her upon anyone else. Thus, at this moment, he found himself in the role of a master, and his words caused El Shilian to furrow her brow. After all, El Shilian had gone to great lengths to spend a moment alone with Li Dahai, and being interrupted by Wang Yongue, it left her somewhat displeased. Consequently, El Shilian retorted, "Wang Yongue, what are you saying? Why don't you take me to the hospital inside?" She had heard that the medical facilities there were quite expensive and might not guarantee a cure. Wang Yongue, upon hearing this, stubbornly replied, "Expensive? What is so costly about it? How much could a visit to the hospital possibly cost?" Li Dahai pondered for a moment before responding. For a condition like hers at the hospital, it would require at least a week and likely cost 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. However, this ailment is not easily cured. After all, only I possess the expertise to treat it. Having mastered the medical techniques from the Shinong medical canon, Li Dahai's skills were unparalleled. While hospitals boasted superior facilities and technology, when it came to this particular poison, Li Dahai had gained extensive experience. Sometimes, experience is invaluable, especially since he was well-versed in countering the venom of the cold-congealing snake, and he charged almost nothing for his services. Wang Yongue was taken aback. He knew that visits to regular hospitals were quite costly. Several hundred yuan was manageable, but thousands made him hesitate. He then inquired, "Li Dahai, how much do you charge?" Li Dahai waved his hand dismissively. "My fees are quite reasonable. However, village chief, if you could send someone to the dry well to clean up and locate the cold-congealing snake, I would waive the payment." Upon hearing this, Wang Yongue's eyes brightened. If there were no fees involved, this arrangement was quite acceptable. Seizing the opportunity to save money, he turned to El Shilian, "Xiaolian, why don't you let Li Dahai take a look at you? His medical skills are far superior to those at the town hospital." El Shilian smirked at this. Wang Yongue was clearly just trying to save money while pretending to care for her. Nevertheless, she had already seen through Wang Yongue's intentions, having achieved her own goals. In a hurry, El Shilian pulled Li Dahai along, saying, "Divine Dr. Dahai, why don't you come to my boudoir? Don't worry, no one will see us there." At this point, Wang Yongue grew anxious and quickly intervened. "Brother, what is happening here? Divine Dr. Dahai, it's not that I don't trust you, but you too. Alone in a room, what does that imply? If you are to treat her, it should be in my presence." However, before Li Dahai could respond, El Shilian interjected. "Wang Yongue, what do you mean by that? Don't you realize how busy Divine Dr. Dahai is? Moreover, a peaceful environment is crucial for a proper diagnosis. Are you suggesting that I suffer in silence? If you are here fidgeting and disrupting Divine Dr. Dahai's focus, will my ailment ever be treated?" With that, El Shilian's expression turned to one of fury. Li Dahai chuckled inwardly. In truth, Wang Yongue could not disturb him, and with his medical expertise, he was rarely influenced by external factors. However, the same could not be said for others, as a tranquil setting was essential for treatment. Thus, Li Dahai followed El Shilian's lead, continuing, "Indeed, village chief Wang, a physician must work in a serene and harmonious atmosphere, ideally engaging in one-on-one consultations with the patient. Your presence here is indeed somewhat obstructive." Wang Yongue, grumbling under his breath, finally conceded, "Li Dahai, just remember, you are only to charge a modest fee, nothing excessive." With that thought, Li Dahai and El Shilian retreated to her home. Who would dare to cause trouble on his turf? That would be sheer folly. Furthermore, Wang Yongue was not one to be trifled with. Thus, he waved his hand. "Very well, Xiaolian, you and Dahai go inside to treat your ailment. But do come out quickly." El Shilian, with an air of annoyance, replied, all right, I understand." She then turned to Li Dahai with a smile, "Divine Dr. Dahai, please, do come in." Seeing El Shilian's eagerness, Li Dahai couldn't help but smirk. It seemed she had some intentions toward him today. In truth, the women in the village often spoke of Li Dahai's remarkable medical skills and youthful charm. El Shilian had observed him from afar before, admiring his handsome features. Naturally, she was drawn to a man of such vigor, especially someone as robust as Li Dahai. In her eyes, he embodied the ideal partner she sought. At this point, El Shilian almost disregarded Wang Yongue entirely. With a shared purpose, Li Dahai followed El Shilian into her private chamber. Upon entering, he noted the room's immaculate tidiness and was greeted by a mature fragrance, a scent emanating from El Shilian herself. As he inhaled the aroma, he felt an undeniable thrill. Sometimes, a woman's natural scent could have an intoxicating effect on a man. While this allure might pale in comparison to the more exotic fragrances, it stood out as a rare attribute of El Shilian. Once inside, El Shilian quickly locked the door. Li Dahai, puzzled, watched as she blushed and explained, "Divine Dr. Dahai, when you examine me, I worry Wang Yongue might burst in, and that would be quite unfortunate. Feeling a bit bashful, she discreetly assessed Li Dahai. Becoming increasingly pleased with what she saw, she then whispered, "Divine Dr. Dahai, what should we do? I've heard that during examinations, one must undress. I am prepared. And just so you know, I'm not wearing a bra today." Li Dahai was taken aback by her boldness, feeling a rush of excitement. He hadn't anticipated El Shilian would be so forward today. Chapter 21. Healing and Saving Lives, especially for Li Dahai. The sight of El Shilian's exquisite and mature form was undeniably captivating, drawing the attention of any man. Wang Yonggui, as the village chief, had a discerning eye, having married such a beautiful woman, which seemed quite advantageous for him. At that moment, Li Dahai couldn't help but ponder the absurdity of needing to undress for a diagnosis. This should only occur under special circumstances, yet the rumors had grown increasingly bizarre. To his surprise, Li Dahai noticed that the women around appeared to embrace this notion, even seeming eager to participate. This brought a sense of amusement to his heart. Given their assertiveness, he felt no need to hold back. After all, he had never uttered such words. But if the women of Qinshan village were to tacitly accept this approach, he believed he must take responsibility. Indeed, within the room, El Shilian seemed to steel herself, casting a glance at Li Dahai before removing her outer garment. With her alluring curves, El Shilian was a sight to behold, capable of stirring sleepless nights for many men. Today, however, she boldly bared her figure before Li Dahai, momentarily leaving him in a state of astonishment. Blushing, El Shilian asked, "Divine Dr. Dahai, could you check if there's a dark spot here?" Li Dahai was taken aback, directing his gaze toward her chest, only to discover that El Shilian was in excellent health, showing no signs of illness or blemishes, but rather exuding vitality. A woman in such good health could easily bear several healthy children. With a wry smile, Li Dahai replied, "Shilian, you silly girl, you seem perfectly fine to me. I don't see anything wrong." El Shilian, her cheeks flushed, retorted, "Divine Dr. Dahai, that's not something you can simply see." Li Dahai was momentarily bewildered. When had his skills become the subject of such rumors? It turned out that some village women, having sprained their ankles or wrists while working, sought his assistance, leading to the spread of such tales, which left him both amused and bemused. Chuckling, he said, "Sister-in-law, I shall not hold back then." El Shilian nodded in agreement, and Li Dahai proceeded to take her pulse, intent on diagnosing her condition. His technique had been honed through practice. El Shilian, curious, watched intently and, with a hint of shyness, urged, "Divine Dr. Dahai, you must apply a bit more pressure. This way, you won't get a proper reading." Li Dahai was taken aback by her request. El Shilian, with a playful grin, looked at him, and he couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that healing could come with unexpected benefits, especially with a woman as beautiful as El Shilian seemingly inviting him into her embrace. Nevertheless, despite his examination, he found nothing amiss with her. At this juncture, Li Dahai discerned that El Shilian had no actual ailment. Her request had merely been a ruse to send Wang Yonggui away, allowing her time with him. He felt a surge of joy, knowing that with such a captivating woman by his side, he need not fear solitude in the days to come. Quietly, he remarked, "Shilian, you're perfectly healthy. If it weren't for my concern, I would simply write you a prescription." El Shilian cast him a sidelong glance and teased, "Divine Dr. Dahai, if you don't wish to let go of my hand, then why not keep it there? I'm not used to you releasing it." To his astonishment, she pressed his hand down, drawing closer. Finally, she whispered, "Divine Dr. Dahai, it must be that my clothing is not entirely removed. You simply haven't seen enough." Li Dahai was momentarily speechless, glancing down to see that El Shilian had only her undergarment left. Should she remove that, the view would be fully revealed to him. He chuckled softly, aware that while the view was not entirely clear, it undeniably stirred his desires. Seeing Li Dahai's captivated gaze, El Shilian felt a sense of pride. Believing her ailment to be a matter of the heart, Li Dahai felt his composure wavering under her enchanting presence, yet he managed to maintain his resolve. Today, it seemed, he had indeed stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. Before he could speak, El Shilian took the initiative, further fueling the tension in the room. Chapter 22. Prescribing a remedy. At this moment, Lu Shilian, with a sudden movement, unfastened her undergarments. Today, she felt vibrant and wished to spend more time with Li Dahai. However, it was merely a matter of prescribing a remedy. Once she discarded her clothing, Li Dahai was momentarily overwhelmed. As the exquisite contours of Lu Shilian's figure were laid bare before him, he finally understood why individuals in ancient times were drawn to voluptuous women. Indeed, such a captivating woman was a delight. Especially when Lu Shilian caught Li Dahai's gaze, her heart swelled with joy. She believed that as long as she was with him, happiness would be hers forever. For sometimes, women are also attracted to accomplished younger men. Moreover, Lu Shilian had long contemplated dealing with Wang Yongui, who frequently indulged in debauchery, and she questioned herself why she should not have her own moments of pleasure. The crux of the matter was that Wang Yongui was becoming increasingly neglectful, his affairs leaving him little energy for his family. Over time, Lu Shilian found herself growing more and more restless, yearning for a man as companionship. Fortunately, with Li Dahai's arrival, she felt emboldened to pursue her intentions. Everything was progressing smoothly. She held confidence in her beauty and figure, and the sight of Li Dahai filled her with a sense of pride. Li Dahai, having prepared some herbal remedies, felt the weight of Lu Shilian's gaze as she subtly urged, "Dahai, come hold me quickly, but let us remain silent. Wang Yongui is surely watching." Li Dahai nodded in understanding. To avoid making excess noise, they embraced quietly, feeling the softness of each other's bodies. At that moment, Li Dahai felt a sense of satisfaction and excitement. Particularly after practicing the Shinong medical classic, he sensed his physical prowess had significantly improved, even surpassing his condition upon graduation. He felt as though he was experiencing a second growth spurt, confident that even facing 3 Wang Yongweis would be no challenge for him. As they held each other close, Lu Shilian leaned into Li Dahai's embrace, savoring his masculine presence, her head lowered shyly. She relished the warmth of his arms, reluctant to part. Li Dahai, aware that had it not been for Wang Yonggui's presence, he would have certainly taken Lu Shilian to bed, knowing full well that when a woman is aroused, she becomes less concerned with complications, seeking only satisfaction. However, with an unwelcome observer outside, both felt a sense of unfulfilled desire. Lu Shilian finally suggested, "Dahai, why don't we lie down on the bed for a while? I'm feeling a bit unsteady." Being in Li Dahai's company had stirred her imagination, and at that moment, she felt a wave of weakness. Having spent considerable time together, she proposed they rest on the bed. Yet, Li Dahai was apprehensive. Given their current state, they risked igniting a fire that might be hard to extinguish. He could not afford to confront Wang Yongui directly, and if he were to win Lu Shilian's affections, it had to be done discreetly. Thus, Li Dahai quietly suggested, "Sister Shilian, it may not be convenient to go to the bed now. How about I carry you instead?" Without further ado, he lifted her, positioning her against his waist, making Lu Shilian resemble a koala clinging to a tree. One could only imagine the curiosity of onlookers regarding their relationship. Yet, at that moment, Li Dahai was unconcerned with others. Being with Lu Shilian stirred something deep within him. Lu Shilian blushed, acutely aware of the sensation of Li Dahai's strong hands on her form. She had not anticipated encountering him in such a manner within her chamber. With a slight flush, she remarked, "Dahai, is this not a bit tiring for you?" Li Dahai, however, shook his head with a smile, replying, "Not at all, Sister Shilian. This is just right." He realized that holding her this way allowed him to fully appreciate her figure. Lu Shilian felt comfortable in his embrace, and neither spoke further, surrendering to the moment. The truth was, she had not shared such intimacy with Wang Yongui in quite some time. However, just as they basked in their closeness, Wang Yongui could no longer remain passive. Feeling the tension of their prolonged absence, he knocked on the door, demanding, "Shilian and Li Dahai, what are you two doing in there? Why are you taking so long to come out?" Chapter 23, A Surprise Encounter Inside the Room. Lu Shilian and Li Dahai were entwined in an affectionate embrace. Just as they were indulging in their intimate moment, unexpectedly, Wang Yongui knocked on the door, disrupting their tender exchange. Lu Shilian had been lost in her thoughts about what their next step should be, whether to lie on the bed or continue savoring this fleeting tranquility. However, their harmonious moment was abruptly shattered by Wang Yonggui's intrusion. Embarrassed, Lu Shilian remarked, "Divine Dr. Dahai, kindly put me down, otherwise Wang Yongui will become insufferable if he discovers us." To her surprise, Li Dahai merely scoffed, feeling that it was rather inappropriate to release Lu Shilian at that moment, especially since she was clad only in her upper garment, revealing an alluring sight that he had not yet fully appreciated. The knocking grew louder, and Wang Yongui was now attempting to unlock the door with a key, but Lu Shilian had already secured it from the inside, leaving him baffled. As Wang Yongui prepared to express his indignation, the door unexpectedly creaked open, revealing Lu Shilian and Li Dahai, who stepped out with feigned seriousness. Puzzled, Wang Yongui inquired, "What were you two doing just now? I called out, but neither of you responded." Lu Shilian, maintaining her composure, replied, "Wang Yongui, what are you saying? Divine Dr. Dahai was treating me just now." Your loud shouting disrupted his concentration. Wang Yongui was taken aback. having not anticipated such a scenario. He hesitantly asked, "Divine Dr. Dahai, this shouldn't be an issue, right? Perhaps you could continue?" However, Li Dahai shook his head, saying, "There's no need to continue. I'm rather fatigued today. Let us save it for another time. My friend, I must apologize. Next time you visit me, I shall extend some special discounts for you. What do you think?" Lu Xiulian understood that Li Dahai was inviting her, and she beamed in response. After all, being interrupted during their consultation by Wang Yonggui was one matter, but visiting Li Dahai's place would be an entirely different experience. There, they could seize the opportunity for a more intimate connection, a prospect that made her blush with anticipation. The thought of developing such a close relationship with Li Dahai filled Lu Xiulian with a sense of relief from her recent yearning. Yet, Wang Yonggui interjected, "Divine Dr. Dahai, that won't do. We've already consulted. You must prescribe some medicine for us. Otherwise, should anything happen to my wife, I shall hold you accountable." Wang Yonggui was being quite unreasonable. Nevertheless, upon observing Lu Xiulian's graceful and mature demeanor, especially after having glimpsed her alluring form, Li Dahai discerned that she was not ailing in any conventional sense. If anything, she was afflicted by longing, and all she required was a robust companion. However, he wisely refrained from voicing this thought, as he intended to enjoy the moment. Thus, Li Dahai pretended to write a prescription for Lu Xiulian, though it was not for any ailment, but rather a tonic for her health and beauty. He handed it to Wang Yonggui, saying, "Village Chief Wang, this is the prescription I've prepared. Have your wife take it once daily. If needed, you may collect more from my place later." Wang Yonggui accepted the prescription, exclaiming, "Very well, Divine Dr. Dahai, we trust your integrity." Li Dahai smiled in silence, bidding farewell to Wang Yonggui and his wife before preparing to depart. Wang Yonggui, filled with gratitude, believed he had struck a significant bargain. Eagerly, Wang Yonggui showed the prescription to Lu Xiulian, exclaiming, "Xiulian, if this truly cures your ailment, we shall save quite a sum." Lu Xiulian chuckled, "Wang Yonggui, rest assured, we have full faith in Divine Dr. Dahai's skills. Many in the village have already attested to his expertise, so you can consider your expenses minimized." Wang Yonggui beamed, casting a glance at Li Dahai. However, as Li Dahai said his goodbyes, Lu Xiulian cast a flirtatious glance back at him, indicating her reluctance to see him leave. Meanwhile, Wang Yonggui also agreed to send someone to inspect the ancient well in the village, hoping to uncover traces of the elusive cold silver snake. In that moment, Li Dahai realized that the village chief's family had not consumed water from the ancient well, which explained their lack of illness over the years. Although Li Dahai had not treated any patients today, the brief intimacy with Lu Xiulian had left him in a state of considerable longing. After all, embracing such a captivating woman was bound to stir desires. Yet, the perplexing situation was that while she ignited his passions, she offered no means to quench them, which he found morally troubling. Given that it was utterly impossible to summon Lu Xiulian to his home that evening, Li Dahai resigned himself to return home. He contemplated whether to seek out Hu Xiuying, hoping to gain her favor, which would undoubtedly be advantageous to him. Just as he neared his doorstep, he spotted a woman waiting for him. A smile crept across his face. It seemed that just as his fervor surged, a means to extinguish it had appeared. To his surprise, it was Wang Tsuolan, who, after escorting Wang Qiuxiang home and witnessing her swift recovery, had hurried to find Li Dahai. After all, she had promised to spend the night with him, and she was determined not to let that opportunity slip away. However, upon arriving at Li Dahai's home, she found that he had already gone to Wang Yonggui's residence, leaving her waiting at the door for quite some time. As soon as she spotted Li Dahai approaching, Wang Tsuelan rushed to greet him. Chapter 24. Rumors. Wang Tsuelan welcomed Li Dahai with an exuberance that was quite unrestrained. Indeed, she was indifferent to the whispers circulating in the village. After all, when a woman has already been branded a harlot by the entire community, she becomes impervious to the opinions of others. True to form, Wang Tsuelan leaped into Li Dahai's arms, prompting him to catch her swiftly. A waft of fragrant femininity enveloped Li Dahai, igniting a fervor within him akin to kindling a fire. Notably, Wang Tsuelan writhed against him like a serpent, and Li Dahai felt a surge of excitement as he noticed that she appeared even more alluring than during their last encounter. To restrain her movements, he grasped her firmly, his hands clasping her waist with a grip reminiscent of a vice. Wang Tsuelan's cheeks flushed, particularly as she had adorned herself in black stockings for this meeting, accentuating her sensuality and charm. She clung to Li Dahai's neck and inquired, "Dahai, where have you been? I searched for you everywhere." Taken aback, Li Dahai replied, "I went to the village chief's house. I suspect your ailments might stem from drinking water from the ancient well. If we can locate the cold-congealed serpent within, your illness should subside. After recounting his findings, Wang Tsuelan was taken aback by this revelation. A moment later, she cautiously asked, Dahai, did you see Lu Xiulian at Wang Yonggui's house? I must warn you to steer clear of her. Though she appears serious, she has a scandalous side. Do not let her seduce you. Li Dahai was momentarily stunned, realizing that Wang Tsuelan understood women remarkably well. However, her warning came too late, as he had already succumbed to Lu Xiulian's allure. The intimacy they shared earlier today lingered on him, with her fragrance still clinging to his skin. Indeed, Wang Tsuelan had a keen sense of smell, and Li Dahai found himself curious about why women's noses seemed so acutely perceptive compared to men's. After sniffing him for a moment, Wang Tsuelan asked, Dahai, what is this? Why do you carry the scent of another woman? She leaned in closer, confirming that the fragrance was not her own, but that of another alluring woman. Her brow furrowed as she queried, could this be the scent left by Lu Xiulian when she seduced you? Li Dahai was taken aback, realizing that Wang Tsuelan had nearly deduced the truth. However, he could not confess at that moment. Quickly, he retorted, nonsense. You misunderstood me. I was treating patients today, and those women kept brushing against me. Don't read too much into it. Wang Tsuelan pouted, well aware that many women in the village had set their sights on Li Dahai. While she was straightforward about her feelings, others resorted to subtler tactics. The thought of other women vying for Li Dahai's attention unsettled her, prompting her to cling to him even tighter. Previously, she had said, Dahai, I don't ask for much from you. Just know that I will fulfill your needs from now on, all right? You need not concern yourself with those enchanting women. You have me now, surely that is enough? Wang Tsuelan's intentions were clear. She sought to ensnare Li Dahai in her embrace. After years of a transient lifestyle, she longed for a stable partner to share her life with. Li Dahai, hearing her words, smirked slightly. After all, the notion of frolicking through a garden of flowers while remaining untouched was one of his dreams. However, he knew that while he could enjoy the company of Wang Tsuelan, he could not forsake the entirety of the flower garden for just one bloom. Yet, for the moment, he needed to placate her. All right, Sister Tsuelan, whatever you say, he replied with a smile. By the way, I really need to open the door now. Could you please let go of me? Wang Tsuelan's face flushed crimson at his request. She attempted to descend, only to realize that Li Dahai was still firmly holding her. A glance into his eyes confirmed her suspicion that he harbored feelings for her, as his embrace was reluctant to loosen. Blushing, she urged, Dahai, you need to let me go so I can get down. Li Dahai, unable to resist, playfully squeezed her waist, reveling in the delightful firmness of her form. Though he had previously experienced this, he found himself unwilling to release her, instead carrying her towards the door with a sense of urgency. As Li Dahai swung the door open, he eagerly brought Wang Tsuelan inside. The evening had fallen, and the village was devoid of nightlife, as darkness enveloped the surroundings. Most returned to their homes, either embracing their spouses or indulging in meager entertainment. Yet, Li Dahai's pursuits were far more varied. For the enchanting woman before him ignited a more fervent desire within him, and he yearned for Wang Tsuelan to extinguish the flames of his longing. Chapter 25. Seeking the carpenter's services at this moment, Li Dahai held Wang Tsuelan tenderly, his grip unwavering, which stirred a wave of excitement within her. She realized that he had been embracing her for quite a while without any sign of fatigue, a testament to his robust physique, which only made her eyes sparkle with admiration. After all, she had encountered many men who were merely pleasing to the eye yet utterly useless. Fortunately, Li Dahai was not among them. He possessed both strength and charm, a combination she believed would be worth 100 such men. As Li Dahai locked the door with a swift motion, he was aware that evening had fallen, and he needed to consider his own happiness for the night. He feared that someone might come seeking medical attention, but he would have to ask them to wait until the morrow. Gazing into the eyes of the enchanting woman in his arms, he mused, Salon, what troubles you? I suspect you can hardly contain your anticipation, can you? Wang Tsuelan, blushing and gazing shyly at Li Dahai, replied, what do you think, Dahai? I have long been on edge. Had I not taken Wang Qiusheng home today, I would have acted on my desires much sooner. With that, she embraced him passionately. As they held each other tightly, the intoxicating scent of Wang Tsuelan enveloped them, heightening their fervor, and Li Dahai felt a stirring within himself. Though he pondered why Wang Tsuelan could be so unabashedly with him, given she was a married woman, he also recognized that there had been no repercussions in the days they had spent together. With a sense of relief, he thought, if she was untroubled, why should he be? It seemed that Zhang, the carpenter, was indifferent to such matters, which fortuitously allowed Li Dahai and Wang Tsuelan to indulge in their connection. Wang Suilan. With a deepening affection, locked eyes with Li Dahai. She yearned for a husband like him, unlike her own spouse, who was handsome yet utterly ineffectual. However, she was acutely aware that she was not worthy of someone like Li Dahai, who deserved far better. Moreover, she harbored doubts about whether a man of such skill would remain in their small village. Nevertheless, during her years of solitude, being a fleeting partner to Li Dahai was a delightful reprieve. She was quite pragmatic, requiring little, as long as Li Dahai stayed in Qinshan village. Her days would be filled with joy. After all, seize the moment was a mantra that resonated with her free-spirited nature. Embracing this philosophy, Wang Suilan regarded their time together as a cherished occasion, for every moment was invaluable. In a rush of urgency, she exclaimed, "Dahai, hurry, toss me onto your bed. I can hardly wait any longer." Li Dahai chuckled at her candor, realizing how straightforward women could be. With no further ado, he lifted her and gently laid her upon the bed. At that moment, he pondered whether his bed should be larger and sturdier. While he had not noticed its inadequacy when alone, the presence of another made him realize it might indeed be insufficient. In their village, acquiring a new bed would either require crafting one or purchasing it from the town. As he observed Wang Suilan lying enticingly on the bed, he remarked, "This bed seems a bit small. I shall procure a larger one tomorrow for our comfort." Wang Suilan blushed at his words and quickly replied, "Dahai, you need not trouble yourself. Besides, the quality of store-bought beds is often poor, so it would be better to have one made." Li Dahai inquired, "Then whom should we approach?" Wang Suilan, propping herself up slightly, retorted, "Who else but my late husband, Zhang the carpenter? He is adept in his craft. Unfortunately, business has been slow for him lately, but if you need a bed, why not have him make one for you? He is quite skilled, though his health has waned, and I have endured much with him. Nevertheless, his craftsmanship is commendable, and I have referred many clients to him." Feeling a twinge of embarrassment at her candidness, Wang Suilan found it difficult to meet Li Dahai's gaze. Yet, she understood that certain matters must be addressed. Li Dahai, amused by her words, thought of the other women who awaited him, realizing that an inadequate bed would not suffice. The adage to do a good job, one must first sharpen their tools, resonated within him. A proper environment was essential for intimacy. Furthermore, with others such as Hu Xiaoying and Wang Qiuxiang in mind, he did not wish to shortchange them. With some money in his pocket, he asserted, Zhang the carpenter's skills are commendable. It is best to let a professional handle it. Chapter 26, a rare classic at last. Wang Suilan said somewhat shyly, "Dahai, I truly appreciate your help. Rest assured, I will take care of this matter. However, I will discuss it tomorrow. For tonight, let us make do here." In truth, she did not feel as though she was merely making do. With such a talented young doctor by her side, she felt entirely content, even if it meant sleeping on the floor. Of course, if it were someone she disliked, no matter how luxurious the bed, it would be of no comfort to her. Ultimately, it all depended on the person. The bed and external conditions were merely embellishments. Wang Suilan leaned in for a kiss, which Li Dahai fervently reciprocated. He noticed that her kiss was infused with warmth and sincerity, a clear indication that this beautiful woman in her prime was genuinely moved. Overwhelmed by the moment, Li Dahai embraced Wang Suilan tightly, his hands encircling her delicate waist, feeling as though her waist was akin to a supple water snake, almost slipping from his grasp. He was astounded by her exquisite figure. Such a stunning woman was not one he would allow to slip by. The atmosphere between them had reached a crescendo, leaving them inseparable. The flames of desire ignited within them, burning fiercely and unabated, as both Li Dahai and Wang Suilan teetered on the edge of losing their rationality. With the mood set, their connection could not be halted. Wang Suilan had prepared extensively for this evening, and in return, Li Dahai was determined to impress her. Though they were confined to a small bed, their hearts intertwined closely. Soon, a pair of gentle hands extinguished the light. Li Dahai, puzzled, inquired, "Why did you turn off the light?" Wang Suilan timidly replied, "Dahai, I feel a bit restrained with the light on. In the darkness, I can let go." Li Dahai smiled softly, amused by her shyness. To him, her bashfulness added a certain charm, and he was more than willing to accommodate her wishes. Though the lights were out, Li Dahai's keen eyesight, honed through his medical training, allowed him to see clearly in the dim light cast by the stars outside. This clarity emboldened him, and he felt liberated in her presence. He believed that when two individuals found themselves together, they ought to surrender themselves wholeheartedly to one another. Now, in the darkness, Wang Suilan revealed herself without reservation, allowing Li Dahai to appreciate her beauty and the allure of her form. The mature femininity she exuded was irresistibly captivating. In the shadows, Wang Tsuelan became increasingly assertive, coiling around Li Dahai like a water snake. With a playful laugh, she declared, "Dahai, we can finally be together. Rest assured. Tonight, I will ensure your utmost pleasure, something no one else has ever experienced." Li Dahai chuckled with excitement, realizing that their close proximity heightened his focus on his healing abilities. Before he could utter a word, Wang Tsuelan leaned in to kiss him, becoming increasingly audacious. To his surprise, she began to remove his clothing, soon leaving him entirely bare. At that moment, both had laid bare their souls to each other. Li Dahai pondered that Wang Tsuelan's newfound boldness might stem from the darkness, which had stripped away her inhibitions. Yet, her state aligned perfectly with his desires. After all, what was meant to happen between them had long been inevitable. Li Dahai prided himself on being responsible, especially considering Wang Tsuelan's kindness towards him. As they kissed, they tumbled playfully on the bed, and Wang Tsuelan noticed that Li Dahai seemed stronger than before, filling her heart with joy at not having made the wrong choice. With Li Dahai in her life, her greatest happiness was assured. Crucially, Li Dahai was unlike other men. He was the finest she had ever encountered. In her heart, she sought only the most exceptional, the most powerful, or the most robust man. Li Dahai had eclipsed all others in her mind, and in the darkness, he reveled in her touch, feeling a sense of pride. He sensed that his cultivation of the Shinnong medical classic was reaching a breakthrough, believing that he was on the verge of mastering it. The Shinnong medical classic was indeed a remarkable treasure, a pivotal point in Li Dahai's destiny. He felt that once he mastered it, he would soar to great heights, believing that his ascent would begin with the women of Qinshan village. Chapter 27. The sun has risen. At that moment, Li Dahai felt that this was indeed a splendid starting point. The mere thought of it filled him with excitement. Both Wang Tsuelan and Hu Xiuying were keenly attentive to Li Dahai's beginnings. Of course, Li Dahai's efforts had not been in vain. He had, at the very least, gained the affection of these women. The allure of a mature woman, in particular, left Li Dahai somewhat entranced. For instance, at that very moment, Wang Tsuelan was nestled against him, stirring feelings within him that were hard to resist. Li Dahai reflected on his journey from having nothing to now being surrounded by the hopes of these women, which instilled in him a profound confidence about the future. Not to mention, with Wang Tsuelan wrapped tightly around him, he was finally experiencing the warmth of familial bliss. Although he mused that having a child at this stage would be premature, the presence of such a beautiful partner left him feeling immensely content. After turning off the lights, Li Dahai finally understood what Wang Tsuelan meant by being open. It was not merely about relaxed postures, but rather an expression of unrestrained passion. Yet, Li Dahai found himself drawn to Wang Tsuelan's free-spirited nature. After all, what else could a man and a woman, alone in a room, desire but the exhilarating madness of the night? And so, on that small bed, the two embraced tightly. That evening, Li Dahai truly discovered the essence of womanhood, particularly as Wang Tsuelan perceived him to be a remarkable man, while he too recognized her inherent goodness. Their time together brought Wang Tsuelan immense satisfaction. As time passed, the dawn approached, and the couple finally surrendered to sleep, utterly exhausted from their escapades. Li Dahai, however, grew concerned for Wang Tsuelan's well-being and suggested, "Sister Tsuelan, it's quite late. Perhaps we should rest for a while." But Wang Tsuelan shook her head, yearning for more time together. Li Dahai quickly reassured her, "Sister Tsuelan, there's no need to rush. We have plenty of time. Look at our relationship now. Do you really think I would leave?" His words brought a smile to her face. Fortunately, Wang Tsuelan had enjoyed a hearty meal that night and soon fell into a deep slumber. Though the bed was small, it was sufficient for both to share comfortably. The following day, as the sun climbed higher in the sky, Wang Tsuelan and Li Dahai finally awoke. It was no surprise they had slept in. Their exertions from the night before had left them thoroughly fatigued. Yet, on this day, they both appeared remarkably refreshed, as if they had enjoyed a restorative night of rest. Particularly, when Wang Tsuelan opened her eyes, she found Li Dahai asleep in her embrace. Overwhelmed by maternal affection, she held him closer. Her movement roused him. And as he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a beautiful young woman gazing at him, the blush on her cheeks. A stark contrast to the uninhibited woman from the night before left Li Dahai momentarily spellbound. Wang Tsuelan felt a twinge of shyness, perceiving herself as a mature woman indulging in youthful desires. Nevertheless, Li Dahai was unfazed. He was simply captivated by her beauty and felt no need to dwell on anything else. "Wang Tsuelan, you're awake. Let us get up. I believe someone is knocking at the door," she urged. "Is someone here to seek medical attention this early?" Li Dahai frowned, having heard the knocking himself. Yet, in their village, early risers were commonplace, tending to their fields before dawn. making it quite normal for someone to seek his services at this hour. Realizing he could no longer linger in bed, Li Dahai hurriedly dressed, but noticed that Wang Tsuelan remained still, as radiant as a sleeping beauty in the sunlight. "Sister Tsuelan, why are you still lying down? Aren't you leaving?" he inquired, knowing she had to return home eventually, though he wouldn't mind if she chose to stay longer. It would complicate his interactions with others. With a sigh, Wang Tsuelan shook her head. "Dahai, I feel utterly drained. I can hardly dress myself. Please help me." She lowered her gaze, overwhelmed by shyness. Having never faced such a situation before, Wang Tsuelan felt delightfully weak after their night together, her body feeling soft and languid, as if made of cotton. All this was a gift from Li Dahai. Upon hearing her plea, he promptly approached, lifting her clothing. "Sister Tsuelan, you must cooperate. I'll help you get dressed." As he reached for her undergarments, Wang Tsuelan blushed deeply, feeling vulnerable and intimately exposed in front of him. The memories of their previous night together flooded her mind, rendering her even more helpless. Chapter 28. Gathering herbs at this moment. Li Dahai was blissfully unaware of the myriad thoughts racing through Wang Tsuelan's mind. After all, he was still inclined to shower her with care, especially since she had attended to him so tenderly the previous night. Thus, it was no great matter for him to help her don a garment. As he retrieved her underwear, Wang Tsuelan naturally complied, her demeanor exuding grace, which facilitated the process for Li Dahai. It must be said, her willingness caused a flush of shyness to wash over her. In that moment, she felt akin to Li Dahai's beloved, touched by his attention. And she sensed a deepening bond between them. Where their prior connection had been rooted solely in physical attraction, Wang Tsuelan now realized that their relationship had transcended mere pleasure. It had begun to blossom with genuine emotion. Once a woman's heart is engaged, particularly one as enchanting as Wang Tsuelan, it becomes a formidable force, seldom relinquished. Whenever they were together, she felt as though she had been reborn. Meanwhile, as Li Dahai assisted her with her clothing, he could not help but encounter her alluring, mature form, stirring within him a tempest of desire. He yearned to embrace her once more, to lose himself in a passionate slumber. Yet, he restrained himself, fully aware that there were pressing matters to attend to. After the fervent events of the previous night, moderation was essential. He feared that should he indulge further, his body might falter, and even if it could withstand the strain, he must consider Wang Tsuelan's well-being. Nevertheless, Li Dahai recognized that being with Wang Tsuelan at this moment marked the achievement of a significant milestone in his journey. With great effort, he suppressed his excitement and dressed her properly. He exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. For the act of dressing her had felt akin to waging a grand battle. Had it not been for his resolute willpower, he feared they would have remained in bed all day, yet there were more pressing matters to address. Wang Yongguei had consented for Li Dahai to venture into the ancient well that day to retrieve the venomous snake, and it was imperative that he go. The serpent's poison was potent, and while a few elderly villagers possessed rudimentary medical knowledge, they paled in comparison to Li Dahai's expertise. This task fell solely to him, as the health of the women in Qingshan village was at stake. Many of these women were lovely young matrons, with whom Li Dahai had formed an indelible bond. For their well-being, he felt compelled to take action. As time passed, not only would the women suffer, but the men would too, as the issue of sleep often intertwined with the very survival of the village. Thus, driven by the noble intent to heal, Li Dahai resolved to investigate. Yet, at that moment, Wang Tsuelan remained in bed, unmoving. Li Dahai asked, "Sister Tsuelan, are you unwell? Why not rest a while longer?" In a feeble manner, she raised her hands and replied, "Dahai, could you help me sit up? I lack the strength to move. My legs feel weak." Taken aback, Li Dahai had anticipated the wildness of their previous night's escapades. With no choice but to assist her, he gently propped her up, noting how fragile she felt against him. He silently chastised himself for being so reckless. Fortunately, he had remedies at his disposal, for he was renowned as a healer. He promptly helped her to a chair, saying, "Sister Tsuan, wait here. I shall fetch some herbs for you. After you consume them, you will feel revitalized." Wang Tsuelan smiled, her eyes sparkling. "Dahai, if you possess such abilities, why not hasten your efforts? You should have prepared this last night." Li Dahai chuckled wryly, realizing that had he provided her the remedy then, they might have spent the night in slumber instead. The herbs were designed to awaken one's latent potential. After instructing Wang Tsuelan to rest, he hurriedly set about gathering the necessary herbs. As he prepared the concoction, he opened the front door, aware that there were villagers seeking his medical assistance. Upon doing so, he was greeted by a familiar, vibrant figure, Wang Qiuxiang, Wang Tsuelan's younger sister. With urgency etched on her face, she exclaimed, "Divine Dr. Dahai, have you seen my sister, Wang Suelan? I sought her this morning. But my brother-in-law informed me that she did not return last night. I thought you two had a pleasant conversation yesterday, so I came to inquire about her whereabouts." Li Dahai gestured toward the interior of the house, reassuring her, "Do not fret, Xiaoxiang. Sister Zuelan is here with me." Chapter 29. Guessing Li Dahai awkwardly touched his nose, revealing his discomfort. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoxiang's face flushed crimson, her lips murmuring indistinctly as she struggled to find the right words. It seemed this young lady had surmised the activities between Li Dahai and Wang Suelan the previous night. However, curiosity gnawed at her regarding how her sister could be so audacious as to spend the night away from home, taking refuge with Li Dahai. The sight of Li Dahai just rising from slumber led her to wonder if Wang Suelan had indeed shared the bed with him. This thought set her heart racing, as it is often the nature of women to be quite inquisitive. Moreover, Wang Xiaoxiang had heard whispers about Wang Suelan's romantic escapades. At times, she had been reluctant to accept such tales, yet the evidence before her now left no room for denial. Suddenly, she recalled that her sister was, after all, a captivating beauty, unfortunately married to the wrong man. This realization sparked a twinge of regret for Wang Xiaoxiang. As she covertly observed Li Dahai, she noted his youthful handsomeness and charm, which seemed more than suitable for her sister. Yet an unsettling thought crept into her mind. What if Li Dahai and Wang Zuelan truly became a couple? What would her own position be then? Reflecting on her feelings, she acknowledged that she had once harbored affections for Li Dahai herself, which was why she had come to visit. Her initial intention was merely to see Li Dahai and inquire about her sister's whereabouts, but she had not anticipated finding Wang Suelan there. Consequently, Wang Xiaoxiang eagerly sought out Wang Suelan. When she finally located her sister, she found Wang Suelan reclining in a chair, resting her eyes. Observing her sister, Wang Xiaoxiang noted the flush of vitality in Wang Suelan's complexion, as if Li Dahai had invigorated her, making her appear several years younger. Wang Xiaoxiang quickly touched her own face and realized, despite being younger than Wang Suelan, her sister's skin was equally radiant. As Wang Suelan sensed someone had entered, she opened her eyes to discover Wang Xiaoxiang standing before her, startling her. "Xiaoxiang, what brings you here?" Wang Suelan exclaimed. Wang Xiaoxiang pouted. "I've been knocking at the door for ages, and you didn't even come to let me in. Do you know I've been waiting outside since dawn? It's been hours." With a hint of embarrassment, Wang Suelan replied, "I apologize, Xiaoxiang. I just woke up. I am truly sorry. And I promise to make it up to you." Wang Xiaoxiang's eyes brightened at this, and she asked, "Sister Suelan, how do you plan to repay me?" With a smile, Wang Suelan suggested, "How about treating you to a grand feast?" Wang Xiaoxiang nodded in satisfaction, but added, "That sounds wonderful, but you must invite Li Dahai as well. I think it would be delightful for the three of us to dine together." Wang Suelan suddenly pondered why she hadn't thought of this plan sooner. However, she felt that her relationship with Wang Xiaoxiang and Li Dahai had grown quite intimate, and sharing a meal together was not out of the question. After all, it was evident that Wang Xiaoxiang also wished to be closer to Li Dahai. Wang Suelan, understanding that a young man of Li Dahai's caliber would likely have many admirers, was rather open-minded about it. Perhaps introducing her sister to him would be a splendid idea, a practice she had often considered. Thus, Wang Suelan readily agreed, saying, "All right, Xiaoxiang. I promise to arrange a meal for all of us. Rest assured, if Li Dahai is willing, I will invite you both for a grand feast." This made Wang Xiaoxiang quite happy, yet she was still puzzled. "Sister, why are you just sitting here? Shouldn't you be moving around? It's already bright outside, and you ought to return home. I saw brother-in-law earlier, and he asked where you were." Wang Xiaoxiang's remark seemed to strike a nerve, as Wang Suelan had little fondness for Zhang Mujiang. His persistence would only exacerbate her annoyance. Hence, she replied, "Xiaoxiang, can we refrain from discussing Zhang Mujiang today? I can return whenever I wish. Besides, my legs feel weak. I'll wait for Li Dahai to prepare some medicine before I leave." Wang Xiaoxiang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sister Zuelan, is Li Dahai really that impressive? More so than those actors in the films I've seen?" Wang Suelan chuckled softly and replied, "Indeed. And Xiaoxiang, you should stop watching those films. They can be harmful. You ought to find yourself a boyfriend. As women age, we should seek warmth in our beds at night. I must tell you, Li Dahai was exceptional last night. Her face radiated sheer bliss." Wang Xiaoxiang, feeling a sense of urgency, pressed her sister for details about last night's events. Her curiosity piqued, despite Wang Suelan's reluctance. She eventually capitulated to her sister's inquisitiveness and recounted the night's happenings in full. Chapter 30. Brewing Herbal Medicine. Upon hearing the news, Wang Qiuxiang's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Wang Suilan and Li Dahai had been so reckless the previous evening. Moreover, in an effort to prepare her younger sister, Wang Suilan had been quite candid, recognizing that this was an experience every woman must endure. Wang Suilan believed that it was better to inform Wang Qiuxiang sooner rather than later, especially since she had now reached the age of courtship. And Wang Suilan wished to spare her from any unnecessary detours. While they were engaged in conversation, Li Dahai had already retreated to the kitchen to prepare the herbal concoction for Wang Suilan. Fortunately, he was adept at brewing medicine. After completing the preparation, he returned with the remedy. As Li Dahai entered, he found Wang Suilan and Wang Qiuxiang in a fit of laughter. However, after a brief moment of joy, Wang Qiuxiang's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, appearing quite bashful. Curiosity piqued, Li Dahai approached and inquired, "What are you two chatting about that brings such merriment?" The moment I walked in, the conversation ceased. Wang Suilan, still smiling, cast a glance at Li Dahai, her cheeks reddening as she hastily averted her gaze to her feet. Resembling a shy girl caught in a moment of indiscretion, Li Dahai was perplexed, sensing that the two women were sharing a secret. He then urged, "Drink this herbal medicine. Once consumed, you shall feel invigorated." Yet, Wang Suilan, with a playful glint in her eye, responded, "Dahai, I currently lack the strength for the evening's activities. Would you mind feeding me?" Taken aback, Li Dahai glanced at Wang Qiuxiang, who remained with her head bowed, too timid to meet his eyes, akin to an ostrich. Upon hearing Wang Qiuxiang's comment, Li Dahai pinched his nose and proceeded to feed Wang Suilan spoonfuls of the herbal concoction. She consumed it delicately, and during this tender exchange, Li Dahai's movements were gentle, while Wang Suilan's grace in consuming the medicine rendered Wang Qiuxiang momentarily speechless. She had initially believed that Wang Suilan and Li Dahai shared merely an ordinary romantic relationship, yet she was taken aback by the depth of their connection. At that moment, it seemed as if they were not merely acquaintances but rather a couple who had weathered the trials of time together. Wang Suilan, who had previously felt lethargic, suddenly radiated vitality after drinking the medicine. With a swift motion, she stood up and took a few steps. "Dahai, your medicine is truly effective. I feel invigorated," she exclaimed, her admiration for Li Dahai growing, especially after experiencing his medical prowess firsthand, which she deemed a miracle. In her elation, Wang Suilan leaped into Li Dahai's arms. He instinctively caught her, though his hands inadvertently rested upon her posterior, a gesture solely intended to prevent her from falling. Wang Suilan's cheeks flushed as she realized her exuberance might have been excessive, especially with her sister observing nearby. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she squirmed in Li Dahai's embrace, attempting to extricate herself. However, Wang Suilan was as slippery as a water snake, making it difficult for Li Dahai to let her down. She whispered in his ear, "Dahai, please put me down. Qiuxiang is watching. As her elder sister, I should maintain a certain decorum." Yet, Li Dahai chuckled and replied, "Sister Suilan, it seems we are already under Qiuxiang's watchful eye. What is there to be embarrassed about?" At that moment, Li Dahai felt liberated from concern. For Wang Qiuxiang was already aware of their circumstances. He understood that despite her current demeanor, should he take Wang Qiuxiang to bed, she might prove to be even more spirited than Wang Suilan. Especially as he held Wang Suilan's curves, he found it hard to release her. Eventually, Wang Qiuxiang, unable to bear the sight any longer, cleared her throat and remarked, "Dahai, and you too, Sister Suilan, aren't you both hungry? I've been standing here since early morning and am quite famished." As if on cue, her stomach growled audibly. In that moment, Li Dahai realized he too had neglected his hunger, previously oblivious due to the excitement brought on by the herbal medicine. However, he recognized the necessity of nourishment. With a smile, he proposed, "How about I prepare breakfast for you both?" The moment Wang Qiuxiang and Wang Suilan heard of his intention to cook, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chapter 31. The free-range chicken eggs. Ultimately, Wang Qiuxiang and Wang Suilan, who initially intended to treat Li Dahai to a sumptuous feast, unexpectedly found themselves savoring the dishes that Li Dahai had lovingly prepared. In unison, they exclaimed, "How delightful, Dr. Dahai. We are truly eager to sample your culinary skills." It turned out that during his solitary living days, Li Dahai had taken it upon himself to explore the art of cooking. He had always been particular about the hygiene of food, preferring to prepare his meals rather than dine out. When shopping for ingredients, he made a concerted effort to procure organic, untainted vegetables and meats, with a particular focus on free-range chickens and wild game. As a physician, Dahai was acutely aware of the nutritional value of his ingredients. He steered clear of any processed foods or those laden with harmful substances, as he was well aware of their toxic effects on the human body. Dahai's meals were always freshly prepared. He ventured into the courtyard and selected 2 eggs, which were laid by his free-range hens. To ensure a daily supply of fresh eggs, he had raised these chickens in his yard, gifted to him by an elderly farmer from the village as a token of gratitude for his medical assistance, often provided at little to no cost. The villagers, embodying a spirit of goodwill, felt compelled to reciprocate his kindness with humble gifts. Additionally, Dahai had a penchant for the rich flavor of these locally sourced chickens, which he gladly accepted. These hens were intended solely for egg production, and Dahai had no intention of turning them into soup. Instead, he gathered some wild fruits and mushrooms he had foraged the previous day, along with vegetables from his backyard, and returned to the kitchen to prepare a few simple, yet flavorful dishes. Employing a technique akin to stir-frying herbs, he infused the dishes with a delightful aroma that tantalized the appetites of Wang Qiuxiang and Wang Zuolan. Wang Qiuxiang, inhaling the fragrant air, remarked with a grin, "With such enticing aromas, could it be that you are a chef as well, Dr. Dahai? You seem to possess an abundance of skills." Wang Zuolan, rolling her eyes, interrupted. "We already know how late it was when we arrived yesterday," she urged. "Let us not delay any longer. Let us go see what he has prepared." By the time they approached the table, Dahai had already set out the bowls and utensils. "Come, sit down and enjoy your meal. I just whipped up a few dishes, so if they don't suit your taste, you mustn't blame me," he said. Wang Qiuxiang, smiling brightly, replied, "Oh, Dr. Dahai, please don't be modest. Just the sight of this food is enough to whet anyone's appetite." Without further ado, Wang Qiuxiang settled into her seat and eagerly began to serve herself. Not to be outdone, Wang Zuolan quickly followed suit, and soon both were competing to enjoy the delectable dishes, finding it impossible to resist the deliciousness crafted by Dahai. Dahai chuckled softly, taking a moment to sample some of the dishes himself. He realized that the process of brewing herbal remedies bore a striking resemblance to cooking. Both aimed to extract and amplify the intrinsic flavors of their components. For instance, he had deftly harnessed the principles of the I Ching to fully release the essence of the vegetables and eggs into the dishes. Otherwise, Wang Qiuxiang and Wang Zuolan would not have relished their meal so thoroughly. The meal progressed swiftly, and before long, satiated in content, Dahai turned to Wang Zuolan, saying, "I believe your ailment has improved, has it?" Wang Zuolan, upon hearing his words, gave him a thumbs up, wiped her mouth, and exclaimed, "You truly are remarkable. I felt no pain at all last night. By the way, we should get you a plaque that reads Divine Healer." Dahai pondered for a moment. With his healing abilities, he was not in need of a name for himself. After the meal, he stood up and announced, "I must pay a visit to the village chief today. It seems the time has come for me to depart." Wang Zuolan agreed, knowing she had to return home as Zhang, the carpenter, was awaiting her. She also had the task of asking Zhang to craft a wooden sign for Dahai. In haste, Wang Zuolan left. Dahai turned to Wang Qiuxiang. "Aren't you heading home as well?" Wang Qiuxiang, pouting, replied, "Why should I go home? He's just going to his house without me." With a pleading look in her eyes, she asked, "Dr. Dahai, where are you going? May I accompany you?" Over the course of their time together, Wang Qiuxiang had developed a fondness for Dahai and felt that spending time with him outdoors would be far more enjoyable than returning home. Dahai, reasoning that a stroll through the village would likely bring no trouble, consented. "Very well, Qiuxiang. You may join me, but you must heed my directions." Wang Qiuxiang beamed with joy, quickly clasping Dahai's arm, as if fearing he might abandon her. However, this closeness brought forth an unexpected softness that nearly caused Dahai to falter. For he noticed that the essence of youth and innocence in Wang Qiuxiang was distinctly different from that of other women. The gentle fragrance she exuded made him feel that taking her along was indeed a fine choice. Fortunately, no villagers came to seek his medical expertise that day. After securely locking his door, Dahai and Wang Qiuxiang made their way to Wang Yonggui's residence. However, Wang Qiuxiang insisted on waiting at the entrance, unwilling to enter. Perplexed, Dahai questioned, "Qiuxiang, what troubles you? With me here, Wang Yonggui would not dare to cause you any discomfort." Yet, Wang Qiuxiang expressed her reluctance regarding Wang Yonggui's abode, shaking her head vigorously. "I just feel that this place isn't right for me." Understanding her apprehension, Dahai decided to respect her wishes and entered the house alone. Chapter 32. a breath of spring when Li Dahai stepped into the courtyard of the village chief. He found it already bustling with a number of robust men, each one more formidable than the last. Wang Yongui stood among them, yet Li Dahai searched in vain for the familiar figure of El Shulian. Having harbored a desire to see her after their ambiguous encounter the previous day, he felt a pang of disappointment at her absence. Observing Li Dahai's distracted gaze, Wang Yongui inquired, "Divine Dr. Dahai, what are you looking for? Everyone I summoned is already here." Li Dahai replied, "Very well, Chief. Let us hasten to the ancient well and retrieve the chili snake." Unbeknownst to him, El Shulian was presently in her chamber. She had just emerged briefly before Li Dahai's arrival. The men present were fixated on her, their eyes gleaming with unrestrained desire. Knowing that Li Dahai would be visiting, El Shulian had donned a particularly alluring outfit, its sheer fabric hinting at her flawless skin beneath. Her splendid figure, accentuated by the provocative attire, rendered the men around her utterly mesmerized. As fate would have it, Wang Yonggui's companions were not the most reputable individuals. They were rogues, much like him, and their collective presence was hardly reassuring. Li Dahai initially regarded them with disdain, yet Wang Yonggui, brimming with enthusiasm, approached him, asking, "Are there enough men here? If not, I can summon more." Quickly, Li Dahai waved him off, saying, "Chief, this number suffices. We are merely going to the well to catch snakes, not to wage war. Why the need for such a crowd?" Wang Yonggui chuckled and prepared to guide the group to the village's ancient well, which lay at the heart of Qinshan village. The well's age was a mystery, its history intertwined with the lives of the villagers for generations, rendering its exact origin untraceable. As they were about to depart, a sudden creak announced El Shulian's emergence from her room. Li Dahai's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld her in a delicate pink dress, almost ethereal in its lightness. As she glided toward him, he was momentarily spellbound by her beauty, which seemed to capture the attention of everyone present. Having returned to her room, El Shulian had felt a twinge of regret at leaving, but the sound of Li Dahai's voice stirred memories of their previous night together, igniting a thrill within her. Compelled by excitement, she hurriedly made her way outside. Upon her arrival, Li Dahai's heart raced at the sight of her. She was simply irresistible. He was no monk, and her allure stirred natural reactions within him. Meanwhile, Wang Yonggui frowned as he noted that his wife appeared more enchanting than usual. Her allure seemingly heightened. After years of marriage, he found himself inexplicably drawn to her once more. Not wishing to share his stunning wife with anyone, especially not with his associates, he approached El Shulian, saying, "Shulian, what is the meaning of this? Why are you dressed like that? Come back with me at once." However, El Shulian pouted defiantly, "No, I wish to see as well. Besides, what is wrong with my attire? Is it not beautiful?" Before Wang Yonggui could respond, his companions erupted in agreement, exclaiming, "You look marvelous, sister-in-law. Village chief, you are being too stingy. As your subordinates, we should be allowed to admire such beauty." Caught off guard by his friend's unabashed admiration, Wang Yonggui felt a mix of embarrassment and frustration. Despite their camaraderie, he was acutely aware that many harbored inappropriate fantasies about his wife. While they may not have been able to indulge in intimate encounters with her, they could at least feast their eyes upon her. With his face a tempest of emotions, Wang Yonggui insisted, "Shulian, if you insist on going, at least put on another layer. If not, I will not permit you to join us." Yet, in that moment, El Shulian cast a playful glance at Li Dahai, who was gazing at her with rapt attention. Sensing his reaction, she felt a surge of pride. Her appearance had indeed captivated him. Ultimately, under Wang Yonggui's insistence, El Shulian reluctantly donned a light jacket. Nonetheless, the garment did little to conceal her long, elegant legs. Striding toward Li Dahai, she asked, "Divine Dr. Dahai, will you be joining us today?" As she approached, Li Dahai felt as though a gentle spring breeze had enveloped him. Chapter 33. The ancient well. Even amidst the gentle breeze, there lingered a hint of feminine fragrance that utterly captivated Li Dahai. At this moment, he finally comprehended that a woman is not merely composed of water, but also of allure. Particularly those enchanting ladies, their scent could enthrall him profoundly. He was aware that El Shulian had approached him, softly murmuring, "Great Dr. Dahai, let us hasten our departure. Why have you arrived so late? I have been waiting for quite some time." Her gaze was imbued with a sense of longing, for she felt that her efforts to present herself beautifully were intended solely for his eyes. Yet, with his tardiness, she felt as though others had gleaned the benefit, which left her somewhat displeased. After all, when a woman develops genuine feelings for a man, other suitors fade into irrelevance, and El Shulian was precisely in such a predicament. Li Dahai, sensing her discontent, felt a wave of embarrassment. The reason for his delay was not without merit. He had been entangled with Wang Tsulan in a tender moment. Otherwise, he would have arrived much earlier. However, he could not divulge this truth at that moment. Thus, he replied, "Sister-in-law, you know I am still a physician. When patients seek my care, I cannot neglect them, hence my late arrival." He fabricated a feeble excuse, aware that, in the current circumstances, laughter was the best remedy. To provoke her displeasure would yield no benefit, especially with El Shulian exuding such sensual charm. Li Dahai yearned to savor her essence, but restrained himself, mindful of Wang Yongui and the others observing them. Despite the stirring emotions within him, both he and El Shulian dared not express them too fervently. El Shulian, though clad in a coat, revealed her stunningly long legs, which caught Wang Yongui's attention. He sensed something amiss but refrained from commenting, wishing to preserve her dignity. After all, if El Shulian denied him her company that night, he would have gained nothing. "All right, everyone has arrived. Let us depart swiftly. By the way, Shulian, what were you and Dahai discussing?" Wang Yongui inquired. Upon hearing this, El Shulian pouted and shot him a glare. "Wang Yongui, I was feeling unwell last night and inquired how great Dr. Dahai would remedy it. Is that not permissible?" Li Dahai seized the moment to interject with a smile. "Sister-in-law Shulian, do not worry. Once we conclude today's matters, I shall prepare a few herbal prescriptions for you, and that should suffice." Wang Yongui feigned comprehension, then exclaimed, "Ah, Shulian and Dahai, I misunderstood your intentions. However, great Dr. Dahai, your skills are renowned. We have utmost faith in you." At that moment, Wang Yongui merely offered flattering words while conveniently omitting any mention of payment, seemingly intending to pocket the money for himself. Li Dahai recognized that even when treating ordinary villagers, they would often offer him eggs or chickens as compensation, yet Wang Yongui behaved like a miser, which led Li Dahai to shake his head in dismay. Indeed, Wang Yongui's poor reputation in the village had its reasons. Although El Shulian was entangled with such a man, it was ironic that while he thought he was gaining from Li Dahai, it was Li Dahai who was reaping the true rewards. Having all but secured El Shulian's enchanting presence for himself, contemplating the privilege of being able to enjoy her exquisite form at will filled Li Dahai with warmth. Thus, the notion of monetary compensation seemed trivial. As Li Dahai refrained from mentioning fees, Wang Yongui remained silent. Meanwhile, El Shulian was preoccupied with thoughts of how to share a night with Li Dahai, eager to indulge in his youthful vigor, oblivious to anything else. The group proceeded down the path, but halfway, Wang Xiaoxiang quietly confided to Li Dahai, "Great doctor, Wang Yongui keeps staring at me, and it makes me uncomfortable. Perhaps I should visit you another time." Li Dahai glanced at Wang Yongui, realizing he was indeed leering at Wang Xiaoxiang, who was a fresh blossom in the village. It was evident that a man of Wang Yongui's nature would be drawn to her. Sensing Wang Xiaoxiang's unease, he suggested, "Sister Xiaoxiang, you should head back for now. I will come find you later." Wang Xiaoxiang quietly agreed with a soft nod and departed. Once she left, Wang Yongui seemed reluctant to see her go. Nevertheless, they had to continue, and the path to the ancient well was well trodden by the villagers who frequently fetched water, forming a clear trail. There were indeed funds allocated for road improvements in the village, but Wang Yongui had pocketed the money intended for smaller pathways, using it for his own benefit, which explained the state of disrepair. Fortunately, the main paths remained firm underfoot due to frequent use. After traversing a quaint path, they arrived at the ancient well, a square structure with a diameter of approximately 1 meter. As they peered into the crystal-clear water, devoid of any murkiness, a few village women approached to draw water. And Li Dahai immediately noticed Hu Xiaoying among them. Dressed in simple attire and devoid of makeup, Hu Xiaoying's youthful countenance attracted countless glances wherever she went. Wang Dafu, in particular, was transfixed by her beauty. Not just him, but the eyes of all the men nearby were fixated on Hu Xiaoying, causing her cheeks to flush crimson under their scrutiny, leaving her feeling quite self-conscious. El Shulian, noticing the shift in attention, stamped her foot in annoyance, realizing that these men had forgotten her presence in the wake of a beauty. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaoying stood there, blushing and awkward, caught between the act of fetching water or retreating, feeling utterly trapped. Chapter 34, Snake Herb. In the end, it was Wang Yongui who broke the silence. "Xiaoying, what brings you here? I haven't seen you for several days. It seems you've been avoiding me lately," he remarked, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Wang Yongui's appearance and demeanor were rather unremarkable, and his lewd expression did little to enhance his image. Were it not for his position as the village head, few would take him seriously. In the village, he wielded his authority like a tyrant, yet he was obsequious towards the higher-ups, demonstrating a profound humility that allowed him to cling to his position for many years. Upon seeing Wang Yongui, Hu Xiaoying pursed her lips. His words seemed to strike a nerve, as he had previously harassed her. As a beautiful widow residing in Qinian village, she was not one to be overlooked by Wang Yongui, particularly when she had just lost her husband a few years prior. During those early days of her widowhood, Wang Yongui would often seek her out under various pretexts, but she had consistently rebuffed his advances, and now she had no intention of entertaining him. However, amidst the crowd, Hu Xiaoying caught sight of Li Dahai, which startled her. Since last week, she had resolved to no longer live as a widow. After all, her youth was fleeting, and to waste it in mourning would be to squander her life. Regrettably, she felt a twinge of sorrow for the years lost. Now, fate had brought Li Dahai into her life, and she contemplated moving to his side. Yet, her womanly modesty restrained her. She believed it better for him to approach her instead. Li Dahai, intent on resolving the matter of the cold-natured snake, had not anticipated encountering Hu Xiaoying today. Sensing her discomfort, he kindly said, "Xiaoying, what troubles you? I recall that you were unwell last time we met. You should return home to rest. Have you finished the medicine I gave you? It's essential that you continue taking it." His words caused Wang Yongui to frown, and he quickly assumed a facade of concern, exclaiming, "Xiaoying, you have fallen ill? Why didn't you inform me? As the village head, I bear responsibility for the welfare of my villagers." Such insincerity sent chills down Hu Xiaoying's spine. Wang Yonggui's pretense was utterly nauseating. Meanwhile, Lu Xiuyan observed the exchange with curiosity, wondering why Wang Yongui suddenly exhibited such concern for another woman when he had never been so attentive to her during her own ailments. At that moment, Wang Yongui, standing tall and speaking with fervor, proclaimed, "Ah, Xiaoying, you too have drunk from the ancient well. Rest assured, I have long been aware of the venomous snake lurking therein. Your afflictions stem from its mischief. I shall ensure we locate this serpent today." His bravado elicited a smirk from Li Dahai, who noted how Wang Yongui had appropriated his observations, making it seem as though he were the one to uncover the snake's presence. Wang Yonggui's newfound heroism bewildered Hu Xiaoying, prompting her to question when he had become so formidable. Observing Li Dahai's disdainful expression, she suddenly realized that Wang Yongui was merely boasting. He likely had no true knowledge of such matters. She turned to Li Dahai, asking, "Great physician Dahai, is it true there is a venomous snake? Have our ailments truly arisen from this?" Li Dahai nodded gently, a smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, while the cold-natured snake is poisonous, it is also a treasure in its own right. Once we capture it, you shall see." At this juncture, someone inquired, "Village head, if we are to catch this snake, how will we descend into the well? It is said to be quite deep, and I cannot swim." Wang Yongui peered into the well, observing its placid waters, devoid of any serpentine presence. Now uncertain, he turned to Li Dahai, asking, "What shall we do, great physician?" Li Dahai, unimpressed by Wang Yonggui's bluster, retrieved several herbs from his bag. "This herb is called snake herb. It is favored by snakes, including the cold-natured variety. You all should prepare nets, and I will lower the herb into the well. When the snake surfaces, you must seize it." Wang Yongui was elated by this revelation and promptly instructed his men to gather tools. However, after Li Dahai placed the snake herb into the well, the waters remained undisturbed. Wang Yongui, perplexed, remarked, "Great physician, is this truly effective? I propose we throw in some meat. Surely the snake would be drawn to it." Feigning expertise, he made this suggestion, which prompted Li Dahai to roll his eyes. How could one risk contaminating the well water with meat? Moreover, the cold-natured snake was notoriously finicky. Aside from snake herb, it required rare treasures, such as 4-year-old ginseng. However, Li Dahai preferred not to expend such resources, as his snake herb was already imbued with the potent allure derived from the Shinong medical canon, making it irresistibly attractive to ordinary snakes. Chapter 35. Insufficient success, excessive failure. However, to prevent Wang Yongui from acting recklessly, Li Dahai hastily clarified, "Village chief, this snake herb is no ordinary plant. It is favored by snakes. Our chicken and fish will hardly entice them. Besides, with such an abundance of well water, the villagers still need it for their daily use. We must first capture the elusive cold snake. That is our priority." Just as Wang Yongui insisted on using meat, a villager exclaimed, "Hurry, bring something. It's emerged." He pointed towards a small snake head peeking from the stony edge of the well. The serpent, adorned in a blue and white hue, was undoubtedly the cold snake. Li Dahai felt a surge of excitement. After waiting for so long, he had finally made a breakthrough. He urged, quickly, "As soon as the snake begins to consume the herb, use the net to catch it." The villagers complied, gathering in anticipation. Yet, the snake was exceedingly cautious. It circled the herb, only beginning to eat after sensing no imminent danger. Once it finished, it tilted its head, as if realizing that this herb was far superior to what it had previously consumed. Li Dahai had indeed enhanced the herbs with various other medicinal plants to cater to the snake's palate, incurring some expense for this purpose. After savoring the herb, the cold snake shook its head. At that moment, Wang Yongui could no longer contain himself. He plunged a stick into the water. However, the stick failed to locate the cold snake, which swiftly fled instead. Wang Yongui was left stunned, and Li Dahai was infuriated, as were his subordinates. El Shulian, observing Wang Yonggui's clumsiness from the sidelines, shook her head in disappointment, reflecting on her youthful naivety in marrying him. As she watched him return, her disdain grew. "Wang Yongui, what are you doing? Everyone is working hard, and you seem oblivious, causing the cold snake to escape." In truth, Wang Yongui had intended to impress Hu Xiaoying, but his attempt only resulted in embarrassment. Feeling somewhat ashamed, he looked at Li Dahai and stammered, "Great Dr. Dahai, what shall we do? I truly did not mean to. I was merely irked by that snake's wriggling and wanted to catch it." Li Dahai, discerning the intentionality behind Wang Yonggui's actions, merely scoffed. Recognizing the situation, he sighed. "Very well, village chief. Since we cannot capture the cold snake today, we shall return another time." Wang Yongui was taken aback, as he had hoped to showcase his heroism before Hu Xiaoying. He was aware that many women in the village had recently fallen ill, and if they knew he was their savior, they would surely be grateful. Thus, he resolved to capture the cold snake himself, intending to downplay Li Dahai's role, thereby positioning himself as the hero of Qingshan village. However, Wang Yongui was unwilling to concede defeat. He insisted, "Great Dr. Dahai, that cold snake is fond of the herb, isn't it? If you toss it back in, the snake will surely emerge. I promise to catch it in one sweep." Li Dahai, hearing this, chuckled coldly. He had long deemed Wang Yongui incompetent, a harbinger of misfortune. Such a golden opportunity had been squandered by him, and the next chance was uncertain. Even if the cold snake were to reappear, Wang Yonggui's earlier blunders precluded him from participating again. Li Dahai shook his head, saying, "Village chief, this cannot be done. The cold snake possesses considerable awareness. You have already frightened it away. Even the most gluttonous creature understands the importance of its own life. Let us disperse for now and return in a few days when the cold snake has relaxed its vigilance." Wang Yongui, however, persisted, prompting Li Dahai to feign agreement and allow him to throw the herbs into the water. Yet, the herbs merely floated aimlessly, and the cold snake's presence remained elusive. At last, Wang Yongui resigned, saying, "Li Dahai, today has truly been unfortunate. Shall we come again?" Li Dahai smirked at this remark, thinking that had it not been for Wang Yonggui's interference, he would have successfully captured the snake. With the cold snake slipping away, Wang Yongui hoped to speak with Hu Xiaoying, but El Shulian pulled him away, admonishing, "Hey, what are you lingering for? We can't catch it, so let us hurry back." Faced with El Shulian's insistence, Wang Yongui slunk away, glancing back at Hu Xiaoying, uncertain if it was a strategy. He felt that Hu Xiaoying appeared even more charming than before, though he questioned whether it was merely his imagination. Her complexion seemed more radiant, and despite her lack of makeup, her inherent beauty was undeniable. Otherwise, among the many villagers, including himself, he wouldn't be preoccupied with thoughts of her daily. Indeed, having a beautiful wife at home did not prevent others from seeking out even more alluring companions. Chapter 36. The condensed snake escapes. Moreover, there are times when a man, in his quest to win the affection of an alluring woman, may resort to any means necessary, even employing cunning tactics. Such is the case with Wang Yongui, who, despite returning home in a dejected manner, will undoubtedly return, as Li Dahai surmises. Once the crowd disperses, Li Dahai approaches Hu Xiaoying. Upon reaching her side, he furrows his brow. Hu Xiaoying, who had been smiling brightly at Li Dahai, suddenly feels concerned upon seeing his troubled expression. "Dahai, what's wrong? Is there something amiss with my attire today? Or do I not look as good as before?" she inquires, glancing at herself. A thought crosses her mind that perhaps she should have donned some makeup before stepping out this morning. However, given her natural beauty, She realizes that any additional enhancements might leave the men in the village utterly captivated. After all, she had come to fetch water and had not given it much thought. Seeing Li Dahai's grim countenance, she mistakenly believes her appearance to be the issue. Noticing her distress, Li Dahai reassures her, "Xiaoying, you are as lovely as ever. I merely believe that living alone must be quite arduous for you. Why don't we consider cohabitating? My home has ample space." Upon hearing this, Hu Xiaoying's cheeks flush. She neither objects nor agrees outright, yet her heart dances with joy, for she understands that this implies her tacit consent. In truth, Li Dahai harbored an unsettling feeling as he sat before Hu Xiaoying, becoming increasingly aware of the alluring aura that surrounded her. If her celestial fragrance were left untamed and unabsorbed by a man, it would only intensify, leading to an uncontrollable situation. The essence of her being, imbued with an intoxicating allure, was evident. Otherwise, Wang Yonggui would not have pursued her so fervently, despite her unassuming appearance. Li Dahai recognized that. Regardless of how well she concealed it, her charm would inevitably reveal itself. He also understood that he must claim Hu Xiaoying for himself, as some matters cannot afford to be postponed. Finally, Hu Xiaoying looked up at Li Dahai and suggested, "Dahai, why not come to my house tonight? Rest assured, we shall not engage in anything untoward, but do arrive promptly." Li Dahai chuckled in response, affirmatively stating, "Xiaoying, you need not worry. I shall certainly visit you this evening. Before that, however, I intend to capture the condensed snake, which will serve as a gift for you." Hu Xiaoying's eyes widened in surprise. "But Dahai, I do not eat snakes. How can that be considered a gift?" Li Dahai replied with a grin, Xiaoying, you misunderstand. The condensed snake is a potent tonic for women. As the saying goes, the balance of yin and yang aligns with the natural order of the universe. Women, being associated with yin, require such nourishment to maintain their vitality. Truthfully, I have observed that your prolonged conversations have taken a toll on your health. To restore your balance, consuming this snake is essential. Fortunately, I have noticed a fair number of them in our village, suggesting that there must be some hidden treasure attracting them. At this revelation, Hu Xiaoying's eyes widened further. She had not anticipated that Li Dahai would divulge such secrets. Her cheeks flushed as she recalled the countless times she had endured loneliness, inflicting harm upon herself in silence. It was a revelation that left her feeling exposed, as if he had seen through her facade. Yet, Hu Xiaoying countered, "But Dahai, didn't you mention that the traps have been cleared? How can you catch it now?" Li Dahai stomped his foot in frustration. Wang Yonggui is truly inept. These traps were not ordinary, but carefully crafted by me. Now that the traps are no longer an option, I will require a small sample of your blood to lure the condensed snake. At this, Hu Xiaoying felt a flutter of anxiety. "Dahai, is that true? Why my blood?" Li Dahai explained, "Xiaoying, your constitution is unique. I cannot disclose everything, as sometimes ignorance is a blessing. If you were to realize that you possess the celestial fragrance, you would likely be plagued with anxiety each night. Thus, I prefer to protect you quietly. Not everything needs to be articulated. However, I must clarify, the condensed snake is drawn to feminine blood, particularly that of beautiful women. A few drops will suffice. I will combine it with herbs to create a remedy that will allow me to draw forth the snake tonight." Upon hearing his explanation, Hu Xiaoying nodded slightly. With Li Dahai's assistance, she pricked her palm, allowing a few drops of blood to fall. As Li Dahai collected the blood, a delicate fragrance wafted into the air, emanating from her fingertip. At that moment, they were alone, and had there been others present, they would likely have rushed toward Hu Xiaoying, captivated by her enchanting scent. As her fingertip bled, the exquisite aroma of her celestial essence could no longer be contained. Li Dahai's eyes glimmered with longing as he gazed at her finger. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he leaned in and inhaled deeply. Hu Xiaoying felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, realizing that Li Dahai was drawing from the wound on her finger. Yet, to her surprise, it brought no pain, only a sense of warmth and intimacy. Chapter 37. Doubting oneself at this moment, Li Dahai was not only resisting the allure of the Tianshang body, but also tending to Hu Xiaoying's wounds. After a considerable while, he regained his composure and hurriedly began to treat her injuries. He swiftly tore a piece of cloth from his attire to bandage her wounds. At this point, Hu Xiaoying's face had turned a deep crimson, making it difficult for her to meet Li Dahai's gaze. Li Dahai, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, managed a shy smile and quickly clarified, "Sister Xiaoying, I was merely treating your injuries. My intentions are innocent." Hu Xiaoying responded with a gentle acknowledgement, saying, "Great Dr. Dahai, I understand. In truth, she perceived Li Dahai's actions as an expression of his affection for her, stirring a wave of emotions within her. For no other man had ever treated her in such a manner. Meanwhile, Li Dahai had absorbed a few drops of Hu Xiaoying's blood, igniting an overwhelming sensation within him, akin to flames engulfing his being, leading him to exclaim in distress. He was acutely aware of the magnitude of temptation her body presented once this desire ignited. Extinguishing it would prove exceedingly difficult. At this juncture, even if he sought out Wang Suilan later that evening, he feared it would be in vain. As the saying goes, to untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. Li Dahai's gaze shifted to Hu Xiaoying. The fire of desire within him was ablaze, and the only way to quell it was to seek Hu Xiaoying's company. However, unbeknownst to Hu Xiaoying, Li Dahai's thoughts were already racing ahead. Even if she were aware, she would have consented, for she had long resolved to be with him, especially after his recent actions, which nearly brought her to tears. At that moment, by the ancient well, some villagers approached to fetch water. Observing this, Hu Xiaoying hurriedly withdrew her hand, exclaiming, "Dahai, you are a bit improper. But do come to my house early this evening. I can hardly wait." After uttering these words, she appeared bashful and, without waiting for Li Dahai's response, hurriedly departed. Li Dahai watched her shy silhouette fade away, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It seemed that the enchanting young widow, Hu Xiaoying, was already ensnared in his grasp. He picked up a vial containing Hu Xiaoying's blood. Its unique properties should be capable of attracting the elusive cold. Nevertheless, he decided to postpone such endeavors until nightfall. First, he needed to keep this matter hidden from Wang Yonggui. Second, he wished to maintain secrecy to prevent Wang Yonggui from pestering him later. Moreover, Li Dahai harbored a suspicion that the cold was drawn to something within the ancient well. Thus, he concluded it best to refrain from publicizing this matter. His only objective was to discreetly capture the cold and prevent it from jeopardizing the villagers' health. As the villagers drew nearer, Hu Xiaoying quickly said, "Dahai, I must return home now." Without greeting anyone, she hastily grabbed her empty bucket and made her way home, feeling that if she lingered any longer, she might succumb to her desires right by the well. With her naturally timid disposition, engaging in such behavior was out of the question. Fortunately, with their plans for the evening set, Hu Xiaoying found solace in her resolution. Upon returning home, she promptly closed the door and collapsed onto her bed, feeling utterly depleted. The image of Li Dahai drawing blood from her lingered in her mind, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. As she lay there, she sensed a delightful weakness envelop her body. Deep down, Hu Xiaoying recognized that her current state was a direct consequence of her interactions with Li Dahai. However, she was also taken aback by the sensation of youthful exhilaration coursing through her, akin to the thrill of first love. Unbeknownst to her, the bond between her and Li Dahai had grown increasingly profound. Coupled with their intimate physical connection, Hu Xiaoying felt as if she had ingested a potent tonic. If she did not find a way to release this pent-up energy, her body might indeed face repercussions. Yet, the thought of her deceased husband weighed heavily on her heart, leading her to silently wish for Li Dahai's strength to endure and accompany her through life. As Hu Xiaoying lay on her bed, her body undulated with grace, revealing her exquisite form. Had anyone chanced upon her, they would have been compelled to approach without hesitation. To leave such a captivating woman alone in her home would be a tragic waste. However, at that moment, Hu Xiaoying remained blissfully unaware that she was a treasure awaiting Li Dahai's discovery. After resting for a while, Hu Xiaoying finally summoned the strength to rise and applied a light touch of makeup. Gazing into the mirror, she was struck by her own stunning beauty, feeling a sense of satisfaction swell within her. Suddenly, she thought, in this appearance, Li Dahai will surely be captivated. In haste, Hu Xiaoying opened her wardrobe, which was filled to the brim with clothing, garments she had not worn in many years, gathering dust. These were outfits she had once donned, each one more alluring than the last. To avoid gossip among the villagers, she had always presented herself in a modest manner, despite the throngs of admirers who pursued her. Among the garments, a few were particularly provocative, crafted from scanty fabric. The thought of how she might appear in such attire made Hu Xiaoying blush. As she slipped into a mini-skirt and a crop top, she gazed at her reflection, astonished. Is this truly me? Chapter 38: A New Life in the Mirror. Hu Xiaoying appeared strikingly elegant, exuding an air of sensual beauty. A woman of such caliber, if placed in a city, would undoubtedly be deemed an unparalleled aristocrat. The mere presence of such a woman in a small mountain village was nothing short of astonishing. Gazing at her alluring reflection, Hu Xiaoying momentarily struggled to recognize herself. At that moment, she felt as though she had shed several years, returning to the vibrant days of her youth. She gently touched her cheek, realizing that time had not etched many marks upon her face. Yet, deep within, she was acutely aware of the injustices she had endured over the years. Countless lonely nights had been weathered alone by her. Reflecting on the encounter with Li Dahai earlier that day, Hu Xiaoying resolved that she would no longer live such a life. Tonight, she would make Li Dahai her man, reclaiming her identity as a woman devoted to a man once more. The thought of becoming a bride again stirred profound emotions within her. Indeed, fate had not been unkind. A young and promising man harbored feelings for her, bringing her joy. However, her status as a widow instilled a sense of insecurity. Yet her beauty and figure granted her a degree of confidence. Hu Xiaoying decided that rather than fretting over whether Li Dahai would accept her in the future, she would seize the moment and enjoy a night of passion with him. It is said that women are like flowers, requiring nurturing to flourish. Sometimes, that nurturing comes from a man like Li Dahai. She felt an urgent need for intimacy, fearing that without it, she would wither. This yearning had intensified in recent times, partly due to the effects of the well water she had been drinking. After all, the venom of the cold condensing snake was potent, often leading individuals toward romantic entanglements. Li Dahai, having studied the Divine Farmer's medical classic, was aware that in ancient times, the cold condensing snake was ground into powder for use as a marital remedy, proving to be remarkably effective. While Li Dahai had mentioned to Wang Yongguei and others that the cold condensing snake was toxic, he had not disclosed that such snakes could be quite valuable. It was estimated that a single snake could fetch around 30,000 yuan if sold externally. Given its potent properties in matters of intimacy, many individuals in poor health sought to acquire it. Particularly, specimens of superior quality could even reach a price of 100,000 yuan. The villagers, however, lacked understanding, merely intent on capturing the snake and killing it, which was not Li Dahai's desire. He sought a complete specimen, as it could be transformed into a medicinal gift for Hu Xiaoying or Wang Chunlan. Moreover, Li Dahai recalled that the snake he had encountered on the mountain was significantly larger than the one in the well. It seemed likely that there were more than one cold condensing snake residing in the well's depths. This realization stirred excitement within him. After all, as a physician in the village, he earned little and spent even less, leading to a precarious financial situation. Selling a cold condensing snake would certainly help replenish his resources. Especially with Hu Xiaoying awaiting him that evening, he found it increasingly difficult to contain his anticipation. Li Dahai recognized that if he wished to rekindle his connection with Hu Xiaoying, he needed to resolve the matter of the cold condensing snake. While the village had running water, Hu Xiaoying was unaccustomed to it and found it costly. As a widow, she had little means to afford it, and moreover, the well water was far superior in taste. When the well water was deemed unusable, villagers typically fetched water from the Clearwater River, especially after learning of the well's toxicity. The Clearwater River, located near Qinshan village, was a pristine source of life for irrigation and sustenance. Some villagers even caught fish and shrimp there for their livelihoods. Li Dahai occasionally indulged in fishing at the river, relishing the fresh, untainted flavors. Upon returning home, Li Dahai quickly retrieved the vial containing Hu Xiaoying's blood. As he opened the cap, a fragrant aroma wafted to his nostrils, igniting a wave of exhilaration within him. He struggled to maintain composure, aware that he was succumbing to temptation. He questioned whether his resolve had weakened due to Hu Xiaoying's influence. Shaking his head, he hastily prepared the herbal mixture, incorporating ingredients like the Niu Longzu with her blood, allowing them to meld into a cohesive essence. The herbs soon became imbued with Hu Xiaoying's unique fragrance. At that moment, not only the cold condensing snake, but even Li Dahai himself felt an overwhelming urge to experience the taste of the concoction. Ultimately, he restrained himself, recognizing that consuming the herbal mixture would necessitate further blood from Hu Xiaoying, a course of action he could not bring himself to undertake. Fortunately, Wang Chunlan did not visit that day, likely having been sufficiently satisfied the night before, granting Li Dahai a moment of tranquility. As the moon rose, Li Dahai eagerly ventured outside, fully aware of the tasks awaiting him. First, he needed to procure the cold condensing snake, and second, he was reminded of his commitment to Hu Xiaoying. The thought of their agreement filled him with excitement, for he realized that tonight would be a dream come true. With a swift effort to calm his racing heart, he donned a broad smile, pushed open the door, and hurried into the night. Chapter 39. The new condensed serpent. At this moment, Li Dahai arrived at the ancient well. Under the moon's gentle illumination, a faint reflection of the moon appeared at the bottom of the well. Surprised, he marveled at the unexpected beauty of the scene beneath the night sky. However, He quickly reminded himself that despite the allure, there were still tasks to be accomplished. He hurriedly tossed the newly prepared serpent herb, infused with the blood of Hu Xiaoying, into the well. Fortunately, the moonlight was particularly bright tonight, allowing Li Dahai to see the well's opening clearly. The moon at the bottom, though hazy, seemed even more enchanting than the one in the sky. For a moment, he found himself mesmerized. Shaking his head, he wondered why he felt this way. He had never been so entranced before. He sensed that the ancient well held some peculiar mystery, but he could not articulate what it was. Only time would reveal its secrets. Suspended above the well was the serpent herb, floating serenely. The entire well resembled a mirror, its surface remarkably tranquil. Suddenly, the stillness shattered as ripples danced across the water. Li Dahai's excitement surged. Indeed, there was movement at the bottom of the well. A small snake emerged. And upon seeing it, he was filled with joy. It was the condensed serpent that had been frightened away by Wang Yonggui during the day. They had waited long for this serpent to reveal itself, and now, in the night, it appeared eagerly, proving the potency of his blood, which had a strong allure not only for humans but also for creatures. Li Dahai crouched beside the well with his net, ready to scoop up the serpent as it feasted on the new herb. As he prepared to catch it, he noticed movement on the opposite side of the well. Another condensed serpent was slithering out. Stunned, he realized there were indeed two serpents in the well. This made sense. Only a well of this size could dilute the venom. As the two serpents approached, Li Dahai swiftly and accurately cast his net, capturing both. Overjoyed, he felt a sense of triumph. However, before he could revel in his success, the serpents began to thrash about within the net, and soon, they managed to gnaw a hole through it, slipping away in an instant. Li Dahai's frustration boiled over. He had not anticipated that these serpents would possess such sharp teeth, rendering his net useless. Determined not to break his promise to Hu Xiaoying, Li Dahai resolved to retrieve the serpents himself. Without a second thought, he plunged into the well. Displaying remarkable agility, he swiftly grasped each serpent in one hand. Now, you won't escape, he thought, tightening his grip until both serpents were lifeless in his hands. Elated, he mused that these serpents represented a significant fortune. Just as he prepared to swim back to the surface, a sudden pain shot through his foot. Turning around, he discovered yet another condensed serpent had bitten him. Infuriated, he retaliated, swiftly grabbing the serpent and crushing it. Uncertain of how many serpents lurked in the well, he hurriedly climbed out. Upon inspecting his injury, he found it to be minor. After a quick treatment, he placed the three serpents into a prepared medicine box and set off toward Hu Xiaoying's home. However, as he walked, a wave of dizziness washed over him, accompanied by an inexplicable surge of anger. If an outsider were to see him at that moment, they would notice his face flushed and steam rising from his head. Li Dahai realized something was amiss. He had been poisoned by the condensed serpent. After all, the serpent had soaked in the toxic water, and being bitten injected the venom directly into him. Regretting his earlier carelessness, he knew he had to act quickly. Fortunately, his medical skills would help him temporarily suppress the effects of the poison, but he understood that to completely cure it, he would need a woman to assist him. Otherwise, even herbal remedies would cause harm to his body in the long run. Determined, Li Dahai gritted his teeth and turned his gaze toward Hu Xiaoying's direction. Tonight, he could not hesitate. He needed her help to detoxify him, and the remedy would also benefit her. Glancing up at the moon, he considered it fate. Resolute, he hurried to seek Hu Xiaoying's aid. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaoying awaited his arrival at home, adorned in alluring attire, seated by her bedside. As the night deepened, her heart raced with anticipation. Though her affections were firmly placed on Li Dahai, the thought of his imminent arrival stirred a nervous excitement within her. Just as Hu Xiaoying anxiously awaited Li Dahai's presence, she heard a loud crash as her door swung open. In rushed a hurried figure. Chapter 40. Cold water. Upon witnessing the scene, Hu Xiaoying hurriedly ran over to investigate. She saw Li Dahai rushing towards her, exclaiming that he had finally waited for the person he had been anticipating. However, noticing the redness in Li Dahai's eyes and the peculiar state of his body, Hu Xiaoying inquired, "Dahai, what is wrong?" As she approached him, she realized that he was burning with fever. Quickly, she placed her hand on his forehead to check for a temperature, but the heat was so intense in the shade that she withdrew her hand, exclaiming, "Dahai, what is wrong with your eyes? You seem to be running a fever." Li Dahai managed a bitter smile and replied, "Sister Xiaoying, I have been poisoned. Please, do not delay. I urgently need some cold water to wash myself and cool down." At that moment, he felt as though he was reaching his limit. His entire being felt as if it were about to explode. He had not anticipated that his earlier ardor would remain unquenched. only to be further aggravated by the bite of a mud snake, and it seemed that the snake venom had already infiltrated his bloodstream. Regret welled up in him. Had he been more cautious initially, he might have avoided this predicament. Yet, it was too late for such reflections. Seeing Li Dahai in such distress tightened Hu Xiaoying's heart. She suddenly found herself at a loss for what to do and hurriedly complied with his request for cold water. Thus, she led him into her bathroom. Once inside, Li Dahai immediately felt a surge of heat and almost could not contain the toxins coursing through his body, for the air was thick with Hu Xiaoying's fragrant essence. A scent so rich that it was palpable. One could only imagine how much of this fragrance had accumulated in a place where she bathed daily. Before long, Li Dahai found himself bleeding from the nose. Hu Xiaoying, noticing this, swiftly wiped away the blood and asked, "Dahai, what has happened to you?" She appeared quite flustered. Still uncertain about the situation, Li Dahai reluctantly opened his medicine box to reveal 3 cold-natured snakes lying quietly inside. Hu Xiaoying gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Dahai, you caught 3 of them? Are there really that many snakes in the well?" He nodded vigorously, stating, "Indeed, Sister Xiaoying. There must be some treasure in that well attracting them. Otherwise, so many cold-natured snakes would not gather in one place. After all, they are usually solitary creatures. So their congregation suggests something irresistible lies within." Hu Xiaoying listened with wide eyes, intrigued. Eventually, Li Dahai recounted the incident of being bitten by the cold-natured snake. Although it was somewhat embarrassing to confess, he felt compelled to share, having made a fool of himself in front of Hu Xiaoying. Yet, she did not dwell on that. She quickly urged him to let her know how she could help, assuring him, "Dahai, whatever you need me to do, I will comply." Finally, Li Dahai leaned in close and whispered in her ear, "Sister Xiaoying, the venom can be easily neutralized. We simply need to sleep together for a while." Upon hearing this, Hu Xiaoying's face and ears flushed crimson. She had not expected such a proposition from him. Nevertheless, she whispered back, "Dahai, what are we waiting for? Let us resolve this poison. Your life is at stake." At that moment, Hu Xiaoying embraced Li Dahai, fiercely unwilling to let him perish. After all, she had waited for many years to be with him, and losing him now would mean the end of her hopes of finding such a promising partner again. Moreover, she had already resolved to surrender herself to him that very evening, making the timing perfect. Only then did Li Dahai take note of Hu Xiaoying's attire. She wore a remarkably short skirt, and her top was so small that it exposed her navel, accentuating her slender waist and forming an exquisite S-curve. Her skin, naturally fair and tender, was a sight that almost compelled Li Dahai to kiss her. Although her face bore a light makeup, it did little to conceal her enchanting beauty. Overwhelmed by her allure, Li Dahai felt his blood surge again, realizing that seeking her help in neutralizing the venom was indeed a fortuitous choice. Feeling the poison inside him becoming increasingly unbearable, he plunged into the cold water, hoping to suppress its effects. However, before he could gather his thoughts, Hu Xiaoying seemed to have made a resolute decision. Gritting her teeth, she slowly began to remove her clothing before his very eyes. First, she shed her top. Though he had seen her before, the sight of her flawless form rendered him speechless, as this was a moment of unrestrained admiration. The previous encounter had been overshadowed by the urgency of treating his ailment, but now, Hu Xiaoying presented herself for his enjoyment, leaving him utterly captivated. In that instant, he nearly forgot the snake venom coursing through him. Stammering, he managed to say, "Sister Xiaoying, you are simply too beautiful. I find myself wishing to take you home as my bride." Hu Xiaoying, her ears reddening, replied, "Dahai, do not jest with me. I am several years your senior and a widow. All I desire is your company each night, and I would be content." At that moment, she felt no need to elaborate further. The mere presence of Li Dahai was enough to fulfill her heart's longing. Chapter 41. The Divine Healer. At this moment, Li Dahai nodded vigorously, declaring, "Sister Xiaoying, rest assured, I shall treat you well from now on. Even if I cannot carry you home in a grand procession, I will cherish you as my beloved wife." Li Dahai was indeed captivated, despite Hu Xiaoying not possessing the legendary body of heavenly fragrance. Her exquisite beauty and physique rendered him utterly ensnared by her gentle allure. Moreover, Hu Xiaoying's unique condition necessitated the presence of a man every night to absorb her essence, making her an inexhaustible source of strength for Li Dahai, allowing him to cultivate his divine healing skills daily. Particularly as he advanced his practice to its zenith, he would acquire remarkable abilities, though he knew he was still far from reaching that pinnacle. For now, he simply wished to savor the sight of Hu Xiaoying. His heart racing with anticipation, he lamented inwardly that he should have brought more herbs with him. As if reading his thoughts, Hu Xiaoying proceeded to remove her trousers, revealing her long, pristine legs before him. In that instant, Li Dahai found himself at a loss for words, his focus entirely consumed by her presence. Hu Xiaoying appeared like a flawless jade sculpture, devoid of any imperfection. Such beauty seemed to belong solely to the heavens. How rare it was to witness on earth. Li Dahai stood there, entranced, while Hu Xiaoying, sensing his admiration, felt a swell of pride and turned slightly, showcasing her alluring curves. Especially her breathtaking form that made Li Dahai's mouth water. He had not anticipated her figure to be so enchanting, embodying every man's fantasy. When she turned around, the perfection of her back accentuated her beauty, a rarity in the world. Hu Xiaoying was pleased with Li Dahai's reaction, and with a soft chuckle, she approached him. Their eyes met, laden with unspoken affection, as Hu Xiaoying blushed, closing her eyes and leaning in to kiss him. Li Dahai found her kiss to be tender and sweet, imbued with a hint of her unique essence. At that moment, he could no longer contain himself and embraced her passionately. Hu Xiaoying felt his fervent affection enveloping her, nearly melting her resolve. She realized that his body was warm, stirring a pang of concern within her, as she believed he had suffered due to her own circumstances. Yet, at that moment, she had no regrets. They had come this far together. Her thoughts centered solely on using her body to heal him. Unbeknownst to them, Li Dahai's garments had been shed, leaving him bare. Tonight, it seemed Hu Xiaoying was even more exhilarated than he was, having remained unwed for so long. She felt ready to embrace this new chapter of her life. She was pleasantly surprised by Li Dahai's vigor, far surpassing that of her late husband. As they kissed, Li Dahai suddenly stood, lifting Hu Xiaoying into his arms. "Dahai, what's the matter? The bathroom is rather cramped. Let us move to the bed," she suggested, her cheeks flushed. She was ready for what lay ahead. Upon reaching her beautifully adorned chamber, Li Dahai was taken aback by her thoughtful preparations for their first night together. "Did you arrange all this, Sister Xiaoying?" he inquired, his heart swelling with emotion. Hu Xiaoying nodded, explaining, "Of course. It is our first time, and it deserves to be special. Women often appreciate a sense of ceremony." Li Dahai felt a rush of gratitude and guilt, realizing he had come unprepared, wishing he had brought a gift. However, he resolved to craft a remedy from the cold-congealed serpent for her the following day. After a moment of admiration, he could no longer restrain himself and playfully tossed Hu Xiaoying onto the bed, pouncing upon her like a hungry tiger. She surrendered to him, akin to a gentle lamb. Once on the bed, Li Dahai turned off the lights, believing that darkness might allow them both to be more at ease. However, Hu Xiaoying softly protested, "Dahai, why did you turn off the lights? I still want to see you." Taken aback, Li Dahai responded, "What? Sister Xiaoying, do you need the lights on to sleep at night?" She nodded gently, explaining, "Yes, Dahai. When I slept alone, I always felt lonely and cold. So I kept the lights on to feel a bit warmer." Chapter 42. Snake Powder. At this moment, Li Dahai was taken aback, uttering a soft "oh" upon hearing Hu Xiaoying's unexpected thoughts. To his surprise, her desires aligned perfectly with his own. How delightful it was for Li Dahai to illuminate the room and behold the alluring, graceful form of Hu Xiaoying. He promptly switched on the light, and under its glow, Hu Xiaoying's cheeks flushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of a bashful maiden. The proximity brought forth a fragrant aura that enveloped Li Dahai, and with the tantalizing movements of Hu Xiaoying, he felt on the verge of losing his composure. Had he not maintained his self-control, he might have succumbed to primal urges. Fortunately, in a moment of clarity, he invoked the Dragon King's 3 paths of the I Ching. Strangely, as he did so, the intoxicating scent of Hu Xiaoying gradually infused into his being. He sensed a subtle expansion within his meridians, though it was so slight that it could easily go unnoticed. Yet, even this minuscule growth was an achievement that would typically require months of cultivation. Remarkably, such progress had manifested in just a matter of minutes. He could hardly fathom the benefits he would reap should he fully absorb Hu Xiaoying's celestial essence. Once the light was on, Hu Xiaoying eagerly wrapped her arms around Li Dahai's waist. In that moment, he was oblivious to everything else and became entwined with her in her chamber. Hu Xiaoying resembled a serpent, while Li Dahai stood firm like an immovable mountain, powerful and steadfast. He finally understood why the appearance of the celestial body would drive men to madness. Hu Xiaoying's presence was intoxicating, and Li Dahai felt a surge of euphoria. Recognizing the immense fortune in encountering her, they remained entwined until the night grew late, ultimately succumbing to fatigue and drifting into a satisfied slumber. The moon had long since vanished, yielding to the dawn of a new day. When the sunlight graced Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying, He slowly opened his eyes, only to find her nestled in his embrace, blissfully asleep. Despite being in slumber, a serene smile adorned Hu Xiaoying's face. A sigh of relief escaped Li Dahai as he recalled the wildness of the previous night, suddenly realizing that he had not treated her with the tenderness she deserved. Choosing not to disturb her, he allowed her to rest a while longer. With quiet steps, he descended and glanced back at Hu Xiaoying, shaking his head. His fortune in love was indeed remarkable. With such beauty by his side, he felt an added sense of responsibility, one he willingly accepted. He recognized that he had unconsciously embraced this new duty. As he focused on his cultivation of the Shinong medical canon, he discovered that the previous night had opened a meridian within him. He understood that achieving mastery over the 8 extraordinary meridians was no small feat. And the fact that one had been unblocked illustrated the significant influence Hu Xiaoying's celestial essence had on his training. Reflecting upon the previous evenings, he mused that a single moment of passion was worth its weight in gold. The cost of acquiring high-grade medicinal substances to open meridians would be astronomical, and many of those coveted items were beyond monetary reach. Such powerful elixirs would incite fierce competition among noble families and sects, leaving no opportunity for him. Thus, he resolved to protect Hu Xiaoying going forward, especially since he found her beauty captivating. After the night they shared, Hu Xiaoying's celestial scent had diminished significantly. Yet her safety had undoubtedly improved. Li Dahai breathed a sigh of relief, then proceeded to retrieve the cold-congealed snakes responsible for the previous turmoil. Despite the misfortune they brought, he had also gained from the experience. However, it remained essential to address the matter. Not wanting to disturb Hu Xiaoying, still in her peaceful slumber, he ventured into her kitchen to prepare breakfast. He left a note instructing her to enjoy the meal upon waking, and then quietly slipped away, carrying his medicinal basket. Given that Hu Xiaoying was still a widow, he feared the scandal that might arise if anyone saw him leaving her abode. Upon returning to his medical clinic, Li Dahai began to process the cold-congealed snakes, meticulously separating their skins and gallbladders for preservation. The valuable yet perilous components would be dried and ground into powder. After a busy morning, he successfully finished preparing the 3 snakes, estimating that in a few days, he could yield 3 vials of medicinal powder worth a considerable sum. He planned to reserve 1 vial for Hu Xiaoying, keep 1 for himself, and sell the last. Meanwhile, as he tended to the snakes, Hu Xiaoying awoke with a sense of fulfillment, only to find Li Dahai absent, leaving her with a twinge of disappointment. Chapter 43 Awakening. At this moment, Hu Xiaoying pursed her lips. She pondered why Li Dahai had departed without a word at such a time. However, the wild scene from the previous night flashed through her mind, causing her to feel a twinge of shyness. The experiences of the night before were entirely novel to Hu Xiaoying, yet the satisfaction in her body was undeniably present. Therefore, she bore no resentment towards Li Dahai. On the contrary, she felt immense gratitude towards him for liberating her from that state, especially during last night's encounter. Li Dahai had allowed Hu Xiaoying to truly experience the essence of femininity. As she gazed out at the sun illuminating her languid form, Hu Xiaoying thought that any onlooker would be struck by the breathtaking beauty of the scene. Imagine a woman lying bare on a bed, the sunlight cascading softly over her fair skin, creating a gentle glow. Hu Xiaoying appeared both sacred and sensual, resembling a magnificent oil painting. Yet, at that moment, her exquisite figure remained unappreciated by anyone, which left her feeling somewhat perplexed. As she reminisced about the tender moments shared with Li Dahai the previous night, she recalled how considerate he had been. In truth, Hu Xiaoying did not mind that Li Dahai had left in the morning, fearing he might disturb her rest. She merely cherished their time together. Rising to her feet, she caught sight of her own graceful reflection in the mirror. Her slender waist sparkled under the sunlight, and Hu Xiaoying felt a deep sense of satisfaction with her physique. She gently patted her cheek, suddenly realizing she appeared much younger than before. At that moment, Hu Xiaoying wondered if her years of solitude had aged her prematurely, or if her time with Li Dahai had rejuvenated her. She pinched her cheeks in the mirror, and despite having always maintained a fine figure, today she felt her cheeks were plump and radiant. A sense of contentment washed over her. Now she understood that no matter how much she felt she had missed out on, a single good night's sleep had transformed her skin remarkably. This realization solidified her resolve to be with Li Dahai, for women often possess a desire for beauty, and Hu Xiaoying was no exception. She reflected on how much precious time she had wasted during her years of mourning, yet now it was impossible to turn back the clock. Thus, Hu Xiaoying resolved to reclaim that lost time with Li Dahai. The memory of their passionate night together caused her cheeks to flush, as she recognized that she could no longer escape the feelings she had developed for him. After waking, Hu Xiaoying hurriedly dressed, for she was not accustomed to sleeping in. But last night had been an exception. Once she was dressed, she intended to eat something, only to discover that Li Dahai had already prepared breakfast in the kitchen, leaving her a note. Hu Xiaoying quickly retrieved the note, which advised her to enjoy her meal and then rest well. Warmth filled her heart upon reading those words, as she had not anticipated that a man would care for her so deeply. With her heart swelling with emotion, she held Li Dahai close in her thoughts. She savored the breakfast he had made, which, though simple, was refreshing and delightful. Hu Xiaoying felt truly satisfied. Thus, she bore no ill will towards Li Dahai for leaving early that morning. After finishing her breakfast, she reclined contentedly on the bed for a while, allowing herself to rest. Meanwhile, she recalled the 3 slippery snakes from the previous night and wondered what Li Dahai intended to do with them. On the other side, Li Dahai had already cleaned and skewered the 3 snakes, roasting them over the fire. He noted that since capturing the snakes from the ancient well, the women in the village had experienced significantly fewer issues regarding that matter, which relieved him. Just then, Wang Qiuxiang stealthily entered. Upon seeing the mischievous girl, Li Dahai smiled and asked, "Qiuxiang, why have you come today? Did you not come with your sister?" Wang Qiuxiang pouted and replied, "My sister said she didn't want to be a third wheel, so I came by myself. Since I know the way, I thought it best to come directly." Li Dahai chuckled at her response. Wang Qiuxiang then approached, craning her neck to ask, "Li Dahai, what are you doing? Those snakes look quite disgusting." She stood at a distance, hesitant to come closer, as most women harbor a natural fear of snakes, and Wang Qiuxiang was no exception. Li Dahai explained, "These snakes can be used to make medicine. You remember how you were feeling pain in your chest? That was due to drinking water from the well where the snakes lived. But do not worry, I will prepare some medicinal powder for you, and you should feel better soon." The revelation startled Wang Qiuxiang, nearly causing her to retch at the thought of having consumed water from a well inhabited by those snakes. She quickly asked, "Li Dahai, are there still any snakes left in that well? I really do not want to drink that water again." Chapter 44. Unhealed at this moment. Li Dahai pondered for a while before finally speaking. "As for Qiuxiang, I am not quite certain about her condition. However, it is advisable to drink water from the river for the time being, especially since the cold condensing snake has been somewhat unusual lately." Upon hearing Li Dahai's words, Wang Qiuxiang exclaimed with a start and then smiled, "Great Dr. Dahai, you are truly remarkable. So many villagers have sought treatment without finding any clues. Yet you arrived and resolved their issues effortlessly." At that moment, Wang Qiuxiang felt a sense of pride for Li Dahai, as he was the object of her affection. She was not at all stingy with her compliments for someone she admired. When Li Dahai entered the room with his medicine box, Wang Qiuxiang, with a slightly flushed face, said, "Great Dr. Dahai, could you perhaps take another look at me? I've been feeling a pain in my chest again." Hearing this, Li Dahai widened his eyes in disbelief, pondering, "This makes no sense. The cold condensing snake has already been captured, and I prescribed herbal remedies. If she is still in pain, that would be quite unreasonable." However, Wang Qiuxiang pouted her lips and, seeing that no one was around, playfully stomped her foot and said, "Great Dr. Dahai, if you continue to doubt me, I shall ignore you. Do you not believe me? I truly feel pain in my chest." Seeing Wang Qiuxiang on the verge of tears, Li Dahai had no choice but to relent, saying, all right, Qiuxiang, please let me take a look." Upon hearing this, Wang Qiuxiang beamed with joy and promptly walked over to close the door, a procedure that seemed second nature to her. Li Dahai shook his head helplessly, realizing that this ploy must have been learned from Wang Zuolan. Indeed, they were cut from the same cloth. As Wang Qiuxiang approached him, she eagerly began to remove his clothing, revealing her fair and youthful physique before Li Dahai. Notably, Wang Qiuxiang was a pure and innocent maiden. Although she had reached adulthood, she had never been in a romantic relationship. Li Dahai's heart stirred at the sight. Had he known that Shenong had already dealt with Guiyong, he might have refined his cultivation. The thought excited him, especially since he had received heavenly writing the previous night. If he were to gain Wang Qiuxiang's maidenhood today, it could potentially enhance his meridians and significantly advance his cultivation. However, as Li Dahai examined Wang Qiuxiang's chest, he noticed it was pristine, devoid of any symptoms. It seemed the previous treatment had successfully healed her. Yet, Wang Qiuxiang secretly observed Li Dahai, noticing his unwavering gaze upon her body. And a faint smile crept onto her lips. In her eyes, great Dr. Dahai was completely captivated by her youthful form, and she felt a sense of pride. Having attracted countless admirers in the past, none of whom had piqued her interest until Li Dahai came along, She understood the value of gratitude, especially since he had saved her life. Moreover, Li Dahai's youth and capability were unmatched in their village. Such qualities made him a desirable partner. Women are often drawn to powerful men, and Wang Qiuxiang was no exception. She had come with the intention of enticing Li Dahai, curious to see if her alluring figure could provoke his desire. It seemed her goal was already within reach. In fact, this tactic had been taught to her by Wang Cuilan, who had foreseen that great Dr. Dahai would surely rise to prominence. Wang Cuilan had advised her to seize the opportunity before he became unattainable, as many women would vie for his attention once he gained success. Now, Wang Qiuxiang had thrown caution to the wind, declaring, "Great Dr. Dahai, I feel unwell, much like Sister Cuilan." Li Dahai, upon hearing this, could not help but smile faintly. Realizing Wang Qiuxiang's intentions, he did not oppose her advances, for he too found her beauty irresistible. Sometimes, he thought, 10 or 8 stunning women would not be too many. Thus, with her invitation, he discreetly began his examination. As Li Dahai examined her, he sensed that Wang Qiuxiang was indeed unwell, though not severely so, with a gentle touch. He could easily alleviate her discomfort. Wang Qiuxiang closed her eyes tightly, hesitant to look at him, as this was her first experience of such intimacy. Aware of her bashfulness, Li Dahai chose to be considerate, remarking, "Qiuxiang, I can feel that there is some swelling here. It appears your previous ailment has not fully resolved. I shall prescribe another batch of herbs for you to brew." Wang Qiuxiang responded softly, almost as if in conversation rather than agreement. At this point, Li Dahai could not afford to hesitate. Since she had tacitly consented, he continued his treatment. For him, such matters were trivial. His skills as a physician were unparalleled. As he became familiar with her condition, he found himself increasingly satisfied with her. Wang Qiuxiang was indeed a captivating woman, and her fragrance was intoxicating. Moreover, Li Dahai aimed to conduct a thorough examination to uncover any hidden ailments. After a meticulous inspection, he discovered that aside from the previous discomfort in her chest, Wang Qiuxiang was in excellent health. She possessed a beautiful and alluring physique, the kind that every man dreams of. At this moment, Li Dahai's heart raced, particularly when he noticed Wang Qiuxiang had discreetly opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She realized that Li Dahai's medical prowess was truly extraordinary. Chapter 45, The Examination. Wang Qiuxiang whispered, "Great Dr. Li, is something wrong? Is there something wrong with my body?" Observing Wang Qiuxiang's bashful demeanor, Li Dahai felt a surge of delight within him. He casually wiped his hands and replied, "Sister Qiuxiang, your health is excellent. However, I wonder if you would be willing to allow me to conduct a more thorough examination in my private room. I believe a comprehensive checkup is necessary." Wang Qiuxiang gasped in surprise and exclaimed, "Could you speak a little louder? Is that really permissible?" Li Dahai softly affirmed, gazing at her with an intensity that suggested he had made a resolute decision, then nodded firmly. Before he could fully react, she took the initiative and rushed into the small room. Li Dahai felt a rush of exhilaration. He had not anticipated that a charming young woman like Wang Qiuxiang would become so proactive. This unexpected turn left him both surprised and intrigued. Watching her run with such grace was akin to witnessing a tempting little lamb, prompting him to pursue her eagerly, akin to a wolf drawn to its prey. Once he caught up, Wang Qiuxiang turned her back to him and mentioned that she only intended to remove her top. Her delicate lingerie remained adorned on her figure, a soft pastel green that exuded youthful vitality. In that moment, Li Dahai felt a surge of youthful exuberance himself. He realized that sometimes spending time with young women could rejuvenate one's spirit, a lesson he had gleaned over the past few days, especially with someone as exquisite as Wang Qiuxiang. He found himself increasingly captivated. At that moment, Li Dahai had no other desires, merely wishing to remove Wang Qiuxiang's garments. Upon entering the room, Wang Qiuxiang felt a tinge of embarrassment, reflecting on her earlier boldness, realizing she had abandoned the modesty expected of a young woman. Yet, Li Dahai was oblivious to her concerns, focusing solely on the perfect curve of her back now presented before him. Her slender waist, accentuated by a charming indentation, stirred a sense of urgency within him. "Qiuxiang, allow me to examine you once more. You know, we physicians are quite diligent with our patients," he stated earnestly. "Since we are going to conduct this examination, it must be thorough." Wang Qiuxiang softly agreed, saying, "Please proceed quickly. I assure you I am in good health and will cooperate fully." After uttering these words, she shyly lowered her gaze, unable to meet Li Dahai's eyes. With a chuckle, Li Dahai gently placed his hands on her waist to commence the examination. He could not help but admire the exquisite texture of her skin, a delightful sensation that affirmed his belief in the appropriateness of his actions. He understood that such opportunities were rare and thus worth seizing with both hands. At this moment, Wang Qiuxiang seemed unfazed, aware that Li Dahai's actions were purposeful, as she realized that she had never before been examined in such a manner by a man. She recognized that this experience was unique to her interactions with him. This thought stirred something deep within Li Dahai, who decided to dedicate his day to enjoying her company. After all, such a beautiful young woman deserved to be cherished. As Li Dahai continued his examination, Wang Qiuxiang suddenly felt her legs weaken and collapsed into his embrace. He quickly steadied her, asking, "Sister Qiuxiang, what is wrong?" Blushing, she replied, "I suddenly feel weak. May I lean on you for a moment?" Li Dahai chuckled, realizing that this was indeed her first experience, as even before he had begun the examination, she was already feeling faint. However, he recognized this as a sign of her growing affection, prompting him to intensify his efforts. He held her firmly in his arms, reveling in the youthful essence of her beauty. The fragrance emanating from her intensified the allure of the moment, affirming to him that Wang Qiuxiang was indeed a remarkable gem. Yet, a pang of regret struck him, realizing that he had encountered Wang Zilan too late in her life. Had their paths crossed earlier, she might have mirrored Wang Qiuxiang's vibrancy. Wang Qiuxiang remained silent, grateful that Li Dahai was there to support her, though she understood her current state would not last long. Li Dahai, upon seeing her in that delicate shade of green, smiled and said, "Sister Qiuxiang, why don't we remove this fabric as well? It would allow for a clearer examination. Oh, I mean, a more thorough one." He quickly corrected himself, aware that the moment to showcase his medical expertise had arrived. With confidence in his skills, he gently tugged at her garment, pondering what ailments she might possess and which remedies would best suit her. In that instant, he felt as though he were gazing upon a divine masterpiece crafted by the heavens. Chapter 46. The door remained closed although they had met previously. The emotions this time were entirely different. During their last encounter, Li Dahai had not made any significant advances, but today was a different scenario. A man and a woman were secluded together in a room. Naturally, Li Dahai would not let such an opportunity slip away. Before him lay Wang Qiuxiang, her exquisite form captivating his gaze, making it seem almost within reach. He merely had to extend his hand slightly to possess the beauty before him. Yet, at that moment, he chose to savor the sight rather than rush. Wang Qiuxiang, eyes closed and cheeks flushed, dared not look at Li Dahai. After a prolonged silence, she found herself unable to contain her impatience. After all, she was a young woman experiencing such proximity to a man for the first time, which was undeniably nerve-wracking. She finally spoke, a hint of urgency in her tone. "Divine Dr. Dahai, are you finished with your examination? Shall we proceed to the next step?" Unexpectedly, while she was anxious, Li Dahai remained unhurried. At that moment, Wang Qiuxiang was at a tender crossroads, having longed for a man to alleviate her solitude, yet had not found the right one until now. With her sights set on Li Dahai, she was determined not to let this chance slip away, especially since she had prepared herself for this encounter. Feeling that the circumstances were aligning perfectly, she awaited his next move. Li Dahai, with a gentle smile, reassured her. "Do not worry, I still need to conduct a further examination." He began to explore her further. Upon completion, he discovered that Wang Qiuxiang's body was remarkably clean and healthy, indicating her keen awareness of personal well-being. This revelation put him at ease. Wang Qiuxiang had chosen to wear a pair of shorts for her visit, her fair, long legs exposed and swaying gracefully. Li Dahai found himself intrigued by her beautiful limbs and lifted her waist with ease. "Divine Dr. Dahai, what are you doing?" she inquired softly. Li Dahai chuckled. "It is rather inconvenient to stand. Allow me to carry you to the bed for a proper examination." Her face flushed with embarrassment, yet an unspoken anticipation lingered within her. She offered a gentle not opposing his intentions. Without further ado, Li Dahai carried her to the bed. Once there, the alluring essence of youth enveloped him. As he beheld Wang Qiuxiang reclining gracefully, she resembled a captivating painting. At that moment, Li Dahai could hardly restrain himself. Wang Qiuxiang closed her eyes, silently welcoming his kiss. The sweet fragrance of her presence intoxicated him, a sensation unlike any he had experienced before. Unlike his encounters with the more experienced women, Wang Qiuxiang, being a maiden, brought an innocence to their kiss, which was both tender and somewhat clumsy, possibly even resulting in a few accidental bites. Yet, Li Dahai did not mind. The youthful fervor of her heart was evident, especially as she embraced the reality of being with a man for the first time. Li Dahai, sensing her excitement, felt a surge of pride. He reflected on his time in Qinshan village, where he had come to heal and care for its inhabitants, only to find himself cared for by the village women in return. After an extended kiss, Li Dahai's hands began to wander, and before long, he had unknowingly removed her shorts. Wang Qiuxiang now lay fully revealed before him, her pure, long legs stretching elegantly across the bed. The sight was mesmerizing, and he swallowed hard. Wang Qiuxiang did not resist. Instead, she gazed at him with an enchanting allure, urging him to act swiftly. Li Dahai, unable to restrain his desires, swiftly drew closer. In this moment, he realized he had achieved his aim. Wang Qiuxiang felt a twinge of regret. Had she known this would be her experience, she might have sought a man much earlier. Yet, it was her selectiveness that had led her to Li Dahai. Noticing the glimmer of tears at the corners of Wang Qiuxiang's eyes, he hastily wiped them away and asked, "Sister Qiuxiang, what troubles you? Why are you crying?" Through her sobs, she replied, "Dahai, do not mind me. Continue with what you were doing. These are tears of joy." Li Dahai chuckled, pleasantly surprised by her newfound assertiveness, and he felt compelled to exert himself even more. For the entire day, the doors of his clinic remained tightly shut, leaving the villagers seeking treatment to return empty-handed. However, in that moment, Li Dahai's focus was unwavering. The chance for intimacy with Wang Qiuxiang was one he was not willing to squander. Thus, they spent that day enveloped in their shared bliss within the confines of that small room. Chapter 47. Herbs. The villagers remained oblivious to the reason behind Li Dahai's closed clinic today. Little did they know that he was savoring a blissful domestic life with Wang Qiuxiang. Today had indeed been exhausting for Li Dahai, yet in the end, Wang Qiuxiang fell into a satisfied slumber. As he gazed down at the delicate woman nestled in his arms, Li Dahai felt a wave of emotion. He mused that it was precisely such a woman who had truly become his, and a sense of pride swelled within him, affirming that his efforts over the past days had been worthwhile. Thus, Li Dahai embraced Wang Qiuxiang's soft form and succumbed to sleep himself. To him, the most crucial aspect was that she felt secure in his presence. Naturally, Li Dahai held deep affection for Wang Qiuxiang. Otherwise, he would not have welcomed her into his home. Exhausted, Wang Qiuxiang felt she had genuinely experienced what it meant to be a woman, and despite her fatigue, she was enveloped in happiness, particularly due to the fulfilling day they had shared. Noticing how peacefully Wang Qiuxiang slept, Li Dahai refrained from disturbing her. At that moment, his sole desire was for her to rest well. Unable to resist, he leaned down and kissed her softly. In her dreamlike state, she murmured, "Divine Dr. Dahai, I wish for you not to leave me." After speaking, she clung to him tightly. Li Dahai chuckled, amused by her nighttime musings. Realizing how thoroughly satisfied he had made her, with a sense of pride, he reflected on the energy she had unleashed during their intimate moments, which nearly overwhelmed him. Such was the vigor of youth. Shaking his head, he rose to drink some water and prepared a blend of herbs to replenish her strength. Knowing well that a woman like Wang Qiuxiang, especially after her first time, might feel somewhat drained. Fortunately, Li Dahai's medical skills were commendable. He hastily concocted a herbal remedy, intending to offer it to her upon awakening. Moreover, he added a bit of the prepared condensed water, which possessed nourishing qualities, perfect for replenishing her vitality. Wang Qiuxiang was indeed fortunate, for such herbal remedies would typically command a hefty price. However, Li Dahai resolved to provide her with this without hesitation, recognizing that she had bestowed upon him her most cherished gift. Suddenly, it struck him that, due to the abrupt turn of events, he had yet to procure a gift for Wang Qiuxiang. After all, even in a romantic relationship, a token of affection, such as a ring, was customary. Yet, given the distance to town and the time constraints, he decided to defer his shopping until his next trip to the city. Of course, he had not forgotten the other women, such as Wang Zuolan and Hu Xiaoying, who had also significantly aided him. It was imperative to maintain harmonious relations with them. As he brewed the herbs, the fragrant aroma wafted toward Wang Qiuxiang, stirring her from her slumber. Rubbing her eyes, she looked around, only to find Li Dahai absent. Panic set in, for a woman often fears abandonment when sharing a bed with a man. Wang Qiuxiang, who had recently transitioned from innocence to womanhood, felt disoriented. Awakening without Li Dahai, she called out in distress, "Divine Dr. Dahai, where have you gone? You wouldn't abandon me, would you?" Her thoughts spiraled into worry, and her lips pursed as tears threatened to spill. Hearing her distress, Li Dahai hurried back, his heart stirred by the sight before him. Wang Qiuxiang lay weeping on the bed, her hands wiping away tears, inadvertently revealing her alluring figure. This sight ignited a fervent desire within Li Dahai. Though he recognized the importance of allowing her body to recuperate, understanding that she was not as seasoned as Wang Chunlan, Li Dahai quickly approached, asking Sister Qiuxiang, "Why are you crying?" Upon seeing him, Wang Qiuxiang leaped into his arms, still in her undress, clinging to him like a koala. Li Dahai had no choice but to support her exquisite form and reassured her, "Do not fear, I am right here." Wiping her tears, Wang Qiuxiang replied, "Dahai, I thought you had forsaken me after taking everything from me." Li Dahai chuckled at her concern, pinching her nose playfully as he reassured her, "Fear not, my dear. A woman like you is not one I could ever bear to lose." Chapter 48. Beauty and Rejuvenation Elixir. If you ask me, I would prefer to be with you every night. Autumn fragrance, don't you agree? Upon hearing Li Dahai's words, Wang Qiuxiang felt a sense of relief wash over her. She then smiled and replied, "Divine Dr. Dahai, if you say so, then I shall believe you. However, I fear that you might be lured away by other women in the future." Li Dahai promptly squeezed Wang Qiuxiang's firm, rounded figure and chuckled, "What are you saying? Autumn fragrance? Even if someone were to entice me away, I would never abandon you. What man would ever disdain his own woman for not being numerous enough? Moreover, autumn fragrance, as long as you wish to stay, you are welcome to reside at my home every day. You can choose any room you desire. Oh, by the way, this bed is a bit small. I'll have Zuelon's husband craft a larger one tomorrow, so we won't feel cramped anymore." Wang Qiuxiang's eyes widened in surprise at this statement, and she laughed, "Dahai, is that truly the case? However, my parents might not agree. I certainly cannot stay here for long at night unless you marry me." Li Dahai smiled, for he would be more than willing to marry such a charming and alluring woman as Wang Qiuxiang. Thus, he replied, "Autumn fragrance, since you wish to marry me, I shall carry you home in a grand sedan chair one day, as long as your parents consent." Upon hearing this, Wang Qiuxiang felt her cheeks flush, for she had yet to discuss such matters with her parents. She reluctantly agreed, knowing that their relationship had progressed beyond mere words, and besides, she found no interest in other men. Thus, it was best to firmly grasp onto Li Dahai, her sturdy tree. At that moment, Wang Qiuxiang had no thoughts of leaving, content to remain in Li Dahai's embrace. Notably, when Li Dahai's broad hand supported her, she felt an unusual sensation, coupled with an overwhelming sense of safety. She then inhaled deeply and asked, "Dahai, what are you doing? I smell something fragrant and medicinal." Li Dahai chuckled and replied, "Autumn fragrance. I am preparing some herbal concoctions for you. Rest assured, these herbs are beneficial for women and devoid of any side effects. I've even added some powdered essence from the rare condensed snake, which nourishes vitality and enriches the blood, ideal for women. The condensed snake is quite delicate, and thus its aroma is exquisite. I never expected that just a pinch of the powder would emit such a delightful fragrance." This statement held truth. Li Dahai had indeed researched the condensed snake powder, which boasted a delectable flavor, akin to a gourmet dish crafted by a master chef. However, it was advised that men should consume it sparingly, for excessive intake would lead to the need for an antidote provided by a woman, although the health benefits were immense. Explaining the high market price of the condensed snake, Wang Qiuxiang, upon hearing this, widened her eyes and said, "Dahai, but I do not like eating snakes. I feel frightened at the sight of them. How about we omit the snake powder? I can simply take the herbal infusion." Wang Qiuxiang was aware of Li Dahai's exceptional medical skills, knowing that his remedies could cure ailments. However, she harbored some resistance to consuming the snake powder. Nevertheless, Li Dahai disagreed, as the essence of the medicine lay in the snake powder. With a smile, he reassured her, "Autumn, worry not. This snake powder also aids in beautifying the skin. After consuming it, your complexion will be even more radiant, and your skin will become exquisitely smooth. So, what do you say?" Evidently, a woman's desire for beauty often surpasses her fear of snakes. Upon hearing Li Dahai's words, Wang Qiuxiang quickly nodded and declared, "Then I must drink it." This delighted Li Dahai, as it seemed his strategy had borne fruit. He attempted to place Wang Qiuxiang on the bed to fetch the herbal concoction for her, but she clung to his neck like a koala, refusing to let go. Her long legs wrapped around his waist, as if they were meant to be attached to him. Li Dahai chuckled helplessly, "Autumn fragrance, what am I to do with you? I cannot fetch the herbs like this." Yet, Wang Qiuxiang simply smiled and replied, "Dahai, I don't care. I want to stay with you." Seeing her like this, Li Dahai shook his head in resignation, aware that Wang Qiuxiang had just blossomed into womanhood and still retained some of her youthful innocence. Thus, he carried her into the apothecary. Upon entering, Wang Qiuxiang observed that Li Dahai's apothecary was even larger than his bedroom, filled with a variety of herbs, many of which she had never seen before. The room was permeated with a fragrant aroma from a medicinal furnace. Reluctantly, Li Dahai held Wang Qiuxiang with one arm while using the other to gather the herbs. Once he had finished, she finally released him. Li Dahai blew gently on the concoction to cool it before offering it to her. Indeed, after drinking, Wang Qiuxiang's vitality surged, and the fatigue that had weighed her down vanished. She felt invigorated, as if she could stand tall once more. However, despite her restored energy, she feigned a delicate demeanor, still nestled within Li Dahai's embrace. She relished the warmth of being close to him. Fortunately, Li Dahai remained silent, instead lifting her gently and carefully tucking her into bed. The following morning, as dawn broke, Li Dahai rose hastily to open the door, realizing that he had not operated the previous day, and some villagers were surely waiting. As expected, upon opening the door, villagers began to arrive one after another for consultations. Fortunately, the ailments they presented were minor: sprained ankles, cuts from farming, or bites from snakes and dogs. Li Dahai merely needed to glance at them to hand over a few medicinal packets. Some villagers, accustomed to this arrangement, brought baskets of eggs or chickens and ducks for treatment. Li Dahai inspected them, noting their quality and flavor, and accepted their offerings. Thus, while he did not earn much in currency from treating the villagers, he did not incur expenses either. At least his food was organic and fresh, a rarity in the town. Having grown accustomed to the city's offerings, Li Dahai had developed a wariness towards artificially enhanced foods, knowing that, with his medical expertise, consuming such items could easily lead to illness. As he treated the villagers, a sudden creak echoed from the back as the bedroom door swung open. Wang Qiuxiang emerged, still drowsy, wearing a loosely draped nightgown that barely concealed her figure, leaving her long legs exposed. Wang Qiuxiang rubbed her eyes and inquired, "Dahai, why are you working so early? Moreover, you didn't call out to me when you got up." As she emerged, Wang Qiuxiang was truly stunning. Not only did Li Dahai gaze in astonishment, but even the villagers who had come to seek medical attention were taken aback. The sight of Wang Qiuxiang in the room of the esteemed Dr. Dahai, clad in his nightwear, compelled the onlookers to speculate about the nature of the relationship between Li Dahai and Wang Qiuxiang. Chapter 49. Do not deceive me at this moment, Wang Qiuxiang, upon noticing the presence of others, was jolted from her daze. With a sudden exclamation, she hurriedly rushed back. Li Dahai, too, came to his senses and swiftly closed the door. Fortunately, the only remaining patient was Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, who appeared to be in her 40s or 50s, was an ordinary woman from Qingshan village, engaged in farming like many others. Though she dressed modestly, hints of her former beauty could still be discerned. With a chuckle, Aunt Zhang remarked, "Ah, divine Dr. Dahai, I never expected you to have a hidden beauty. Tell me, when did you start courting the young lady from the Wang family? How is it that she is now residing in your home?" Upon hearing this, Li Dahai quickly waved his hands. "Aunt Zhang, you must be mistaken. There is nothing between me and the Wang girl. She simply had nowhere to stay last night, and I took her in." Aunt Zhang shot him a skeptical glance, then replied, "You might be trying to deceive me. Rest assured, we in Qingshan village are very grateful for your medical assistance. I must say, the Wang girl is quite the catch, curvaceous and tall, surely destined to bear healthy children. If I were you, I would marry her. I could even act as your matchmaker. Shall I go to my home and arrange it?" Li Dahai, taken aback by Aunt Zhang's suggestion, hurriedly gestured for her to stop. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he was astonished by the villagers' enthusiasm. After all, Aunt Zhang had previously mentioned introducing her niece to him, which he had declined. Now, it seemed, her niece must be quite appealing. Noticing his reluctance, Aunt Zhang's expression stiffened. She then stated, "Divine Dr. Dahai, are you merely playing with Wang Qiuxiang? If you don't wish to marry her, I can keep my niece available for you." Li Dahai felt a fresh wave of perspiration. It appeared Aunt Zhang was overly forward, suggesting her niece to him despite his current involvement. "That won't be necessary," he replied hastily. "I am quite busy at the moment and not looking to pursue any romantic relationships." Aunt Zhang sighed in response. "What a pity," she murmured, still chattering away. Li Dahai, eager to end the conversation, tossed her medicine into her arms. "Aunt Zhang, I have finished your examination. You should head back now. I have other matters to attend to." Understanding his urgency, Aunt Zhang gave him a knowing look, muttering, "You young people, I know what you're up to." After she left, Li Dahai shook his head helplessly. Yet, observing Aunt Zhang's enduring charm, he surmised her niece must also be quite attractive. However, he pushed thoughts of Aunt Zhang aside and focused on checking on Wang Qiuxiang. As he opened the door, he found Wang Qiuxiang sitting on the bed, clutching his pajamas. Upon seeing him, she stood and asked, "Dahai, who was that person just now? You nearly scared me to death. I didn't even see who it was." Li Dahai replied, "That was Aunt Zhang from the village." Wang Qiuxiang's response was a simple "oh." However, she then cast a resentful glance at Li Dahai, saying, "Divine Dr. Dahai, you didn't tell me there was someone outside. You made me look foolish in front of them." He chuckled. "Qiuxiang, foolish? How could you look foolish? You're so beautiful." He hadn't expected her to emerge so suddenly without informing him. Seeing her flustered, he embraced Wang Qiuxiang. The soft fragrance of her presence intoxicated him. Nestled against his broad chest, she felt more at ease. "Divine Dr. Dahai, I can't shake the feeling that Aunt Zhang might tell my parents. I'm not ready for that yet." Li Dahai tightened his hold on her. "What are you worried about, Qiuxiang? Aunt Zhang isn't that kind of person. She wouldn't say anything without my consent. And even if she did, I could always marry you." Hearing this, Wang Qiuxiang's face lit up with joy. They shared a tender moment before she reluctantly departed. Once he finally ushered her out and closed the door, Li Dahai hurried off to find Wang Chunlan. He sensed an issue with his bed, considering he might have multiple women in his life in the future. He wished to change it soon and was eager to hear Wang Mu's opinion. Following the familiar path in his memory, Li Dahai made his way to Wang Suilan's home. The village was small, and he arrived in no time. Wang Suilan's dwelling was quite simple, constructed of wood, fitting for a mother-in-law. Li Dahai glanced around, but saw no one at the entrance, so he knocked on the door. It swung open to reveal a seemingly simple and honest man with a long, unkempt beard. He appeared rather modest, the kind who often got bullied. Feeling a bit uneasy, Li Dahai recalled that Wang Suilan had insisted on finding him. He had no intention of taking advantage of the honest man. Upon seeing Li Dahai, the carpenter looked surprised. "Isn't this Divine Dr. Dahai? What brings you here?" The carpenter's demeanor was unremarkable, as if he were entirely unaware of the situation between Li Dahai and Wang Suilan. Chapter 50. Carpenter's work indeed. Zhang the carpenter had witnessed such matters numerous times before. Moreover, Wang Suilan's reputation for being fickle was well known. Even if he sought to amend her ways, it would prove futile. Naturally, the predicament concerning his own health perplexed Zhang the carpenter greatly. Upon hearing this, Li Dahai chuckled softly and finally spoke. "Zhang, I am Li Dahai. Is Sister Suilan at home? Last time, she mentioned asking you to craft a wooden bed. How is that project coming along?" Zhang the carpenter, upon hearing this, smacked his forehead and replied with a smile. "Oh, which wooden bed do you refer to? My dear brother, your contributions to our village are truly invaluable. For this, I shall not charge you for your labor. I will make this bed for you free of charge." Li Dahai was taken aback by this revelation, surprised that Zhang the carpenter was so generous. However, he did not wish to take advantage of Zhang, so he responded, "No, that won't he do. I see your household income is modest, and I must insist on paying you. If you refuse, I shan't come to you for future work." Upon hearing this, Zhang the carpenter grew anxious. After all, Li Dahai was a benefactor to the entire village. If he drove Li Dahai away, he would become a pariah. Sometimes, the thoughts of the villagers were rather simple. Zhang the carpenter was primarily interested in his craft. As long as he had work to do, he was content. Seeing that Li Dahai was so adamant, Zhang ultimately acquiesced. "Well, I have not yet completed your request. Suilan has set high standards for this bed, and I have only finished half of it. The main issue is that I lack sufficient timber. I will need to send someone to the mountains in a few days to procure some sturdy wood." Upon hearing this, Li Dahai's heart stirred. It seemed Zhang was preparing to create an opulent bed for him. This thought excited Li Dahai, as he realized how significant this would be for him. Just then, Wang Suilan approached, her face alight with joy. Upon seeing Li Dahai, she hurried over, beaming with delight. As she drew near, she wrapped her arms around him. Clad only in a nightgown, which clearly indicated she had just awakened, her attire was quite sheer. Li Dahai, observing the time, noted it was nearly noon, implying she had likely been asleep until now. The intimacy of their embrace was palpable, and Li Dahai could even feel the warmth of Wang Suilan against him, which made him somewhat uncomfortable, especially with Zhang the carpenter observing nearby. Zhang, however, appeared unfazed by the scene, turning his head away to maintain a sense of decorum. Feeling a bit sheepish, Li Dahai whispered in Wang Suilan's ear, "Sister Suilan, why haven't you visited me in recent days? Is this truly appropriate?" Wang Suilan merely pouted and responded, "What is the issue?" "He.S. just an invalid. I've had men over before." Li Dahai was taken aback by her words, yet he recognized that it was her choice, and he refrained from passing judgment. Still, Wang Zuolan leaned in closer and confided, but that's all in the past. I've erased all my previous relationships. My heart now belongs solely to you. Li Dahai let out a resigned smile, understanding that in matters of the heart, as long as both parties were content, there was no need for compulsion. And since Wang Zuolan had come to him, he could hardly refuse her advances. However, with Zhang the carpenter present, Li Dahai felt a sense of awkwardness and distanced himself slightly, prompting a wistful glance from Wang Zuolan. She then continued, Dahai, I believe my sister Qiuxiang is staying with you these days. I wanted to give her to you for a couple of days, which is why I haven't visited. At the mention of Wang Qiuxiang, Li Dahai felt a surge of gratitude toward Wang Zuolan. Without her, he would not have met Qiuxiang, who had become dear to him. In fact, he had gained much from their relationship, making Wang Zuolan a benefactor in her own right. Finally, he addressed Zhang the carpenter regarding the wooden bed. It seems it will take several more days. Perhaps I should settle the payment now? Wang Zuolan, unconcerned about the money, called Zhang over and inquired, Dear, how much do you charge for making a wooden bed? Just quote him the standard rate. Rest assured, my brother Dahai won't take advantage of you. Zhang raised a finger, and Li Dahai, upon seeing this, exclaimed, so it's 1,000 yuan? I shall transfer that amount to you. Zhang was left dumbfounded, as he had intended to charge only 100 yuan, given that the materials would not cost him anything, especially since strong laborers from the village had volunteered to assist him in gathering timber. With Li Dahai's decision set, Zhang felt he could not object. After all, with the profits from the condensed snake powder, Li Dahai was in a position to afford such an expense without concern. Moreover, he knew that purchasing a solid wooden bed from the city would far exceed 1,000 yuan, and it might not even match the quality of what Zhang would craft. Wang Zuolan then proposed, Dahai, since you've come to my home, why not stay for a meal before you leave? Don't worry, I'll prepare it right away. With that, she sashayed into the kitchen. Li Dahai observed her alluring figure and fell into contemplation. Turning to Zhang, he asked, Is there something wrong with your health? Zhang felt embarrassed by the directness of the inquiry, as such questions were rarely posed so candidly. However, as Li Dahai was a skilled healer, Zhang felt compelled to share his troubles. He revealed his condition and inquired, Do you think my ailment can be treated? I've visited many hospitals. After examining him, Li Dahai concluded that Zhang's affliction was indeed difficult to remedy, as it was congenital and resistant to conventional treatments. Nevertheless, he held hope that with further mastery of the Shinnong medical canon, he could eventually heal Zhang. However, this would require considerable time, as Li Dahai felt he had only scratched the surface of the knowledge contained within the ancient text. Chapter 51. The Carpenter's Ailment. After a moment of contemplation, Li Dahai spoke. Zhang the carpenter, let me assure you, I will certainly attend to your ailment, but it will not be immediate. You must wait for a few months, perhaps even a year. Zhang the carpenter's eyes sparkled with hope, and his entire being trembled with anticipation. For countless years, he had yearned to live as a normal man. Yet the overwhelming reality had nearly crushed his spirit. Initially, he had abandoned all hope, but Li Dahai's words rekindled the flickering flame of life within him. Trembling, he asked, Li Dahai, is this truly the case? With a smile, Li Dahai replied, Of course, it is true. Do you think I would deceive you? Upon hearing these words, Zhang the carpenter felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, for Li Dahai's assurance had bestowed upon him a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Wang Zuolan rushed over, having overheard Li Dahai's conversation. Zhang the carpenter eagerly recounted the exchange to her. Wang Zuolan listened, astonished, and finally asked, Li Dahai, is this really true? Can you truly cure him? Li Dahai explained, Sister-in-law, I cannot guarantee it. Zhang's condition is congenital, and the treatment will require considerable time. I estimate it will take about 6 months to a year, during which my skills should develop sufficiently to address Zhang the carpenter's ailment. Wang Zuolan, however, pouted and replied with a smile, If you can indeed cure Zhang the carpenter, that would be splendid, but that duration is simply too long for me to endure. Ultimately, she disregarded her reservations and pulled Li Dahai down to sit. It was evident that she could scarcely tolerate the thought of waiting, even for a week or two. Zhang the carpenter, already viewing Li Dahai as a savior, insisted, Li Dahai, you and my brother should dine here. I must attend to my work now. With that, he seized his axe and ventured into the woods to chop wood, feeling invigorated. Li Dahai understood that Zhang the carpenter likely wished to facilitate a moment alone with Wang Zuolan, which left him feeling somewhat amused and bewildered. Just as he intended to stop Zhang, the carpenter had already dashed away, leaving no trace. Meanwhile, he found himself firmly grasped by Wang Tsuelan, who had not yet changed out of her thin nightgown, the buttons of which had inadvertently come undone. With each graceful movement, she revealed her figure, captivating Li Dahai's attention. He marveled inwardly, recognizing Wang Tsuelan as a natural beauty. He realized that he could not escape the dinner invitation that awaited him that evening. Indeed, Wang Tsuelan subtly adjusted her attire to reveal even more, ensuring Li Dahai's gaze was fully captivated. Amused by his rapt attention, she teased, "Li Dahai, what do you think? Surely my ailment must be cured now?" Observing her fair complexion, devoid of the previous dark spots, and knowing his medical prowess, he nodded and replied, "Sister Tsuelan, I believe your ailment has indeed been resolved." Yet, Wang Tsuelan shot him a wistful glance and drew closer, wrapping her arms around him, their proximity igniting a warmth that was unmistakable. Li Dahai could only advise, "Wang Tsuelan, while my physical ailments may be mended, my heart remains troubled. Li Dahai, I have not seen you for several days. My longing has grown unbearable," she confessed, her cheeks flushing as she felt the warmth of his hand. Swiftly, she added, "As for this heartache, it must be treated. Would you mind examining me again later? Let us first enjoy this feast." Li Dahai suggested, "Tsuelan, should we not call Zhang the carpenter to join us?" She replied with a dismissive glance, "Why should we summon him? I did not prepare this meal for him. Once he begins working, he cannot be pulled away. Let us not concern ourselves with him. If you do not eat soon, I shall be quite displeased." With no other option, Li Dahai acquiesced, recognizing that he would not find Zhang the carpenter at the moment, and thus chose to relish the meal prepared by Wang Tsuelan. It must be said, her culinary skills were commendable, and he thoroughly enjoyed the spread before him. After they had dined well, Wang Tsuelan stood and quietly closed the door. Li Dahai, taken aback, inquired, "Sister Tsuelan, what are you doing? I must return." Yet, she pouted defiantly, saying, "Li Dahai, if you leave now, you would not be acting like a man. Besides, I am not permitting you to go." Chapter 52, chopping wood until Wang Tsuelan stood at the door, waved her hand, and then locked it. At that moment, Li Dahai wished to leave, yet he found himself unable to do so. Furthermore, as Wang Tsuelan fully opened her arms, the nightgown she wore did little to conceal her exquisite figure, which was now completely revealed before Li Dahai, causing him to swallow hard. Earlier during dinner, Li Dahai had sensed an undeniable allure in Wang Tsuelan. However, he hesitated, thinking it was her home, and he intended to wait until she visited his clinic for a checkup on her heart condition. Yet, with Wang Tsuelan's current demeanor, Li Dahai found himself wavering. With a hint of trepidation, he suggested, "Sister Tsuelan, this is your home after all. How about you come to my clinic for your examination? Rest assured, my clinic is equipped with superior facilities compared to your home." However, Wang Tsuelan cast a sidelong glance at Li Dahai and replied with a smile, "Dr. Dahai, what's the fuss about? With your medical expertise, wouldn't a mere glance suffice? You need not worry. Zhang the carpenter will not be returning today. He mentioned going to chop wood just before he left." Wang Tsuelan looked at Li Dahai with a flirtatious glimmer in her eyes, igniting a surge of excitement within him. He had not anticipated that his visit today would be so fortuitous. Unbeknownst to Li Dahai, the carpenter was one to prefer ignorance to discomfort. Moreover, if Li Dahai were to remedy his congenital ailment, it would earn him the gratitude of his mother-in-law, for it was indeed a rare opportunity. If Wang Tsuelan were to bring another man home, Zhang would harbor some resentment. Yet, with Li Dahai, he wholeheartedly approved. Wang Tsuelan wasted no time for contemplation and took Li Dahai's hand, leading him into her boudoir. It was then that Li Dahai realized that Wang Tsuelan had been sleeping in a separate room from Zhang the carpenter. Of course, in terms of Wang Tsuelan's body, the distinction between sharing a bed and sleeping apart was negligible. The moment they entered her room, a wave of feminine fragrance enveloped him. Wang Tsuelan's boudoir was both quaint and exquisite, adorned with an array of colorful trinkets that suggested her fondness for such embellishments. After ushering Li Dahai inside, she quietly closed the door behind them. At that moment, Wang Tsuelan sighed with relief and, blushing, asked Li Dahai, "What do you think of my room? Is it not better than yours?" Upon hearing her words, Li Dahai observed that her room was awash in shades of pink, mirroring the hue of her nightgown, which seemed to slip away naturally. Despite their previous intimate encounters, each reunion left Li Dahai with a sense of awe. He understood that Wang Tsuelan had once strayed from the right path, yet it was now his fortune that she had found her way to him. With a light-hearted laugh, Wang Tsuelan disregarded all else and turned to kiss Li Dahai. Although they had only been apart for a few days, it felt as if ages had passed. Li Dahai reciprocated her affection with fervor. However, he realized that this indulgence could not continue indefinitely, and it was time to expedite her examination. Wang Suilon giggled softly. Today, Li Dahai did not engage in any other activities. He simply lingered in Wang Suilon's boudoir, reveling in the tender affection she bestowed upon him. He felt a profound sense of gratitude, affirming the adage that one can learn from the company of others. After a considerable time, as dusk fell, Li Dahai and Wang Suilon completed their significant intimate act. Upon hearing Wang Suilon mention the neighbor, old Wang, who had once been her suitor, Li Dahai realized that he had been supplanted by his presence. Now, with such a remarkable man as Li Dahai in her life, she would hardly glance at the others. As night enveloped the world outside, Li Dahai hurriedly donned his clothes. But Wang Suilon interjected, "Dahai, why not spend the night here?" Li Dahai hesitated for a moment before ultimately shaking his head in refusal, fearing that other women might seek him out during the night, rendering his decision a folly. Moreover, Zhang the carpenter would undoubtedly return, and Li Dahai felt uneasy about sharing the same roof with him. As night descended, Zhang the carpenter trudged into the yard, dragging a log behind him. Noticing the front door firmly locked, he showed no sign of annoyance and busied himself with chopping wood. He first split the logs before shaping them into boards. After some time, Wang Suilon had completed her tasks, and Li Dahai stepped outside. His encounter with Zhang was marked by awkwardness. He exchanged hasty greetings before departing. Meanwhile, Wang Suilon accompanied Li Dahai to the door. Upon seeing Zhang, she pursed her lips and remarked, "Why are you still outside? It's dark. Hurry up and come in." Zhang, wiping the sweat from his brow, replied, "That's not possible. I must work late tonight. I have to prepare a bed for Dr. Dahai. If my ailment is to be cured, it will undoubtedly require substantial effort. And this is the least I can do for him." Wang Suilon rolled her eyes and responded, "How can you say that? You owe your fortune to me. Since Dr. Dahai has agreed to treat you, you can rest assured that all will be well. Just enjoy the good fortune that awaits you." Chapter 53. Waiting for someone at night. Zhang Mujiang felt a surge of joy upon hearing Li Dahai's words. He had been processing the news Li had shared, from the very beginning until now. Meanwhile, as Li Dahai departed, he pondered how to cure Zhang Mujiang's ailment. Several treatment methods flashed through his mind. Yet none could guarantee a complete cure with absolute certainty, each bearing its own risks. Thus, to proceed with caution, Li decided to refine his mastery of the Shinnong medical canon further. As darkness fell, Li felt it prudent to address the matter gradually in the future. However, today's encounter with Wang Suilon had bestowed upon him a delightful experience. He believed he had cultivated a commendable rapport with her, and at the very least, he wished to continue savoring their connection. On the other side, Wang Suilon exchanged a few words with Zhang Mujiang before feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over her, prompting her to lie down and succumb to slumber. After all, although she had enjoyed her time with Li Dahai, it had also left her somewhat drained. At this hour, it was the ideal time for a woman to rest, and Wang Suilon was no exception. Following her nap, Zhang Mujiang busied himself with some carpentry work before retreating to his own room for rest. He knew that venturing into Wang Suilon's quarters at this hour would likely lead to being turned away, and he dared not defy her. Zhang Mujiang's actions were driven by a sense of resignation. Despite his shortcomings, he at least had a wife, which spared him from the stigma of being a bachelor in Qingshan village, where many men remain single. Now, all he yearned for was a child. Believing that such a blessing would complete his life and alleviate the whispers that plagued his existence, the news Li Dahai had imparted filled him with wonder. And he conceived a new idea. Even if Li could not heal him, he still had a plan to father another child, though this notion remained unrefined in his mind, awaiting Li's success in his treatment. With these thoughts, Zhang Mujiang drifted into a cheerful sleep. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Li Dahai noticed a vague silhouette standing at his door. The figure appeared somewhat familiar and, despite the obscurity, seemed quite slender. As he approached, a sense of recognition dawned upon him. "Sister Xiaoying, what brings you here?" he exclaimed in surprise. It turned out that Hu Xiaoying had come looking for Li Dahai, unaware of his visit to Wang Suilon. With the door tightly shut, she had no choice but to wait outside, inadvertently spending the entire night there. As the evening air turned chilly, Hu Xiaoying curled up at Li Dahai's doorstep, her hands tucked into her coat for warmth, which tugged at Li Dahai's heartstrings. He quickly enveloped her in a warm embrace, eliciting a smile from her. With a gentle breath, Hu Xiaoying said, "Dahai, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Seeing her so distressed, Li Dahai refrained from revealing his earlier escapade with Wang Zuolan. Instead, he replied, Sister Xiaoying, I just returned from attending to a patient. The case was quite complex, and it took longer than expected. I truly appreciate your patience. Li's words rang true. He had indeed been treating Zhang Mujiang, albeit with a brief interlude of rest. Hu Xiaoying gazed at him with admiration and remarked, Dahai, I knew it. Your medical skills are exceptional. Even ailments that stymie major hospitals are no match for you. Women, particularly those as lovely as Hu Xiaoying, often gravitate toward men of knowledge and capability, and she was no exception. Li Dahai, eager to reassure her, patted his chest and declared, Sister Xiaoying, rest assured, your man can heal any ailment. Just grant me some time. Her cheeks flushed at his words, filling her heart with warmth, as she recognized the prowess of Li Dahai. Noticing Hu Xiaoying shivering, he lifted her gently and stated, Sister Xiaoying, let us retreat indoors. The night air is rather brisk. She quietly acquiesced, wrapping her arms around his neck. The implications of this gesture were evident. Hu Xiaoying would be spending the night at Li Dahai's home. Once inside, Li promptly secured the door. The faint scent of her floral fragrance stirred a profound yearning within him. Though the aroma had diminished since their last encounter due to his previous absorption of it, he sensed that Hu Xiaoying had accumulated a fresh essence during their time apart. He realized he would need to indulge in it once more that evening. Yet, upon entering, Hu Xiaoying caught a whiff of another woman's scent lingering in the air and remarked, Dahai, why do I detect the fragrance of another woman? It seems rather strong. Chapter 54 Hu Xiaoying arrived, and upon hearing this, Li Dahai felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He was aware that this woman possessed a keen sense of smell, yet he was astonished by how perceptive Hu Xiaoying truly was. The fragrance permeating the room was left by Wang Qiuxiang. After all, she had spent the night nestled against Li Dahai, even sleeping in his bed. Thus, the room was imbued with the lingering scent of Wang Qiuxiang. Although this aroma did not rival that of celestial blooms, it was nonetheless a modest consolation for Li Dahai. Moreover, he had received considerable benefits from Wang Qiuxiang the previous night, though he dared not voice them. Consequently, Li Dahai remarked, the fragrance in this room is likely from the women who came for treatment. They must have used an excess of perfume. However, Hu Xiaoying furrowed her brow and replied, why does this scent not seem like perfume to me? Li Dahai offered an awkward smile. Just then, Hu Xiaoying's stomach growled audibly, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She felt that such a display in front of Li Dahai was rather undignified and unbecoming. Yet, upon entering, Li Dahai tenderly placed his hand on Hu Xiaoying's belly and said, Sister-in-law, you haven't eaten dinner yet, have you? I can tell your stomach is hungry. Feeling somewhat bashful, Hu Xiaoying admitted, Dahai, I was so worried about missing you that I waited at the door without eating. But I am not hungry now. Let us just go into your room quickly. However, the room was still in disarray, and Li Dahai was concerned about leaving behind any personal items, such as intimate garments. They had left in a hurry that day, and he hadn't anticipated Hu Xiaoying visiting him that evening. While her arrival brought him joy, he was unprepared at that moment, leaving him without the opportunity to tidy up. For the sake of prudence, Li Dahai decided against allowing Hu Xiaoying to rest in the bedroom, at least not now, fearing it might invoke jealousy or feelings of rivalry. He certainly did not want to jeopardize the delightful evening ahead. Furthermore, he did not wish for Hu Xiaoying to endure hunger. So he took her by the hand and led her toward the kitchen. As they walked, he said, Sister-in-law, please do not stand on ceremony with me. You've gone hungry tonight, and I cannot bear that. Besides, as a skilled healer, how could I let you go hungry in the middle of the night? Li Dahai's words left Hu Xiaoying feeling somewhat bashful. She responded, but Dahai, it's rather inconvenient to cook at this hour. Isn't it? Li Dahai pondered for a moment before declaring, what's inconvenient about it? I haven't eaten either, so why don't we prepare dinner together? Upon hearing this, Hu Xiaoying agreed, though she could have tolerated her own hunger. Seeing Li Dahai also hadn't eaten persuaded her to acquiesce. In truth, Li Dahai had already dined elsewhere that day, but for Hu Xiaoying's sake, he feigned hunger. Fortunately, the kitchen was well stocked with an array of vegetables, free-range chickens, ducks, and eggs. Afterward, Li Dahai opened the water tank, which housed an old turtle, a gift from the villagers as payment for his medical services. However, he found the turtle too troublesome to prepare, so he opted to keep it alive for the time being. The refrigerator also contained various wild delicacies given to him by villagers. Hu Xiaoying gazed in astonishment at the bounty before her. Finally, she remarked, I believe this kitchen could easily serve as a supermarket. Li Dahai chuckled. Indeed, while one cannot earn much in the village, We are certainly not lacking in food. Moreover, I enjoy these provisions far more than those purchased in the city, and I can't possibly consume them all. Sister Xiaoying, you should take some home with you tomorrow. Hu Xiaoying surveyed the abundance and realized that Li Dahai indeed could not finish it all, and since the food would spoil if left too long, she reluctantly agreed. Li Dahai understood that Hu Xiaoying's modest attire stemmed from her impoverished circumstances. As a widow, how much could she possibly earn? Furthermore, what woman does not cherish beauty? With financial means, they would naturally invest in attractive clothing and cosmetics to adorn themselves. Hu Xiaoying, however, could only manage a light touch of makeup and don the garb of a rural woman, yet it was her simplicity that accentuated her uniqueness. At times, one might argue that Hu Xiaoying's unpretentious charm was more alluring to men, for while ostentatious women may tantalize the senses, those seeking a lifelong partner and family would prefer someone of her genteel disposition. Hu Xiaoying embodied this very essence. As they began to prepare dinner, Hu Xiaoying insisted that Li Dahai refrain from assisting, and he, eager to savor her culinary skills once more, acquiesced. Observing Hu Xiaoying bustling about in the kitchen, he hurriedly retreated to his bedroom. Upon entering, he exhaled in relief. Fortunately, he had not allowed Hu Xiaoying to accompany him, for the room was a complete mess. Not only was the bed in disarray, but the floor was strewn with garments, a sight most unseemly. The pink socks scattered about were unmistakably Wang Qiuxiang's. To his surprise, Li Dahai also discovered an intriguing piece of fabric, palm-sized and clearly intimate apparel. He had not expected Wang Qiuxiang to have left such an item behind, as she was typically meticulous in her tasks. How could she have been so careless? As he inhaled the lingering scent from the garment, a thought struck him. Could it be that Wang Qiuxiang had intentionally left this for him? The notion ignited a wave of excitement within Li Dahai, and he could not help but envision Wang Qiuxiang's sensual and beautiful figure. He entertained the idea that she had deliberately left a few articles behind as tokens for him, revealing her understanding of romantic gestures. This realization completely captivated Li Dahai's thoughts. At that moment, he resolved to express his gratitude the next time he encountered Wang Qiuxiang. He carefully stowed the items away and tidied his bedroom to ensure Hu Xiaoying would not discover too much. Once he finished his tasks, Hu Xiaoying emerged from the kitchen bearing several dishes: chicken with yellow beans, bamboo shoots stir-fried with salted meat, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup. Dahai, let us have this for dinner tonight. I also prepared a pot of old duck soup, but it requires more time to cook, so we can enjoy it tomorrow morning. It will help replenish your strength, she said. Li Dahai replied, Sister Xiaoying, I really don't need to replenish my strength. I am quite healthy as it is. Chapter 55. Duck soup. However, Hu Xiaoying murmured, Doctorly, this is not just any old duck soup. I have put in a great deal of effort to simmer it to perfection. Regardless of anything else, the old duck soup I have prepared is quite delectable. You will find that out by tomorrow morning. Seeing Hu Xiaoying's insistence, Li Dahai had no choice but to acquiesce. He was also curious to taste the uniqueness of Hu Xiaoying's concoction. As for nourishing his body, Li Dahai believed that Hu Xiaoying felt her constitution required a stronger man to conquer her, not wanting him to falter. After all, she certainly did not wish to become a widow again. Therefore, Hu Xiaoying placed great importance on the health of the men she interacted with, even at times prioritizing their well-being over her own. Zhang Taizhu was aware that Hu Xiaoying feared repeating her past mistakes. Yet her celestial fragrance had little impact on Li Dahai. In fact, Li Dahai could even absorb her enchanting essence. Unlike her previous husband who lacked the fortune to enjoy such a delightful aroma and suffered as a result. Understanding Hu Xiaoying's concerns, Li Dahai quickly reassured her, Sister Xiaoying, do not worry. I assure you, I will be perfectly fine. Besides, have you forgotten that I am a divine physician? If anything happens to me, I can heal myself. With a sympathetic embrace, Li Dahai felt deeply moved. After all, Hu Xiaoying had entrusted her body to him and even worried about his health. Such a virtuous partner is indeed rare in this world, which is why Li Dahai cherished her so dearly. Upon hearing his words, Hu Xiaoying contemplated for a moment and realized that he was, after all, a divine physician, unlike her former husband who was merely a farmer, oblivious to the intricacies of health. Recalling this, Hu Xiaoying chuckled, Dahai, are you speaking the truth? If so, I shall take full advantage of that. Li Dahai was touched, and a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. Perhaps this indicated that Hu Xiaoying had previously held back her affections. Overcome with excitement, he exclaimed, Sister Xiaoying, it seems you were not fully satisfied the other night. Fear not, I am robust and capable of enduring. At this moment, Hu Xiaoying's cheeks flushed crimson. Such words were seldom uttered by her, yet she found herself inexplicably emboldened in Li Dahai's presence, even bordering on shamelessness. Little did she realize that such fervor was a hallmark of a woman in love. Especially after they had dined and the night had deepened, Li Dahai hastily suggested, "Sister Xiaoying, shall we retreat to my bedroom? The darkness brings with it dangers." However, Hu Xiaoying hesitated, appearing bashful. Sensing her shyness, Li Dahai felt compelled to be more assertive and quickly said, "Sister Xiaoying, do you not wish to stay with me? Is it necessary for you to return home? It is perilous outside." Seeing him, Hu Xiaoying hurriedly replied, No, I shall not return at this late hour. I wish for you to carry me inside. I feel as though I can hardly walk." Noticing her lowered gaze, flushed cheeks, and reluctance to meet his eyes, Li Dahai felt a surge of joy within him. He understood that despite Hu Xiaoying's shyness, once they reached the bedroom, her true nature would reveal itself. He yearned to savor the essence of her celestial fragrance once more. As soon as Hu Xiaoying finished speaking, Li Dahai swiftly scooped her up in his arms. She gasped in surprise and buried her face in his chest, unwilling to emerge. The intoxicating aroma enveloped Li Dahai, stirring something deep within him, awakening a fire that demanded to be quelled. He knew that if left unchecked, this flame could consume him entirely. For many, the celestial fragrance might seem like a treasure, yet only through proper utilization could one truly harness its potential. Abiding solely in indulgence with Hu Xiaoying could lead to dire consequences. As the proverb suggests, excess leads to decline. Nevertheless, Li Dahai felt that since he began practicing the divine physician's teachings, his self-control had significantly improved. He gently laid Hu Xiaoying upon his bed. Noting its modest size and realizing it was time to hasten the carpenter's progress, yet for the night, they would make do. Unexpectedly, as Hu Xiaoying reclined on the bed, she recalled their initial meeting, causing her to blush even more. Li Dahai, however, paid no heed to such thoughts. Seizing the moment, he lunged towards her, capturing her lips in a fervent kiss. Hu Xiaoying responded with equal passion, and Li Dahai sensed her gradually letting go of her inhibitions. Chapter 56. Where did it go? Indeed, there are times when women exhibit such behavior, particularly those who often present themselves as demure and aloof. Yet, once they find themselves in the intimacy of a bed, their true nature is unveiled. For sometimes, a woman is even more adept at masquerading than a man. When you peel away the layers of her pretense, her intrinsic essence emerges, at which point, the act is cast aside. This stark contrast can indeed delight a man. At present, Li Dahai gazes at Hu Xiaoying, who, before he could utter a word, exclaimed her discomfort from the heat. Without hesitation, she shed her outer garment. Today, Hu Xiaoying had donned a particularly alluring lingerie, layered beneath a delicate overcoat. As she removed it, her enticing form was laid bare before Li Dahai. He mused, unaware of the delightful surprises that awaited him, recognizing that such unique beauty is a rarity to encounter. When Hu Xiaoying becomes passionate, the fragrance that envelopes her intensifies. Li Dahai felt as though the entire room was suffused with her enchanting aroma. At that moment, he was grateful that the doors and windows were securely shut. Otherwise, the intoxicating scent would surely drive any intruder to madness. The closer he drew to Hu Xiaoying, the more potent her fragrance became. Fortunately, Li Dahai gradually absorbed this captivating essence. In the end, he admired Hu Xiaoying's graceful and alluring physique, which appeared even more mature and sensual than the esteemed ladies of the village. Although he had witnessed such scenes on numerous occasions, each time filled him with a sense of wonder at the fortune bestowed upon him. Li Dahai knew that the most challenging aspect of cultivating the Shinong medical classic lay in its initial stages, where the first meridian must expand fourfold compared to the second, marking a transition from nothingness to existence. It is said that to expand the second meridian, one must seek rare treasures from the world, thus paving the way for the first. Only then can one be deemed to have embarked on the path of the Shinong medical classic. However, in this era, such heavenly materials had long been exhausted by predecessors. Even if they remained, Li Dahai would likely take an eternity to uncover them in the depths of the mountains. Purchasing them is an option, yet even selling the entirety of Qingshan village would not suffice to acquire those miraculous elixirs. Nevertheless, he had encountered Hu Xiaoying, a once-in-a-century treasure, whose fragrance surpassed any medicinal remedy. In light of this, Li Dahai aimed to care for her while liberating her from her widowhood. With a gentle tug, he let her garment slip away, revealing her flawless form before him. Li Dahai's breath quickened, for he recognized that what he beheld was undoubtedly the most exquisite tableau in existence. Just as he admired her, Hu Xiaoying cast a wistful glance his way and remarked, "Are you not moved?" If you hesitate, I may depart at dawn. Upon hearing this, Li Dahai could no longer restrain himself. Without further ado, he hastily shed his own attire and leaped toward her. In that moment, Li Dahai felt exceedingly fortunate, grateful for his presence in Qinshan village. Neither he nor Hu Xiaoying squandered a single second, for they both understood that every fleeting moment of romance was a precious fragment of their lives. Happiness radiated from Hu Xiaoying's face, mirrored in Li Dahai's expression. However, he contemplated how Hu Xiaoying had exhibited a hint of wildness, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. This fervor might have been a reflection of her nature, compelling her to release her intoxicating essence before it overwhelmed her own being. Fortunately, with Li Dahai's presence, her health was well tended to. He frequently prescribed remedies to balance her body, particularly after providing her with snake powder, which she had begun to sprinkle on her meals, treating it as a seasoning. Such a precious gift demonstrated the extent of Li Dahai's indulgence towards her. As he gazed at the woman nestled in his arms, peacefully asleep, Li Dahai felt a deep sense of contentment. Given the bed's modest size, he embraced Hu Xiaoying as they slumbered closely together. They remained in this blissful state until the sun ascended high the next day. After a night of unrestrained passion, both were utterly exhausted, leading them to sleep in late. Upon awakening, Hu Xiaoying found herself enveloped in Li Dahai's embrace, a sight that filled her with joy. She wrapped her arms around his neck and said, "Dahai, when we are together, you must never leave. Even if you must, wait until I awaken. Do you know how lonely it is to wake up alone every morning? I long for companionship." Li Dahai, understanding the sincerity behind her words, held her tightly. After all, she had endured years of solitude, living and sleeping alone. With his companionship, she was reluctant to face the loneliness that awaited her upon waking alone after sharing a night together. The psychological toll of such a disparity was unbearable for her. Li Dahai promptly assured her of his commitment. However, as daylight broke, Hu Xiaoying hurriedly rose, searching frantically around the bed. Meanwhile, Li Dahai remained still, appreciating the beauty of her figure. He then inquired, "Sister Xiaoying, what are you searching for?" With a hint of urgency, she replied, "Dahai, please help me find my clothes. They seem to have vanished." Chapter 57. Searching for belongings. Li Dahai understood that the commotion from the previous night with Hu Xiaoying was the reason for the current predicament. They had both been deeply engrossed in their revelry, leaving him oblivious to the whereabouts of his clothing, which he had carelessly discarded. However, Hu Xiaoying had arrived in the very outfit he had lost. What would she do if she could not find her clothes? "Xiaoying, do not fret," he reassured her. "The garments will not sprout legs and run away. Let us search more thoroughly." Lost in a daze, Li Dahai reclined upon the bed, admiring Hu Xiaoying's exquisite figure. Particularly, as she searched for her attire, her every move revealed her alluring sensuality, captivating him entirely. He found himself swallowing hard, acutely aware of the comfort of their current situation. After a considerable time, Hu Xiaoying had managed to locate several pieces of clothing, yet her intimate garments remained elusive. Finally, she glanced at the spot where Li Dahai lay and, blushing, remarked, "Dahai, could you shift a bit? You are sitting on my clothes." Upon hearing her, Li Dahai hastily lifted himself to discover that indeed, 2 pieces of her clothing had been trapped beneath him. He quickly retrieved them, chuckling softly, "Xiaoying, I wondered why it felt so uncomfortable beneath me. It turns out your garments were there. Here you go." As he handed the clothes to her, Hu Xiaoying's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling as if Li Dahai was tenderly caring for her. The scene evoked memories of their wild antics from the previous night, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. However, the essence that had once enveloped her had been absorbed by Li Dahai, invigorating him in contrast to her current state of exhaustion. She realized she needed to retreat and rest, especially as evening approached, likely bringing villagers to her doorstep seeking remedies. Once clad in her garments, Hu Xiaoying regained her image as the virtuous matron of the village, appearing both innocent and unpretentious. Who would suspect that just the night before, she had behaved so liberally in Li Dahai's home? Observing her modest attire, Li Dahai noted the stark contrast to her previous demeanor, a realization that struck him with sudden clarity. After she dressed, Hu Xiaoying addressed him, "Dahai, I must take my leave. However, there may be patients outside, and I wish not to be seen. Is there a back entrance I could use?" Li Dahai admitted that he had no such exit, contemplating the need to have a carpenter construct one for future convenience. He understood her shyness. Despite being a widow for many years, seeking a new companion was not scandalous. Yet Hu Xiaoying's good reputation and the presence of ardent admirers made her cautious, not wanting to invite trouble. Though Li Dahai was untroubled by potential confrontations, he was more concerned about Hu Xiaoying's worries. "Worry not, Showing, he assured her, I shall provide you with a dose of medicine that, if seen by others, will appear as though I am treating you. Besides, while you look healthy now, there are still underlying issues that this remedy can address. Hu Xiaoying was taken aback, glancing at her chest, where the previous marks had vanished. Dahai, is what you say true? Did I not suffer from the venom of the cold condensing serpent? Has it truly been eradicated? Realizing her misunderstanding, Li Dahai quickly clarified, No, Xiaoying, that is not my intent. I mean to say that, after so many years of widowhood, your body has undoubtedly borne excessive strain. Fortunately, since you have been sharing my bed, that burden has significantly diminished. I will prepare some herbal remedies to restore your health, ensuring no further issues arise. Understanding his words, Hu Xiaoying blushed, recognizing that her years of solitude had deprived her of the joys of intimacy, leading to her physical ailments. Reflecting on her past, she realized that it was unsurprising for her body to have suffered. Dahai, I truly appreciate your help. Rest assured, I will diligently take the medicine you provide. Li Dahai pondered on adding a touch of complexity. He rose and began preparing a blend of herbs for her, incorporating some of the serpent's powder to enhance its efficacy. While this combination would accelerate her recovery, it would also intensify the essence of her alluring physique. Previously, this may have posed a challenge for Hu Xiaoying, but with Li Dahai's presence, it became a source of daily satisfaction. As he opened the front door, he discovered several villagers waiting for him, their expressions a mix of curiosity and surprise. They had been lingering outside for quite some time, uncertain of what had transpired between Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying inside. Chapter 58. Tattling. Fortunately, upon seeing the medicine and snake powder in Hu Xiaoying's hands, the onlookers had an epiphany. It turned out that Hu Xiaoying had come to seek medical attention. One of them inquired, Sister Xiaoying, what ailment do you suffer from? Has the esteemed Dr. Li been attending to you for such a long time? Is it quite serious? Upon hearing this, Hu Xiaoying stammered, unable to articulate her predicament. She could hardly confess that her prolonged seclusion with Li Dahai was for more than just medical consultation. Although she was a widow and beyond reproach, the village's gossips were intolerable to her. Li Dahai, noticing the awkwardness, interjected swiftly, What are you all talking about? Sister Xiaoying has a chronic condition, which is why the consultation has taken longer. He added, don't forget to take your medicine on schedule, Sister Xiaoying. With Li Dahai's intervention, the villagers, though still perplexed, chose to trust him. After a brief engagement, he hurriedly departed. Once Hu Xiaoying left, the remaining villagers began to murmur among themselves, sharing their ailments. Some complained of pains here and there, while others mentioned dizziness. Li Dahai had no choice but to invite them in one by one for examination. Attending to all their maladies would require considerable time. After cultivating the Shinong medical classic, Li Dahai continued to treat the villagers, recognizing the text's demand for practical application. Only through hands-on experience could he refine his mastery of it. Once he had attended to all the villagers, he stretched, suddenly aware of the considerable effort he had expended for the health of the residents of Jingshan village. Nevertheless, the fruits of his labor were indeed rewarding. He had first expanded his vital energy through Hu Xiaoying's fragrant essence, and then Wang Qiuxiang had aided him in unlocking a subsequent channel. Once all the meridians were fully opened, Li Dahai felt confident that he would have no rivals in this world. However, he pondered the identity of the individual who had sold him the Shinong medical classic, undoubtedly a master in their own right. The modest sum he had paid could hardly equate to such a remarkable tome. Yet, he found himself unable to reconnect with the seller. Still, he sensed that when they met again, the truth would be revealed. It seemed the seller was not merely interested in selling the book but sought a worthy successor. And fortuitously, Li Dahai had become that fortunate individual. Reflecting on this, Li Dahai felt a swell of gratitude for his long-standing interest in ancient texts. Had he not been so drawn to them, the seller might have dismissed him as unworthy, and he might have had to spend millions to procure the Shinong medical classic. After calming his thoughts and refining the fragrant essence he had absorbed from Hu Xiaoying the previous evenings, Li Dahai initially intended to venture into the mountains to gather more herbs. However, at that moment, he noticed a graceful young woman entering the room. Having seen many attractive women in Qingshan village, he mused that the village must possess some allure, as evidenced by the presence of someone as uniquely gifted as Wang Qiuxiang. This newcomer was enchanting, her figure alluring and sensuous. As she entered, her movements captivated Li Dahai, especially with her slender waist swaying like a serpent. What puzzled him was that, despite her striking appearance, she obscured her face. Li Dahai couldn't recall having seen her in the village, so he promptly asked, Are you here for a consultation? If you cover your face, I cannot treat you. The woman cast him a melancholic glance and replied, Esteemed Dr. Li, It seems you have forgotten me so soon. We parted just days ago, and now I am nothing but a fading memory. Her soft, sultry tone hinted at a touch of resentment. Taken aback, Li Dahai exclaimed, You are LV Shilian? She smiled faintly but did not unveil her veil, teasingly responding. I cannot believe you remember me, doctor. I thought you, with your many admirers, might have forgotten. Noting the hint of jealousy in her words, Li Dahai quickly clarified. Sister Shilian, I have been quite busy. You must have seen that I was just finishing with patients. However, LV Shilian pouted. That is of no concern to me, doctor. You promised to visit me for my treatment, yet you have not come. Li Dahai glanced at her injury, perplexed. Has Wang Yongui not accompanied you? With a gentle smile. She replied, Oh, he is attending a meeting in town today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to come. Then, in a hushed tone, she urged, Dr. Li, please close the door. I fear being seen, which is why I wear this veil. Once the door is shut, I will unveil myself. Li Dahai was taken aback, yet he could not help but notice that LV Shilian appeared more radiant than before, as if she had made a special effort in her appearance. The saying that a woman adorns herself for the one she desires seemed to ring true in this moment, especially as she gazed at him with tender eyes. Her affection nearly melted him. The last time he treated her had stirred feelings within him, but with Wang Yongui present, their connection had not flourished. Now, with LV Shilian seeking him out, he felt compelled to reciprocate her advances. Upon hearing her words, Li Dahai hurriedly closed the door, his heart racing with determination. With another potential romantic interest before him, he resolved to win over LV Shilian and then seek out Zhang Mujiang to construct a discreet entrance, making this new backdoor his utmost priority. Indeed, before he could fully close the door, LV Shilian hastily lowered her veil. Furthermore, she seemed unable to restrain herself, leaping into his embrace. This bold act stirred tumultuous emotions within Li Dahai as he caught her, inhaling her alluring scent. Sister Shilian, he stammered. Are we to continue our previous discussion regarding your treatment today? To his surprise, she chuckled softly and nodded eagerly. Of course, doctor. You have no idea how long I have awaited this day. Chapter 59. Rumors abound since the last time Li Dahai treated Liu Shilian. She has been utterly consumed by thoughts of him, neglecting both her meals and her rest. Even when Wang Yongui came to visit her at night, she barely acknowledged him. It seemed that Liu Shilian, having reached a certain maturity, found herself increasingly drawn to the vigor of younger men, while Wang Yongui appeared to her as nothing more than a worn-out relic, failing to ignite any interest within her. Now, at the peak of her femininity, Liu Shilian exudes an irresistible allure, captivating both older and younger men alike, a phenomenon dictated by the very essence of hormones. She was also keenly aware of Wang Yongui's entanglements with various women, which had previously stirred some jealousy within her. However, after meeting Li Dahai, a new thought crossed her mind. If Wang Yongui could indulge himself, why couldn't she? Observing Wang Yongui's indulgent lifestyle, she realized he was unfaithful, maintaining a fade at home while reveling in his escapades outside. Yet, as the saying goes, one who frequently frequents the riverbank is bound to get their shoes wet. To everyone's surprise, Liu Shilian found herself irresistibly drawn to Li Dahai. In his embrace, she expressed her feelings passionately. Brother Dahai, I've long desired to come here. But Wang Yongui has been incessantly pursuing me, leaving me no respite. As she nestled into Li Dahai's arms, it was as if she was trying to compensate for the last time they had not held each other enough. Faced with such a stunning woman so eagerly leaning into him, Li Dahai could only smile gently and hold her close. At that moment, he could not help but admire Liu Shilian's voluptuous figure, which was undeniably enticing. He swallowed hard, pondering how many eyes she must have caught outside. Fortunately, she wore a veil today, providing some concealment. She had also taken care to arrive discreetly, seeking to avoid detection. Even if someone were to recognize her, she could claim she was merely visiting Li Dahai for a medical consultation, a pretext Wang Yongui was already aware of, serving as a precautionary measure. Thus, Liu Shilian was fully prepared for this encounter, having anticipated all scenarios. Yet, being her first time engaging in such clandestine behavior behind Wang Yongui's back, a flicker of anxiety coursed through her. In contrast, Li Dahai felt a sense of responsibility. He could not allow her to leave with any regrets. It was his principle as a man to ensure that women left his presence satisfied and fulfilled. Rest assured, Sister Shilian, once I close this door, no one will intrude. Besides, we're in the inner room. It's unlikely anyone will notice, Li Dahai reassured her with a smile. He reflected on the goodwill he had fostered within the village over the past few days, which had yielded its benefits. The villagers respected his rules, and any who dared to defy them would face collective disapproval, which brought a sense of pride to Li Dahai. He then suggested, Sister Shilian, why not take some herbal medicine with you when you leave? That way, even if someone sees you, they won't suspect anything. Liu Shilian nodded in agreement, then confessed, Brother Dahai, I haven't been able to sleep well lately. I think I might truly be unwell. Please examine me at once. Without hesitation, she began to undress before him. Although Li Dahai had seen her mature figure before, he was still taken aback by her beauty. Liu Shilian, accustomed to a life of luxury, had maintained her porcelain skin in pristine condition. As she shed her outer garments, her exquisite form was revealed, leaving Li Dahai momentarily spellbound. Beneath her clothing, she wore a lace bra, a luxurious piece that suggested she had put considerable thought into her appearance for this encounter. Brother Dahai, could you please examine me and determine what illness I might have? She urged. With a resigned smile, Li Dahai took her wrist to check her pulse. Liu Shilian blushed and remarked, Isn't it customary for women to undress for examinations? Why are you merely checking my pulse? Furrowing his brow, Li Dahai replied, Sister Shilian, who told you that it's necessary for women to undress for treatment? Checking the pulse is sufficient. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Liu Shilian explained, I heard the women in the village say so, which is why I wore a light jacket today. Li Dahai felt a jolt of concern. The rumors circulating in the village were rather scandalous, although he had asked other women to remove their outer garments to examine specific ailments. He certainly did not require all female patients to undress. Realizing the potential ramifications of such gossip, he cautiously inquired, Sister Shilian, what was the reaction of those women upon hearing such things? Were they supportive or disapproving? Liu Shilian, her cheeks flushed, replied, I believe they were supportive. In fact, I've heard that several women are quite eager to participate. Chapter 60, Methods of Medical Consultation. At this moment, Li Dahai was taken aback, pondering the situation. Was it truly the case that the women in this village were so uninhibited? Or had he misheard? With a look of confusion, he inquired, Sister Shilian, is this true? They are willing to undress for me? Shouldn't women be more reserved? The astonishing news brought to him by L. Shilian left him both shocked and subtly exhilarated. After all, this was not merely his assertion, it was the women's own admission, which relieved any pressure he might have felt. The only potential stress might arise when encountering particularly stunning women, which could leave him momentarily awestruck. However, he soon concluded that this was not merely a stroke of good fortune, but rather an overwhelming blessing. At that moment, El Honglian glanced at Li Dahai and chuckled heartily. What is the big deal? To be honest, there aren't many women in this village, and they haven't seen many exceptional men. They are quite eager in their hearts. Being so young and accomplished, they naturally wish to draw closer to you. Don't let their usual modesty fool you. When they encounter a man they fancy, they can be quite proactive. Just like me. Am I not here now? Upon uttering these words, El Shilian felt a blush creep onto her face, realizing she had inadvertently included herself in the statement, prompting her to lower her gaze shyly. Li Dahai smiled subtly, recognizing that the information circulating would ultimately benefit him. With a slight gesture of his finger, the delicate lace upon El Shilian slipped quietly to the ground, revealing a flawless form before him that rendered him momentarily parched. Each woman he had encountered possessed her own unique charm. Yet El Shilian embodied a mature and voluptuous allure that was particularly striking. Perhaps due to her early marriage, her physique reached an extraordinary level of proportion. Li Dahai swallowed hard, feeling greatly satisfied, and remarked, Sister Shilian, your figure is truly remarkable. It appears you've taken excellent care of yourself. Though El Shilian felt a twinge of shyness, she replied, Of course, Dr. Dahai, I have little to do at home. And since Wang Yongui doesn't allow me to show my face publicly, I occupy myself with health regimens to maintain my figure. But I'm glad that you, Dr. Dahai, appreciate it. As her voice trailed off, Li Dahai found himself amused. He shook his head at Wang Yongui, who, despite having such a beautiful wife at home, still sought distractions elsewhere, a rather unwise choice. Li Dahai then took a moment to admire El Shilian's ample form. As she caught his gaze, her cheeks flushed deeper. Although her visit was initially to consult him, being scrutinized in such a manner left her increasingly bashful. Finally, she asked, Do you see any ailments in my body? It's rather cold here. In truth, from the very first glance at El Shilian, Li Dahai discerned her robust health. She was devoid of any illness. If anything, the only malady she seemed to suffer from was a sense of loneliness, yearning for companionship, a matter of the heart that could only be healed by emotional remedy. Sister Shilian, he declared, you are in perfect health. With a body like yours, Bearing 2 robust children would be no trouble at all. Hearing this, El Shilian smiled gently and inquired, "And what else, Dr. Dahai?" He continued, "While your body is sound, you seem to harbor a heartache that requires soothing. Fear not, for I shall remedy it today." Feigning ignorance, El Shilian asked, "And what might my remedy be?" Pointing to himself, Li Dahai proclaimed, "Your remedy is none other than me, Sister Shilian. Rest assured. Today I will provide you with special treatment. Once you feel fulfilled and satisfied, your heartache will dissipate. However, do be aware that this heartache may recur. When it does, simply seek me out through the back entrance." Upon hearing this, El Shilian could hardly contain herself, and suddenly, her legs faltered, collapsing into Li Dahai's embrace. The sensation of this alluring and graceful woman nestled against him stirred a tumult of excitement within him, nearly overwhelming his restraint. Yet, in her bashfulness, El Shilian remarked, "Dr. Dahai, but there's no back entrance. How shall I come to you? If one night I wish to visit, you must let me in." Li Dahai sensed an opportunity. It appeared El Shilian desired to establish a lasting connection. Thus, he responded candidly, "Sister Shilian, I will provide you with a key for the back entrance, which I shall open in the coming days. When you wish to visit, you may come freely." El Shilian nodded in agreement, finding his proposal quite appealing. However, she then glanced at him and confessed, "Dr. Dahai, I believe my heartache is surfacing now. You must treat me swiftly." Li Dahai chuckled, surprised to find El Shilian more eager than he anticipated. Unbeknownst to him, her urgency stemmed from the fact that she had not experienced the joys of intimacy for several days, as Wang Yonggui's lackluster abilities left her unfulfilled. With a better option now at hand, she naturally gravitated towards a more capable man. Indeed, as soon as El Shilian expressed her desire, Li Dahai swiftly lifted her, cradling her in his arms. It must be noted that while El Shilian was voluptuous, her waist was remarkably slender, graceful and agile like a water snake. As he hoisted her, his heart raced. Such a figure was truly exceptional. Not only would he be willing to treat her heartache, but he would gladly devote days to her care. Li Dahai carried El Shilian upon his shoulder, reminiscent of Zhu Beiji with his bride, while El Shilian, overwhelmed with bashfulness, clung tightly to him to prevent herself from slipping. Chapter 61. Racing against time at this moment, Li Dahai found himself compelled to support Lu Shilian with both hands. It must be said that Lu Shilian often followed along with fitness routines while at home, motivated by the desire to maintain her health. However, Li Dahai was pleasantly surprised to discover that Lu Shilian could connect with the women of the big city in such a manner. Feeling the warmth of Li Dahai's attention, Lu Shilian was touched. Was this the allure of a strong man amidst the coldness of life? She couldn't help but think that although she and Li Dahai had not truly begun their journey together, she was already somewhat enamored by it. Li Dahai sensed that Lu Shilian had her own burdens to bear, which explained her current state of health. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. A graceful lady deserves a gentleman's affection, and naturally, he wished to experience the charm of such a remarkable woman like Lu Shilian. Quietly, he suggested, "Sister Shilian, how about I carry you to the bed?" With a gentle acknowledgement, Lu Shilian's heart fluttered, bringing Li Dahai immense joy. He gently lifted her into his bed. However, Lu Shilian's cheeks flushed crimson, as she seemed hesitant to meet his gaze. Li Dahai chuckled, surprised to see her shyness at such a moment. He then remarked, "Sister Shilian, to heal your heart, one must employ a remedy of the heart. I am here to tend to your heartache, but you must look at me for it to be effective." Realizing that Li Dahai was jesting, Lu Shilian opened her eyes. Her large, bright eyes gave Li Dahai a unique sensation, instilling within him a sense of conquest. At this moment, Lu Shilian decided to embrace the situation, quickly stating, "Dahai, I've already removed my clothing. Why don't you start as well? We are pressed for time. My husband will be returning from a meeting soon, and I must get back." Lu Shilian felt a sense of urgency, knowing that it was not easy for her to venture out, especially with Wang Yonggui often keeping a watchful eye on her. Li Dahai nodded in understanding and said, "Sister Shilian, a moment of passion is priceless. Let us not waste any time." With that, he lunged toward Lu Shilian on the bed. To his surprise, Lu Shilian greeted him with a smile. Before long, they found themselves locked in a kiss. Li Dahai felt that Lu Shilian's kissing skills surpassed those of other women. Indeed, being a mature woman, she possessed a wealth of experience. This very experience heightened Li Dahai's sensations, as Lu Shilian seemed to instinctively know his desires with the slightest movement. As they exchanged words, Li Dahai began to attend to Lu Shilian's illness. At this point, both had shed their garments, standing before each other with complete honesty. Li Dahai gazed at Lu Shulian's mature form, feeling a rush of excitement as she revealed herself without any secrets. Elder Sister Shulian. How wonderful it is to have spent a whole day as a couple, he exclaimed. Blushing, Lu Shulian replied, Dahai, it was indeed your suggestion. And it feels just like that. But one day is hardly enough. I wish to share every day with you as a couple. Li Dahai smiled contentedly and agreed. They embraced tightly, relishing the moment. Meanwhile, outside, some villagers had come to seek Li Dahai's medical expertise but found the door firmly shut and left in disappointment. Even Wang Zuolan had come looking for him, initially intending to inquire about the progress of the boat construction. After circling around Li Dahai's door without success, she grew puzzled. He was usually found at the clinic. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Li Dahai had recently been seen spending time with Wang Qiuxiang. Could it be that he had found a new affection and forgotten her? Anxiety gripped her heart, especially since Wang Qiuxiang was younger and vibrant. If Li Dahai had indeed cast her aside for this new interest, Wang Zuolan would be devastated. Thus, she hurried off to find Wang Qiuxiang. However, upon arriving at Wang Qiuxiang's home, she found no sign of Li Dahai. A sense of relief washed over her. As long as he was not fickle, all would be well. But a new question lingered. Where was Li Dahai at that moment? Wang Qiuxiang, equally perplexed, had intended to find Li Dahai today. Ever since she had become his woman, she had radiated a newfound maturity, a fact that Wang Zuolan had also noticed, remarking on her enhanced allure. Quietly, she remarked, Sister Qiuxiang, it seems you and Li Dahai have shared something significant. You appear far more enchanting than before. Is that truly the case, Sister Zuolan? Wang Qiuxiang replied with a smile, touching her cheek. She felt indeed more vibrant, perhaps due to the benefits of being with Li Dahai. Yet today, she yearned to spend the night with him but found him absent, causing her some distress. Little did Wang Zuolan and Wang Qiuxiang know. While they were searching for Li Dahai, he was in the sanctuary of his bedroom with Lu Shulian, cherishing each fleeting moment together. The age-old adage that a moment of passion is worth 1,000 pieces of gold rang true, and they savored every precious second of their time together. Chapter 62. Amber. At this moment, Lu Shulian was astonished by the prowess of Li Dahai's medical skills, which exceeded her expectations. Having already donned her attire, Lu Shulian had initially consented to further examination, but ultimately declined. Without wasting any time, she swiftly dressed herself. With a radiant expression of happiness and contentment, she inquired, Are you leaving, divine Dr. Dahai? Li Dahai gazed at her with deep affection, even casting a few flirtatious glances her way. He too felt a profound sense of joy. While he would not mind a man of similar age, he recognized that older men often faced significant physical decline. Conversely, women at Lu Shulian's age were at their prime. Thus, she perceived a harmonious alignment between her desires and Li Dahai's vitality. It seemed that this place was one she could never part from. Li Dahai chuckled and suggested, Brother, sister-in-law, why don't we stay another night? I feel as though the evening has just begun. Lu Shulian quickly waved her hand, responding, Dahai, I truly lack the strength. I never anticipated you would be so remarkable, far surpassing my imagination. The men I had previously encountered were nothing like you. How I wish I had met you sooner. A sense of longing filled Lu Shulian's heart. Had she encountered Li Dahai years earlier, she might have recklessly married him. Alas, for now, they could only share a fleeting romance. Nevertheless, even as temporary partners, Lu Shulian felt a deep sense of gratitude. Seeing her demeanor, Li Dahai nodded and said, Sister Shulian, very well, I shall escort you out. At that moment, Lu Shulian softly acknowledged him. However, after just a few steps, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Li Dahai was quick to catch her. After steadying her, he anxiously asked, Shulian, what is wrong? Lu Shulian smiled helplessly. Li Dahai contemplated for a moment and reassured her. There is nothing to worry about. It's merely a minor issue. I shall take care of it. He promptly helped her back to her feet. The fragrance emanating from Lu Shulian invigorated Li Dahai. To his surprise, he realized that despite her earlier exhaustion, she seemed rejuvenated, indicating that he had not exerted his full strength during their earlier encounter. This revelation delighted Lu Shulian even more. In truth, during their time together, Li Dahai had indeed employed the dragon transformation technique. Although the results were not as significant as those he achieved with Hu Xiuying and Wang Qiujing, any progress was welcome, especially given the current challenges of cultivation. He assisted Lu Shulian to a table and remarked, Sister Shulian, if you are concerned that Wang Yonggui may trouble you, I can prepare a medicine for you that will restore your vitality. Having concocted such remedies before, he quickly gathered the necessary ingredients. After preparing the potion, He added a touch of powdered snake venom. After all, Lu Xiaolian had entrusted herself to him without reservation, and he felt it was time to reciprocate her generosity. He then presented her with a bowl of amber-hued medicine that appeared crystalline and gelatinous. Upon seeing it, Lu Xiaolian's eyes widened in wonder, particularly as it was sprinkled with snake powder, resembling a delightful treat. She hesitantly asked, Dahai, is this truly medicine? It resembles jelly cake. Li Dahai chuckled and replied, Xiaolian. Sometimes food can serve medicinal purposes. You lack strength, do you not? Trust me, this will invigorate you. The powder contains condensed snake venom, which can beautify and rejuvenate a woman's body. He was well versed in women's health, and this particular formula was his unique creation, so valuable that he would never sell it, regardless of the price offered. He knew that once released, this remedy would be highly coveted by women everywhere. Lu Xiaolian, trusting him completely, took a bite. To her delight, the medicine was sweet with a hint of bitterness, yet it was far from unpleasant. In fact, it surpassed any jelly cake she had previously tasted. After merely a taste, she could not resist and devoured the entire bowl. Once finished, she licked her lips, a sensuous gesture that did not escape Li Dahai's notice. He thought to himself how Lu Xiaolian was indeed a natural beauty. Her lip-licking was mesmerizing. Had time permitted, he would have loved to pull her back to bed. But with no opportunity at hand, he resolved to wait for another chance. After finishing, Lu Xiaolian let out a satisfied burp and exclaimed, Dahai, this medicine is simply delightful. You were right. I feel invigorated all over. Surprised, she had not expected such efficacy from his concoction. Now, she felt as though she could plow fields like an ox. Chapter 63. Reluctant farewell. Li Dahai smiled and remarked, Xiaolian, of course. You must consider my medical skills. The villagers refer to me as a divine healer. And I assure you, my abilities are genuine, not mere pretense. At that moment, Lu Xiaolian also realized the truth in his words and laughed, saying, You are indeed like a divine physician, Dahai. You speak wisely. However, she felt compelled to leave. Reluctantly, Lu Xiaolian donned her veil, not wishing to be seen by the villagers when she stepped outside. While she longed to share a delightful evening with Li Dahai, the circumstances simply did not permit it. After a bittersweet farewell, Lu Xiaolian hurriedly departed. Li Dahai watched her graceful silhouette vanish, reminiscing about the fervent moments they had just shared, which left him with a lingering sense of satisfaction. He licked his lips and chuckled. Indeed, the experience of a mature woman is quite delightful. Lu Xiaolian and Wang Qiuxiang embodied two entirely distinct styles, akin to the preference for spicy versus sweet flavors at a meal. Yet, Li Dahai relished both, for he believed that life should encompass a myriad of experiences rather than being confined to a singular existence. While others may traverse through a garden of blossoms untouched, Li Dahai felt compelled to savor the essence of each flower, especially after encountering the allure of a beauty like Lu Xiaolian. He sensed something was amiss in his abode. A beautiful woman was absent from his side. Fortunately, having recently found fulfillment with Lu Xiaolian, he did not feel an urgent need at that moment. However, no sooner had he bid farewell to Lu Xiaolian than Wang Cuilan and Wang Qiuxiang arrived at his door. Wang Cuilan stood at the entrance, catching sight of Lu Xiaolian's departing figure. Intuitively, she sensed something peculiar, as although she could not see the woman's face, there was an inexplicable familiarity. Believing herself to be a great beauty, she felt that Lu Xiaolian must be one of the village's renowned beauties. Thus, she inquired, Dahai, who was that woman just now? She wore a veil and hurried away. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of her features. Li Dahai, naturally unwilling to reveal Lu Xiaolian's identity, casually replied, Sister Cuilan and Sister Qiuxiang, what brings you both here? Wang Qiuxiang pouted and said, Dahai, we have sought you several times, yet your door remained closed. What were you doing inside? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Dahai cleared his throat and responded, I was tending to a villager's ailments, but it was somewhat private. Wang Cuilan furrowed her brow and asked, Dahai, was it that woman from earlier? Li Dahai, unable to deny it, nodded in acknowledgement. He added, Cuilan, I cannot disclose a patient's privacy. I trust you understand. With sincerity reflected in his eyes, he looked at Wang Cuilan, who hesitated to press further. Nonetheless, she was confident that she would recognize the woman if they crossed paths again in Qinshan village. Wang Cuilan then stated, Dahai, I have a matter to discuss with you. Please come to my home. Li Dahai mused to himself. Could it be that Wang Cuilan has needs of her own? It seems that such a beautiful woman requires companionship, even for a single night. No wonder her husband, the carpenter, could hardly manage her. It was a challenge even for a normal man to resist such temptation. If a typical man were to be ensnared by her charms, he would surely find it overwhelming. Fortunately, Li Dahai was not concerned. With his robust physique and the recent initiation into the Shinong medical canon, he felt confident that he could withstand any advances Wang Tsuelan might make. Moreover, her presence could potentially provide him with the energy needed for his cultivation, which he welcomed wholeheartedly. However, Wang Tsuelan continued, Dahai, the carpenter has informed me that he has nearly completed your wooden bed. He wishes to know if you have any suggestions for improvements. If not, he plans to finalize it and deliver it to you. Li Dahai was taken aback. He had not anticipated the carpenter's swift progress. It appeared that the benefits he had provided previously had invigorated the carpenter's work ethic. Sometimes, even before dawn, the carpenter would be laboring away. Li Dahai had been contemplating a larger bed, as he found his current one to be rather cramped. Given that Qingshan village was bordered by a grand mountain rich with sturdy trees, acquiring timber was a simple task. Thus, seeing this opportunity, he exclaimed, Then let us not delay. Let us go at once. With that, Li Dahai hurriedly followed Wang Tsuelan, while Wang Qiuxiang, somewhat puzzled, trailed behind, having been unaware of the developments. As they arrived at Wang Tsuelan's courtyard, Li Dahai laid eyes upon a brand new wooden bed, not the flimsy sort found in stores, but a solid, handcrafted piece. Despite the carpenter's limitations, his craftsmanship was undeniably exceptional. It seemed that while one door had closed for him, another had opened, allowing him to excel in his craft. The bed was not only functional but also aesthetically pleasing, elegantly marrying practicality with beauty. Li Dahai was immediately enamored. Noting that the bed was quite spacious, he estimated it could comfortably accommodate 3 or 4 individuals. Upon seeing Li Dahai, the carpenter rushed over, exclaiming, Divine Physician Dahai, what do you think of this bed? Are you satisfied? If not, I can make another. Chapter 64. El Shilian seeks assistance. Li Dahai was filled with joy upon meeting Zhang the carpenter and exclaimed, That's enough. Zhang, this wooden bed is already quite satisfactory. He contemplated his modest room, realizing that a single wooden bed would indeed suffice. If he were to consider crafting a larger bed, he would be at a loss for space, unless he were to possess a grand villa with numerous rooms, in which case he could certainly create several beds. However, the current wooden bed was already ample and practical. Zhang the carpenter then inquired about the style and details, yet Li Dahai was indifferent to such specifics. His primary concern was the bed size, allowing him the freedom to roll about while sleeping. Secondly, it had to be sturdy. He could not afford for it to collapse before he even turned over. As long as these 2 criteria were met, Li Dahai deemed it a good bed. With a smile, he declared, Let us proceed with this design. You perfect the final details as you see fit, and deliver it to my room tomorrow. Zhang the carpenter chuckled in agreement, feeling invigorated. After all, these were minor details compared to his lifelong happiness, which now hinged on Li Dahai. Consequently, Zhang approached his work with greater enthusiasm than ever before. At that moment, Li Dahai recalled El Shilian's intentions, as she planned to enter through the back door for enhanced security. Thus, he began to discuss the specifics of a wooden door with Zhang. Upon hearing this, Zhang smiled and replied, You mean to install a back door in your courtyard? Rest assured, that is a trivial matter. I can utilize the leftover wood from the bed to craft you a sturdy and durable door. Li Dahai was elated, since Zhang was capable. He decided to have him construct the back door as well. Wang Qiuxiang's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, for she had yet to marry and was hesitant to approach Li Dahai openly. The presence of a back door would certainly facilitate her future encounters. In contrast, Wang Tsuelan cared little about such matters, feeling indifferent whether she used the front or back door. Her reputation in the village had already suffered greatly, and she was now beyond caring about superficial opinions. However, Wang Qiuxiang was different. She envisioned that if Li Dahai succeeded in constructing the back door, it would provide her with ample opportunity to seek him out. She discreetly cast a flirtatious glance in Li Dahai's direction, eliciting a cheerful response from him. It appeared that once the back door was completed, a number of women might seek to enter through it. Observing Zhang's diligent work, Li Dahai was confident that the door would soon be finished, leaving both he and Wang Qiuxiang eager for its completion. Meanwhile, Wang Tsuelan aimed to keep Li Dahai close, as her intention was to share his company at night. If he did not remain, her efforts would be in vain. Yet, with Wang Qiuxiang present, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Just as Wang Tsuelan was lost in her thoughts, a slender man hurriedly approached. Upon recognizing him, Wang Tsuelan frowned. For this was Wang Ergo, a sycophant of Wang Yongui. Typically, Wang Ergo trailed behind Wang Yongui like a shadow, mimicking his every action. Thus, his arrival often signaled the presence of Wang Yongui nearby. Although he was frail in appearance, he was known for his fierce fighting skills, which had earned him a place as Wang Yonggui's subordinate. Wang Ergo had previously harassed Wang Tsuelan, who was well aware of his reputation for pursuing women. However, Wang Tsuelan had no interest in Wang Ergo and promptly rejected his advances. Thus, when she saw him approaching again, she assumed he was there to pester her once more. Wang Ergo smiled upon seeing her and said, "Wang Tsuelan, what a surprise to see you here." With a cold laugh, she retorted, "Wang Ergo, what do you mean by that? This is my home. Why shouldn't I be here?" Wang Ergo chuckled and replied, "I thought you usually spent your time at other men's houses, along with Wang Qiuxiang." His lecherous nature was evident as he found himself flustered in the presence of two beautiful women. Wang Qiuxiang, feeling intimidated by Wang Ergo, discreetly hid behind Li Dahai, who had just been noticed by Wang Ergo. The latter exclaimed, "Oh dear, I almost forgot my purpose upon seeing these two beauties. Li Dahai, I heard from the villagers that you were at Wang Tsuelan's house, so I rushed over. You must help village chief Wang Yonggui. El Shulian sent me to find you. And it seems the chief is in quite a state." Only upon seeing Li Dahai did Wang Ergo remember his mission. However, Li Dahai furrowed his brow. Having just parted ways with El Shulian, he was surprised that Wang Yonggui sought him out, especially if he was indeed injured. As Wang Ergo began to pull Li Dahai toward the village chief's home, he urged, "You must attend to the chief. He drank too much. And if you can revive him, we, his subordinates, will be immensely grateful." Li Dahai, skeptical of Wang Ergo's idle threats, remained cautious. Nevertheless, the prospect of visiting Wang Yonggui's home to see El Shulian piqued his interest. After all, it was El Shulian who had sent Wang Ergo to summon him, and he was curious about her urgent request. Perhaps she was feeling lonely once more. Contemplating this possibility, Li Dahai considered that it might indeed hold some truth. Chapter 65. It couldn't possibly be you at this moment. Li Dahai found himself reminiscing about El Shulian. Her voluptuous and mature figure evoked a sense of happiness within him, almost rendering him somewhat entranced. Moreover, he was curious about what mischief Wang Yonggui was up to. Thus, he addressed Wang Tsuelan and Wang Qiuxiang, stating, "I cannot accompany you both today. I must attend to Wang Yonggui's medical needs. Please remain at home and await my return." Upon hearing this, Wang Tsuelan and Wang Qiuxiang exchanged disdainful glances. Although they harbored a strong dislike for the scoundrel Wang Yonggui, they recognized that Li Dahai was a doctor, and it was unthinkable to ignore someone in need. Furthermore, in recent times, Wang Yonggui had not provoked Li Dahai. Instead, he had been obediently following Li Dahai's advice, often adopting his suggestions. Initially, Wang Yonggui had viewed Li Dahai with contempt, believing that the doctor had overshadowed him in the village due to his flourishing medical practice. However, as time passed, Wang Yonggui could not deny Li Dahai's burgeoning reputation. Those around Wang Yonggui had availed themselves of Li Dahai's services and experienced significant improvements in their conditions. Gradually, Wang Yonggui began to acknowledge Li Dahai's medical prowess. Most notably, he refrained from confronting Li Dahai, understanding that illness is a universal plight, and he would inevitably need the doctor's assistance in the future. Thus, Wang Yonggui, with the acumen befitting a village leader, recognized the importance of maintaining a favorable relationship with Li Dahai. Little did he know, by fostering goodwill with Li Dahai, he inadvertently allowed his wife to cultivate a connection with the doctor as well. When the truth dawned upon him, he would be left in a quandary, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Nonetheless, Wang Yonggui had committed numerous misdeeds against others in the village, and it was only in his interactions with Li Dahai that he exhibited restraint. Consequently, neither Wang Qiuxiang, Wang Tsuelan, nor even the carpenter Zhang harbored any fondness for Wang Yonggui. His very presence was often met with indifference, even from his own dog. However, Wang Ergo was accustomed to such scenes and remained unperturbed. Had it not been for his pressing matters today, he would have insisted on lingering around Wang Tsuelan and Wang Qiuxiang, fearing that neglecting them would tarnish his reputation as a rogue. After Li Dahai and Wang Ergo hastily departed, Wang Qiuxiang found an excuse to leave for home. After all, she had initially come to seek Li Dahai's company, and now that he was preoccupied, her presence felt rather pointless. Wang Tsuelan cast a glance in the direction of Li Dahai's departure and contemplated the implications of his potential revival of Wang Yonggui. Wouldn't that lead to further harassment from him? The mere thought of it caused her a headache. Thus, she chose not to follow Li Dahai, instead slamming the door shut behind her, harboring resentment toward Wang Yonggui for disrupting her plans to spend a delightful evening with Li Dahai. On the other hand, Zhang the carpenter remained unfazed. Even in solitude, he diligently toiled at his carpentry work. For Li Dahai had instructed him to expedite the construction of a wooden bed for his room. Zhang had grown selective in whose words he heeded. Only Li Dahai's commands mattered to him. He was determined to follow Li Dahai's guidance, especially since the doctor had promised to heal his injuries. Meanwhile, Li Dahai and Wang Ergo hurried to Wang Yonggui's residence. However, upon his arrival, Li Dahai's eyes were drawn not to Wang Yonggui, but to El Shilian, who had donned a resplendent green dress that exuded elegance, reminiscent of a refined lady from the city. Yet, a faint worry clouded her expression, as if she were a woman anxious for her husband's safety. Such a woman seemed ideal for domestic life. Any man fortunate enough to call her his wife would undoubtedly revel in happiness. Li Dahai was momentarily taken aback by El Shilian's appearance. She radiated grace and sophistication, leaving one to wonder how this was the same El Shilian who had spent a passionate night with him. The contrast between her current demeanor and their previous encounter stirred a sense of excitement within him. He envisioned future meetings where she would maintain such elegance, enhancing his sense of accomplishment in winning her over. As El Shilian approached him, she hurriedly exclaimed, "Dahai, you finally arrived. Wang Yonggui has gone to a meeting and, in a drunken stupor, collapsed and lost consciousness. I was quite anxious and hastily sent for you." Li Dahai pondered. Was drunkenness not a common occurrence? A simple remedy should suffice. Yet, El Shilian had specifically summoned him, leaving him puzzled about the situation. At that moment, El Shilian leaned closer, casting him a meaningful glance. Li Dahai couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this than met the eye. As El Shilian approached, a subtle fragrance enveloped her, suggesting that she had bathed and changed clothes in the brief time since returning home. Perhaps this woman truly valued cleanliness, which reassured Li Dahai about their future encounters. Wang Ergo, exhibiting less patience, urged, "Sister-in-law, how is it? Please let Dahai in to examine the village head. I intended to take him to the hospital, but you wouldn't allow it. Now that Dahai is here, surely it's acceptable?" El Shilian replied with a slight nod, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Ergo. "Wang Ergo, do I need your permission to act? Do you wish to dictate my actions?" Wang Ergo quickly backtracked, "Sister-in-law, I was merely concerned for the village head." With a hint of exasperation, El Shilian allowed Li Dahai to enter, but only permitted him to proceed alone, shutting Wang Ergo outside. Confused, Wang Ergo protested, "Sister-in-law, what is happening? Can't I see the village head?" El Shilian shot him a stern look. "Wang Ergo, Dr. Li is here to provide medical assistance. Wouldn't your presence be a distraction? Or do you doubt his abilities and believe he is deceiving the villagers?" Wang Ergo, sensing the weight of her words, quickly reassured her, "And no, sister-in-law, you've misunderstood. I certainly trust Dr. Li." Ignoring the commotion outside, Li Dahai leaned in closer to examine Wang Yonggui. Indeed, he had overindulged in alcohol, but as he unwrapped the package and turned him over, he noticed blood on Wang Yonggui's pillow, evidently from a blunt force trauma. Suddenly, he recalled El Shilian's earlier anxiety, and a chilling thought crossed his mind. Could this have been the work of El Shilian herself? Chapter 66. A bottle of wine with you. Li Dahai pondered to himself. It is highly likely that it was El Shilian who did this. Although he was uncertain of her motivations for treating Wang Yonggui in such a manner, he speculated that Wang had returned home inebriated and attempted to impose himself upon her, only to be rebuffed. In the ensuing altercation, El Shilian had struck him with a wooden stick. Given Wang's drunken state, he was naturally no match for her. At that moment, Li Dahai observed the condition of Wang's head and realized that if he did not provide medical attention soon, Wang might very well perish. Moreover, it was imperative for Li Dahai to heal Wang. Otherwise, El Shilian might find herself incarcerated, and he would lose an exquisite woman of great worth. Such a loss would be insufferable for him. However, treating Wang's wound was within his capabilities. Of course, this matter could not come to the attention of Wang's associates, otherwise it could lead to dire consequences. Thus, Li Dahai hastily produced a note and inscribed the names of various medications upon it. He then opened the door and handed it to El Shilian, saying, "Sister Shilian, please hurry to my home and retrieve these medicines. The names are written on my cabinet. I did not bring enough supplies." Upon hearing this, El Shilian responded with an "oh" and hurried off to Li Dahai's residence to fetch the remedies. Wang Ergo had intended to accompany her but was restrained by Li Dahai, who was keenly aware of the many secrets hidden within his home. He could not allow a rogue like Wang Ergo to witness the contents of his abode. Consequently, it was only El Shilian, whom Li Dahai trusted, who was permitted to go. As Wang Ergo continued to loiter indoors, Li Dahai instructed him to keep an eye on the others. fabricating a reason to prevent anyone from interrupting his treatment of Wang Yonggui. Wang Ergo, not suspecting anything amiss, obediently complied with Li Dahai's orders. Upon El Shulian's return, Li Dahai promptly applied the medications to Wang's head and even brewed a herbal concoction to administer to him. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. El Shulian rushed over, inquiring, "How is he? Can he be saved?" Li Dahai offered a wry smile, replying, "Sister Shulian, he is indeed saved. But could you enlighten me as to what transpired? Today has cost me a considerable amount of herbs." Li Dahai reflected on the day's events. Realizing that saving Wang Yonggui had depleted some of his savings, it seemed he would need to venture into the Dakingshan Mountains again when the weather was more favorable. However, El Shulian recounted, "After I returned from your home today, I intended to take a bath. Suddenly, Wang Yonggui barged in, insisting on being intimate with me. But I simply did not wish to. In my anger, I struck him with a stick. What are we to do? Surely he won't remember the events of today? Perhaps we should elope." Li Dahai was taken aback, not anticipating such deep feelings from El Shulian. Yet, her notion was rather naive. In today's society and circumstances, their elopement would be easily discovered. Unlike ancient times, when one could vanish without a trace, El Shulian was still married to Wang Yonggui, making their situation all the more precarious. Thus, Li Dahai quickly reassured El Shulian that may not be the case. Wang Yonggui was quite intoxicated. He may not recall much. Furthermore, if he intends to harm you, simply inform me. It is relatively simple for me to eliminate someone, but the aftermath can be rather troublesome. However, I can certainly induce some health issues for him. The Shinong medical classic mentions several poisons that act slowly, rendering a person ill without immediate fatality. With this, El Shulian felt a sense of relief. Then, noticing the absence of others, she subtly grasped Li Dahai's hand and said, "Dahai, I realize I haven't eaten enough today. Would you mind feeding me a bit more?" Li Dahai, captivated by El Shulian's flushed visage, could not resist pulling her into an embrace. They soon found themselves kissing. At which point Li Dahai's hands began to wander, unfastening El Shulian's clothing. However, she quickly intervened, whispering, "Keep it down. Only Wang Ergo is outside." "Will he notice us?" Li Dahai responded, "Sister Shulian, do you have any wine? Please fetch a bottle." El Shulian complied, bringing forth a bottle of red wine from her home. Without hesitation, Li Dahai produced a packet of powder from his person and sprinkled it into the wine. Shaking it gently, "Sister Shulian, this is ready. Please have Wang Ergo drink this." El Shulian's eyes sparkled at the prospect. If Wang Ergo were dealt with, it would leave only the two of them in the courtyard, allowing them the freedom to do as they pleased. Wang Ergo was seen loitering at the entrance. Glancing about, El Shulian approached him with the bottle of red wine, saying, "Ergo, you've worked hard today. Take this bottle and enjoy it. It is a gift from Wang Yonggui." Wang Ergo's eyes lit up at the sight of the fine wine, especially since it was bestowed upon him by the village chief's wife. He harbored no suspicions and began to drink heartily. For individuals like them, a bottle of red wine was hardly significant. It was merely a treat. Yet today, Wang Ergo felt the effects of the wine hit him hard, and before long, he declared, "Sister Shulian, this wine is stronger than I expected. I feel quite drunk." Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed at the entrance, fast asleep. El Shulian paid him no mind, allowing him to slumber on the ground. She quickly closed the door and hurried to find Li Dahai. Chapter 67. Wang Yonggui's villa. With the troublesome individual no longer present, El Shulian felt an immense sense of joy. Upon entering the room, she nestled into Li Dahai's embrace, embodying the essence of a delicate woman. Curiously, she inquired, "Great physician Dahai, what potion have you given me? The effects appear quite remarkable." Li Dahai chuckled softly. "It is a powder derived from monk fruit. When this powder comes into contact with alcohol, it induces a temporary slumber. Generally, I utilize it for anesthesia. The monk fruit I employ ensures minimal side effects, allowing patients to awaken without recollection of prior events, far superior to conventional anesthetics laden with adverse effects." El Shulian responded with an intrigued "oh," yet her interest in the medicinal aspects of the monk fruit waned, as her sole focus was on Li Dahai. Despite Wang Yonggui being rescued by Li Dahai and rendered safe, he remained in a deep, unconscious state. Nestled in Li Dahai's arms, she glanced at Wang Yonggui and asked, "Great physician Dahai, when might Wang Yonggui awaken? Won't he notice us, will he?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Dahai replied, "Shulian, your method was rather forceful. He is likely to remain asleep until tomorrow. Rest assured, regardless of our actions, even if we were to shout in his ear, Wang Yonggui won't he awaken." El Shulian A bit perturbed, suggested, "Must you speak so? Since he lies there in silence, shall we not retreat to another bedroom? I find his presence rather unsettling. Who knows when he might awaken?" Though Wang Yonggui was indeed unconscious, El Shilian felt a lingering discomfort with him nearby. Li Dahai shared her annoyance at Wang Yonggui's presence, and, seeing no alternative, he hastily accompanied El Shilian to an adjacent room. Fortunately, Wang Yonggui's villa was spacious, boasting numerous rooms. Upon entering the new room, El Shilian explained, "Dahai, I have been sleeping separately from Wang Yonggui lately, with so many rooms available. It is hardly an issue." As Li Dahai surveyed the room, he noticed it was adorned with feminine touches, evoking a warm ambience that starkly contrasted with the previous chamber. The lingering fragrance of El Shilian invigorated him. He remarked with a smile, "Sister Shilian, this room epitomizes my ideal sanctuary." El Shilian cast a wistful glance at Li Dahai before collapsing into his embrace. With gentle affection, he held her close, teasing, "Sister Shilian, did I not satisfy you at your clinic? Your words cast doubt on my abilities." With a playful laugh, she blushed and replied, "Of course, I was satiated then. But after Wang Yonggui's interference today, I find myself hungry once more. You cannot fathom the life I have led these past years. Each night, I go to bed unsatisfied. Wang Yonggui is but a superficial figure. He cannot compare to your prowess." Li Dahai chuckled, "Indeed, Sister Shilian, Wang Yonggui's health is quite poor. He has indulged excessively. However, it is a trivial matter for me. Should I treat him, he could be vibrant by nightfall." Reflecting on Wang Yonggui's situation, Li Dahai mused that unlike Zhang Mu craftsman, who was inherently incapable, Wang Yonggui had squandered his vitality in reckless pursuits, leaving him unable to fulfill El Shilian's needs. Even after visiting multiple hospitals, Wang Yonggui's condition remained inconsistent and unresolved. His penchant for indulgence left him too drained to satisfy El Shilian upon returning home, which ultimately led to her discontent and her attraction to the youthful, handsome Li Dahai. Surprised by Li Dahai's insights, El Shilian replied, "Brother Dahai, do not restore Wang Yonggui to health. He has a history of trifling with women in the village, and while he may be incapacitated now, it is likely he would resume his pursuits if treated. If he regains his vigor, I would suffer the consequences." Li Dahai reassured her, "Fear not, Sister Shilian. I shall heed your wishes and refrain from treating him. Should he seek my assistance, I shall simply claim I am unable to help." El Shilian expressed her approval. "Brother Dahai, that is the wisest course. A few trivial medications to prolong his condition will suffice." Li Dahai agreed wholeheartedly. He recalled how Wang Yonggui had often approached him with hesitance, a reflection of his secret struggles. Typically, men conceal such matters, even seeking distant hospitals to avoid exposure. Wang Yonggui, wary of Li Dahai divulging his frailty, had hesitated to seek treatment. However, following El Shilian's remarks, even if Wang Yonggui were to eventually ask for help, Li Dahai would no longer genuinely endeavor to treat his ailment. El Shilian, relieved, swiftly pulled Li Dahai onto the bed. She declared, "Brother Dahai, since Wang Yonggui is beyond help, I have you. From now on, consider yourself my husband." Gazing at Li Dahai with longing, she cherished the thought of her dreams manifesting. Li Dahai smiled, embracing her tighter, and responded, "Sister Shilian, what a whimsical notion. Am I not already fulfilling the role of your husband?" El Shilian laughed, "Brother Dahai, you are quite something. If you are indeed my husband, why do you still wear your clothes while we sleep?" Chapter 68. Brewing medicine at this moment. Li Dahai had not anticipated that El Shilian was waiting for him here. Finally, he discreetly removed El Shilian's outer garment. At this juncture, El Shilian was quite cooperative with Li Dahai's actions. In an instant, her attire was stripped away, leaving only 2 alluring pieces of lingerie. It seemed that mature women like El Shilian had a penchant for lace undergarments, which were notably delicate and enticing, easily stimulating Li Dahai's senses. Indeed, upon seeing El Shilian in such a state, he gulped audibly and remarked, "Sister Shilian, how many of these delightful pieces have you purchased? It feels as though you change into a new one every day." At this moment, El Shilian blushed slightly, seeming somewhat shy as she replied, "A great many. I used to avoid wearing such lingerie, but after our last meeting, I thought that if I wished to entice you, I ought to dress in a more seductive manner. Thus, I discreetly acquired quite a collection, though I have yet to show them to Wang Yonggui." Li Dahai was taken aback to learn that El Shilian had bought these garments specifically for him, which left him feeling both flattered and astonished. He reflected on how considerate she was, and he resolved not to disappoint her earnest intentions. Consequently, he picked up his phone and said to El Shilian, "Sister Shilian, You look absolutely stunning. I would love to capture this moment in a photograph. What do you think? El Shilian hesitated before responding. This might not be appropriate. If those photos were to leak, I would be utterly mortified. Li Dahai chuckled reassuringly. Rest assured, Sister Shilian, I will keep my phone securely with me. My primary intention is to preserve this beautiful image of you, so that when we cannot meet, I may cherish these photographs and alleviate my longing for you. Would that be agreeable? Hearing his sincere words, El Shilian sighed. Yet, upon witnessing the earnestness in Li Dahai's gaze, she relented, saying, all right. You truly are a persistent one. If anyone else wished to take my picture, I would adamantly refuse, but since it's you, I suppose it's fine. However, let me make it clear, if these photos are ever revealed, you will have to marry me. El Shilian, having cast caution to the wind, was fully aware of the risks involved, yet she was exhilarated and deeply enamored with Li Dahai. In fact, she even contemplated that his proposal was rather appealing. Thus, she shyly nodded and added, if you wish to take photos, I will pose for you. Li Dahai, filled with excitement, quickly responded, Sister Shilian, splendid. I will stand here, and you may lie on the bed for me to capture your beauty. El Shilian nodded eagerly and proceeded to strike various poses before him. This display opened Li Dahai's eyes, revealing that El Shilian was, in fact, quite bold and uninhibited, allowing him to capture many intimate moments. He diligently stored these images on his phone, realizing that they were not meant for anyone else's eyes, and he resolved to keep them safely hidden. For should they be exposed, El Shilian's reputation could be irreparably tarnished. As he took photos, he playfully asked, Sister Shilian, where did you learn all this? Blushing, she replied, where else? I learned from television. However, I have never taken such photos before. Once you finish, you must show me, so I can see how skilled you are at photography. Li Dahai smiled and reassured her, do not worry, Sister Shilian. I have captured many photographs in the past, and even won awards for my work in school. He regretted not having brought a camera, as since returning to Qingshan village, he had seldom used it. After all, it would be rather conspicuous to carry a camera while attending to patients. However, he lamented missing the opportunity to document the beauty of the numerous enchanting women in the village. For now, he settled for using his phone, which, fortunately, was adequate for capturing images. After a little while, he said with a grin, Sister Shilian, I shall prepare some herbal medicine for you to take home. El Shilian, taken aback by his concern for her health, realized that she could hardly refuse Li Dahai. Whenever he requested her assistance, she found herself compelled to comply. Was this not a manifestation of love? She pondered. As their session continued, El Shilian, feeling a bit unsatisfied, rummaged through the room and donned some stockings to wear for Li Dahai's photos. Li Dahai was overjoyed after spending so long in Qingshan village. He was finally able to indulge his passion for photography, especially capturing the beauty of El Shilian, which filled him with pride. After a lengthy session, they eventually paused. El Shilian, exhausted from striking so many poses, lay back on the bed and remarked, Dahai, I have no strength left. Could you please prepare some herbal medicine for me? I fear I won't have the energy otherwise. Li Dahai, understanding her request was for the medicine he had prepared for her that day, handed her the phone and said, Do not worry, Sister Shilian. I will brew the medicine right away. Here are the photos I just took. Are you satisfied with them? If not, we can delete them all. El Shilian took the phone and examined the photos, her face growing increasingly flushed as she realized she barely recognized herself. The audacity of her poses struck her as rather bold. Yet, rather than deleting the images, she instructed Li Dahai to preserve them well, believing that they would leave a lasting impression on him. Chapter 69. The herbs are running low at this moment. Li Dahai hurriedly prepared the medicine and administered it to El Shilian. After consuming the potion, El Shilian immediately transformed into a vibrant and lively figure. Li Dahai, too, realized he had captured beautiful moments on his camera, preserving the splendid impressions they shared, particularly the enchanting scene of El Shilian, leaving him without any regrets. He felt that merely prescribing her some medicine would suffice. Observing El Shilian's improved complexion, it was evident that the herbal remedy had taken effect, which eased Li Dahai's mind. If earlier he had been photographing her artistically, now she lay before him in all her vivid allure. Particularly striking was El Shilian reclining on the bed, her face slightly flushed, shyly gazing at him, igniting a wave of excitement within Li Dahai. How could he possibly be oblivious to the desires of this enchanting woman, especially with her alluring, mature figure, which seemed to beckon him with endless temptation? Noticing Li Dahai admiring her, El Shilian bashfully remarked, What are you waiting for? I find myself a bit impatient. Shall we not hasten? Upon hearing her words, Li Dahai smiled, then leaned in to kiss her shy cheek. El Xiaoyan, refusing to be outdone, reciprocated his affection. Indeed, at times, a sensuous, mature woman serves as the finest catalyst for a man's desires. As Li Dahai drew closer to El Xiaoyan, he felt himself melting away, and she, too, found herself similarly captivated. Although their acquaintance had been brief, El Xiaoyan felt as if they were akin to a long-married couple. Through their intimate interactions, she had come to understand Li Dahai's preferences, while he was aware of her interests. Thus, when they found themselves together, their chemistry ignited like dry tinder catching flame. As their passionate rendezvous unfolded, Li Dahai suddenly realized that his clothes had been unknowingly removed by El Xiaoyan. She playfully pouted, saying, "You are rather unassertive. Must I take your clothes off for you?" Li Dahai chuckled, replying, but this balances things out, does it not?" El Xiaoyan smiled in response. Once she fell asleep, Li Dahai quietly slipped out of bed, careful not to disturb her, and tucked the covers around her, concealing her alluring form. He then stealthily exited, mindful that Wang Yonggui might awaken soon, and he could not linger there overnight. As he departed, he noticed Wang Erge sprawled at the entrance, appearing as if he might be dead. Contemplating the situation, Li Dahai decided it was unwise for Wang Erge to remain there, so he applied some antidote and gently shook him awake. Groggily, Wang Erge blinked at Li Dahai, confused, and asked, "Dahai, what brings you here? How is village chief Wang doing?" Li Dahai smirked, surprised at Wang Ergu's loyalty as errand runner, and reassured him, "Nothing to worry about. He should awaken tomorrow. Perhaps you could return then." Li Dahai was reluctant for Wang Ergu to witness El Xiaoyan's beauty, for that would be unfair to him. Moreover, El Xiaoyan was experiencing a moment of pure happiness that Li Dahai wished to protect from interruption. Yet, Wang Erge hesitated, wanting to see Wang Yonggui for himself. Li Dahai furrowed his brow and warned, "Wang Ergu, think carefully. Wang Yonggui needs his rest. If you disturb him, I cannot be held responsible." Although Wang Ergu was still concerned, he ultimately nodded in agreement, swayed by his admiration for Li Dahai. Once Wang Ergu departed, Li Dahai swiftly closed the gate to Wang Yonggui's villa and hurried away. After calculating his plans, he realized that once Zhang Mujiang completed his rear door, it would be time for him to venture into the Dakingshan Mountains. The herbs were depleting more rapidly than he had anticipated, prompting him to decide to extend his stay in the mountains. However, the thought of being alone in the wilderness felt dull. An idea struck him. Perhaps he should invite a woman to accompany him through this lengthy solitude. He considered two candidates, Hu Xiaoying and Wang Qiuxiang, but found himself torn over whom to choose. Chapter 70. The suggestion of the wooden door. Initially, El Xiaoyan found herself unable to ascend the mountain alongside Li Dahai. Had she gone, Wang Yonggui would undoubtedly have lost his composure. Moreover, given that Wang Yonggui was currently injured, Li Dahai believed it prudent to avoid provoking him. Thus, the pool of candidates was reduced to a select few. Wang Suilan, being a married woman, was also deemed unsuitable. Although Li Dahai had developed a close rapport with Wang Suilan over the past few days, this relationship remained discreet, as he preferred not to broadcast it widely. Wang Qiuxiang's journey into the Dakingshan Mountains presented an opportunity for Li Dahai to deepen his connection with this newly acquired companion. Notably, all the other women were older than Li Dahai, with the exception of Wang Qiuxiang, who was younger, allowing him to care for her as if she were a sister. However, this necessitated seeking the consent of Wang Qiuxiang's parents, which posed a challenge for Li Dahai. Another potential candidate was Hu Xiaoying. Yet, as a widow, she attracted considerable attention from suitors, and despite her burgeoning relationship with Li Dahai, the interest from others persisted. Recently, Li Dahai had heard rumors of a certain businessman harassing Hu Xiaoying, which infuriated him. Nevertheless, he soon reconciled with the notion, recognizing Hu Xiaoying's unique allure. Her previous husband had been unable to withstand her captivating charm, ultimately leading to his demise, and it was evident that others would struggle similarly. Simultaneously, Li Dahai believed that ascending the mountain with Hu Xiaoying would not only ensure her nurturing disposition but also alleviate his own nighttime ennui. Thus, she emerged as a commendable choice. However, before making any decisions, Li Dahai resolved to consult both women in a few days. If necessary, he considered taking both of them along, which he found to be a favorable option. Upon returning home from his excursion, Li Dahai first made his way to his clinic. The fatigue of the day weighed heavily upon him after tending to several villagers, prompting him to close the doors and succumb to slumber. Despite his robust physique, he found it challenging to resist the allure of women seeking his affection. Consequently, he contemplated procuring herbal remedies to bolster his vitality. His regimen, derived from the Shinong medical canon, resembled a method of physical training, reinforcing his foundation without posing any risks. Had there been any dangers, he would certainly have abandoned such practices. After a restful night, Li Dahai hastily proceeded to Wang Tsuolan's residence the following day. There, he encountered Zhang the carpenter, whose dark circles indicated a restless night. However, Li Dahai's concern lay elsewhere, for he was captivated by a magnificent wooden bed in the courtyard, meticulously crafted with exquisite details. Upon noticing Li Dahai's arrival, Zhang the carpenter promptly exclaimed, "Come quickly. The magnificent wooden bed has been completed. Shall I arrange for it to be delivered today?" Li Dahai's eyes sparkled upon seeing the bed, and he responded with a smile, "Zhang, you have truly outdone yourself this time." Zhang, scratching his head, chuckled. "The accolades are of little importance. What matters is that you remember our agreement, Li Dahai." Li Dahai was well aware of the matter Zhang referred to. "Rest assured, I plan to venture into the mountains in a few days. Should I encounter any medicinal herbs that could alleviate your ailment, I shall procure them." Zhang nearly leaped for joy upon hearing this, showering Li Dahai with gratitude. At that moment, Wang Tsuolan emerged from the house, draped in a garment, and without a moment's hesitation, she rushed into Li Dahai's embrace. Observing Zhang the carpenter discreetly avert his gaze, as if preparing to move the bed, Li Dahai couldn't help but smile at the scene. Wang Tsuolan, entirely focused on Li Dahai, showed no interest in Zhang whatsoever. "Ah, Tsuolan, I have indeed come," Li Dahai finally remarked. Wang Tsuolan, casting a sidelong glance at him, replied, "You truly are something. You rushed off yesterday, leaving me no time to seek you out, and I spent the night alone." Her lips pouted in mild reproach, indicating a hint of jealousy. Aware of his oversight, Li Dahai lifted Wang Tsuolan into his arms, saying, "I apologize. Look, the grand wooden bed is ready for us. We can test its quality together." Wang Tsuolan's eyes lit up, and she responded with a smile, "Of course. Since Zhang crafted this bed, I shall be the first to try it. If the quality is lacking, you might as well refrain from treating him." Upon hearing this, Zhang the carpenter grew anxious, turning around to address Wang Tsuolan's challenge. "What are you saying, Tsuolan? The bed I made is certainly of exceptional quality. If there are any issues, Li Dahai, you are welcome to seek me out." Realizing that Zhang had been attentively listening to their conversation all along, Li Dahai chuckled at the unexpected exchange. Soon after, Zhang hurried off to enlist the help of a few young men to carry the bed to Li Dahai's clinic. With the establishment of Li Dahai's clinic in the village, many villagers were eager to assist him. In no time, 3 individuals, accompanied by Zhang, were transporting the bed towards Li Dahai's clinic. Meanwhile, Li Dahai led Wang Tsuolan to his backyard, strolling thoughtfully as he pondered the layout. Curiosity piqued, Wang Tsuolan inquired, "What are you contemplating?" Li Dahai replied with a smile, "Now that we have this bed, which can accommodate several people, it may be inconvenient for you to enter through the front door daily. What do you think about where we should place the back door?" Being a man, Li Dahai recognized that the back door would serve a specific purpose for the women, prompting him to seek Wang Tsuolan's opinion. Her eyes brightened at the prospect, for she was well versed in such matters. Chapter 71. A try in her past. Wang Tsuolan had often traversed the streets and entered the back doors of various households. Thus, she possessed a modicum of experience in this regard. Initially, she believed that with the esteemed physician Li Dahai by her side, she would never need to resort to such clandestine entrances again. However, she found herself compelled to enter through the back door once more. Yet, the thought of entering Li Dahai's back door filled her with eagerness. This entrance, after all, had to be discreet, easily accessible, and in close proximity to Li Dahai's quarters. In this manner, once she entered the back door, she could swiftly reach his room. Wang Tsuolan wandered about the courtyard and ultimately chose a relatively concealed spot. "This will do," she declared. "Creating a back door here would be quite convenient. I could come and go as I please." Yet, she felt a pang of embarrassment, as if she were engaging in something inappropriate. However, at that moment, she could not concern herself with notions of infidelity. The prospect of sharing intimate moments with Li Dahai was all that mattered. Wang Tsuolan envisioned that once this back door was completed, her visits would be effortless, far more convenient than her current situation. Presently, the clinic was bustling with villagers, and while she had long ceased to care about their opinions, the constant scrutiny was tiresome. Observing her discomfort, Li Dahai promptly took a piece of chalk and sketched an outline on the wall, grinning as he remarked, "This way. It will be much more convenient for us in the future. Let's have Zhang the carpenter take a look at this door." Zhang the carpenter chuckled and reassured, "Rest assured. I may not excel at everything, but crafting wooden structures is well within my capabilities." He hurried over, stating, The wooden bed has already been placed in your bedroom. Is there anything else that needs adjusting? Li Dahai smiled and beckoned him closer. At that moment, Zhang the carpenter, seeing Wang Cuilan and Li Dahai together, feigned ignorance. After all, his own happiness would soon be reliant on Li Dahai, and enduring this momentary discomfort was inconsequential. Li Dahai gestured towards the unfinished portion of their conversation. So, I would like to install a back door here. Do you foresee any difficulties? Zhang the carpenter quickly approached to inspect the area and replied with a grin. You underestimate me. This poses no challenge at all. You can rest easy. Once I take it on, it will be a straightforward task. Li Dahai smiled in response. Very well, Zhang, I entrust this matter to you. Can it be completed within 2 days? After measuring, Zhang assured him, absolutely, I can finish it within that time frame. I still have some leftover materials from the last project, and I will utilize them for this door. 1 day to create the opening and another to install it, ample time. With that, Zhang hurried off, eager to avoid delaying any further, not wishing to impede the budding relationship between Li Dahai and Wang Cuilan. Wang Cuilan smiled and urged Dahai, let us quickly head inside and take a look. It was evident that she was quite impatient. She took Li Dahai's hand and led him into the house. Once inside, she discovered that the wooden bed complemented the bedroom perfectly. Impulsively, she lay down, eager to be the first woman to grace Li Dahai's small wooden bed. Li Dahai merely observed with a smile, making no attempt to stop her. Instead, he joined her on the bed. The bed was surprisingly spacious, a significant improvement over the narrow one they had previously shared. At that moment, Li Dahai realized he should have upgraded to a larger bed long ago. This way, when other women visited, it would be far more convenient. As the saying goes, to excel in one's craft, one must first have the right tools. A proper bed is essential for any intimate encounter. Li Dahai was thoroughly satisfied with the bed's sturdiness and width. Wang Cuilan smiled and remarked, Dahai, while I may have my reservations about Zhang's physical attributes, his craftsmanship is commendable, wouldn't you agree? I was right to recommend him to you. Li Dahai chuckled, indeed, indeed. From now on, let's call upon Zhang for our carpentry needs. As they lay side by side on the bed, Wang Cuilan inched closer to Li Dahai. Eventually, he could no longer resist the allure of her bashful gaze and leaned in to kiss her. Wang Cuilan smiled softly, for she had longed for this moment. Her hesitation to voice her desires had dissipated. She eagerly embraced him, and soon they found themselves entangled on the expansive wooden bed. The generous size of the bed proved advantageous. Unlike before, when their movements had been restricted by the cramped space, now they could express themselves freely. After some time, their garments gradually diminished. Finally, Li Dahai had completely removed Wang Cuilan's outer layer, and she blushed as she exclaimed, Dahai, you didn't accompany me last night. You must make it up to me tonight. Li Dahai chuckled in response. Rest assured, Cuilan, your contributions have not gone unnoticed, and I will certainly ensure you are well attended to. With a gentle flick of his finger, he let Wang Cuilan's undergarments fall away, revealing her exquisite and alluring form before him, momentarily leaving him in awe. Wang Cuilan, noticing his reaction, teased, What's the matter? Li Dahai replied with a grin, Cuilan, I can't help but feel that you seem even more enticing than before. At this, Wang Cuilan's cheeks flushed. You dare say so? A woman who is cherished by a man naturally exudes femininity. Unlike some women who lead solitary lives, resembling mere shadows of their former selves, devoid of any allure. Chapter 72. Expensive cosmetics. Upon hearing Wang Cuilan's words, Li Dahai found her reasoning to be quite persuasive. As the saying goes, the harmony of yin and yang is essential. One cannot thrive in isolation. Only through the union of these forces can the human body emanate vitality. Thus, women who live in solitude, devoid of the nourishing energy of yang, inevitably suffer from poor skin and a lackluster complexion, resembling a weary matron. The same holds true for men. Without the companionship of women, they too may gradually succumb to restlessness. During his practice, the Shinong medical canon would unknowingly resonate with the woman by his side. Therefore, every night that Wang Cuilan spent with Li Dahai proved far more beneficial than any expensive cosmetic. Consequently, she began to view him as a precious talisman for preserving her youthful beauty, making her increasingly dependent on him. Li Dahai reveled in the company of such a stunning beauty, particularly when he discovered that his cultivation of the Shinong medical canon accelerated whenever he shared a bed with a woman, filling him with a sense of exhilaration. Although the increase in speed might seem negligible, he firmly believed that with perseverance and the passage of time, such advancements would accumulate to significant results. At that moment, He embraced Wang Suilan with deep affection. Wang Suilan's alluring form captivated him, making it difficult for him to resist her charms. Overwhelmed, he lunged toward her. But she tenderly helped him undress before teasingly saying, "Brother Dahai, you are always so impatient. How can we sleep if you don't take off your clothes?" Li Dahai chuckled helplessly and replied, "Sister, can you blame me? Who could resist your beauty?" Flattered by his compliment, Wang Suilan shyly nestled into his embrace. Their connection had transcended any prior barriers, allowing Li Dahai to feel at ease. He understood that their bond was resilient enough to withstand scrutiny. Wang Suilan then remarked with a playful smile, "Brother Dahai, you are absolutely right. This wooden bed is quite sturdy." Suddenly, a thought of Wang Qiuxiang crossed her mind. She wondered what it would be like if she and Wang Qiuxiang were to share the bed together, a notion that was too delightful to fully contemplate. Li Dahai, caught up in his own musings, imagined a scenario where he could invite Wang Suilan, Wang Qiuxiang, and Hu Xiaoying into his room, a prospect that seemed utterly blissful. However, he acknowledged that the time was not yet ripe, as he was uncertain of the feelings of the other women. For now, Wang Qiuxiang, having only recently become Li Dahai's woman, remained shy, making such an arrangement challenging. Yet, Li Dahai remained optimistic, believing that over time, Wang Qiuxiang would come around to the idea. At that moment, Wang Suilan shyly interjected, No, Brother Dahai, if it were possible, I would be content to share the bed with just you. I do not wish to share you with anyone else." In response, Li Dahai shook his head, realizing the fickleness of women. However, Wang Suilan's current reluctance did not preclude future possibilities. He resolved to take things slowly, comforted by the fact that for tonight, he would not be alone. With a sense of wonder, Li Dahai marveled at how Wang Suilan maintained her allure, having never seen her engage in fitness or yoga. Yet her figure was undeniably more enticing than that of many women, leaving him captivated. A sudden surge of desire overcame him, but sensing Wang Suilan's fatigue, he hesitated to disturb her. Yet, the intensity of his longing proved too overwhelming to suppress, compelling him to awaken her. As she groggily registered his intentions, Wang Suilan's eyes sparkled with renewed energy. "Divine Dr. Dahai, you need not worry about me. Although I am tired, I am more than willing to accompany you," she said with a smile. Touched by her unwavering devotion, Li Dahai embraced her once more. Moments later, the room was filled with shy yet fervent encounters. After a considerable time, as Wang Suilan drifted off to sleep, a look of satisfaction upon her face, Li Dahai felt his own fervor extinguished by her presence. He sat down to gather himself, realizing that his earlier excitement stemmed from his cultivation of the Shennong medical canon, which had spiraled out of control. It appeared that he had cultivated a small measure of internal energy, and the only way to assimilate it was through his intimate connection with Wang Suilan. This revelation illuminated an important lesson for Li Dahai. Perhaps in future practices, it would be prudent to keep a woman by his side, allowing him to cultivate while simultaneously indulging in the pleasures of companionship, achieving a harmonious balance. Chapter 73. In the embrace of subordinates at this moment. Li Dahai gazed upon the serene visage of Wang Suilan as she slumbered peacefully. Compassion prevented him from disturbing her, and instead, he tenderly cradled her in his arms. Thus, the two of them drifted into a tranquil slumber. Wang Suilan, particularly, enjoyed a deep and restful sleep that night. Neither she nor Li Dahai anticipated that they would share such a splendid evening together. The spacious wooden bed allowed them both to rest comfortably, free from the previous constraints of their former sleeping arrangements. Li Dahai suddenly recalled the small bed from his past, where sharing a bed with Wang Suilan had been somewhat cumbersome. Fortunately, he no longer had to worry about such inconveniences. A sense of joy filled his heart, for now he had a woman by his side. He vaguely understood that the rigors of cultivation, often undertaken by the dedicated or the reclusive, could be likened to enduring the harshest winters and the sweltering summers, tirelessly pushing oneself to the brink while expending considerable resources on spiritual herbs and elixirs. Yet, the efficacy of such arduous endeavors paled in comparison to the rewards of sleeping beside a woman. Not only did Li Dahai find joy in the embrace of a woman, but he also felt his strength increasing. This revelation opened up a new realm of possibilities for him. Although the pace of his cultivation while with Wang Suilan and Wang Qiuxiang was slower, it was still more beneficial than none at all. Particularly when he practiced alongside Hu Xiaoying, the ethereal fragrance emanating from her was akin to a miraculous elixir for Li Dahai. He found himself drawn to her, visiting her frequently, for only in her presence could he absorb the essence of her captivating aura. Li Dahai's concern grew that should he fail to fully absorb Hu Xiaoying's enchanting fragrance, she might inadvertently attract unwanted attention from others, despite having absorbed much of her essence. She continued to produce new quantities daily, which highlighted the value of her unique constitution. He realized that he needed to remain diligent in his efforts, not only to safeguard Hu Xiaoying but also to ensure the well-being of other women he cared for. Thus, while holding Wang Suilan, his mind was already mapping out plans for the future. Li Dahai felt compelled to strategize, as his responsibilities had multiplied, necessitating careful choices. He recognized the preciousness of Hu Xiaoying's essence and the need to secure it firmly in his grasp. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaoying lay restless in her bed, unable to find peace. Reflecting on her previous life of solitude, she recognized that it had not been as burdensome as her current state. In the past, a simple rinse with cold water had sufficed to refresh her spirit. Now, however, even that seemed ineffective, causing her considerable distress. A realization dawned upon Hu Xiaoying. She had likely breached the taboos of her widowhood, and once broken, it would be challenging to revert to her former state. Each night, her thoughts were consumed by Li Dahai, and she felt that without him, her life would have been in vain. The notion of remaining a widow now seemed foolish, offering her nothing but a sense of emptiness. However, the cover of night deterred her from seeking Li Dahai's company. In truth, Hu Xiaoying had attempted to visit Li Dahai's abode in recent days, only to find him absent, possibly occupied with healing the villagers. Despite her virtuous nature, she had not actively sought him out for companionship. Meanwhile, her essence had only intensified during his absence. Unbeknownst to her, every bath left her enveloped in a captivating aroma that she found both intoxicating and bewildering, unaware of her extraordinary constitution. Had Hu Xiaoying ventured beyond the confines of her home, she might have attracted the attention of men skilled in the arts of cultivation, eager to possess her. This night, she struggled to sleep, for her exceptional nature made it difficult to find rest without a man by her side. On the other hand, Li Dahai, lost in his thoughts, embraced Wang Suilan and succumbed to a deep slumber. As dawn broke, the two awoke languidly. Li Dahai, upon opening his eyes, found Wang Suilan gazing at him with satisfaction. The warm morning breeze filtered through the window, and a smile graced her lips. Curious, Li Dahai inquired, "Sister Suilan, what brings you joy this morning?" Wang Suilan replied with delight, "I was wondering if someone might try to steal you away, divine Dr. Dahai." Li Dahai chuckled, pulling the enchanting woman closer. "Nonsense, dear sister. Rest assured, once the back door is opened, you may come and go as you please." Wang Suilan's eyes twinkled with mischief at the thought of securing a lock for the door, granting her dominion over it. Li Dahai remained unconcerned. For should other women seek his company, he would ensure they each received a key, treating them all with equal regard. As the sun rose higher, Li Dahai playfully patted Wang Suilan's backside. "Suilan, it's time to rise. The day has dawned, and we must open the clinic." Wang Suilan, brightening at the prospect, replied with a smile, "How about I assist you at the clinic today?" Chapter 74, The Arrival of Hu Xiaoying at this moment. Li Dahai was taken aback and finally remarked, "Sister Suilan, are you suggesting that you wish to become my subordinate?" Wang Suilan chuckled softly, nestled in Li Dahai's embrace. Refusing to rise, she found his chest to be immensely broad and strong, making it difficult for her to part from such a robust man. Particularly, Li Dahai exuded a distinctive allure, and once a woman is captivated by a man, she is inclined to acquiesce to his every request. Often, women are drawn to those who possess strength. Whether they be youthful maidens or refined married women, they tend to exhibit similar responses. Wang Suilan, with a serious nod, replied, "Of course, esteemed Dr. Dahai, serving as your subordinate is hardly a burden. It entirely depends on your willingness." She continued, "You seem rather pitiful, with little to occupy your time. I might have sought the company of others due to my inability to endure solitude, especially since my skills as a carpenter are lacking, which compelled me to resort to such measures. However, the situation has changed. I am now well fed by you, so I lack for no man. In fact, those men pale in comparison to you, Dahai. Though I sometimes experience unfulfilled desires, I am not foolish and can discern between the good and the bad. Thus, I am resolved to firmly grasp onto your grand vessel. As long as I remain aboard, I believe I shall never again suffer from loneliness." She went on to say, "Since I wish to be with you, I am willing to assist you for a short while. After all, you are the only one in this clinic at present, and I have noticed how busy you tend to be." However, she acknowledged that the clinic's fees were minimal, and Li Dahai could hardly afford to hire an aide. Li Dahai smiled and said, "Sister Suilan, if you are willing, Then please work with me for a few days. He felt a surge of joy within. After all, having a beauty like Wang Suilan by his side was a fulfillment of his desires. Moreover, the thought of her sleeping beside him at night and working together during the day was a rare blessing indeed. The two lingered in tender embraces for a while longer. After Li Dahai dressed, he noticed that Wang Suilan still lay in bed, motionless. Puzzled, he called out, "Sister Suilan, we must rise and open for business. You cannot remain in bed any longer." Yet, Wang Suilan merely turned over, exposing her long, fair legs. At that moment, she was clad in nothing, revealing her alluring figure to Li Dahai, who found it difficult to avert his gaze, for she was utterly enchanting, tempting him to succumb to desire once more. However, as it was daytime and time was of the essence, Li Dahai exercised restraint. Just then, Wang Suilan playfully wiggled her hips and said, "Dahai, I lack the strength to dress myself. Could you help me put on my clothes? I will get up once I am dressed." At that moment, she was the epitome of charm and allure. Had Li Dahai not had pressing matters to attend to, he would have undoubtedly indulged her once more. Understanding her playful nature, Li Dahai complied, searching for her garments and gently dressing her. Throughout the process, Wang Suilan was cooperative, resembling a docile kitten. When she finally donned her attire, she appeared as though she were already his wife. Eventually, the two reluctantly rose from the bed. Just then, Wang Suilan's stomach audibly growled, causing her to blush. The previous night's exertions, coupled with a long morning of slumber, had left her feeling quite hungry. Embarrassed, she looked at Li Dahai, who smiled and said, "Sister Suilan, you must be hungry. Allow me to prepare something for you to eat. Let us have breakfast before opening the clinic." Wang Suilan replied, "I shall assist you in the kitchen." Li Dahai nodded in agreement. His breakfast was quite lavish, utilizing the abundance of free-range chickens and eggs in the village. As he prepared a variety of dishes, Wang Suilan, possessing decent culinary skills, adeptly assisted him. If one were to consider it, she indeed exhibited qualities of a devoted wife. After enjoying a bountiful breakfast, they hurriedly opened the clinic's doors, and patients began to arrive in succession. The villagers were quite astonished to see Wang Suilan bustling around, fetching medicinal herbs for Li Dahai and organizing the queue. Curiosity stirred among them, and one person inquired, "Wang Suilan, are you planning to stay here with Dr. Dahai?" Wang Suilan chuckled, "Not at all. I am merely here to lend a hand to Dr. Dahai, but I shall return home afterward." Though she smiled, the villagers remained skeptical, with some harboring suspicions that she intended to entice the esteemed doctor. As they conversed, another woman entered the clinic, her presence accompanied by a fragrant allure and a captivating beauty. Li Dahai recognized the familiar scent and looked up to see Hu Xiaoying gracefully stepping through the door. Chapter 75. Trouble in Shadows. As Hu Xiaoying entered, she cast a mournful glance at Li Dahai. Lately, Li Dahai had not sought her out, prompting Hu Xiaoying to take the initiative and visit him herself. The fragrant aroma wafting from her was alarming to Li Dahai, for he recognized it as the alluring scent that enveloped her. This fragrance held an irresistible allure for women and, even more so, for men. He noticed several elderly male patients in the room, who, he believed, would not harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards Hu Xiaoying. Nevertheless, for precautionary measures, he decided to incorporate some sedative elements into their medications, aiming to neutralize the intoxicating effects of her fragrance on the men. Simultaneously, Li Dahai was acutely aware that he needed to absorb the enchanting scent emanating from Hu Xiaoying. Otherwise, the more men she encountered, the greater the risk she would face. He noticed that Hu Xiaoying was increasingly unable to conceal her alluring fragrance. Over the past decade, she had maintained an ambiguous relationship with Li Dahai, and now, her scent was being released unconsciously. This predicament called for Li Dahai's intervention. On this particular day, Li Dahai had intended to visit Hu Xiaoying. Yet the beautiful widow had succumbed to her own desires first. In truth, he had underestimated her resilience. Hu Xiaoying had been quite patient, but after several days, her body was beginning to crave his presence. Li Dahai contemplated the necessity of absorbing her fragrance soon, as every time she ventured out into the village, numerous men followed in her wake, a testament to her undeniable allure. Wang Suilan observed Hu Xiaoying with wary eyes, knowing well that only a beautiful woman could comprehend the perils that accompany beauty. At that moment, Wang Suilan sensed an underlying danger in Hu Xiaoying's presence, wondering if Hu Xiaoying might have feelings for Li Dahai. The thought of losing him to Hu Xiaoying was disheartening, leaving Wang Suilan anxious, facing the stunning woman before her. Wang Suilan cautiously inquired, "Hu Xiaoying, what brings you here?" Hu Xiaoying shrugged and replied, "Wang Suilan, if you can come, why can't I? I'm here to seek treatment. You haven't fully cured my last ailment, and since you promised to come, I had to seek you out. Her words dripped with jealousy. Li Dahai chuckled, understanding that Hu Xiaoying, having not seen him for days, would feel envious upon finding him with Wang Zuelan. Thus, he quickly interjected, Sister Xiaoying, you misunderstand. Sister Zuelan is here to assist me. I have many patients and require help. Hu Xiaoying paused, then smiled mischievously, suggesting, Dahai, if that's the case, why not let me be your assistant? I have few responsibilities at home, and I'm quite diligent. Besides, it wouldn't be convenient for Sister Zuelan to be here daily. Given her marital status, her proposition irked Wang Zuelan, who was about to retort but hesitated, mindful of the other patients in the room. Instead, she shot Hu Xiaoying a fierce glare. Though Hu Xiaoying was undeniably beautiful, Wang Zuelan was not lacking in allure either. Li Dahai found himself in a predicament. As both attractive women expressed a desire to assist him, he pondered whom to choose as his aide. While it was tempting to consider both Hu Xiaoying and Wang Zuelan, the reality was that he couldn't accommodate so many at once, especially with the evident rivalry brewing between the two. All right, let's discuss this later, he stated, redirecting his focus. Sister Xiaoying, let me examine your condition. In truth, Hu Xiaoying had no real ailment. Li Dahai merely sought to draw closer to her under the pretense of a medical examination. He approached her, taking her pulse and discovering that while she was in excellent health, she bore a sense of loneliness that craved male companionship. Seizing the opportunity, he said, Sister Xiaoying, your condition seems somewhat complex. I'll need to conduct further examinations. Come with me to the back room. The villagers cast curious glances at Hu Xiaoying, as Li Dahai's suggestion of a private examination piqued their interest. They thought nothing of it, as private medical examinations often required some level of disrobing, and here, it was merely about removing a top garment. However, with so many villagers present, Hu Xiaoying felt a twinge of embarrassment. One villager encouraged her, Hu Xiaoying, hurry inside. Trust me, Dr. Li is highly skilled, just follow his instructions. At most, you'll need to reveal a bit of skin. There's nothing to worry about. We all trust Dr. Li. The words of the woman made Hu Xiaoying wish to find a secluded corner to hide. Nonetheless, feeling shy, she nodded and followed Li Dahai into the back room. Wang Zuelan, feeling a pang of regret, but she should have feigned an illness to receive Li Dahai's attention instead. She considered peeking in to see what was transpiring between Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying, but was stopped by Li Dahai, who instructed her to keep an eye on the shop. Though reluctant, Wang Zuelan complied, and seeing her obedience, Li Dahai felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing his efforts from the previous night had paid off. However, he needed to contemplate Hu Xiaoying's situation carefully. Once inside the back room, Li Dahai swiftly embraced Hu Xiaoying from behind, inhaling her intoxicating scent, which captivated him. Chapter 76. Jealousy, especially with Hu Xiaoying's slender and supple waist. Merely holding her left, Li Dahai somewhat entranced, not to mention her sharply contoured hips pressing against him, along with the undulating peaks of her figure, all of which set his nerves alight. After being embraced by Li Dahai, Hu Xiaoying felt a sense of satisfaction. However, she still spoke with a hint of melancholy. Dahai, the divine healer, what has happened to you? You haven't seen me for so many days, and I had to come here myself. It was clear that Hu Xiaoying's words carried a tinge of grievance. Thus, Li Dahai hurriedly replied, Sister Xiaoying, you must have misunderstood me. I've been exceedingly busy lately. I was planning to visit you after finishing with my patients today. I never anticipated you would come here on your own. At that moment, Li Dahai felt a rush of joy, for Hu Xiaoying's initiative to seek him out suggested a budding dependence, or perhaps even infatuation with him. After all, it was rare for a woman to take the initiative. When she did, it signified an acknowledgement of affection. Hu Xiaoying approached Li Dahai, evidently wishing to grow closer to him. Embraced by him, she did not resist. Rather, she felt a warm glow within. In the warmth of Li Dahai's arms, Hu Xiaoying found a sense of comfort. As he held her alluringly seductive form, Li Dahai couldn't help but let his imagination wander. Emboldened, Hu Xiaoying blushed as she said, Dahai, the divine healer, you mentioned you would examine me. Shall we proceed with the checkup? Li Dahai responded, of course, we shall. At that moment, he began to explore her waist. It must be said that Hu Xiaoying's figure was exceptionally well preserved. Her elegant and sensual form would stir desire in any man, especially in a vigorous young man like Li Dahai. Hu Xiaoying then turned to him and declared, Dahai, since we are to examine, let us do so promptly. After saying this, she took the initiative to remove her clothing, particularly the alluring black lingerie, which she unceremoniously discarded. Li Dahai's eyes widened in surprise, He hadn't expected Hu Xiaoying to be so forthright. Although he had previously explained that undressing was unnecessary for his examinations, Hu Xiaoying seemed determined to engage in playful flirtation. Initially shy, she soon lifted her head, smiling. Dahai, the divine healer, what do you discern? Is there anything amiss with my body? As she spoke, she swayed slightly, causing Li Dahai to be momentarily dazzled by her radiance, each curve captivating his gaze. Li Dahai swallowed hard, astonished by Hu Xiaoying's boldness. He quickly nodded and remarked, Sister Xiaoying, I have discovered a critical flaw. Hu Xiaoying, startled, responded, Dahai. What do you mean? What flaw could I possibly have? Li Dahai chuckled softly and said, Sister Xiaoying, do not be alarmed. The flaw I refer to is how irresistibly alluring you are. If you were to go out like this, without clothing, it might indeed lead to chaos. As Hu Xiaoying shed her garments, the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her intensified. Thankfully, Li Dahai had securely closed the door. Otherwise, even the elderly male patients waiting outside would have been unable to contain themselves, let alone the young men who might have caused a stir if they saw her like this. Hu Xiaoying soon realized the nature of Li Dahai's concern. She shot him a playful glare and said, It's your fault. If you hadn't neglected me for so many days, would I have resorted to this? And just so you know, I would never run outside without my clothes. For many years, I have remained unwed. And you are the only one to have seen me in this state. Others have not even laid eyes on me. Li Dahai felt a wave of emotion. He had not expected to encounter such a pure and virtuous woman. Had Hu Xiaoying's late husband not passed away, life could have been so much more blissful for her. Yet, fate had now favored Li Dahai. Unable to resist Hu Xiaoying's enticing appearance, he lunged forward and kissed her passionately. At that moment, Hu Xiaoying, moved by deep emotions, felt the fire igniting between them, especially with the fragrant allure of her body only stoking the flames. As they shared a fervent kiss, a knock echoed from the door. Li Dahai frowned. Who could dare interrupt such a significant moment? He had intended to whisk Hu Xiaoying to his newly crafted bed, allowing her to experience its comfort. Yet, the intrusion startled him. Who is it? What do you want? I am quite busy, he called out. Outside, Wang Tsuelan's plaintive voice responded, Li Dahai. What are you doing in there? Hearing her, Li Dahai's heart skipped a beat. He had been so engrossed with Hu Xiaoying that he nearly forgot Wang Tsuelan existed. Wang Tsuelan, Sister Xiaoying is unwell, and I am currently treating her, he hastily replied. Wang Tsuelan, knowing there had been no sound from within, raised an eyebrow. She was all too familiar with the sounds of Li Dahai kissing Hu Xiaoying. However, she had been considerate enough not to interrupt. This time, the patients waiting outside had grown impatient. After all, Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying had been inside for quite some time. Wang Tsuelan said, What about those patients outside? They're still waiting in line. Li Dahai paused, then suggested, Tsuelan, why don't you tell them to come back tomorrow? They're all minor ailments, it can wait. I truly cannot leave at this moment. With Hu Xiaoying's enchanting presence before him, Li Dahai was in no position to attend to anything else. Chapter 77. Indulging in pleasure after all. Any man who finds himself confronted by a woman standing almost entirely unclad would find it hard to walk away, especially when that woman is a paragon of beauty. If such a man were to depart, he would scarcely deserve the title of man, perhaps even less than a eunuch. Li Dahai, being a vigorous and perfectly normal man, naturally had no intention of leaving. Moreover, he had already absorbed a considerable amount of the ethereal fragrance from Hu Xiaoying's body. While he could refine it using the Shinong medical canon, the most effective method of absorbing and refining this celestial aroma was through intimate union with the woman who possessed it. Such a union would yield far greater benefits than Li Dahai's slow, solitary efforts, particularly since engaging with Hu Xiaoying would not only bring him joy but also enhance his prowess, thus doubling his pleasure, a delight that others could not fathom. Li Dahai was certainly not going to let this opportunity slip away. At that moment, Wang Tsuelan, with a slight curl of her lips, reflected on how she had intended to assist her brother, only to find him relegated to the role of a gatekeeper. Yet, she was no stranger to such occurrences. Stepping outside, she addressed the villagers waiting for their turn to be treated, who exchanged glances filled with curiosity. The word spread quickly. Could it really take this long to receive medical attention? Perhaps it would be best to wait right there. However, Wang Tsuelan was acutely aware of Li Dahai's formidable abilities. If he and Hu Xiaoying were indeed a match made in heaven, their time together could easily stretch on. Given Li Dahai's robust constitution, she had witnessed firsthand that they might well spend the entire night together, and who knew what kind of commotion might ensue. Thus, regardless of how she weighed the situation, Wang Xilan was determined not to let the villagers linger in the clinic any longer. She said, "Great Dr. Dahai has instructed that you return tomorrow. He simply cannot spare the time today, as Hu Xiaoying's condition is quite serious, and he has decided to dedicate the entire day to her treatment." The villagers, taken aback, were shocked. After all, Li Dahai was known for his swift diagnoses and remedies, often solving their ailments with a mere glance and a prescription of herbal medicine. Today, however, the prolonged treatment of Hu Xiaoying led some to speculate whether she might be gravely ill, prompting such an exhaustive effort from Li Dahai. Yet, Wang Xilan couldn't help but roll her eyes at their imaginations. In her view, Hu Xiaoying was simply seeking a companion after a long period of solitude. Indeed, Li Dahai was treating Hu Xiaoying, but the ailment at hand was her unbearable loneliness. This particular malady, while not difficult to address, could also prove quite challenging if the man involved failed to satisfy her needs. However, if a strong man were to meet her desires, Hu Xiaoying's loneliness would surely dissipate. For Li Dahai, another crucial task loomed, not only to alleviate Hu Xiaoying's inner emptiness but also to absorb the celestial fragrance that enveloped her. The villagers, being quite simple-minded, and having received Li Dahai's assurances, reluctantly returned home, planning to come back the following day. Once they departed, Wang Suilan breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly closed the clinic's door. After all, Li Dahai had serious business to attend to, and she dared not allow anyone else to interrupt the impending encounter between him and Hu Xiaoying. Wang Xilan grimaced at the absurdity of her situation. Her beloved man was inside the room with another woman, and she was left to stand guard. Despite her frustration, she remained silent, taking a seat nearby to await the moment when Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying would emerge. In the room, Li Dahai, sensing the calm outside, said, "Sister Xiaoying, let me take you to my bed. I believe a more thorough examination and treatment are in order." Upon hearing this, Hu Xiaoying blushed and replied, "Li Dahai, hurry and carry me to your bed for treatment. You must do a thorough job. If you fail, I shall return to hold you accountable." Li Dahai, grinning, nodded vigorously. "Sister Xiaoying, rest assured, I will certainly cure you. However, once healed, you must also come here for some rehabilitative training." Seeing Hu Xiaoying's bashfulness, Li Dahai could no longer contain himself. He swiftly scooped her up and made his way to the bed. At that moment, Hu Xiaoying's slender figure, particularly her perfect S-shaped silhouette from the side, was nothing short of breathtaking. Even though Li Dahai had been with her several times before, each lifting of her form ignited a surge of excitement within him. Carrying Hu Xiaoying was effortless for Li Dahai, but he took care to support her well to prevent her from slipping. Hu Xiaoying, blushing, playfully twisted a bit in his grasp and whispered in his ear, "Dahai, how long will you take? I can hardly wait." Li Dahai chuckled, "If you can't wait, you should know that I, too, am quite eager." With that, he placed Hu Xiaoying gently onto his large bed. Hu Xiaoying's eyes widened in delight, and she exclaimed, "Li Dahai, when did you acquire such a spacious bed? I can already tell it will be delightful to lie upon." Li Dahai laughed and retorted, "Sister Xiaoying, why wait? You can indulge in the experience right now." He quickly laid her down, and Hu Xiaoying felt a rush of joy. After all, Li Dahai's previous bed had felt cramped, but this expansive one promised a far more pleasurable experience. Chapter 78. Too much. As Li Dahai gazed at Hu Xiaoying reclining on the grand bed, a surge of accomplishment welled up within him. This sense of achievement filled him with pride. Even a beauty as stunning as Hu Xiaoying had succumbed to his charm. The most crucial aspect was that she willingly surrendered herself to him. In a certain sense, this intoxicating aroma served as a potent tonic for men. However, as the saying goes, every medicine has its poison, especially when the body cannot assimilate these remedies. They accumulate over time and become detrimental to one's health. Only by fully digesting and absorbing these tonics can they be transformed into personal energy. At this moment, Li Dahai understood how to absorb this fragrance, rendering it beneficial for him. In contrast, Hu Xiaoying's former husband merely consumed the remedies without proper absorption, leading to his decline in health. Hu Xiaoying once worried that Li Dahai might inherit the same affliction as her previous spouse, but now she was entirely at ease. After spending so many days with Li Dahai, she had not observed any deterioration in his vitality. Rather, she noted that he seemed to have grown stronger and more robust. Furthermore, he appeared increasingly adept at satisfying her desires. In this moment, Hu Xiaoying truly recognized Li Dahai as a miraculous healer, distinguishing him from other men. Previously, she had believed herself to be a woman who brought misfortune to her partners, but now her perspective had shifted entirely. It became clear that the rumors surrounding men being unlucky in relationships were merely reflections of their inability to win her over. Fortunately, Hu Xiaoying had found Li Dahai, a man capable of conquering her heart, making her feel that she had truly lived her life to the fullest. Only with Li Dahai could Hu Xiaoying experience the essence of womanhood. Lying in his embrace, she felt like a cherished spouse, embodying bliss. Indeed, the only thing separating them from marriage was a certificate. At this moment, Hu Xiaoying had discarded her upper garments, revealing her alluring figure, which left Li Dahai wide-eyed in admiration. Yet, Hu Xiaoying felt it was unfair that she was undressed while Li Dahai remained clothed, prompting her to swiftly strip him of his attire. Li Dahai, unperturbed, allowed her playful antics, their flirtatious exchanges deepening their bond. Once he was undressed, he reciprocated by pulling down Hu Xiaoying's pants, unveiling her flawless, long legs before him. The sight was mesmerizing, and he casually tossed aside the bothersome garment, reveling in Hu Xiaoying's beauty. At that moment, Hu Xiaoying lay on the bed, her cheeks flushed, feeling shy under Li Dahai's gaze. Although she was a captivating woman, being scrutinized by him stirred a sense of bashfulness within her. To Li Dahai, her perfect form was akin to a masterpiece of art, and he could not help but admire her. Hu Xiaoying understood that her presence could leave Li Dahai in a quandary, yet he remained patient. For good things come to those who wait. With the patience sent away by Wang Zuolan, Li Dahai had ample time to relish this moment. Suddenly, a thought struck him. While the patients had been dismissed, Wang Zuolan was still in the house. He felt a twinge of anxiety at the prospect of her discovering what might unfold between him and Hu Xiaoying. After all, women are often prone to jealousy, and he could not gauge Wang Zuolan's current feelings. If her jealousy disrupted his time with Hu Xiaoying, it would be quite unfortunate. Fortunately, after a considerable wait, Wang Zuolan did not enter the room, indicating her tacit approval. Li Dahai breathed a sigh of relief. He appreciated Wang Zuolan's understanding nature and felt compelled to reciprocate her kindness in the future. Yet, he knew he must first attend to the alluring woman before him. However, after gazing at Hu Xiaoying for some time, his restraint began to wane. Earlier, she had playfully remarked, "Li Dahai, what are you staring at? I came all this way to see you, and if you only stare, I will think less of you." Li Dahai chuckled, recognizing that Hu Xiaoying was becoming increasingly impatient. "Sister Xiaoying, I am merely captivated by your exquisite beauty. I am momentarily spellbound. Please do not be upset." Despite her playful tone, Hu Xiaoying retorted, "I am not angry. But you must perform well later. If you do not, I shall ignore you." Li Dahai smiled inwardly, aware that despite her teasing, Hu Xiaoying hoped for his attention and affection. As he chuckled, he engaged in various activities to distract himself, yet he recognized the necessity of such actions. Although he wielded significant influence in Qinshan village, this was also an opportune moment for his personal growth. Li Dahai understood that only through gaining strength could he protect the women he cherished. Chapter 79, just waiting for your words at that moment. Hu Xiaoying found herself kissed by Li Dahai, nearly gasping for breath before they finally parted. Particularly noteworthy was that Li Dahai had now acquired a piece of intimate clothing. Indeed, Hu Xiaoying's last vestige of modesty had been stripped away by Li Dahai. With a chuckle, Li Dahai remarked, "Sister Xiaoying, how about it? It's time to sleep, or it will soon be dark." Hu Xiaoying responded with a playful smile, "Let it be dark then, divine Dr. Dahai. We have our agreements. And I trust you remember my earlier words." "I certainly do." Her face flushed with shyness, which Li Dahai found utterly charming. Realizing that Hu Xiaoying was playfully flirting with him, this revelation stirred excitement within Li Dahai, as he had not anticipated her to be so forward. The fact that Hu Xiaoying had ventured into his domain felt akin to a lamb entering a tiger's lair. Yet, who the true hunter was remained uncertain. Thus, Li Dahai drew the curtains, plunging the room into a dim ambience that infused it with an air of intimacy. At this moment, Hu Xiaoying's cheeks grew even warmer. Li Dahai, unable to restrain himself, wrapped his arms tightly around her. Meanwhile, in the living room, Wang Zuolan was akin to an ant on a hot skillet, anxiously pacing. She sensed something amiss, as the sounds emanating from the bedroom were all too familiar. After all, she had once been in that very situation. In her heart, Wang Zuolan mused that Hu Xiaoying, once renowned as the village's paragon of virtue and a celebrated widow, seldom engaged with men. Even those who boldly pursued her were met with disdain. Consequently, Hu Xiaoying's reputation as a beautiful, loyal widow had spread throughout the vicinity. In the past, such fidelity would have merited a memorial archway. However, women regarded her with scorn, believing her to be pretentious, while men flocked to her. eager to claim her as a prize. Thus, Hu Xiaoying's notoriety remained ever high. Wang Tsuelan had initially thought she and Hu Xiaoying were worlds apart. Yet today she realized they were quite similar. To her astonishment, Hu Xiaoying, who had evaded the affections of men for so long, had quietly grown close to Li Dahai. Did this signify Li Dahai's charm? Wang Tsuelan felt a sense of satisfaction, affirming her choice. After all, if a woman as striking as Hu Xiaoying had chosen Li Dahai, what grounds did she have for discontent? Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had desired a connection with Li Dahai first, making Hu Xiaoying an interloper. After listening for a while, Wang Tsuelan could no longer bear it and contemplated leaving. However, she feared that departing might disturb the budding relationship between Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying. Although jealousy simmered within her, she was genuinely grateful to Li Dahai. She also contemplated what she could do for him, as her willingness to stay was not without purpose. Resolutely, she thought, "Divine Dr. Dahai, the sacrifices I make for you are indeed considerable. Alas, I shall linger a while longer." Thus, she resigned herself to idleness in the living room, fully aware of the fervor unfolding in the adjacent bedroom. Suddenly, it occurred to Wang Tsuelan that despite Hu Xiaoying's seemingly demure exterior, she was equally as fervent with Li Dahai. A smile crept upon Wang Tsuelan's face. What did it matter if Hu Xiaoying had a pristine reputation? Ultimately, she was ensnared by Li Dahai. Indeed, women tend to lose their resolve in the presence of exceptional men. Hu Xiaoying was no exception, and Wang Tsuelan found herself similarly affected, as was Wang Qiuxiang. After some time, as dusk approached, the house fell silent. Li Dahai, feeling a surge of strength akin to that of a full-grown man, believed he could vanquish a bull with a single strike. Though such a claim was somewhat exaggerated, he was confident that if he continued on this path, he would eventually reach such heights. He realized that in any confrontation with others, a few ordinary men would struggle to withstand his might. Filled with pride, he thought that once he fully absorbed Hu Xiaoying's enchanting essence, he would be compelled to kiss her as she lay asleep. At this juncture, Hu Xiaoying's slumber was pivotal to Li Dahai's burgeoning prowess. Not wishing to disturb her, he carefully covered her with a blanket to keep her warm. Emerging from the room, Li Dahai was met with the sight of Wang Tsuelan reclining on a chair in the living room, drowsy and on the verge of sleep. He quickly assisted her upright, exclaiming, "Sister Tsuelan, why are you sleeping here? I thought you had left." Wang Tsuelan cast a lingering glance at Li Dahai, a trace of melancholy in her voice as she remarked, "Dahai, you truly are remarkable. With a new love, you have forgotten the old. It seems I have become less appealing with age." Li Dahai, ever cheerful, chuckled, "Sister Tsuelan, do not tease me. Rest assured, after all you have done for me today, I shall make it up to you next time." Wang Tsuelan's eyes brightened at his words, and she replied, "Divine Dr. Dahai, I shall eagerly await your promise." Chapter 80. Sending someone off under the night. As Li Dahai gazed upon Wang Tsuelan's bashful expression, he felt a surge of emotion within him. After all, to have such a confidant in life, what more could he possibly desire? With a warm smile, he replied, "Sister Tsuelan, of course, this is true. Whenever you find the time next, I will be sure to make it up to you." Wang Tsuelan chuckled in response, "Since you've said so, I shall remember it. Next time, when I am free, I will come looking for you." Li Dahai nodded gently. However, as night had fallen, Wang Tsuelan displayed a sense of understanding and told him, "Divine Dr. Dahai, since Hu Xiaoying is sleeping at your place, I shall return home tonight." Upon hearing this, Li Dahai quickly offered, "Sister Tsuelan, let me escort you back." Wang Tsuelan agreed with a nod. The night in the mountain village was indeed enchanting, with twinkling stars adorning the sky. As Li Dahai and Wang Tsuelan walked side by side under this splendid night, he felt a rush of romantic feelings, especially as the village's nightscape far surpassed that of the city. Bathed in moonlight and starlight, their atmosphere was irresistibly romantic. As they strolled, their hands gradually intertwined, bringing forth a wave of warmth in Wang Tsuelan's heart. She realized that being alongside Li Dahai felt akin to being a young couple walking home after school, filled with youth and beauty. Yet, during their walk, they exchanged no words, instead savoring the rare tranquility and beauty of the moment. However, such bliss was fleeting. Soon, Li Dahai found himself at Wang Tsuelan's doorstep. The lights in the courtyard were still aglow, indicating that Zhang, the carpenter, had not yet retired. Indeed, Zhang was still awake, diligently crafting a wooden door. He was committed to completing the door for Li Dahai, even at the expense of his own rest. As the wind blew, Wang Tsuelan, feeling somewhat reluctant, said, "Divine Dr. Dahai, perhaps you should leave me here. I plan to head home shortly." However, when she attempted to leave, she found Li Dahai holding her hand tightly, unwilling to let go. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she shyly inquired, "Divine Dr. Dahai, what's wrong?" With an emotional tone, Li Dahai confessed, "Sister Tsuelan, I suddenly realized that I am somewhat reluctant to part with you." Wang Tsuelan chuckled softly and replied, "Divine Dr. Dahai, Sister Xiaoying is already asleep. Besides, I know how important she is to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have spent so much time with her today." Li Dahai was taken aback by her perceptiveness, pondering that perhaps women's intuition was indeed quite remarkable. Wang Tsuelan's words struck true. Nevertheless, the depth of Hu Xiaoying's significance to Li Dahai was a truth he could not vocalize, as her uniqueness was far beyond comprehension and exceedingly precious. To avoid unnecessary complications, he resolved to keep this secret from everyone, including Hu Xiaoying herself. Thus, he quickly reassured her, "Sister Tsuelan, rest assured, although Sister Xiaoying is important to me, you hold equal importance in my heart. I shall never forsake either of you." Wang Tsuelan smiled and turned to embrace Li Dahai tightly. The sensation of her delicate form stirred excitement within him as he felt her softness against him, almost causing his thoughts to wander. At that moment, Wang Tsuelan, disregarding everything else, held on to Li Dahai and said, "Divine Dr. Dahai, I have been waiting for you to say this. If you hadn't tea, I would have struggled to sleep tonight." Li Dahai obliged with a gentle kiss. Wang Tsuelan remarked, "Sister Tsuelan, do not believe that I would abandon you for Hu Xiaoying." With her cheeks puffed up like a pouting child, she added, "Of course I worry. Hu Xiaoying is so beautiful, while I am but an ordinary woman. She is exceptional, pursued by so many. I fear that with such a beauty in your life, you will no longer regard me." Li Dahai hastily clarified, "Sister Tsuelan, please do not think that way. To me, both you and Hu Xiaoying are equally significant, and let us not forget Wang Qiuxiang as well." Although this admission might seem a trifle frivolous, it was indeed the genuine sentiment of his heart. "You must trust me, Sister Tsuelan." Seeing Li Dahai's earnest demeanor, Wang Tsuelan sighed, "Divine Dr. Dahai, I understand. In the past, which man did not have multiple wives or concubines? Take our village chief, for instance, despite his wife, El Xiuyan, being remarkably beautiful, I know he has other women on the side. Just think, if a mere village chief behaves this way, what must the wealthy and powerful do?" Li Dahai found it difficult to refute Wang Tsuelan's words, as they were grounded in truth. At that moment, Wang Tsuelan was reluctant to part with him, not wanting to leave the warmth and comfort of his embrace. She often felt that resting her head on his chest was akin to finding refuge in a safe haven. Regrettably, tonight, that solace was bestowed upon Hu Xiaoying instead. With a tinge of sadness, she continued, "Divine Dr. Dahai, I know that a talented and young physician like you will achieve great things beyond this small mountain village. I just hope that amidst the many women you encounter, I may hold a small place in your heart." Witnessing Wang Tsuelan's heartfelt words, Li Dahai felt a profound sense of compassion. It was clear that this little woman truly could not bear to be apart from him. Chapter 81. The carpenter working late into the night. At this moment, Li Dahai was rendered speechless. His bond with Wang Tsuelan had reached a level of intimacy where words were often unnecessary. Wang Tsuelan's current anxiety stemmed from her own insecurities, feeling somewhat inadequate compared to Hu Xiaoying. For Li Dahai, if he were to fall in love with a woman, it would undoubtedly be because they shared profound understanding. Gently, Li Dahai lifted Wang Tsuelan into his embrace and pressed his lips softly against her tender, crimson ones. At that moment, a sprinkle of starlight enveloped them, resembling a scene from a romance between lovers. After a long while, they finally parted ways. Enraptured, Wang Tsuelan found herself unable to stand. Li Dahai steadied her against the wall and, with a hint of shyness, spoke, "Sister Tsuelan, I must be on my way now. But do not worry. We shall have plenty of opportunities to meet again. When Zhang the carpenter completes the wooden bed and door, you, dear Tsuelan, shall be the first to use it." Wang Tsuelan chuckled, replying, "Of course, Divine Dr. Dahai. I will be the one to gaze upon that door every day." Li Dahai smiled in agreement. The kiss had rendered Wang Tsuelan weak, and she had no choice but to support herself as she entered her home. Upon stepping inside, she noticed Zhang the carpenter diligently working outside. Surprised by her early return, Zhang approached her, not expecting to see her at this hour. Typically, if night fell without her return, it signified she would not be coming home. Upon seeing her, Zhang expressed his astonishment, saying, "I thought you would be out with other men tonight." Wang Tsuelan raised an eyebrow at this remark, retorting, "What are you talking about, Zhang? I am with Divine Dr. Dahai. How could you call that fooling around? Besides, isn't your happiness dependent on him?" Zhang chuckled. envisioning the miraculous recovery of his chronic ailment through Li Dahai's healing prowess. He imagined himself revitalized and finally able to savor the pleasures of life that he had long been deprived of. Feeling a swell of pride at Wang Suilan's words, Zhang responded, Suilan, you speak the truth. That is why I am working overtime to craft divine Dr. Dahai's door. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to assist him further. If he is pleased and cures my illness, it would be a monumental blessing. Yang's sole hope rested upon Li Dahai, as his visits to larger hospitals had yielded no results despite the considerable expenses incurred. The financial burden had left him in dire straits, making it impractical for him to seek further medical assistance. Wang Suilan, acknowledging Zhang's sentiments, said, in these times, one mustn't speak so lightly. However, you must exert yourself even more. After uttering these words, she felt fatigued and retired to bed, leaving Zhang to continue his work with invigorated energy. Meanwhile, once Li Dahai confirmed Wang Suilan's safe return home, he felt a wave of relief wash over him and quietly made his way back to his own dwelling. Fortunately, as they lived in the same village, the journey was not arduous. Upon returning, he found Hu Xiaoying still peacefully asleep, exuding an aura of tranquility that captivated him further. Grateful that he had alleviated her affliction, he felt reassured of her safety. Feeling the weight of exhaustion from the day's events, Li Dahai cradled Hu Xiaoying in his arms and succumbed to a deep slumber. Before drifting off, he found himself contemplating the contrast between Wang Suilan and Hu Xiaoying. Both women embodied a mature, alluring essence, yet Wang Suilan exuded a certain wildness, while Hu Xiaoying possessed a blend of restraint and purity. Each woman's unique charm appealed to men, but Li Dahai's heart was drawn to both. He also reflected on Wang Qiuxiang, the embodiment of youthful exuberance, whose presence often made him feel rejuvenated. In contrast, the company of Wang Suilan and Hu Xiaoying imparted lessons of maturity upon him, guiding him toward becoming a truly grown man. The diverse experiences each woman offered were profoundly satisfying. As dawn broke the next day, Hu Xiaoying stirred from her slumber, having enjoyed a rare night of restful sleep. Upon awakening and finding Li Dahai beside her, a sense of contentment filled her heart. She quietly rose, intending to dress, but discovered that her intimate garments were pinned beneath Li Dahai. Blushing at the thought of being so exposed, she opted not to disturb his sleep and instead slipped into one of his oversized outer garments, which, while covering her modestly, still left part of her form alluringly visible. With her enviable figure accentuated by the garment, Hu Xiaoying knew she would attract the attention of many men if she ventured outside. However, she chose not to do so. Instead, she entered the kitchen, embracing her role as Li Dahai's partner, determined to prepare breakfast for him. As she busied herself, a figure entered the kitchen, silently enveloping her in an embrace. With a playful smile, Hu Xiaoying remarked, Dahai, why are you up so early? I intended to make you breakfast. The sight of her in his clothing was irresistibly enticing to Li Dahai, who, having rested well through the night, lifted her effortlessly and replied, Sister Xiaoying, what breakfast do you speak of? You are my breakfast. Let us retreat to the bedroom. With that, he prepared to carry her back to their private sanctuary. Chapter 82. The morning sun, after all, last night had been exhausting. However, this morning, Hu Xiaoying and Li Dahai arose, seemingly brimming with vitality. Early in the day, Hu Xiaoying prepared breakfast for Li Dahai, clad merely in a coat that barely concealed her figure, exposing half of her backside as she sauntered before him. Notably, Hu Xiaoying possessed an alluring figure, and donned in Li Dahai's attire, she was unable to hide her curves. This unintentional display ignited a fervor within the man, leaving him with little appetite for breakfast. Moreover, being a vigorous young man, Li Dahai's bodily functions were at their peak each morning. He had not anticipated encountering such an enticing scene upon emerging, particularly when Hu Xiaoying wore only his coat, which offered scant coverage. The upper part of the coat was lifted by her form, while the lower portion failed to conceal her long legs, resembling an exceedingly short skirt, indeed, shorter than any conventional garment, as it merely covered the middle of her backside, leaving Li Dahai to ponder the tantalizing secret she might reveal. Imagine a youthful and vigorous man confronted with such a sight. How could he possibly resist? Thus, Li Dahai hastily swept Hu Xiaoying into his arms and onto the bed. A startled cry escaped her lips, playfully exclaiming, Why are you so eager? Yet, beneath her teasing words lay a sense of pride. For if she did not possess such allure, Li Dahai would not be so hurried. At times, women are like this. When ignored, their hearts feel a profound sense of loss. Li Dahai chuckled, saying, Xiaoying, one moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Last night is in the past. Today must herald a beautiful life. Don't you agree? His words rendered Hu Xiaoying's cheeks aflame. With a hint of shyness, she replied, You can say whatever you wish. After all, I am yours now. Hearing her declaration stirred excitement within Li Dahai, as he realized that with Hu Xiaoying in his life, his existence had grown increasingly splendid. The pivotal moment arrived when Hu Xiaoying discreetly began to shed her garments. At that moment, Hu Xiaoying felt a flutter of emotion, for she was in the prime of her femininity. At this age, women often experience a more intense yearning, and only a vigorous young man could fulfill such desires. With Hu Xiaoying taking the initiative, Li Dahai wasted no time in embracing her. Thus, in the serene morning, the two found themselves alone in a tranquil moment. Li Dahai soon noticed that Hu Xiaoying appeared even more engaging and cooperative than the previous night. It became evident that a night of rest had replenished her energy, and upon encountering Li Dahai, she eagerly wished to share her days with him. Fortuitously, Li Dahai was reassured by the sturdiness of his bed, which remained steadfast despite their spirited activities, further alleviating his concerns. After a considerable time, they grew weary from their playful endeavors. Hu Xiaoying nestled in Li Dahai's embrace, chuckling, You truly are remarkable. I realize I can't live without you. Gazing deeply into her eyes, Li Dahai tenderly held her and kissed her softly, affirming, Rest assured, I cannot bear to be without you either. Even if you wish to leave, I would not permit it. Li Dahai spoke from the heart. Once a woman had given herself to him, he would not disregard her. After all, she had entrusted him with her most precious gifts, and he intended to cherish her. As the two lay resting, the outside world brightened with dawn. Hu Xiaoying abruptly sprang up, exclaiming, Divine Dr. Dahai, we've wasted a good deal of time. I must reheat the breakfast I just prepared. In a flurry, Hu Xiaoying hurried to prepare breakfast anew, as neither had yet dined. Li Dahai, aware that villagers awaited his medical attention, refrained from stopping her and instead assisted her in donning her clothes. Eventually, after their breakfast, Hu Xiaoying hesitantly remarked, Divine Dr. Dahai, should I go hide inside before you open the door? Li Dahai chuckled, Sister Xiaoying, why hide? Why not work here at my clinic? I assure you, I'll pay you. Living alone must be quite challenging for you. Surprised by his suggestion, Hu Xiaoying acknowledged its truth. As a widow without a source of income, her life was indeed quite frugal. Though wealthy suitors had pursued her, her proud nature had led her to reject their advances. In contrast, Li Dahai's proposal offered her a chance to work alongside him, allowing for daily interaction while alleviating her financial burdens. Upon hearing this, Hu Xiaoying leaped with joy, exclaiming, Divine Dr. Dahai, are you serious? If so, I accept. Li Dahai smiled, Sister Xiaoying, it's settled then. I will teach you to identify various herbs, and you can assist me in gathering them. Hu Xiaoying eagerly nodded, knowing her sharp intellect would enable her to master the knowledge quickly. After a tender embrace, with eyes glistening, Hu Xiaoying finally approached the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by a throng of villagers patiently awaiting their turn. The villagers, aware of Li Dahai's tendency to sleep in, had refrained from disturbing him, instead opting to wait quietly by the door. Seeing Hu Xiaoying open the door surprised them. Yesterday it had been Wang Chunlan, and today it was Hu Xiaoying. They wondered what scheme Li Dahai was concocting, or if he had indeed spent the night treating Hu Xiaoying. Chapter 83. Lu Sanyong, however, last night, Li Dahai indeed treated Hu Xiaoying. In fact, he continued to care for her this morning. Fortunately, Hu Xiaoying's ailment was effectively cured, although Li Dahai still needed to provide her with ongoing treatment. Curiosity stirred among some villagers, who inquired, Sister Xiaoying, were you here all night? Hu Xiaoying quickly shook her head and replied, No, after Li Dahai treated me last night, I felt much better, so I came early this morning to assist the esteemed doctor. At that moment, Li Dahai stepped in to alleviate her predicament, announcing, Dear villagers, I have an important announcement. From now on, Hu Xiaoying will be part of my clinic staff. I have been overwhelmed with work lately, so I have invited her to join me. Of course, there will be compensation involved, as long as we are both agreeable. Upon hearing this, the villagers cast envious glances at Hu Xiaoying. After all, with Li Dahai's exceptional medical skills, even acquiring a fraction of his knowledge would ensure her future comfort. In truth, many had expressed interest in becoming Li Dahai's apprentice, but he had refused them all. After all, the Shinnong medical canon he studied was an unparalleled treasure, and he would not easily take on disciples. For Li Dahai, welcoming Hu Xiaoying into his fold was not merely about having a subordinate. He saw it as gaining a partner. With her captivating aura, he felt he had discovered a gem. Such a mutually beneficial arrangement was one he was more than willing to embrace. As the villagers watched with admiration, Li Dahai began tending to their ailments. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaoying busily assisted him, fetching herbs and preparing medicinal concoctions. This arrangement significantly lightened Li Dahai's burden. After attending to the morning's patients, he stretched lazily. But with no one left, he took Hu Xiaoying's delicate hand and invited her to sit on his lap. This scene resembled that of a boss and his secretary. Yet between them, such formalities were no longer necessary. At that moment, Hu Xiaoying felt a tinge of shyness, aware that the door remained open, and villagers could arrive at any moment. She worried that their current position might incite gossip. However, Li Dahai reassured her, "Sister Xiaoying, what is there to worry about? Rest assured, the last group has departed, and it will be a while before anyone else arrives. We should take a moment to be close." Flushing, Hu Xiaoying responded, "That may not be certain." Just as she spoke, a delicate woman appeared at the door. She stood frozen for a moment, seemingly at a loss upon witnessing the scene before her. Although she was dressed as a rustic housewife, her refined features revealed her to be a striking beauty, albeit without any makeup to enhance her natural allure. Both Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying felt a pang of embarrassment at the unexpected intrusion. Hu Xiaoying quickly rose from Li Dahai's lap and retreated to the back, while Li Dahai coughed lightly, maintaining his composure. He then addressed the woman at the door. "Are you here for consultation? If so, please come in." The woman hesitated for a moment, her cheeks flushing before she hurriedly entered. Once inside, Li Dahai observed her fragile demeanor, evoking a protective instinct within him. He was surprised by this sudden feeling and shook his head to dispel it. The woman had smooth skin, reminiscent of jade, and it was clear she was a beauty, though life's hardships had dimmed her radiance. Li Dahai recognized that with a little care, she could rival Hu Xiaoying in beauty. The woman spoke, her voice as gentle as her appearance, esteemed doctorly. "I have come for treatment, but I lack the funds to pay you right now. May I settle the payment once I am able?" Li Dahai smiled reassuringly, "Fear not. Mississippi, I assure you, I will do my utmost to heal you. As for payment, there is no rush. You are aware of how the villagers converse. I run this clinic to help." The woman nodded affirmatively, her gaze wandering as she inquired, "Will the consultation take place here?" Li Dahai was taken aback and responded, "Yes. Right here. Is there a problem?" But the woman bit her lip, stood up, and without further ado, began to disrobe. Li Dahai was momentarily stunned, recalling the rumors surrounding him. To his surprise, it seemed this woman had taken those tales to heart. He quickly interjected, recognizing that such a beauty warranted a more thorough examination than a hasty glance. "Wait, please hold on," he said. "Let me close the door, and we can move to the back for your examination." Upon hearing this, the woman's face flushed deeply, and she hurriedly replied, "Esteemed doctorly, my name is Lu Sanyang. I am the proprietor of the village shop. Business has been poor, and my husband is bedridden, leaving me to shoulder everything alone. I've been feeling unwell lately, which is why I sought your expertise." Li Dahai recalled her identity, realizing she was indeed Lu Sanyang, rarely seen in public. The shop's business had dwindled compared to the past, and he realized he hadn't visited it in over a year. Now, seeing Lu Sanyang's beauty, he resolved to frequent the shop more often to offer his support. With a smile, he said, "Ah, Lu Sanyang, rest assured, I will thoroughly examine your condition shortly." He took her delicate hand and swiftly led her to the back room, excitement bubbling within him at the prospect of examining Lu Sanyang's health. Chapter 84, Prescribing Medicine. Fortunately, Lu Sanyang's delicate and gentle appearance evoked a strong protective instinct in Li Dahai. At that moment, his primary intention was to examine her health. But he also wished to appreciate her beauty, for such a stunning woman was indeed a rare sight. Given Lu Sanyang's unfortunate circumstances, her plight seemed even more tragic than that of Hu Xiaoying. After all, while Hu Xiaoying was a widow, she at least had a sense of contentment. In contrast, Lu Sanyang bore the burden of caring for another, placing the weight of life squarely upon her frail shoulders. This sparked Li Dahai's curiosity about how she had managed to endure thus far. He sensed that despite her fragile exterior, Lu Sanyang's inner strength was formidable. Observing her slender shoulders carrying the weight of a household, he felt a deep admiration for her resilience. However, alongside this admiration, Li Dahai couldn't help but feel a sense of lamentation. A woman as virtuous as Lu Sanyang truly deserved a better fate. It seemed that the universe was indeed unjust. At that moment, Li Dahai contemplated how he might extend some assistance to her. Such help was essential for him as well. Thus, Lu Sanyang, feeling somewhat anxious, accompanied Li Dahai into the inner room. Once inside, she suggested, "Dahai, shall we conduct the examination here?" Upon uttering these words, a blush crept across her face. As she felt a pang of embarrassment, uncertain if her current state might trouble him. Observing her apprehension, Li Dahai chuckled and reassured her, "Silly girl, do not worry. You may call me a divine doctor. I am quite capable of treating you. Why don't I examine you now?" Noticing Lu Sanyang's urgency, Li Dahai understood that she likely had to return home soon. Nevertheless, he was aware that haste would not yield fruitful results. After all, time was on their side. He believed that cultivating a good relationship with Lu Sanyang would eventually lead him to support her business at her small shop. Consequently, they would become better acquainted through these interactions. For the moment, however, his priority was to heal Lu Sanyang. After a brief hesitation, Lu Sanyang made up her mind and nodded vigorously, saying, "I trust you completely. Rest assured, I will do whatever you ask." It seemed she had resolved herself, biting her lip in determination. Then, to Li Dahai's astonishment, she quietly removed her outer garments, revealing a captivating figure before him. Li Dahai was taken aback by her well-proportioned form, the delicate curve of her waist, and the enchanting allure she possessed. Her flawless skin further captivated him, and he found it difficult to divert his gaze. "Lu Sanyang, your figure is truly admirable," he exclaimed with a smile. However, Lu Sanyang appeared somewhat flustered, clearly at a loss for how to proceed. Being a traditionally minded woman, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her, having never exposed herself in such a manner before any man. This was a significant departure from her usual demeanor, and she had only done so for Li Dahai. Despite her discomfort, Li Dahai found her bashful demeanor charming, as such modesty was a rarity. In that moment, he longed to embrace her and express his affection. Yet he remained resolute. He knew that his immediate focus should be on curing her ailment. After taking a moment to admire her figure, he reflected on Lu Sanyang's hardships. It was evident that her clothing bore signs of wear, likely a testament to the burdens she bore, which had left her somewhat stooped. He mused that if only she could adorn herself in fine garments and embrace a more polished appearance, she would undoubtedly captivate countless hearts. Yet, fate often unfolds in unpredictable ways. Fortunately, Lu Sanyang had crossed paths with Li Dahai, and her destiny was bound to change for the better. After assessing her condition, he surmised that her ailment stemmed from overexertion. The best course of action for a woman in her situation was to rest and recuperate at home. He cautioned her that continued labor would likely exacerbate her illness. Lu Sanyang, feeling his unwavering gaze upon her, shyly inquired, "Divine Dr. Dahai, is something the matter? Is my condition serious?" There was a hint of resignation in her voice as she reflected on the many years spent without a semblance of a decent life. Her only moments of indulgence came during festivals when she could savor a few delightful treats. She questioned how much longer she could endure such a life, especially with a bedridden person at home, leaving her feeling utterly helpless. Li Dahai, hearing her plight, smiled gently and replied, "Lu Sanyang, your ailment is not severe. I will prescribe some medicine for you. However, you must ensure to rest adequately when you return home. You cannot continue to toil." Yet, Lu Sanyang responded with a bittersweet smile, "Divine Dr. Dahai, my family is in dire straits. If I do not work, there may be nothing to eat at home." Her rueful smile evoked a sense of profound melancholy. Li Dahai sighed in response, then instructed Hu Xiaoying to fetch the medicine. Once Hu Xiaoying arrived, Lu Sanyang hurriedly donned her clothing. Li Dahai inwardly lamented that such a beautiful sight had slipped away. However, he consoled himself with the thought that there would be future opportunities for another examination. At that moment, Hu Xiaoying, who had been listening intently, stepped forward and remarked, "Lu Sanyang, you truly need to take a break. What kind of woman works as tirelessly as you do, without a moment's rest? It simply cannot be sustained." Though Li Dahai's remedies are effective, they cannot withstand such relentless exertion. Chapter 85. The convenience store. At this moment, Lu Sanyang's complexion grew increasingly flushed. She had not anticipated that Hu Xiaoying would be leaning nearby while she sought medical attention from the great physician Li Dahai. The crucial matter was that she had been without a top, which meant Hu Xiaoying must have seen her in that state. Lu Sanyang recognized this beautiful widow from the village. Holding the medicine that Hu Xiaoying had given her, she stammered, "Sister Xiaoying, I didn't expect to see you here." Hu Xiaoying chuckled. "From now on, I shall be an assistant to the great physician Li Dahai. Oh, by the way, I believe he may expand this clinic soon. Why not consider joining me as an assistant? The salary he pays will surely be better than what you earn running a convenience store." Lu Sanyang's eyes brightened at this suggestion. However, she quickly wore a bitter smile and replied, "Sister Xiaoying, I understand that you have your own difficulties. Our business expenses are likely considerable, aren't they? Moreover, my husband at home is bedridden, and I can't leave him." Li Dahai sighed upon hearing this. He had not expected Lu Sanyang to be so compassionate. However, at this juncture, Having Hu Xiaoying alone at the clinic sufficed. Adding another person could complicate matters. Thus, he smiled and said, Lu Sanyang, let us not speak of inconvenience. For now, my clinic has not yet expanded. We shall discuss it when it does. By the way, keep these medicines and this money. You can repay me when you are able. Also, while my medicine is effective, you must return home and nourish yourself. Your condition is partly due to malnutrition. After saying this, Li Dahai handed Lu Sanyang some money. She was utterly taken aback. Although she hastily declined, Hu Xiaoying insisted, and eventually, Lu Sanyang accepted it. Her heart brimmed with gratitude toward Li Dahai. She had not expected that her visit would not only be free of charge, but also result in him giving her several hundred yuan. While it may not seem like a large sum, to Lu Sanyang, it was a lifeline. Feeling overwhelmed, she found herself contemplating an intimate bond with him. You have been exceedingly kind to me. Rest assured, I will attend to your needs in the future, just as you have helped me. I maintain a decent figure, so if the great physician wishes to see, he is more than welcome. Upon hearing these words, Li Dahai was nearly elated. It seemed that he had entertained certain thoughts while observing Lu Sanyang's physique. However, he recognized that any normal man would harbor such thoughts upon encountering a woman as alluring as her. Nevertheless, while he harbored these feelings, he would still seek Lu Sanyang's consent. To his surprise, she appeared to agree, catching him off guard with her openness. In truth, Lu Sanyang had lived in a state akin to mourning for many years, and her current demeanor was her way of repaying Li Dahai's kindness. At this moment, she realized she was on the brink of collapse. She could not persist alone without assistance. Li Dahai's outstretched hand became her beacon of hope. Hu Xiaoying, observing the exchange, felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had not anticipated Lu Sanyang would make such a declaration in her presence. However, glancing at Li Dahai, she understood well enough. After all, he was a promising young man, and many of the village's beautiful women sought his favor. Yet, Li Dahai neither accepted money nor gifts. His sole desire was to hasten the cultivation of his divine farmer's medical canon, helping those women he deemed deserving. After Lu Sanyang expressed her thoughts, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her face burning crimson. She had never contemplated such matters before, let alone spoken of them to any man. Yet today, she found herself moved by Li Dahai's kindness, and years of hardship had left her yearning for a change in her life. Of course, with Hu Xiaoying present, Lu Sanyang dared not say more but cast a seductive glance at Li Dahai, which sent a shiver down his spine. He had not realized that Lu Sanyang possessed such charm. It seemed this woman, filled with gratitude, was someone he truly wished to assist. His efforts would not be in vain and were worth further investment. Lu Sanyang gently nodded and said, Yes. I must return home to prepare the medicine and care for my family. After pondering for a moment, Li Dahai replied, Very well, Lu Sanyang. I will accompany you to your convenience store and purchase some supplies. Both Hu Xiaoying and Lu Sanyang were perplexed. Li Dahai clarified, I plan to gather more medicinal herbs in the Dakingshan Mountains in the coming days, so I need to buy some gear and provisions from your store. You can join me for the procurement. Hu Xiaoying understood Li Dahai's intention to further assist Lu Sanyang. Lu Sanyang felt elated, realizing that Li Dahai's visit to her store was more beneficial than simply receiving cash. With a smile, she said, Then let us hurry. Whatever you buy, I will give you a discount. Li Dahai chuckled as he followed Lu Sanyang back to her home. Along the way, they encountered several villagers, who warmly greeted the great physician. Yet, their curiosity piqued at the sight of him accompanied by a striking beauty, leaving them to wonder about the nature of their outing. Li Dahai offered no explanations, and the villagers dared not inquire further. Before long, they arrived at Lu Sanyang's convenience store. It was small but well-stocked and impeccably clean, reflecting Lu Sanyang's diligent nature. Upon entering, she hurriedly led Li Dahai to her bedroom, hastily closing the door behind them. Li Dahai, puzzled by her sudden behavior, sensed a shift in the atmosphere, as Lu Sanyang's cheeks flushed with an unmistakable intent. Chapter 86. To give is to receive. Despite the calm demeanor of Li Dahai, a tempest swirled within him. He had not anticipated that after assisting Lu Sanyang, she would come to repay his kindness. Indeed, as soon as he stepped into the room, Lu Sanyang closed the small shop's door and smiled, saying, Divine Physician Dahai, I feel that my ailments were not fully addressed earlier. How about another consultation? Now that Hu Xiaoying is absent, you can attend to me properly. Upon uttering these words, Lu Sanyang's cheeks flushed crimson, and she dared not meet Li Dahai's gaze. For this was her first foray into such intimate territory, and she was far from practiced. Fortunately, Li Dahai did not notice her husband, prompting him to inquire, Sanyang, where is the paralyzed man? Is he not in your bedroom? Lu Sanyang, a bit embarrassed, shook her head, replying, "Divine Physician Dahai, he is not in here. He is in another room. However, I just checked on him, and he should be asleep. Let us not concern ourselves with him." At that moment, Lu Sanyang was perplexed, for she yearned to share a moment of solitude with Li Dahai, unwilling to let this rare opportunity slip away. Observing her reaction, Li Dahai felt a surge of excitement, finally understanding the implications of her words and harboring a sense of anticipation. As he gazed upon Lu Sanyang's delicate features, his heart swelled with joy. Such youthful beauty was indeed a rarity. The prospect of being close to such a lovely woman was exhilarating for Li Dahai. Yet what truly mattered to him was that Lu Sanyang approached him with a heart full of gratitude. As she had mentioned earlier, perhaps her ailments had not been thoroughly examined. "Allow me to check you again," she proposed, closing her eyes. Witnessing her dreamy expression, Li Dahai could no longer restrain himself and enveloped Lu Sanyang in his embrace, inhaling the fragrant scent that emanated from her, igniting a wave of exhilaration within him. He had not anticipated Lu Sanyang's beauty to be so striking, and holding her felt akin to cradling a beloved bride. In that moment, Lu Sanyang did not resist. After all, they were both astute individuals, and her prior actions had spoken volumes. Thankfully, she held no aversion towards him. Li Dahai chuckled softly, astonished at how swiftly he had captured Lu Sanyang's affection, realizing that the lonely women of Qingshan village were indeed plentiful. Although many men had pursued Lu Sanyang, she had initially rejected them out of deep love for her husband. However, since his paralysis, her quality of life had sharply declined, leaving her to shoulder the family's burdens alone. Gradually, she recognized that she could no longer sustain this weight. If she continued, she would surely collapse. Now, contemplating her future, Lu Sanyang had not expected to cross paths with Li Dahai today. Reflecting on the relationship between Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying, she found herself more open-minded, contemplating that if others could engage in certain pursuits, why could she not do the same? Especially as she nestled in the broad embrace of Li Dahai, her heart raced. For it had been ages since she had felt such warmth surrounding her. Li Dahai, still holding her, asked, "Sanyang, do you wish for me to examine you now?" Lu Sanyang nodded shyly, her face aglow. "Divine Physician Dahai, of course, I want the examination now. I fear that with your exceptional abilities, you may become too busy to attend to me later." Upon hearing her words, Li Dahai quickly clarified, "Sanyang, you have misunderstood me. Rest assured, even if I become busy, I will always make time for your examination, no matter the circumstances." He vowed, knowing that he would gladly attend to a woman as beautiful as Lu Sanyang. Moreover, he recognized her frailty and was determined to assist her in regaining her health, alleviating the weight on his own heart. However, Lu Sanyang blushed and softly declared, "Divine Physician Dahai, I do not require you to do anything specific. Just do not forget me in the future." With a gaze full of emotion, Lu Sanyang spoke these words. In response, Li Dahai was moved and gently kissed her. As Lu Sanyang opened her lovely eyes to gaze at him with affection, she could no longer contain herself and fervently reciprocated his advances. Thus, the two shared a kiss, lingering until Lu Sanyang, her cheeks flushed, asked, "Divine Physician Dahai, is this how you typically conduct your examinations?" Li Dahai chuckled, "Of course. Sanyang, do you know that there are many ways to examine a patient? I am well versed in all these methods." His claim was not mere bravado. After all, the practice of medicine involves observation, inquiry, and examination, and he could discern ailments with remarkable accuracy, a gift not possessed by the average person. At that moment, Li Dahai was not preoccupied with anything else. During their kiss, he realized how deeply he and Lu Sanyang had become entwined, and he found it difficult to part from her. Fortunately, with Hu Xiaoying guarding his clinic, he felt no urgency to return. Besides, with Lu Sanyang, a breathtaking beauty, by his side, he deemed it a waste to leave at such a moment. Chapter 87. Packing items. As the saying goes, heaven's gifts, if not taken, will lead to misfortune. With such a beautiful woman presenting herself, Li Dahai felt it would be quite unwise not to seize the opportunity with Lu Sanyang at this moment. After an extended embrace filled with tender kisses, the bond between them grew closer. Li Dahai gazed at Lu Sanyang and said with a smile, "Sanyang, I still need to purchase a few items, and you'll have to pack everything for me." Blushing, Lu Sanyang replied, "Sure, just give me a list of what you need, and I'll ensure everything is packed and delivered to you." Li Dahai chuckled and said, "There's no need for that. I'll return to collect it myself." Observing Lu Sanyang's slender figure, he doubted she could carry much. In truth, Lu Sanyang's eagerness to help stemmed from her desire to linger in Li Dahai's presence a bit longer. She continued, in that case, let us proceed with our inspection. Indeed. Lu Sanyang was determined to take the plunge, for her visit to Li Dahai was originally about rekindling their connection. If he were to abandon her today, she would feel she had lost a great deal. At that moment, Lu Sanyang clung to Li Dahai, and after a brief embrace, they both sensed a mutual understanding. Li Dahai noticed Lu Sanyang seemed more at ease than before. As he prepared to take action, he was taken aback when Lu Sanyang, unexpectedly bold, removed her upper garment, revealing her alluring figure before him. Li Dahai felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't anticipated Lu Sanyang to be so forward, as if under a spell. However, he understood that her actions were a genuine expression of deep affection, devoid of any artificial influence. Lu Sanyang, a bit shy, looked at him and asked, Dahai, do you think I'm beautiful? Overwhelmed, Li Dahai exclaimed, Sanyang, you are stunning. After uttering those words, his gaze remained fixated on her, unwilling to divert his attention. Lu Sanyang, feeling bashful, closed her eyes, acutely aware of her vulnerability before him. For her, this moment represented a significant crossing of personal boundaries. Yet, she found herself increasingly drawn to this feeling, especially under Li Dahai's gaze, which filled her with a delightful shyness that was both intoxicating and entrapping. Li Dahai realized that Lu Sanyang's first inquiry was not about her health but rather about her beauty, indicating her concern for her appearance. It was evident that no woman is indifferent to her own allure. As Lu Sanyang turned to present herself from different angles, Li Dahai found himself captivated by her enchanting curves. He mused that without Lu Sanyang's presence, his day would have been devoid of joy. After a moment of admiration, Lu Sanyang asked, Dahai, do you see any flaws in my body? Unable to contain himself, Li Dahai lifted her into his arms. She nestled happily against his shoulder and whispered, Dahai, what ailments could I possibly have? Your concern should be for your own heart. Lu Sanyang added, how do I treat my heart's affliction? Lately, I've felt restless, unable to sleep at night or focus during the day, wandering through life in a fog, burdened by discomfort. Isn't that a heart ailment? Li Dahai, moved by her words, acknowledged her concerns, recognizing the truth in her sentiments. After all, a heart's sorrow must be treated with care, especially for a captivating woman like Lu Sanyang, who, if left unaddressed, might succumb to the ravages of time. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Lu Sanyang, this heart ailment is indeed significant. If left untreated, your vitality will diminish and your beauty will fade. Alarmed, Lu Sanyang realized she must maintain her allure. The thought of becoming an unattractive woman was unbearable to her. Quickly, she inquired, Dahai, esteemed healer, what should I do? I refuse to become a faded shadow of myself. Li Dahai chuckled, your heart's remedy is closer than you think. Lu Sanyang, quick-witted, replied, could it be that the remedy you speak of is you? With emotion, Li Dahai embraced her tightly, declaring, indeed, I am your remedy. Rest assured, I shall cure your heart's ailment. In time, I shall provide you with ample care each night, and you will heal. Initially, he wished to gauge her reaction, but Lu Sanyang merely nodded gently, burying her head in his embrace, enveloped in silence that spoke volumes. In that moment, Li Dahai realized that Lu Sanyang had truly succumbed to his charm. Once ensnared in his allure, it seemed she would never escape his grasp. Lu Sanyang, looking at him with urgency, implored, Dahai, please, remedy me swiftly. I can no longer endure this heartache. Li Dahai felt a thrill of excitement. He hadn't anticipated her eagerness for his healing touch. Though unexpected, this development suited him perfectly. After all, Lu Sanyang, having endured her share of trials, was seeking a pillar of support. Even if Li Dahai had not appeared, she would have sought someone else. Thus, it was fortuitous that she had chosen him. Chapter 88. Regret. Why was Li Dahai hesitating to eat when the meal was right in front of him? If he were to refuse Lu Sanyang for this or that reason, he might ultimately find himself regretting it. However, after a while, Li Dahai realized that if he turned down Lu Sanyang, he would be the one filled with remorse. He was not foolish enough to make such a mistake. As Li Dahai embraced Lu Sanyang, his hand gently brushed against her curvaceous form. Her alluring shape captivated him, and for a fleeting moment, he found himself reluctant to let go. It was not just Li Dahai. Anyone who beheld Lu Sanyang in such a manner would undoubtedly feel the same. At that moment, Lu Sanyang felt a flutter of excitement and held Li Dahai tightly with her trembling hands. She began to realize that she harbored feelings for him as well. Unbeknownst to her, this transformation stemmed from years of pent-up grievances that suddenly erupted in this instant. Tears of emotion welled up in her eyes. prompting Li Dahai to hastily wipe them away. Concern etched on his face as he asked, "Sanyang, what is troubling you?" To his surprise, Lu Sanyang replied, "Dahai, just hold me tight. I have felt so weary over the years, and I simply feel a bit wronged." Seeing the petite woman before him, exuding a sense of vulnerability, Li Dahai felt a pang of sympathy. Lu Sanyang's misfortune in marriage was evident. Had she had a more suitable partner, she would not be in her current predicament. However, for Li Dahai, the solution was simple. He merely needed to help her husband recover. Yet, Lu Sanyang disclosed that her husband had been paralyzed for many years, depleting their savings without any hope for recovery, leading her to resign herself to despair. Li Dahai, with a reassuring smile, responded, "Sanyang, you must not lose hope. Let me take a look. Perhaps I can help him." But Lu Sanyang shook her head with a gentle smile, saying, "Dahai, I appreciate your kind intentions, but let us first address our own matters." Her gaze, filled with affection, seemed to convey all her emotions to Li Dahai. Seeing her like this brought a smile to his face. After all, under the circumstances, if he were to refuse her, he would not be acting like a man. A man could not allow himself to be belittled by a woman. Thus, Li Dahai, with a grin, declared, "In that case, I shall not hold back." Lu Sanyang cast a wistful glance at him and playfully replied, "Dahai, you need not be courteous with me. Rest assured, I am fully prepared." Her words stirred deep emotions within Li Dahai, for he realized how exceptionally tender Lu Sanyang was. At times, her gentle voice could melt his heart. Faced with such a beautiful woman, what could he do but reciprocate her affections wholeheartedly? He then gently laid Lu Sanyang upon his bed, where she shyly glanced up at him before slowly closing her eyes, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue, suggesting her bashfulness. Li Dahai found joy in this, amused by how bold she had been moments ago, now unable to meet his gaze. Nevertheless, he did not press her, as this was their first encounter, and he wished to leave a lasting impression on her. In truth, Li Dahai held no ulterior motives. Instead, he harbored a profound admiration for Lu Sanyang. He contemplated how fortunate her husband was to have married her. Many women would have left if their spouses had been incapacitated for so long. Yet Lu Sanyang remained steadfast in her devotion and care. Furthermore, had she not reached a breaking point, she would not have sought out Li Dahai. As Lu Sanyang lay on the bed, her graceful figure was fully revealed to him. Li Dahai could not help but marvel at her exquisite beauty. She truly was a rare gem. With such a captivating woman before him, Li Dahai felt immense happiness. He was, however, wary of potential interruptions. Fortunately, the shop door was already closed, and given Lu Sanyang's modest business, he presumed there would be few patrons at this hour. Yet, he could not indulge in their intimacy as he had with Hu Xiaoying, and the fleeting nature of their time together left him feeling a tinge of regret. However, he reasoned that as long as he could win Lu Sanyang's heart, he would have the liberty to dictate their future together. At that moment, Lu Sanyang showed no signs of resistance, prompting Li Dahai to seize the opportunity. With a light-hearted chuckle, he embraced her, and they both found immense satisfaction in each other's company. Lu Sanyang felt an unparalleled joy, having never encountered a man like Li Dahai before. Although their time together had been brief, they felt an undeniable connection. Li Dahai reveled in the exquisite allure of Lu Sanyang's body, convinced that he had transformed her into his true partner. He did not dwell on the future. He simply desired her companionship, especially during their intimate moments. He silently practiced the Shinong medical canon, realizing that his understanding of it had deepened in their shared experience. This exhilarated him, affirming that his approach was effective. Being with the woman he cherished brought him immense benefits. As he gazed at Lu Sanyang nestled in his embrace, he found himself even more enamored. At that moment, she leaned against him, reluctant to rise, and their bond felt akin to that of an old married couple. Chapter 89. Packing up and leaving Li Dahai quietly chuckled to himself, pondering whether his cultivation of the Shinong medical canon had transformed him into something akin to it. It seemed that every woman connected to him could derive some benefit from the canon. Not only could it alleviate their ailments, but it could also bestow upon them a modicum of power, though so faint that it merely served to transform the women associated with him. This realization stirred a sense of exhilaration within Li Dahai. He found the cave increasingly marvelous, despite years of cultivation. He had likely grasped less than 1% of its depths. The more he practiced, the more he perceived the unfathomable nature of the Shinong medical canon. However, he had yet to make contact with the individual who had sold him the medical text. It seemed that this person, having acquired the KV Jing, presumably a typographical error, but no parentheses are provided as per instructions, was an elusive master. Li Dahai felt that once he reached a profound level of mastery with the Shinong medical canon, this person would inevitably reveal themselves, and many of his concerns would likely be resolved. Nonetheless, he chose not to dwell on it for now. His immediate focus was on winning over the charming Lu Sanyang, who lay contentedly in his embrace. Lu Sanyang smiled and remarked, "Great Dr. Dahai, you are truly remarkable. I realize now that my previous life was rather futile. You must understand, I used to live a life of solitude." Li Dahai's eyes widened at her words, and he responded, "Sanyang, the experience of solitude is quite unbearable." She solemnly nodded, letting out a sigh. "In the past, I had no idea how I endured it, but upon meeting you, I no longer wish to remain alone. You truly should have come to our Qinshan village years ago." Li Dahai chuckled ruefully, reflecting on the serendipitous turn of events that had led him to remain in Qinshan village, which had turned out to be a veritable paradise for him. Given the multitude of advantages he had gained, he doubted he could have found such fortune elsewhere. With a smile, he assured her, "Sanyang, I was unaware of this before. Rest assured, I have no plans to leave any time soon. I intend to stay here for an extended period." "Is that true?" Lu Sanyang's eyes brightened at his words, and her heart raced. Now that they had this bond, she anticipated future encounters. She longed to keep Li Dahai close, knowing she could summon him whenever she needed assistance. Yet, feeling shy, she refrained from voicing this desire. Instead, she said, "Great Dr. Dahai, if that is the case, you must visit me frequently. You can take anything from my small shop without hesitation." Having said this, she nestled into his arms, as if she were his devoted wife. Li Dahai chuckled, feeling a swell of pride at being accompanied by such a beautiful woman. With Lu Sanyang by his side, his life had become significantly more vibrant. The pair lingered in each other's warmth for a while longer until Li Dahai suddenly exclaimed, "Sanyang, let us quickly gather my belongings. Otherwise, Sister Xiaoying may grow impatient." Only then did Lu Sanyang realize that they had already delayed for some time, and Sister Xiaoying was likely waiting anxiously. Hastily, Lu Sanyang donned her clothes and assisted Li Dahai in packing his items. Observing her diligent efforts, Li Dahai recognized her industrious nature. Such hard-working women were indeed rare. In a society where many women were content to be idle and solely driven by monetary gain, it was refreshing to encounter someone genuinely devoted to family. However, if Li Dahai were to encounter women of the former ilk, he would keep his distance, for he had standards. Lu Sanyang, on the other hand, was quite commendable. With her help, Li Dahai's necessities were soon prepared, and she had even packed a large bundle for the old manly. By this time, Lu Sanyang was sweating profusely from her efforts. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Li Dahai gently wiped her brow and said, "Sanyang, you must be tired. Please take a moment to rest." Yet, Lu Sanyang smiled and replied, "Brother Dahai, I am not tired at all. You have assisted me greatly today, so it is only right that I help you in return." Subsequently, Li Dahai insisted on giving her some money. Lu Sanyang hesitated, but he pressed on, "Sanyang, this simply won't do. Your financial situation isn't the best. If I take so much from you, how will you manage your business? Besides, I'm not in need of money at present. Please use this for your needs." With that, he placed the money in her hands. Li Dahai understood that while their relationship was intimate, it was essential to keep accounts clear, especially since Lu Sanyang was not well off. He thought any assistance he could provide would be beneficial, and given his own circumstances, it was a small effort on his part. Although Li Dahai was thriving in the village, he did not accumulate much wealth, nor did he intend to profit while in Qinshan village. He had numerous other avenues for income. He could easily open a clinic in the city and attract wealthy clientele. However, he simply lacked the time to do so at present. Yet, he was confident that as his medical skills spread, affluent patrons would inevitably come seeking his expertise. And at that moment, earning money would be effortless. Chapter 90. The Helpless Invalid. Upon hearing Li Dahai's explanation, Lu Sanyang finally grasped the situation. She then remarked, "Esteemed Dr. Dahai, your words are indeed insightful. I believe a physician of your caliber is truly one of a kind in this world. Wealthy individuals cherish their lives dearly. I presume that upon witnessing your skills, they would readily part with their riches." At that moment, Lu Sanyang felt a surge of gratitude for having encountered such a promising young man. After accepting the payment, Li Dahai felt a sense of relief. He gathered his belongings in preparation to depart, yet before leaving, he resolved to examine Lu Sanyang's husband to ascertain his ailment. After a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced. In truth, Lu Sanyang had grown indifferent towards her husband over the years, having endured disappointment for so long that her hopes had dwindled. If it were not for Li Dahai's insistence, she would have been reluctant to share her husband's condition. Thus, Lu Sanyang explained, "Dr. Dahai, My husband has been bedridden and paralyzed for many years. If you can restore his health, I would be eternally grateful. However, if it proves impossible, I shall bear no grudge. A dreamy smile graced Lu Sanyang's face, one that stemmed from the fleeting happiness Li Dahai had just bestowed upon her. She realized that she had discovered a path to her own happiness. Thus, whether or not her husband could be cured had become rather inconsequential. Nonetheless, Li Dahai remained resolute in his decision to examine the man. Lu Sanyang, albeit reluctantly, acquiesced to his wish. Li Dahai understood that paralysis often entails a plethora of underlying issues beyond mere immobility. Even if he were to restore the man's legs, whether he could return to a state of normalcy remained uncertain. As their conversation unfolded, Lu Sanyang guided Li Dahai to the adjacent room. Upon entering, Li Dahai was taken aback, realizing they had been in such close proximity to Lu Sanyang's husband. He had failed to notice this detail earlier. With a hint of trepidation, he inquired, "Lu Sanyang, was your husband residing in the next room all along? Why did you not inform me sooner?" Lu Sanyang responded with a wry smile. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, it dawned on Li Dahai that, provided Lu Sanyang's husband was not deaf, he must have heard the commotion from the adjacent room. Yet, Lu Sanyang appeared unfazed, casually assuring him, "Dr. Dahai, it is of no consequence. I am indifferent to such matters. Why should you be concerned?" Observing Lu Sanyang's nonchalance, Li Dahai noted her evident disregard for her husband, a sentiment born from years of unresolved conflict. It seemed Lu Sanyang had resolved to pursue her own happiness, showing little concern for her husband's plight. In earlier times, she might have been more considerate of his feelings, but after years of disappointment, she had grown weary. By leading Li Dahai into the neighboring room, she seemed intent on allowing her husband to witness her newfound connection with the doctor, indifferent to the repercussions. Years of hard work and unfulfilled hopes had led Lu Sanyang to a newfound clarity. In fact, she found greater joy in her brief interactions with Li Dahai than in all her years of sacrifice. This newfound happiness was something she would cherish forever. As Li Dahai pondered these thoughts, Lu Sanyang abruptly opened the door with a forceful bang. Without hesitation, she invited him in, saying, "Dr. Dahai, please come inside." Realizing the futility of concealment, Li Dahai steeled himself and stepped into the room. There, he found a frail man lying on the bed, gazing at him. With a gentle smile, Li Dahai addressed him, "You must be Lu Sanyang's husband. I am the local physician here to examine your condition." Lu Sanyang's husband appeared quite pallid, a consequence of years of paralysis that had led to the deterioration of many bodily functions. Lu Sanyang stood by, her expression neutral, as if she were oblivious to the surrounding dynamics, perhaps choosing to forget the recent events altogether. Li Dahai then turned his attention to the man, noting his remarkable fortitude. After all, what choice did he have? Unable to engage in confrontation with Lu Sanyang, he silently endured the situation. Lu Sanyang had cared for him throughout the years, and he realized that if he were to drive her away, he would be left utterly alone. Thus, he mustered a faint smile. Despite the turmoil raging within him from the earlier ruckus he had overheard, it was a struggle for him to maintain composure, but faced with Lu Sanyang and Li Dahai, he had little choice but to feign cordiality. In such moments, one must bow their head while under the eaves of another. Chapter 91. Wang Gao's frustration at this moment. Li Dahai furrowed his brow, sensing a distinct difference between Wang Gao and Zhang the carpenter. Zhang had resigned himself to his fate and was inherently optimistic. After all, he would not have allowed Wang Xuelan to act so recklessly for so long otherwise. However, Wang Gao appeared to possess a more profound cunning, suggesting he was once a learned man. Marrying Lu Sanyang indicated he had some merit to his name. Yet, regardless of one's capabilities, physical ailments can be insurmountable. Li Dahai pondered. He cast a glance at Wang Gao's legs, only to discover that they were afflicted by a chronic condition. After years of paralysis, the situation had become dire, and any hope for healing seemed bleak. For an ordinary individual, recovery would be nearly impossible. Yet, Li Dahai mused that with considerable effort, he might be able to heal Wang Gao. However, the amount of energy required would be exorbitant, consuming the vast majority of his own cultivated power. Such a sacrifice felt wasteful and counterproductive. After all, he had diligently cultivated the spiritual essence of the Dragon King, a feat that had taken him many arduous days to achieve. It seemed unthinkable to expend it on someone like Wang Gao. Moreover, Li Dahai's initial intention was to alleviate Lu Sanyang's burdens. But upon reflection, he realized that restoring Lu Wukong to normalcy would yield him nothing in return. On the contrary, it could potentially lead to Lu Sanyang's disappointment resulting in a loss too great for Li Dahai to bear. Observing Li Dahai's troubled expression, Wang Gao looked upon him with disdain. After years of being bedridden, he was unaware of any reputation Li Dahai held as a divine healer. Instead, he regarded Li Dahai as a charlatan, suspecting him of trying to deceive both himself and Lu Sanyang. The thought of Lu Sanyang, who was both beautiful and innocent, being taken advantage of troubled him deeply, especially recalling the recent scene of Lu Sanyang and Li Dahai in the adjacent room, which pierced him like a knife. Wang Gao gently beckoned Lu Sanyang closer and whispered in her ear, "Sanyang, where did you find this so-called divine healer? I have never heard of him before. Besides, isn't it obvious that such a healer is likely a fraud? Please do not be deceived, or you may end up with nothing." Wang Gao's words only elicited a scornful response from Lu Sanyang, who retorted, "If we are to discuss losing everything, I would rather be with Li Dahai. Even if he deceives me and we are left with nothing, so be it." She continued, "At present, Wang Solan is indeed quite fortunate. Today, she not only received Li Dahai's assistance but also acquired some funds, albeit modest, sufficient for our upcoming expenses." Seeing Wang Gao cast doubt upon Li Dahai only fueled Lu Sanyang's anger. She exclaimed, "Wang Gao, you wretched cripple! How dare you question the esteemed Dr. Li? Let me remind you, if it weren't for him, you would have perished long ago. His reputation is known by everyone in our village. Ask anyone, and they will affirm his standing. Furthermore, do you think it has been easy for me to bear the weight of this household alone for all these years? Our family has often faced starvation, and without Dr. Li's financial support, we would have succumbed to hunger long ago." Wang Gao's audacity to criticize his savior only incited Lu Sanyang's fury further. Her scolding snapped Li Dahai back to reality. And even Wang Gao was left dumbfounded by his wife's lack of faith in him, coupled with her harsh words. At that moment, Wang Gao felt a rift forming in his relationship with Lu Sanyang. Clenching his teeth, he refrained from retorting, fully aware that any defense would invite even harsher rebuke. He was in no position to withstand such confrontation, fearing that a rebuttal would result in Lu Sanyang casting him out. As Lu Sanyang finished her tirade, she paused, leaving Li Dahai to chuckle quietly at the scene. He had not anticipated that his brief intimacy with Lu Sanyang would inspire such passionate defense from her, akin to that of an ardent admirer. Unbeknownst to Li Dahai, it was his exceptional medical skills and the revered title of divine healer that had already won the admiration of many within the village, having saved countless lives. Any disparagement of his name would be met with fierce backlash from the community, making Wang Gao's skepticism all the more ludicrous. Li Dahai quickly intervened, "Lu Sanyang, please calm down. Wang Gao is not to blame for his ignorance. He has been bedridden for so long that he is unaware of the world outside." Upon hearing Li Dahai's words, Lu Sanyang's anger began to subside, though she retorted, "Wang Gao may choose to ignore the world, but to doubt my words is utterly unacceptable. And can his condition truly be treated?" Li Dahai shook his head, responding, "Sanyang, this ailment is quite complicated. Years of paralysis have rendered it nearly hopeless. Treatment would require a significant financial investment, certainly not less than several million. Such a sum is simply beyond reach." Wang Suilan let out a bitter laugh, "Dr. Li, I knew you possessed great skill, but I never imagined you could handle such a condition. However, several million is out of the question. Unless I were to sell myself, I doubt I could gather such funds." Lu Sanyang delivered this jest with a light-hearted tone. Yet Wang Gao felt a flicker of disappointment upon hearing the figure of several million. Despite knowing the odds were slim, the notion of such a sum weighed heavily on him. With his current state of paralysis, he was a liability, unable to earn even a fraction of that amount. While Lu Sanyang struggled just to provide for their basic needs, where could a humble family like theirs possibly procure such a fortune? Lu Sanyang spoke up, "Dr. Li, we have assessed the situation. Perhaps we should take our leave. There is little point in lingering here." Upon hearing this, Li Dahai followed Lu Sanyang out of the room. As soon as they stepped outside, she slammed the door shut and grasped Li Dahai's hand, exclaiming, "Dr. Li, I told you. If the ailment can be treated, treat it. If not, let it be. Did you see Wang Gao's attitude just now? He nearly drove me to my wit's end." In that moment, Lu Sanyang resembled a petulant child, seeking comfort from Li Dahai. He, in turn, embraced the charming woman, offering gentle reassurance, "Sanyang, do not be upset. If Wang Gao wishes to remain in bed, let him be. Moreover, I have already spent considerable time here. It is time for me to return." At this, Lu Sanyang clung to Li Dahai, reluctant to part, and pleaded, "Dr. Li, must you leave so soon? Why not stay a while longer to keep me company?" Chapter 92. Departure. At this moment, Lu Sanyang resembled a delicate woman, clinging tightly to Li Dahu, reluctant to let go. She understood that some individuals acted this way out of an unwillingness to part. Yet, circumstances dictated otherwise. After all, he had matters to attend to and could not remain with her indefinitely. Moreover, Hu Xiaoying was waiting for him, likely growing anxious with each passing moment. As Li Da held Lu Sanyang, he felt a stirring within him, especially as he gazed upon her petite form nestled in his embrace. He recognized that Lu Sanyang had genuine feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not have offered herself to him so openly in the room just moments ago. Her actions revealed a complete disregard for Wang Gao, indicating that Lu Sanyang had not even considered an escape route, fixated solely on journeying alongside Li Dahu. In light of Lu Sanyang's selfless devotion, Li Dahu resolved to accept her into his life. After all, how could he refuse such an enchanting woman who willingly sought his embrace? Thus, he tightened his hold on her and assured her, "Do not worry, Sanyang. I shall accompany Hu Xiaoying to the mountains to gather some herbs and return swiftly. When I come back, we shall reunite." Lu Sanyang pondered for a moment before gently nodding in agreement. However, after a short while, she felt an urge to call him back but ultimately restrained herself. In truth, she wished to accompany Li Dahu to the mountains to collect herbs. Yet, she realized that such an action was impractical. First, her small shop required her presence, and second, with Wang Gao incapacitated, she could not allow him to suffer from hunger. To do so would make her a villain in the eyes of others, a scenario Li Dahu would never permit. In her heart, Lu Sanyang began to harbor resentment towards Wang Gao. Were it not for his incapacitation, she would undoubtedly be in the mountains with Li Dahu. Yet, her interest in gathering herbs was nominal. Her true desire lay in sharing a night with him. She even imagined the intimacy of sharing a single tent under the stars, pondering what might unfold between a man and a woman in such proximity. Initially, Lu Sanyang entertained thoughts of sharing several more moments with Li Dahu in the mountains. But her dreams now seemed unattainable, leading to her discontent with Wang Gao. Poor Wang Gao remained oblivious to the turmoil he inadvertently caused while lying in bed. Yet his plight was of his own making, having delayed Lu Sanyang for so many years. Consequently, Lu Sanyang felt a deep sense of frustration, even relinquishing the opportunity for Hu Xiaoying and Li Dahu to venture into the mountains. Nevertheless, she held a degree of confidence in her appearance and figure. Although she believed she paled in comparison to Hu Xiaoying, she felt it was negligible. Thus, she harbored hopes for the future. Fortunately, Li Dahu offered words of comfort. "Sanyang, we shall not lack opportunities in the future. Once you have ensured Wang Gao's well-being, I will take you out for a day of enjoyment. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Lu Sanyang's eyes sparkled with joy, for Li Dahu recognized that she had not had the chance to enjoy herself in many years, given her responsibilities as a caregiver and shopkeeper. Delighted by Li Dahu's promise, Lu Sanyang realized the significance of her decision. With a smile, she replied, "I shall not hold you back, but you must keep your word." Li Dahu nodded earnestly, affirming his vow. Seeing this, Lu Sanyang's spirits soared, and she reluctantly released him. Even as they bid farewell, she gazed at him with longing. Li Dahu, aware that he was vulnerable to the charms of such a beautiful woman, felt a mix of emotions, acknowledging the truth of the saying that it is challenging to bear the affections of a beauty. After exchanging parting words, he hurriedly departed, knowing that lingering any longer would likely lead to him being compelled to stay. Lu Sanyang remained in a daze long after he had left. The day's experiences felt surreal, almost dreamlike. Yet, she recognized that their relationship had begun with fond memories, and she was confident that their lives would intertwine more closely in the days to come. However, she also realized that Wang Gao, lying in bed, was the sole obstacle to her happiness with Li Dahu. Yet, Lu Sanyang chose to disregard this concern for the moment. Meanwhile, Li Dahu rushed home, and on his way, he encountered Hu Xiaoying, who appeared flustered and hurried. Upon seeing him, her face lit up, followed by a hint of reproach. "Why did it take you so long to buy a few things? I thought you had settled in at Lu Sanyang's place." Li Dahu chuckled awkwardly, realizing that her jest nearly hit the mark. Had she not been waiting for him, he might very well have spent the night with Lu Sanyang. Chapter 93. Into the mountains. At this moment, Li Dahai looked at Hu Xiaoying with a smile and said, "Sister Xiaoying, what brings you here?" "I was just about to head back." Hu Xiaoying pouted slightly and replied, "Great Dr. Dahai, you've been away for so long. I simply couldn't wait any longer. So I came to see you. Have you gathered everything? If so, let us venture into the mountains right away." Surprised by Hu Xiaoying's eagerness, Li Dahai replied, "Sister Xiaoying, aren't you going to prepare it all? We're just going into the mountains like this?" Hu Xiaoying responded, "What is there to prepare? I can manage with just a change of clothes." I don't even recognize the herbs we'll be gathering. I just want to accompany you to ease the boredom." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with emotion. Li Dahai understood the deeper meaning behind her desire for companionship, realizing that his kindness towards her had not gone unnoticed. Therefore, he smiled and said, "Since that is the case, let us set off quickly." With that, Li Dahai, no longer hesitating, prepared to depart, as everything was already in order. Hu Xiaoying smiled and added, "Dahai, wait for me a moment. I'll go home and change into something more suitable for climbing." Without a second thought, Li Dahai agreed. Hu Xiaoying hurried back home, while Li Dahai locked his door upon returning. The majestic green mountains loomed behind the village, and he knew that within them lay countless hidden and uncharted territories awaiting his exploration. However, he needed to enhance his skills before he could venture into the deeper parts. For now, he could only explore the outskirts. Even so, the periphery offered ample opportunity for exploration, as it was quite expansive. Li Dahai's primary objective was to gather medicinal herbs for the villagers in need. Although he could purchase them, it would significantly increase his expenses, and he had recently realized the necessity of budgeting. Before long, Hu Xiaoying rushed back, now dressed in a completely different outfit. Li Dahai was taken aback by her appearance. She wore form-fitting pants, carried a hiking pole, and had a backpack slung over her shoulder. More importantly, the tight clothing accentuated her exquisite figure, showcasing her tiny waist and curvaceous silhouette, revealing her beauty in full splendor. Li Dahai was momentarily mesmerized by the sight. Noticing his gaze, Hu Xiaoying blushed and asked shyly, "Dahai, what is wrong? Does this outfit look all right?" She felt a bit bashful, aware that her appearance might provoke unrealistic thoughts from others. Yet, she had chosen such attire not only for practicality and climbing, but also to present a different side of herself. Li Dahai chuckled and remarked, "Sister Xiaoying, I had no idea you would look so stunning in fitted clothing. Your figure is simply remarkable." With that, he dismissed any further thoughts, and they set off to climb the mountain together. Along the way, they encountered several villagers. The sight of Hu Xiaoying and Li Dahai together didn't surprise them, but many were wide-eyed at Hu Xiaoying's attire, while the women frowned. The men's eyes were irresistibly drawn to her. Li Dahai sighed, knowing Hu Xiaoying's beauty was captivating enough to hold everyone's attention. To avoid further stares, he subtly positioned himself to shield her from view, saying, "Sister Xiaoying, let us pick up the pace. We need to find a place to rest tonight." Suddenly, Hu Xiaoying seemed to recall something, her face flushing as she softly acknowledged. Having ventured out alone with Li Dahai, she was evidently prepared to spend the night with him. Thus, Hu Xiaoying led the way while Li Dahai followed closely. As they walked, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to her form. The tight pants accentuated her curves, and with each step, her movements were alluring, leaving Li Dahai captivated. He couldn't help but think that Hu Xiaoying was indeed enchanting. He had not anticipated that such attire would be so irresistible while climbing, nearly overwhelming his self-control. In that moment, a phrase from an ancient poem came to mind. The graceful lady, a gentleman's perfect match. Wasn't Hu Xiaoying the epitome of the beauty he sought? Li Dahai realized that climbing the mountain with Hu Xiaoying was far more enjoyable than going alone. The age-old adage men and women working together is not merely a saying resonated deeply with him. Particularly now, as he admired Hu Xiaoying's graceful figure, he felt invigorated, and their pace quickened considerably. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, the number of villagers dwindled. Initially, they encountered those gathering firewood or herbs for supplemental income. But as they progressed further, fewer people were seen. Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying gradually became more relaxed, ultimately entwining their fingers as they climbed. However, Hu Xiaoying, being a woman, soon found herself sweating profusely and struggling to keep up. Observing her fatigue, Li Dahai felt a pang of concern and decided to lift her effortlessly into his arms. At this moment, their relationship began to take on a more intimate tone. Hu Xiaoying, unreserved, wrapped her arms around Li Dahai's neck, resembling a devoted partner. Thankfully, Li Dahai was robust enough to carry her while climbing. But he couldn't shake the growing tension and warmth between them. Chapter 94, Green Mountains. At this moment, as Li Dahai held Hu Xiaoying, his hands gently rested upon her hips. The snug attire she wore accentuated her form, rendering the sensation particularly delightful. It was soft and exquisite, making it momentarily difficult for Li Dahai to release her. He could not help but perceive the alluring temptation of Hu Xiaoying's fitted clothing, which unmistakably seemed to entice him. This also subtly indicated the depth of her affection for him, true love, indeed, for had she not cherished him so dearly, she would never have donned such an outfit. Li Dahai felt a surge of emotion within him, as he basked in the company of such a beautiful woman. He concluded that this journey was far from lonely, and he resolved that having such a stunning companion for future mountain excursions would be a splendid choice. Henceforth, he would prefer to venture forth with a woman by his side, for he had already tasted the sweetness of companionship and had no intention of relinquishing it. Conversely, Hu Xiaoying, having spent time with Li Dahai, felt rejuvenated, her spirit lifted, even more cheerful than before. She was rediscovering the joy of romantic affection. With her heart now at ease, her demeanor had transformed significantly, leading her to develop a growing reliance on Li Dahai. When he cradled her in his arms, their gazes met, and captivated by her delicate visage and alluring lips, Li Dahai could not resist leaning in for a kiss. They found themselves in a secluded grove, far removed from prying eyes, allowing them to lose themselves in each other's embrace, passionately kissing. Li Dahai was entranced by the softness of Hu Xiaoying's lips, while she sensed a newfound strength in him, a vigor that captivated her, drawing her further into his charm. At that moment, Hu Xiaoying was unable to resist the magnetic pull of their connection. Having spent so many days together, her heart had naturally begun to yearn for Li Dahai. The intimacy they had cultivated made her willing to follow him wherever he led. After sharing a few kisses, Li Dahai smirked and remarked, "Sister-in-law, you are truly delightful. I find it hard to let you go." Having trained rigorously, Li Dahai possessed remarkable strength, allowing him to hold Hu Xiaoying with ease, even for an extended period. Yet, sensing his unwavering grip, Hu Xiaoying shyly inquired, "Aren't you tired holding me like this? Perhaps you could set me down." With a bashful smile, she resembled a devoted partner. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, having previously encountered villagers, Hu Xiaoying felt a sense of liberation, especially as they now found themselves in an area seldom frequented by others. "How about we take a break here?" Li Dahai suggested, observing the dense foliage around them. Hu Xiaoying felt secure and concealed, and she nodded, her cheeks flushed, agreeing that resting in such a spot was indeed ideal. As she crouched down, she momentarily forgot about the snugness of her attire, which accentuated her curves with every movement. Li Dahai's gaze was captivated. He could hardly contain his admiration for Hu Xiaoying's exquisite beauty, which was both enchanting and alluring. She stood tall, allowing her S-shaped silhouette to become even more pronounced, prompting Li Dahai to swallow hard. The outfit she wore was not merely climbing gear, it was an ensemble designed to seduce. Despite feeling his intense gaze, Hu Xiaoying welcomed it, especially as it came from Li Dahai, stirring a sense of delight within her. "Do you find my outfit pleasing?" she playfully asked, turning to showcase her form. The design was indeed impeccable, enhancing her already alluring figure, and she twirled gracefully before him, flaunting her appealing physique. Li Dahai reflected on the various social circles surrounding outdoor activities, realizing that the women within these realms often don tight attire, perhaps for a reason. His previous indifference transformed into a contemplative acknowledgement of the allure such fashion held. After several spins, Hu Xiaoying's display left an indelible impression on Li Dahai. Her playful demeanor brought her joy, as she understood the effect her figure and attire had on him. Her intention was clear, to secure Li Dahai's affections firmly in her grasp. With a newfound perspective, Hu Xiaoying approached the situation as a devoted partner, showering Li Dahai with tenderness and care, which left him momentarily entranced. He realized he was deeply captivated by her charm, particularly the sensuality her fitted attire showcased. Seeing the effect she had on him, Hu Xiaoying smiled softly, feeling a sense of triumph for having successfully captured his interest. She was grateful for the effort she had invested in accompanying him, believing that such moments would strengthen their bond. Yet, beneath her radiant exterior lay a lingering insecurity, stemming from her status as a widow. Despite the joy she found in her relationship with Li Dahai, she remained acutely aware of her past, a reminder of the emotional scars she carried. Hu Xiaoying could scarcely conceive of any other means to bind Li Dahai to her side, and after much contemplation, she realized that only her alluring physique could do so. The crux of the matter was that Li Dahai was younger than Hu Xiaoying and possessed a promising future ahead. Consequently, at this juncture, Li Dahai might seem somewhat unattainable for Hu Xiaoying. The romantic interlude between them in recent days had begun to feel surreal to her. Setting aside her beauty, it was evident that Li Dahai would not easily forsake her. However, upon observing Lu Sanyang today, alongside Wang Cuilan and Wang Qiuxiang from before, who were not particularly beautiful yet maintained a close rapport with Li Dahai, Hu Xiaoying's intuition stirred, though she had yet to uncover any tangible evidence. A woman's sixth sense is rarely amiss. A nagging sensation hinted that Li Dahai might share an extraordinary connection with these women, a bond that Hu Xiaoying could not obstruct. Thus, The only course available to her was to deepen her emotional ties with Li Dahai. As the saying goes, love and proximity are directly proportional. If she wished to maintain Li Dahai's affection, daily companionship was essential. Contemplating this, Hu Xiaoying's eyes glistened with emotion, for she understood that nightfall would soon arrive, and she would be sharing a bed with Li Dahai. This would undoubtedly fortify their bond even further. At that moment, Hu Xiaoying could hardly concern herself with anything else. Having arrived, she was determined to enjoy an intimate relationship with Li Dahai. Otherwise, wouldn't her efforts be in vain? Moreover, in her quest to be with Li Dahai, she had made a special effort to adorn herself, presenting a captivating appearance she had never exhibited before. Upon seeing Hu Xiaoying in this light, Li Dahai felt a surge of excitement. He embraced her tightly from behind and, with heartfelt sincerity, reassured her, "Sister Xiaoying, rest assured. No one here will dare to bully you, I promise. Furthermore, if anyone bothers you again, just let me know, and I shall handle it." As Li Dahai inhaled the faint, alluring fragrance emanating from Hu Xiaoying, his heart raced with a delightful turmoil. Although he had previously absorbed her enchanting scent, it was far from sufficient. He yearned for more. However, the fragrance she produced daily was limited, compelling him to savor it gradually. Yet, each time he absorbed her scent, he experienced unparalleled joy, which was precisely what Li Dahai craved. Should any unwise individuals dare to disturb Hu Xiaoying, he would not hesitate to intervene. With his connection to her captivating aroma, he could act discreetly, depending solely on his willingness. At that moment, as Hu Xiaoying lay in his embrace, she turned her gaze and remarked, "Dahai, there is indeed someone, but he is a businessman who continually harasses me, causing me considerable distress. And then there is Wang Yongui. I've noticed him gazing at me with a lecherous look, just as you observed last time." Hu Xiaoying's words made Li Dahai realize that there were others she hadn't mentioned, but these two individuals were particularly troublesome. With a smile, Li Dahai replied, "As for Wang Yongui, you need not worry. I will speak to LV Xiaoyan and ensure she keeps him in check." At that moment, Li Dahai spoke wisely. For after Wang Yongui had sustained injuries and lapsed into a coma, he had awakened with little recollection of the incident, even forgetting who had rendered him unconscious. This was largely due to Li Dahai's intervention, which alleviated LV Xiaoyan's concerns. Furthermore, Wang Yongui was still recuperating at home, so he would hardly venture out to harass Hu Xiaoying again unless he was courting disaster. "Sister Xiaoying, who is this businessman?" Hu Xiaoying pondered briefly before responding, "Dahai. It's that fellow from Qingshan village. Isn't there a reservoir upstream of the Qinghe? That businessman is the owner of the reservoir. He has been pestering me, relying on his wealth." Upon finishing her statement, Hu Xiaoying felt a surge of grievance that nearly brought her to tears. Li Dahai frowned upon hearing this, for the reservoir owner was relatively affluent within the village. The reservoir served dual purposes. It could function as a water plant, and the fish caught from it each month could fetch a handsome sum, making it a lucrative venture. The owner, Zhang Lijun, had once been a child of poverty, but after earning some money working away from home, he returned to take over the village as reservoir. One must concede that he had some foresight, as he had arranged for the reservoir to supply clean water, which allowed him to earn considerable profits daily. However, as his wealth grew, so too did his unscrupulous intentions. Previously, upon encountering Hu Xiaoying in the village, he had been utterly captivated and immediately launched an intense pursuit. Given his wealth, Hu Xiaoying found it difficult to offend him and had no choice but to avoid him. Had it not been for Li Dahai's return, she would have remained uncertain of how long she would have to evade Zhang Lijun. Li Dahai, upon hearing her plight, furrowed his brow, realizing that this complication was indeed unwelcome. Chapter 95. The water plant owner. Thus, Li Dahai spoke, "Sister Xiaoying, do not fret. If Zhang Lijun truly intends to harm you, I shall teach him a severe lesson." At this moment, Li Dahai was consumed by rage. How could he allow a mere water plant owner to harass his beloved? Not to mention, with his current prowess, 10 Zhang Lijuns would pose no challenge. Certainly, Zhang Lijun had many subordinates, but to Li Dahai, they were inconsequential. He contemplated the various methods he could employ to impart a lesson to Zhang Lijun. In his mind, a myriad of strategies formed to deal with this nuisance. Li Dahai, filled with emotion, reassured her, "Sister, do not worry. Rest assured, in a few days, I will take care of Zhang Lijun. If he dares to lay a finger on you, he shall face my wrath." Deep within, Li Dahai thought, after all these years, he had encountered countless situations. To him, Zhang Lijun was merely an annoying rodent. The key was, he did not wish to let such a beautiful woman as Hu Xiaoying be taken by another. Holding Hu Xiaoying in his arms, he felt a wave of tenderness that he could not bear to relinquish. Sister Xiaoying, rest assured, should he come to harass you again, just let me know, and I shall render him incapable of speech. Upon hearing this, Hu Xiaoying felt a sweetness in her heart. After all, no woman dislikes a man who can provide a sense of security, especially the proudest among them, who often seek strength in their partners. Li Dahai's words resonated deeply with Hu Xiaoying. Indeed, when Zhang Lijun had previously harassed Hu Xiaoying, she felt a twinge of fear, for she harbored no feelings for him. Moreover, being a middle-aged man with a wife and children, his incessant pursuit of a widow like Hu Xiaoying was perplexing. While grateful for Li Dahai's support, she expressed her concerns. Dahai, but Zhang Lijun has numerous subordinates. His situation is akin to Guang Gui's. Will you be in any danger alone? Although Hu Xiaoying respected Li Dahai's medical skills, she was unaware of his combat abilities. While she had felt his strength during their time together, fighting was an entirely different matter. After all, combat relies on speed, precision, and ferocity, and she could not ascertain whether Li Dahai could withstand multiple opponents. Yet, with a smile, Li Dahai reassured her, Sister Xiaoying, rest easy. As long as these men do not trouble you, it is well. Should they dare to harass you again, I shall have them searching for their teeth. In truth, Li Dahai felt far more confident than before. Ever since he cultivated the divine dragon medical canon, he had acquired internal strength, becoming a martial arts master. It was trivial for him to take on 5 or 6 individuals at once. Furthermore, his robust physique, combined with the enhancements from his training, made him even more formidable. Additionally, he had absorbed Hu Xiaoying's fragrant essence during his cultivation, further augmenting his strength. Now, he feared not being provoked. Should anyone dare to cross him, they would face his thunderous retribution. Seeing Hu Xiaoying's worried demeanor tugged at Li Dahai's heart, prompting him to embrace her tightly. Especially feeling her delicate form, he thought, how could he ever allow such a stunning beauty to be claimed by another? Regardless of whether it was Zhang Lijun or anyone else, whoever dared to covet her would learn the meaning of death. At that moment, as Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying were together, a man with slick-back hair and a gold chain approached her home, driving a business vehicle. This man was none other than Zhang Lijun. Since establishing his water plant, a hardened demeanor had gradually taken form on his face. After years of running a business, he had developed a ruthless edge. Otherwise, he would not have achieved his current stature. Today, Zhang Lijun had come unaccompanied, for he sought to get closer to the widow Hu Xiaoying without his subordinates witnessing. At that moment, he surveyed Hu Xiaoying's small, unpretentious yard. Although it paled in comparison to his own luxurious villa, Zhang Lijun found himself drawn to the warmth of her humble abode. After all, it housed the most beautiful widow in town. Ever since their first encounter, Zhang Lijun had pursued Hu Xiaoying with fervor. More importantly, he could not shake the intoxicating fragrance he had sensed near her, a scent that haunted his thoughts and stirred his desires. Unbeknownst to him, this alluring aroma was Hu Xiaoying's divine fragrance, which held significant allure for men, especially for a rogue like Zhang Lijun. However, Zhang Lijun misconstrued his infatuation as love at first sight, convinced that he must possess such a woman. Yet, upon arriving at Hu Xiaoying's home today, he found the door firmly shut, with no sign of her presence. Zhang Lijun chuckled, unaware of how many times he had been met with a closed door. Based on his experience, he assumed Hu Xiaoying would be home during the day. He hastily knocked on the door, calling out, Xiaoying, open the door. It's your brother Zhang. I see you cooped up at home all day. Would you like me to help you find a job? How about becoming my secretary? After knocking for a while without response, he began to feel puzzled. He had even offered her a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, a sum that would suffice for her livelihood in the village. Of course, being a secretary was no simple task. Hu Xiaoying would need to share his bed, and a secretary's presence was essential for Zhang Lijun. After all, what purpose would it serve to bring her on board if not to enjoy her enticing form? Zhang Lijun cared little for anything else. His sole desire was to claim Hu Xiaoying for himself. Despite his generous offer, Hu Xiaoying remained unimpressed. Zhang Lijun frowned. If this continued, he would find himself in a predicament. Nevertheless, he maintained his patience, knocking again and uttering more flattering words. However, not only Zhang Lijun but even the neighboring villagers began to grow weary of his antics. At that moment, a woman opened the door and said, Boss Zhang, please stop knocking. I do not understand your intentions. Do you think it appropriate to disturb a widow like this every day? Upon entering, Zhang Lijun scowled, his voice laced with irritation. What business is it of yours? If you have nothing to do, do not meddle. I am not seeking you out. With his brutish appearance, His fierce countenance startled the woman before him. Summoning her courage, she replied, "Boss Zhang, Hu Xiaoying left early this morning and has not returned. Your knocking is futile." Zhang Lijun listened intently and quickly inquired, "What? You mean Hu Xiaoying has actually left? Where could she possibly be? When will she return?" He posed several questions in rapid succession, leaving the woman before him at a loss for words. With a hint of exasperation, she replied, "Boss Zhang, you've truly caught me off guard. How could I possibly know when she will return? I'm not a worm in Hu Xiaoying's belly. She might not even come back at all. Who can say for certain? Furthermore, I have no idea where she has gone. What are you men thinking?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Lijun frowned, dismissing the woman's complaints. He pressed the accelerator and drove off. After all, for Zhang Lijun, what he desired was a beauty like Hu Xiaoying. With her absence, he saw no reason to linger in that place. Once Zhang Lijun departed, the woman curled her lip. Thankfully, she had stepped forward today, otherwise, he would have been dawdling there indefinitely. Now that he was gone, everyone else returned home, restoring a semblance of tranquility to the surroundings. In truth, Zhang Lijun did not venture far. He merely meandered around Qingshan village. He was well aware that Hu Xiaoying would not travel far. Even if she left, it would only be to stroll nearby. Yet, after roaming the vicinity for a considerable time, he failed to catch sight of her. This left Zhang Lijun perplexed. Where could Hu Xiaoying be if she was not at home? A nagging suspicion gnawed at him. A woman as stunning as Hu Xiaoying being absent from her abode could only mean she was with another man. The thought caused a pang of heartache within him. Unbeknownst to Zhang Lijun, Hu Xiaoying was out climbing mountains with Li Dahai. At that moment, she was dressed provocatively, clad in tight-fitting pants that captivated Li Dahai. Had Zhang Lijun encountered Hu Xiaoying in such attire, his eyes would have surely bulged in astonishment. With her alluring figure accentuated by the snug clothing, coupled with her breathtaking beauty, particularly her slender waist and curvaceous hips, she was an irresistible sight. Zhang Lijun was aflame with desire. He had come to seek Hu Xiaoying, primarily to assuage his cravings. Although he had numerous women at his disposal, as a wealthy man, he could have any woman he desired. If all else failed, a visit to the city's clubs would suffice. However, his previous experiences at such establishments had left him disinterested. What truly intrigued him was a woman as pure and beautiful as Hu Xiaoying. Despite driving around the village multiple times, he still could not find her. It seemed all his efforts were in vain. Finally, he stopped a passerby to inquire about Hu Xiaoying's whereabouts. The villager informed him, "Boss Zhang, if you're looking for Hu Xiaoying, she was at Li Dahai's clinic today for a consultation. We all saw her, but I don't know where she went afterward." Zhang Lijun frowned upon hearing this. He was familiar with Li Dahai's clinic, but he harbored doubts about the so-called doctor, considering him a charlatan. Only the ignorant villagers would fall for Li Dahai's tricks. Zhang Lijun had money. If he fell ill, he would simply go to a reputable hospital, where medical expertise and resources far surpassed those of a village clinic. Nevertheless, Li Dahai's growing reputation compelled Zhang Lijun to consider visiting him. Realizing Hu Xiaoying was at Li Dahai's, he decided he must go there. After asking for directions, he hurriedly made his way to the clinic. Unbeknownst to him, Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying had already become intimately involved, and he was unlikely to find either of them there. Upon arriving, Zhang Lijun was puzzled to find the clinic's door firmly shut. He knocked, but received no response. Frustration surged within him. He had spent so long searching for Hu Xiaoying, and now that he had a lead, it had come to a dead end. At that moment, he felt like an ant on a hot pan, consumed by anxiety. For he had long coveted Hu Xiaoying. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could Hu Xiaoying be with Li Dahai? The mere notion sent tremors of rage through him. If the woman he had desired for so long was taken from him by Li Dahai, he would be beside himself with fury. Chapter 96. Another serpent. Zhang Lijun seethed with anger, thinking to himself, Li Dahai, do not dare to take my woman away, or I shall make you suffer beyond your capacity to endure. Provoked, he was indifferent to Li Dahai's reputation as a skilled physician. As a local tycoon with a band of loyal subordinates willing to fight for him, Zhang Lijun believed that despite Li Dahai's medical prowess, he could easily teach him a lesson if it came to that. Today, Zhang Lijun had come specifically for Hu Xiaoying, having wasted considerable time. Yet he had not even caught a glimpse of her, which infuriated him greatly. Clenching his teeth, he kicked the door of Li Dahai in frustration. However, he was acutely aware of Li Dahai's high esteem among the villagers. After all, as the saying goes, those who provide milk are like mothers. Zhang Lijun had heard that Li Dahai rarely charged for his medical services, a notion that he dismissed with disdain. Being a businessman, He found it absurd to offer his services without compensation, considering it foolishness. At that moment, Zhang Lijun held Li Dahai in derision, questioning whether the man had lost his mind by not seizing the opportunity to earn wealth. Little did he know that Li Dahai's lack of profit was entirely motivated by considerations for Qin Mingzhu, unlike himself, whose eyes were solely focused on money and willing to go to great lengths for it. For Li Dahai, such matters had long ceased to hold any significance. His primary concern was to enhance his own abilities, and he placed little value on material wealth. After pondering for a while, Zhang Lijun decided to leave, planning to confront Li Dahai upon his return. He had already begun to regard Hu Xiuyun as his own, and whenever he laid eyes on Li Dahai, he would unhesitatingly demand that he step away from Hu Xiuyun, which was one of Zhang Lijun's strategies. Meanwhile, Li Dahai was embracing Hu Xiuyun, and they appeared like a couple in the throes of passion. As he held her, he marveled at her exquisite figure, which evoked an unparalleled sensation within him. At that moment, Li Dahai felt less like a healer and more like a newlywed basking in the warmth of companionship. Hu Xiuyun, blushing, gazed at him, increasingly satisfied with the affection reflected in his eyes, clearly enchanted by her demeanor and physique. With a smile, Li Dahai said, "Sister Xiuyun, let us set up the tent first." Hu Xiuyun, in a soft voice, asked, "Do you think there's enough space here?" Li Dahai nodded earnestly and replied, "Where there is ambition, the space is ample. Rest assured, the tent I brought is quite spacious. We can share it together." Hearing this, Hu Xiuyun's face flushed with warmth, as she realized they were already entwined in a bond. The thought of sharing a space with Li Dahai filled her with delight, especially considering the sense of fulfillment his robust physique provided. Fortunately, Li Dahai quickly supported her, advising, "Sister Xiuyun, if you feel fatigued, please rest nearby while I handle the tent." Hu Xiuyun nodded gently in agreement. It wasn't that she did not wish to assist. Rather, she recognized her own fatigue. Knowing that in this dense forest, for them to share a restful moment, Li Dahai needed to ensure a secure environment for her. With Hu Xiuyun sitting quietly, Li Dahai busied himself with the task at hand. Observing his diligence, Hu Xiuyun felt a sense of comfort. Realizing that Li Dahai was a person she could truly rely on, she began to envision their joyful moments together in the future. Yet, this blissful time seemed fleeting. Hu Xiuyun yearned for it to extend, fearing nothing but the loss of Li Dahai, which would leave her with nothing. As Hu Xiuyun regained some strength, she eagerly joined in assisting Li Dahai. He smiled, welcoming her participation, for he understood that shared experiences were vital for their bond. While they were in the woods constructing the tent, suddenly Li Dahai noticed a water snake slithering swiftly toward them. Alarmed, he quickly pulled Hu Xiuyun aside. But the snake darted like an arrow toward her ankle. Despite Li Dahai's swift action to save her, Hu Xiuyun was bitten. Frustrated, Li Dahai crushed the serpent underfoot. But Hu Xiuyun was already in distress. He berated himself for his carelessness, lamenting that he had failed to protect her. Yet, Hu Xiuyun smiled, reassuring him, "Dahai, it's nothing. Just a snake. You will surely heal me." Li Dahai recognized the pain she must be feeling. The agony of a snake bite was not to be taken lightly. And her smile was merely a fade. He hastily retrieved the dead snake, discovering it to be a cold-blooded species. He wondered why such snakes were so prevalent and noted that he had encountered them several times before. Thankfully, the venom was manageable, but he needed to gather some medicinal herbs quickly. Unfortunately, he had not brought many herbs with him, and he would have to rely on what the mountains could provide. The venom from the cold-blooded snake was particularly potent, igniting primal desires, especially in women, amplifying their suffering. If Li Dahai wished to save Hu Xiuyun, the best course of action was to hastily set up the tent and take refuge inside, akin to how Hu Xiuyun had helped him detoxify previously. He realized that all he needed was to spend a single night with her. Other concerns paled in comparison to the urgency of her rescue. Promptly, he laid Hu Xiuyun on the ground and accelerated the tent's assembly. He understood that if he did not act swiftly, the venom would cloud her mind, transforming her into a creature driven solely by desire. He could not bear the thought of Hu Xiuyun losing her rationality, becoming a mere vessel of craving, as that would be profoundly unjust to her. While Li Dahai cherished Hu Xiuyun, it was under normal circumstances that he appreciated her. The notion of her becoming a woman consumed by desire was a situation he would find intolerable. After all, the venom of the cold congealing snake inexorably ignites the desires of both men and women. Whosoever falls victim to its bite finds it unbearable. In this moment, Li Dahai's mind was consumed by such thoughts. He realized he must prepare the mugwort for both himself and Hu Xiuyun. This way, when the time came for him to administer the antidote to Hu Xiuyun, the process would be more convenient. Although he wished for circumstances to be different, he found himself powerless, even fearing the cold congealing snake might return to hunt him down. Yet, even if he were to be preyed upon, Li Dahai contemplated roasting the serpent for warmth and sustenance, as such an act might quell his current fury. Moreover, safeguarding Hu Xiaoying took precedence above all else, and the snake could potentially serve as their dinner. Thus, Li Dahai was in a state of urgent anxiety. Fortunately, the tent had already been erected to a satisfactory degree, requiring only a brief inspection before he could take refuge with Hu Xiaoying. At this juncture, he pondered the unusual frequency with which he had encountered snakes in such a short span of time. Was there some disturbance in Qingshan village? An unsettling sensation loomed in the air. However, Li Dahai was at a loss, realizing he must enhance his strength in preparation for the impending upheaval. Shaking his head, he resolved to confront whatever challenges arose, whether it be a few snakes or an overwhelming multitude. Observing Hu Xiaoying, who was murmuring softly, Li Dahai felt a pang of concern in his heart. He swiftly carried her into the tent, prioritizing her well-being above all. As long as Hu Xiaoying remained stable, he would focus on administering the antidote within the confines of the tent. Fortunately, not long after placing her inside, she began to express discomfort, exclaiming how hot she felt. Li Dahai recognized this as a manifestation of her poisoning. Once the symptoms emerged, he could only strive to treat her. Assured that she would be fine, he reassured her. "Wait here, I shall fetch the antidote swiftly." Nevertheless, Hu Xiaoying appeared somewhat dazed within the tent, her mind clouded by the serpent's venom. Given the venom's negative properties and Hu Xiaoying's unique constitution, her condition had become increasingly dire. At that moment, Li Dahai noticed her entire face was flushed, reminiscent of a woman enmeshed in desire. His heart raced at the sight. Although she appeared irresistibly alluring, he understood that he must exercise restraint. Hastily, he zipped up the tent to ensure their privacy, for the treatment he was about to conduct was profoundly intimate, and he wished to shield their actions from prying eyes. In his heart, Li Dahai acknowledged that Hu Xiaoying was now essentially under his protection. As she murmured incoherently, he leaned closer to discern her words. "Dahai, please hurry. I feel so unwell." Grasping her delicate hand, he replied, "Do not worry, Xiaoying. I am here to save you." Upon hearing his words, she nodded faintly. Despite her deepening intoxication, her remaining clarity assured her that with Li Dahai by her side, she would be safe. Yet, Li Dahai soon realized that not only was her face flushed, but her entire body radiated heat. He understood that time was of the essence. However, Hu Xiaoying was clad in a form-fitting outfit, complicating his efforts to remove it. Nevertheless, he knew it was imperative to undress her. Without doing so, the treatment could not proceed, as his internal energy could not penetrate her clothing. They needed to engage in close contact. With great effort, he finally managed to remove Hu Xiaoying's attire, revealing her flawless figure before him. Li Dahai recognized her distress as she writhed restlessly within the tent. Her long, fair legs and curvaceous form were irresistible, captivating his gaze. To Li Dahai, she seemed less a victim of poisoning and more like a newlywed wife playfully teasing her husband. He swallowed hard, aware that he could not afford to waste any more time, and lunged toward Hu Xiaoying. Before long, the tent was filled with commotion, resembling a playful scuffle, causing outsiders to wonder if a brawl had erupted within. Yet, who could fathom that Li Dahai was engaged in the earnest endeavor of healing Hu Xiaoying? Chapter 97. Rain. At this moment, Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying were together, akin to two entwined serpents. However, Li Dahai's intentions were not to indulge in pleasure, but to cure Hu Xiaoying's affliction caused by the venom of the cold condensation serpent. The most effective remedy lay in their current state of closeness. During the process, Li Dahai imparted some of the inner strength from the Shinong medical classics to Hu Xiaoying, hastening her recovery. They found themselves deep in the wilderness, and should Hu Xiaoying succumb to the poison, the consequences would be dire. Thus, while Li Dahai savored this unique moment, he remained vigilant in his efforts to treat her. This method of healing was unconventional, and any lapse in focus could lead to unintended indulgence. Therefore, he resolutely concentrated on the task at hand. After considerable exertion, he finally neutralized Hu Xiaoying's venom. She lay beside him, a look of contentment gracing her features as she drifted into slumber. Observing her tranquil state, Li Dahai couldn't help but smile, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. For him, this moment was a testament to the saying, "In adversity, we find solidarity." A sense of pride welled up within him, affirming the efficacy of his Shinong medical classics. Had anyone else attempted to cure Hu Xiaoying, it would have likely come at a steep cost. Yet, Li Dahai's sacrifice was merely sharing a moment of rest with her. Hu Xiaoying wore a faint smile, indicating her satisfaction. As Li Dahai beheld Hu Xiaoying's serene expression, his stomach growled, revealing his considerable exertion. He quickly rummaged through his supplies and unearthed some provisions. After consuming a modest meal, he ventured outside to gather firewood, igniting a small fire to roast the cold condensation serpent he had previously caught. The aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing his senses. However, he restrained himself from indulging, knowing that the serpent meat was meant for Hu Xiaoying. Consuming it would expedite her recovery after enduring the venom. After meticulously preparing the meal, he stored it away for when she awoke. Li Dahai remained vigilant by the tent, refraining from foraging for herbs, as he feared leaving Hu Xiaoying alone might lead to unforeseen troubles. As he awaited her awakening, thoughts of their future plans occupied his mind. Today's events had been unexpected, and it was imperative that they hasten their progress. Suddenly, thunder rumbled, and a fierce wind arose, signaling the impending rain. The weather in the mountains was unpredictable. It could shift in an instant. Fortunately, Li Dahai had constructed a sturdy tent, reinforcing it with heavy stones at the corners before swiftly retreating inside. Hu Xiaoying remained in deep slumber, and Li Dahai pondered whether her fatigue stemmed from the detoxification process or the nourishment he had provided. Regardless, she did not stir. Before long, torrential rain began to pelt the tent, and Li Dahai felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Cradling Hu Xiaoying, he succumbed to sleep, finding comfort in her presence. The fragrant essence of her being lingered, and as he rested, the Shenong medical classics instinctively activated, refining the enchanting aroma that surrounded him. After a period of recuperation, he felt rejuvenated. Outside, the rain fell rhythmically upon the tent, creating a harmonious symphony that lulled him into a deeper slumber. In the midst of this serene atmosphere, Li Dahai faintly sensed Hu Xiaoying stirring momentarily before settling back into a peaceful sleep. They both enjoyed a restful night until dawn broke, illuminating the world outside. Upon waking, Li Dahai discovered that Hu Xiaoying had devoured the snacks he had prepared the night before, having awoken from her slumber due to hunger. A smile crept across his face at this realization. Hu Xiaoying, sensing his presence, opened her captivating eyes and, with her tongue healed, greeted him with a smile. "How do you feel now, Xiaoying?" Li Dahai inquired with a grin. "I feel significantly better than yesterday, Dahai. You truly are remarkable. But was that really a treatment?" She replied, her cheeks flushing as she recalled the nature of their shared experience. Li Dahai chuckled. "Sister Xiaoying, I cannot divulge all the secrets, but rest assured, I mean you no harm." He then lifted her gently, adding, "The sun is up. We must gather some herbs. Our tasks await us." Hu Xiaoying, unfazed, responded, "Don't worry, Dahai. Whatever you need me to do, I will do. Let us get to work." Li Dahai nodded, recognizing their lost day yesterday. They hastily donned their clothing, and as Hu Xiaoying slipped into her fitted attire, he found himself momentarily captivated, feeling a surge of protectiveness for such a beautiful woman. A wave of realization washed over him. He was utterly ensnared by Hu Xiaoying's charm. Li Dahai harbored no regrets. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. For him, the bond he shared with Hu Xiaoying had blossomed into that of a devoted couple. Upon his emergence from the depths of the mountains, he urged Hu Xiaoying to swiftly tidy up the tent and clean the area. He pondered how precious this trip was, and how he could not leave behind any litter amidst the scenic beauty of Dajinchuan with its verdant hills and crystal-clear waters. He was determined not to tarnish such a pristine environment. Moreover, the unforgettable experiences he and Hu Xiaoying had shared the previous night lingered in his mind. Once they had prepared themselves, the pair hurried deeper into the mountains. Throughout their journey, Li Dahai remained vigilant for snakes, unwilling to let Hu Xiaoying fall prey to another serpent. Although he could counteract the venom, he understood the lasting harm it could inflict on her body. Thus, he took the lead, with Hu Xiaoying quietly following behind, deriving comfort from his robust figure that shielded her from harm. A wave of emotion washed over her as she felt akin to Li Dahai's betrothed, constantly under his protection. The mere thought made her legs feel weak, and memories of the healing he had provided the night before ignited a warm sensation within her. However, Li Dahai remained blissfully unaware of the thoughts occupying Hu Xiaoying's mind. She felt a tinge of regret for her hazy recollections of the previous night, muddled by the snake's venom. The joy of that evening eluded her memory, yet she yearned for a repeat experience. Yet, as she gazed at Li Dahai's strong silhouette, she swallowed back her words, understanding that a lady must maintain some reserve. Little did she know that Li Dahai was already captivated by her allure. As they traversed the mountain, their progress was marked by pauses, for the abundance of herbs gradually increased. To avoid wasting time, Li Dahai took it upon himself to gather them, while Hu Xiaoying, quick-witted and attentive, soon recognized several plants under his guidance and assisted in their collection. Although these herbs were commonplace under Li Dahai's skilled hands, they would transform into miraculous remedies capable of curing the villagers' ailments. Their day of foraging stretched on, with only a meager meal of dry rations to sustain them. By day's end, Hu Xiaoying, weary from her labor, struggled to stand upright. Observing her fatigue, Li Dahai felt a pang of sympathy and urged her to rest while he carried on. With a hint of guilt, Hu Xiaoying suggested, "Dahai, perhaps we should invite a few more people next time. I feel our pace is rather slow." At that moment, Li Dahai recalled Wang Suilan and Wang Qiuxiang. Pondering that additional hands would surely hasten their efforts, he imagined erecting a larger tent where they could all share joyful moments together, a thought that stirred excitement within him. Though he worried about potential jealousy among the women, despite the day's toil, their basket was half filled with herbs, and they estimated that another day's work would suffice to gather the rest. As Hu Xiaoying stretched, her slender waist and shapely figure became even more pronounced in her fitted attire. The sight of her raised arms made her delicate waist resemble a sinuous water snake, captivating Li Dahai's gaze to the point of difficulty in averting his eyes. Hu Xiaoying, noticing his reaction, smiled and maintained her pose, relishing in his lingering admiration. With a playful tone, she teased, "Dahai, let us hasten to set up the tent. If you wish to admire me further, I shall ensure you have ample opportunity inside." Li Dahai's eyes sparkled at her words, and he replied with a grin, "Sister Xiaoying, is this truly the case? Rest assured, I shall take my time to appreciate your form tonight." However, his appreciation extended beyond mere admiration. Hu Xiaoying's cheeks flushed at his implication, as spending a night in the wilderness was a first for her, while Li Dahai had reveled in the prior night's experiences. Hu Xiaoying felt she had not fully grasped the depth of it, prompting her desire for another encounter. Blushing, she confessed, "Of course it's true. I feel the longing from last night has yet to fade. Will you assist me once more?" Li Dahai, recognizing the sincerity in her request, replied, "Since you wish it so, then we shall proceed as destined." He was well aware that Hu Xiaoying's venom had been completely treated, and it would be a disgrace if he had failed to do so. Nevertheless, her words invited him to comply, as he understood the importance of keeping her spirits high. After a day of labor, he too sought a means to unwind. Chapter 98. Choosing a spot for the tent thus, Li Dahai embraced Hu Xiaoying and said, "Xiaoying, the sky is getting dark. Let us hasten to find a suitable place to set up our tent. The weather in these mountains is unpredictable, and it may rain at any moment." Li Dahai's words were indeed prudent, for after his previous experience, he understood that selecting a sheltered spot was paramount when spending the night outdoors. Otherwise, they would find themselves in a predicament. At that moment, Hu Xiaoying was acutely aware that once the tent was pitched, she would engage in some intimate activities with Li Dahai. Hence, she blushed and smiled, "Divine Dr. Dahai, I shall defer to your judgment. Besides, I am not well versed in finding a location for the tent. It is best if you decide." After all, she was a widow, rarely venturing beyond her doorstep. Understanding Hu Xiaoying's feelings, Li Dahai smiled and replied, "Sister Xiaoying, you may rest here while I take care of this." He chose a spot that was elevated and offered a broad view. This way, they would not be swept away by water during a downpour, and he could detect any potential dangers at the earliest opportunity. At that moment, they had ventured deep into the verdant mountains where few others roamed. Given the vastness of the landscape, Li Dahai felt it unlikely he would encounter any acquaintances. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaoying sat quietly, observing Li Dahai's actions. The scene before them was reminiscent of a harmonious duo, with Hu Xiaoying's serene presence adding to the beauty of the moment. Li Dahai sometimes marveled at how he had come to this juncture with her, especially as she sat gracefully by his side, resembling a refined lady of noble birth. Yet, he knew well that beneath her composed exterior lay a passionate soul, revealed only in the privacy of their shared moments. This joy was a secret known solely to Li Dahai, as no one else could fathom the depths of their connection. Of course, Hu Xiaoying was now wholly devoted to Li Dahai. Any attempts by others to disrupt their bond would prove futile, for her heart and mind were entirely his. Li Dahai would ensure that such opportunities for interference would never arise. Any who dared to covet Hu Xiaoying would find themselves regretting their actions. To prevent any future complications, Li Dahai even procured some poison, safely stowed away, as Hu Xiaoying was still unfamiliar with most substances. He knew that once he returned, he would refine it into an odorless and tasteless form, employing his expertise. However, these measures would only be utilized in extreme circumstances. He would not resort to them lightly. Before long, Li Dahai had successfully erected the tent, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. He turned to Hu Xiaoying and said, "Xiaoying, the tent is ready. Let us enter." Upon hearing this, her cheeks flushed, and she followed him inside. Although she felt somewhat shy, Li Dahai chuckled, "Sister, what troubles you? Rest now. We must continue our journey in the morning." He intended to determine a route for their return that would save them time. Hu Xiaoying softly replied, her face still aglow, "Dahai, whatever you decide, I shall follow your lead. If you believe this path is best, then we shall take it." Observing the rosy hue gracing her cheeks, she appeared like an innocent maiden. Unable to contain himself, Li Dahai lifted her into his arms, causing her face to redden further, particularly as her fitted attire evoked a striking impression. At that moment, Hu Xiaoying whispered, "Divine Dr. Dahai, I have never worn this outfit in public before. I did so solely for you." Li Dahai was touched by her words and held her close, assuring her, "Sister Xiaoying, you have treated me with such kindness. A gesture I will forever cherish. We have both had a long day. Why not rest here for a while?" Hu Xiaoying nodded in agreement, nestling against him. The faint fragrance of her presence stirred Li Dahai's emotions, and as he sensed her awareness of his intentions, he noted that she had already surrendered herself to him. In fact, a flicker of anticipation began to blossom within her heart. With this realization, Li Dahai felt emboldened, embracing the moment with unrestrained passion. Chapter 99. Gathering herbs on the mountain. At this moment, Li Dahai found himself unconcerned with the complexities of the situation. After all, it was just a solitary man and woman sharing a small space, albeit in a tent nestled amidst the wilderness. Although the tent could be considered a closed environment, it provided a sense of security for Hu Xiaoying as a woman. Ultimately, Li Dahai's location mattered little. His primary concern lay with Hu Xiaoying's well-being. The potential for what might transpire was all too evident. Moreover, Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying had already established an intimate rapport. Thus, deepening their connection further did not seem particularly significant. Hu Xiaoying, feeling the warmth emanating from Li Dahai's body, found herself somewhat entranced. This was, in part, attributable to her unique physical constitution, which rendered her somewhat vulnerable in the presence of men. After all, her extraordinary nature often led men to pursue her fervently upon mere proximity. This incessant attention had become rather burdensome for her. However, now that she had encountered a man capable of truly captivating her, she was reluctant to let him go, especially during this herbal gathering expedition, which provided them an opportunity for closer contact. At this juncture, neither Hu Xiaoying nor Li Dahai wished to relinquish the moment. Li Dahai was keen to seize every opportunity to be near Hu Xiaoying, aware that such moments were fleeting and precious. Hu Xiaoying shared his sentiments, particularly as she lay in his embrace, gazing deeply into his eyes, as if wishing to merge her very essence with his passionate gaze. Li Dahai, however, found himself momentarily entranced by Hu Xiaoying's alluring figure, further accentuated by her form-fitting attire. To him, she appeared not merely as a woman, but as a flawless work of art, radiant, warm, and irresistibly sensual. This exquisite treasure held him captive. As Hu Xiaoying reclined in his arms, her cheeks flushed, she tenderly suggested, "Dahai, perhaps we should stop gazing and get some rest. We have work to do early tomorrow, and I am quite fatigued." Her words, spoken with a hint of shyness, coupled with her gentle grasp on his arm, indicated her complete submission to him. Following the healing session from the previous night, Hu Xiaoying had resolved to wholeheartedly follow Li Dahai. Upon noticing the affection in her eyes, Li Dahai felt a rush of excitement. He had not anticipated such deep feelings from her. Given that their relationship had reached this point, the next step seemed almost inevitable. Before long, Hu Xiaoying, her face aglow with warmth, remarked, "Dahai, it feels a bit warm in this tent." She was evidently flustered by Li Dahai's unwavering gaze and subtly urged him to make a move. Recognizing her implication, Li Dahai chuckled, "Sister Xiaoying, if you're feeling warmth, allow me to cool you down." With a playful pout, Hu Xiaoying asked, "How will you cool me down?" Li Dahai simply smiled at her before taking action. In a short span, Hu Xiaoying found herself divested of her attire. Even her alluring outfit was carefully set aside by Li Dahai, who wished to preserve it for future admiration. Throughout the entire process, Hu Xiaoying offered no resistance. Instead, she shyly cooperated with him. Li Dahai understood that a few encouraging words would prompt her to willingly relinquish her garment, yet he believed that a sense of ritual was necessary in their interactions. It was far more gratifying to take the initiative himself. Before long, Hu Xiaoying stood revealed before Li Dahai, unrestrained by her previous attire, exuding an even greater allure. The sight of her in such a state elicited a knowing smile from Li Dahai. When a woman presents herself completely, it signifies her readiness for all that may follow. Hu Xiaoying's gaze, filled with longing, was a testament to the fervor that had reached its zenith. Li Dahai recognized that after the events of the past night and the current day, Hu Xiaoying's emotions were at a critical point. If he did not help her release this tension now, it might lead to unintended consequences. Thus, he leaned in and pressed his lips against hers, and she responded fervently. After a prolonged kiss, they finally parted, both breathless. Yet, Li Dahai understood that this was merely the beginning. Their ultimate union would require complete surrender from both sides. With a smile, Li Dahai, aided by Hu Xiaoying, unveiled himself entirely before her. Hu Xiaoying, taking in his robust physique, swallowed hard. Aware that a man of such strength would be able to satisfy her desires that night, after years of waiting, she longed for the chance to enjoy the company of a man. Previously lacking options, she now found herself with Li Dahai, who opened the door to countless possibilities. In a matter of days, Hu Xiaoying had swiftly learned the nuances imparted by Li Dahai, mastering them with remarkable ease. Li Dahai often marveled at her natural sensuality, a quality that would be difficult for any man to resist. Otherwise, her former husband would not have departed so swiftly, leaving her a widow at a young age. Fortunately, with Li Dahai by her side, such concerns were now obsolete. A portable lamp cast a soft glow within the tent, creating an atmosphere of intimacy. In this warm ambience, Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying gradually drew closer, their forms merging into one indistinguishable silhouette. They had transcended individuality, and that night, Hu Xiaoying felt profoundly connected to Li Dahai, experiencing a fulfillment that compensated for the previous night's disappointments. As she lay there, Hu Xiaoying couldn't help but reflect on how Li Dahai had treated her ailments the night before. Could it be that his very essence was a miraculous remedy? Yet, she soon reassured herself, after years of solitude, sharing a few nights with Li Dahai felt like the most potent cure of all. With this thought, her satisfaction with him grew even deeper. Chapter 100. The mountain climber. This evening, Li Dahai exerted himself exceptionally, striving to thoroughly satisfy Hu Xiaoying. Particularly when Hu Xiaoying was moved, the fragrance from her body intensified, making it even more convenient for Li Dahai to absorb it. At that moment, feeling blessed to have someone as precious as Hu Xiaoying, Li Dahai found his practice of the Shinong medical classic to be remarkably efficient. Occasionally, he indulged in such pleasure that it felt less like cultivation and more like savoring life itself. Naturally, this arrangement brought satisfaction not only to Li Dahai but also to Hu Xiaoying. Thus, one could say that the two were enjoying a harmonious existence, complementing each other perfectly. Fortunately, the vibrant scenes within the tent were shielded from the outside world, leaving no trace of their delightful activities visible. The surroundings were eerily silent. Tonight, not a single person or even an insect disturbed the blissful lives of Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying. In this moment, Li Dahai could only think of one word: delightful. On this auspicious night, life was indeed fulfilling. With such a beautiful woman by his side, what more could he desire? That night, Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying shared a wonderful and unforgettable experience. Eventually, the lights within the tent gradually dimmed, and the two embraced contentedly, drifting into sleep. Even in slumber, they remained tightly entwined, unwilling to part from one another. Li Dahai held the petite woman in his arms, feeling an unprecedented sense of fulfillment, as though he had finally found a home. Thus, both Hu Xiaoying and Li Dahai enjoyed a night of sweet repose. At the break of dawn, as the first rays of sunlight filtered into the tent, Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying slowly awoke. However, upon awakening, they both recognized that the day's tasks were rather demanding. Consequently, after tidying up the tent, Li Dahai led Hu Xiaoying along a different route back. Hu Xiaoying followed Li Dahai tenderly, carrying items behind him, essentially mirroring his every move, resembling a devoted companion. With such a stunning companion, Li Dahai welcomed her presence, feeling a sense of anticipation within. After all, with Hu Xiaoying by his side, his life had transformed from its previous monotony. Furthermore, with the addition of Wang Zilan and Wang Zuixiang, Li Dahai had found himself quite occupied lately. Yet, even amidst the busyness, it was all related to these remarkable women. Hence, one could assert that Li Dahai was both happy and content, genuinely relishing this feeling. As they descended the mountain, Li Dahai collected herbs along the way, providing Hu Xiaoying with various explanations. Having taken Hu Xiaoying as both a confidant and a subordinate, it was essential for her to learn about these herbs. Thankfully, Hu Xiaoying was intelligent and grasped the concepts quickly. Li Dahai mused that had Hu Xiaoying come from a privileged background, she might have pursued a university education. Yet, Hu Xiaoying preferred not to dwell on such thoughts. For now, she was content to follow Li Dahai. As they made their descent, they encountered a man and a woman dressed in climbing attire approaching them. Li Dahai could discern that the couple seemed to be in some disagreement. The woman clearly wished to ignore the man, while he persistently followed her. As Li Dahai drew closer, he overheard the girl say, "Zhao Dapeng, why do you keep following me? I just want to climb the mountain and clear my mind." The man, Zhao Dapeng, replied, "Zhangya, it's unsafe for you to climb alone. What if you encounter a bad person? I'm following you for your safety." However, Zhangya rolled her eyes and retorted, "Zhao Dapeng, it would be better if you didn't come. Your presence makes everything uncomfortable." Li Dahai's interest was piqued. While the man was unremarkable, the woman was quite striking. The girl approaching appeared youthful and vibrant, with a ponytail that suggested she was a recent university graduate. Her slender figure, accentuated by her fitted climbing attire, showcased her long legs and delicate waist. Zhangya, adorned in climbing gear and carrying a backpack, clearly valued her independence. As she refused to let Zhao Dapeng take her pack, Li Dahai chuckled and remarked, "Xiaoying, look at that. Is tight-fitting attire now the trend for mountain climbing?" "Who's Xiaoying?" Noticing the approaching couple, cautioned him, "Great Dr. Dahai, please refrain from teasing me. They are almost upon us." As anticipated, the couple soon approached Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying. Appearing somewhat fatigued, Zhao Dapeng, upon noticing Hu Xiaoying, was immediately captivated. Initially dismissive of Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying, he was now utterly enchanted by Hu Xiaoying's beauty, especially her superior figure compared to Zhangya's. Overwhelmed by Hu Xiaoying's allure, Zhao Dapeng disregarded Zhangya entirely and approached Hu Xiaoying directly. Unbeknownst to him, he was about to startle Hu Xiaoying as he extended his hands and said, "Hello, beautiful lady. It's a pleasure to meet you. Is the path ahead dangerous? We intend to continue climbing." Hu Xiaoying, momentarily taken aback, hesitated, especially as Zhao Dapeng clearly intended to shake her hand. At that moment, Li Dahai swiftly stepped in front of Hu Xiaoying, shielding her from Zhao Dapeng's advances. Chapter 101. Zhang Yame. At this moment, Li Dahai furrowed his brows slightly. Zhao Dapeng appeared to be rather abrupt. They were essentially strangers, yet he had the audacity to reach out for Hu Xiaoying's hand. It was impossible to believe there was no ulterior motive. The crux of the matter was that Hu Xiaoying had already become Li Dahai's woman. How could he allow her to engage with another man? Observing Zhao Dapeng's outstretched hands, Li Dahai did not contemplate for long. After all, Zhao Dapeng was dressed in high-end brands, suggesting he was likely a scion of a wealthy family. However, this status held little significance for Li Dahai. If Zhao Dapeng harbored any intentions towards Hu Xiaoying, Li Dahai would ensure he regretted ever stepping foot in this world. With a frown, Li Dahai remarked, "Is there no path behind you? Are you incapable of seeing? Moreover, this woman behind me is my girlfriend, so kindly refrain from inappropriate glances." Indeed, the previously dull Zhao Dapeng paid no heed to Li Dahai's words, instead keeping his gaze fixated on Hu Xiaoying. This mysterious stare made Hu Xiaoying feel quite uncomfortable, prompting her to hide behind Li Dahai. Li Dahai's protective stance was twofold. Firstly, he did not wish for his woman to interact with other men. Secondly, Hu Xiaoying possessed an aura of celestial significance, necessitating that she remain distanced from other men, especially someone like Zhao Dapeng, who exuded danger at first glance. Consequently, Hu Xiaoying could not afford to let him approach. Upon hearing Li Dahai's words, Zhao Dapeng snapped back to reality, awkwardly smiling. Despite the lack of a handshake, he withdrew his hands. Internally, he thought, so what if Hu Xiaoying has a boyfriend? I have pursued women with boyfriends before. Besides, with enough wealth, what kind of woman is unattainable? Especially as he gazed at Hu Xiaoying, salivating over her beauty, he silently vowed to win her heart. Having never encountered such a stunning woman, Zhao Dapeng then smiled and said, "Did you two just come down from the mountain? May I inquire your names? Shall we get acquainted?" Zhangya, standing behind Zhao Dapeng, scoffed softly, having long seen through his intentions. Zhao Dapeng's relentless pursuit of Zhangya stemmed from her family's wealth and her own beauty. However, one could not be certain whether Zhao Dapeng was motivated by genuine affection or merely seeking amusement. Regardless of the reason, Zhangya was convinced that Zhao Dapeng was not sincere. Witnessing his earlier behavior towards Hu Xiaoying filled her with disgust. Yet, with Zhao Dapeng's audacity, someone as demure as Zhangya often found herself at a loss against such boldness. Li Dahai frowned, recognizing that the man before them sought friendship primarily to connect with Hu Xiaoying and learn her name. Thus, without hesitation, he firmly declined, stating, "No need for names. They are but code names. We will be parting ways now." With that, Li Dahai took Hu Xiaoying's hand, preparing to leave. Hu Xiaoying softly agreed, momentarily acquiescing to Li Dahai's words. Furthermore, her impression of Zhao Dapeng was far from favorable. She desired to distance herself from him. Zhao Dapeng, feeling utterly embarrassed, had not anticipated his overtures would be met with disdain. At that moment, he thought fiercely, my family holds power. Finding out about someone should be easy. Even so, he continued to gaze at Hu Xiaoying with an unsettling intensity, much to Li Dahai's irritation. It seemed that Zhao Dapeng was courting disaster. Li Dahai resolved to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he might remain ignorant of his place. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye smiled slightly, finding Zhao Dapeng insufferable. Had it not been for the business dealings between their families, she would have severed ties with him long ago. She quickly approached, asking, friends, I wish to ascend the mountain. Do you have any recommended routes? I would like to move quickly. Zhang Ye's demeanor was markedly more pleasant than Zhao Dapeng's. Perhaps there exists a unique allure among beautiful women, as she could not help but steal glances at Hu Xiaoying. Having been a campus beauty herself, Zhang Ye found herself comparing her looks and figure with Hu Xiaoying's. She soon realized her only advantage was her youth, as in other aspects. She fell short of Hu Xiaoying. This realization left Zhang Ye feeling rather disheartened. Rarely did she encounter someone so strikingly beautiful. However, she was still young enough to rebound quickly. Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying found Zhang Ye's polite demeanor agreeable, so Li Dahai pointed her towards a route up the mountain. Yet, upon observing the weather, he cautioned, Zhang Ye, if I were you, I would refrain from ascending right now. It appears a storm may be imminent. I suggest you find a place to shelter from the rain. Before he could finish, Zhao Dapeng hurriedly interjected, wait, Zhang Ye, don't listen to this country bumpkin. The weather seems fine. Let us hurry and climb. At this juncture, Zhang Ye hesitated. Her instincts told her Li Dahai's warnings were valid. Yet she was reluctant to abandon her plans to climb, as she was not one to give up easily. Torn, she finally resolved, thank you for your warning. I will be cautious while ascending, but I must continue. Li Dahai was indifferent. If they wished to climb, so be it. He had issued his warning adequately. Once Zhang Ye and Zhao Dapeng resumed their ascent, Hu Xiaoying voiced her concerns. Dahai, do you truly believe it will rain? Li Dahai chuckled, of course. Would I deceive you? I frequently gather herbs in these mountains, and have discerned the weather patterns here. Let us not rush. We should find a spot to set up our tent and wait out the rain. Shortly after, they located a spacious area to shelter from the rain. Just as Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying finished pitching the tent, dark clouds gathered, and a fierce storm erupted, drenching the surroundings in a torrential downpour. Chapter 102. A shelter from the rain. Hu Xiaoying was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Li Dahai would express himself with such precision. It seemed that Li Dahai possessed not only medical expertise but also a modicum of understanding regarding feng shui. Observing the admiration in Hu Xiaoying's eyes, Li Dahai felt certain that his visit was worthwhile. However, Hu Xiaoying expressed her concerns, saying, do you think that little girl will be all right? That man earlier seemed rather lecherous. It made me uncomfortable. After speaking, she anxiously patted her chest. The motion sent a surge through her, causing Li Dahai's gaze to fixate on her. Moreover, Hu Xiaoying's form-fitting attire accentuated the movement, momentarily dazzling him. Noticing Li Dahai's reaction, Hu Xiaoying's cheeks flushed, and she quickly remarked, Dr. Li, haven't you had enough to look at last night? With her bashful demeanor, Li Dahai embraced her and replied, Sister Xiaoying, how could I ever have enough? I feel as though I could gaze upon you for a lifetime, for you are simply exquisite. His heartfelt declaration left Hu Xiaoying flustered and at a loss for words. Li Dahai, captivated by Hu Xiaoying's alluring beauty, mused, Sister Xiaoying, are not all men somewhat captivated by beauty? I believe that Zhao Dapeng fellow must have had his fair share of women as well. Yet, one cannot blame him. Who could resist your charms? In that fleeting moment, you ensnared my attention completely. I have encountered many alluring women, whether from the League of Legends or figures like El Xiulian. Yet you, Sister Xiaoying, consistently leave me in awe. One can only imagine how breathtaking you must be on a daily basis. Holding Hu Xiaoying's soft form, he found it difficult to part from her embrace. Yet outside, the rain intensified, prompting Li Dahai to glance through the tent window. The mountaintop was engulfed in a deluge, and the relentless downpour rendered movement impossible. Fortunately, he and Hu Xiaoying had set up the tent early, and he had chosen a sturdy, waterproof one. Otherwise, they would have found themselves drenched. In the warmth of the tent, both Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying relished the moment. Hu Xiaoying lay quietly on Li Dahai's chest, savoring the serene tranquility. However, their peace was soon disrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. Li Dahai turned to see two figures rushing down from the mountain, Zhao Daping and Zhang Ye, the very individuals he had warned earlier. Apparently, the youth had not heeded his advice. Li Dahai chose not to intervene, recognizing the stormy conditions above. Moreover, he noted that both were equipped with umbrellas, though such flimsy protection was futile against the torrential rain. It was not long before they resembled drenched chickens, particularly Zhang Ye. In her tight-fitting attire, revealed her figure even more strikingly when soaked. Li Dahai realized Zhang Ye was a remarkable woman, yet lamented that such a treasure would be wasted on Zhao Daping. Shaking his head in resignation, he felt content with Hu Xiaoying, who was no less captivating than Zhang Ye, thus diminishing his desire for other women. In contrast, Zhao Daping had initially aspired to ascend the peak with Zhang Ye. The Green Mountain range was expansive, yet the perilous heights deterred them from venturing deeper. They had barely begun their ascent when the storm struck unexpectedly, leaving them no choice but to retreat. Regrettably, they had not found any shelter on the mountaintop, and given their affluent backgrounds, they valued their safety above all else. As Zhang Ye's clothing clung to her, Zhao Daping's gaze widened in surprise, contemplating how fortunate he would be if he could marry her. However, Zhang Ye, affected by the sudden downpour, was oblivious to Zhao Daping's lingering stare. After a brief sprint, Zhang Ye decided to head back up the mountain, leaving Zhao Daping bewildered. Zhang Ye, why are you going back up? We should hurry down. With a dismissive pout, she replied, Zhao Daping, if you want to go up, go ahead. I can't keep up. I saw a tent earlier. I intend to take shelter there. It must be the one we encountered before. Zhao Daping, already harboring a poor impression of Li Dahai, muttered, that man seems dubious. You want to enter a stranger's tent? You're quite bold, Zhang Ye. Yet, Zhang Ye ignored him, and Zhao Daping was suddenly reminded of Hu Xiaoying's beauty, igniting a surge of excitement within him. With thoughts of possibly seeing Hu Xiaoying in the tent, he abandoned his reluctance and followed Zhang Ye into the rain. Chapter 103. Are you a doctor? On the other side, Li Dahai was embracing Hu Xiaoying tenderly when he heard the footsteps that had just departed returning once more. As he looked out, he noticed a man and a woman standing outside the tent. This allowed Li Dahai to observe Zhang Ye's alluring figure up close. It must be said that at that moment, Zhang Ye in the rain resembled a stunning beauty emerging from a bath, radiant and extraordinary. Meanwhile, Zhao Daping beside her was entirely overlooked by Li Dahai, for in his eyes, Zhao Daping was merely inconsequential. Perhaps due to the dampness, Zhang Ye suddenly sneezed. Observing this, Zhao Daping promptly inquired, Zhang Ye, are you catching a cold? I have some cold medicine. Do you need it? Zhang Ye, feeling rather helpless, replied, Zhao Daping. Given this downpour, it would be strange not to catch a cold. But in this situation, how can I take cold medicine? You should keep it for yourself. Turning to Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying inside the tent, Zhang Ye said, Dear brother and sister, I apologize for not heeding your advice earlier. The rain outside is truly torrential. May I come inside to seek shelter? Upon hearing this, Li Dahai furrowed his brow. Although the tent could accommodate 3 or 4 people, allowing her in would disrupt the intimate moment with Hu Xiaoying. Then Zhang Ye added, Handsome brother, beautiful sister, could you allow me to sit inside just for a moment? Once the rain stops, I will leave on my own. Rest assured, I will pay for my stay. Li Dahai pondered that the matter was not about money. He turned to Hu Xiaoying and asked, What do you think, Xiaoying? Hu Xiaoying, though feeling conflicted, was inherently gentle and kind. After considering the situation, she said, Dahai, why not make a new friend? Let this girl in. After all, she is a woman, and we wouldn't want her to fall ill. Li Dahai thought to himself that it would be hard to refuse such a beautiful woman. Moreover, having her remain would afford him the chance to admire Zhang Ye's captivating figure up close. Thus, he conceded, Very well, you may come in. Seeing Zhang Ye about to enter, Zhao Daping grew anxious. If she entered, it would mean 2 stunning beauties were inside the tent, and he was left outside. Although he remained passive for the moment, the prospect of closely observing 2 enchanting women in the rain was enticing. He quickly pleaded, Brother, beautiful sister, may I also come in? You can't let her go in alone while I stay out here. I assure you, I have more than enough to cover the accommodation. Whatever you ask, I will pay. However, Li Dahai did not hesitate to refuse Zhao Daping, stating, It's not that I won't let you in, but my tent becomes quite cramped with 3 people, and given your size, it would be rather unsuitable. You should stay outside. At this, Zhang Ye disdainfully glanced at Zhao Daping, saying, Zhao Daping, mind your words. Who said we are together? We are not affiliated at all. With that, she swiftly dashed into the tent, leaving Zhao Daping seething outside. despite his wealth and desire to confront Li Dahai and claim both beauties for himself. Reason told him that he was no match for Li Dahai, who could easily overpower him. Zhao Daping clenched his teeth, regretting not having brought a couple of bodyguards with him, as they were capable fighters against an average villager. Little did he know. After Li Dahai had honed his skills through the Divine Dragon Medical Classic, even a couple of bodyguards would pose no threat to him, for he regarded Zhao Daping as nothing more than a nuisance. Standing in the pouring rain, Zhao Daping felt resentment brewing within him. Finally, he gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "Zhangya, you wretched girl, one day you will regret this. And I won't spare Hu Xiaoying either." After venting his frustrations, he reluctantly departed. Upon entering the tent, Zhangya slipped and fell directly into Li Dahai's embrace. Quick to react, Li Dahai caught her. As he held Zhangya, he was enveloped by a vibrant, youthful fragrance, especially as her clothes were soaked, making the sensation delightful. Zhangya, finding herself nestled in Li Dahai's arms, blushed, as she had never experienced such close proximity with a man, let alone in such a position where they could feel each other's breath. Li Dahai gazed at Zhangya's face. Although the rain had washed away her light makeup, her natural beauty was still breathtaking. Water droplets clung to her fair skin, making her resemble a fairy in the rain. Holding Zhangya, he did not release her. Zhangya's heart raced, and noticing Li Dahai's lack of action, she shyly suggested, "Brother, could you please let me go? I will only sit here for a while before leaving." Realizing her discomfort, Li Dahai quickly released her, though he felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, how could he not wish to hold such a beautiful woman a little longer? However, with Hu Xiaoying present, he had to relinquish her. Once inside the tent, Zhangya hastily shook the water from her hair. At that moment, Hu Xiaoying handed her a towel to dry off, strengthening the bond between Zhangya and Hu Xiaoying. Yet, Zhangya continued to sneeze. Observing this, Li Dahai remarked, "Zhangya, you seem to have caught a chill. Do not worry, I will prepare a herbal remedy for you. If you soak it and consume it, you should feel better." He then retrieved a medical kit and handed it to Zhangya, leaving her somewhat astonished. With a hint of confusion, she asked, "Dahai, are you really a doctor?" Chapter 104. The breath of youth. At that moment, Hu Xiaoying quickly interjected with a smile, "Zhangya, you may not know, but this Dahai brother is renowned as a divine doctor within 100 miles. The villagers nearby are well aware of his reputation. If you frequent this area, you will surely hear his name." Upon hearing this, Zhangya seemed to recall something, slapping her forehead in realization. "Oh dear, I'm so startled. Sister Xiaoying, I remember now. Recently, I've been hiking in the vicinity and have heard of the great Dahai's reputation. The villagers claim that no hospital in the world can rival your medical skills. However, that seemed a bit exaggerated, so I didn't take it to heart. Dahai, if this cold of mine gets better, I shall call you a divine doctor." Unlike Zhao Daping, Zhangya felt a sense of admiration for Li Dahai due to the rain. Moreover, given Li Dahai's talents and his beautiful girlfriend, she thought it unlikely that he would harbor any intentions towards her. Knowing that she had discreetly tucked away her wallet, she felt a sense of relief. Zhangya glanced outside the tent with a hint of concern. Li Dahai chuckled, "Zhangya, I believe this rain will continue for quite some time. Let us remain in the tent for now. If necessary, we can spend the night here." Zhangya, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "Well, it seems we have no other choice. Oh, by the way, I wonder if Zhao Daping has left." At that moment, Li Dahai looked around and noticed that Zhao Daping had indeed wandered off. With a smile, he inquired, "Zhangya, what is your relationship with Zhao Daping? I see he has abandoned you to walk away." Zhangya pouted. "That Zhao Daping is such a bothersome fellow, a lecherous rogue. If it weren't for the amicable ties between our families, I would have long ceased to pay him any mind. I should have departed earlier today, had he not been pestering me and slowing me down. I wouldn't be in this predicament." At that moment, it was clear that Zhangya had vented all her frustrations onto Zhao Daping, and her tone suggested she would relish the thought of punishing him. After all, she felt uncomfortable in her soaked clothes, having forgotten to bring a change. Yet, with a man present in the tent, she felt too embarrassed to change, fearing it would be too shameful. Thus, Zhangya fell silent, yearning for the rain to cease so she could return home. From her words, Li Dahai gathered that both she and Zhao Daping hailed from a large city. Fortunately, the scenery at Mount Jinshan was delightful, making their stay here feel like a vacation, as they resided at a local inn. However, the relentless downpour forced Zhang Yu to remain in the tent for the night, observing the rain intensifying outside, transforming the ground into a river. She abandoned any hope of the rain stopping and shyly asked Li Dahai, "Dahai, could you please turn your head? I I wish to change my clothes. Li Dahai, amused by her request, glanced at Zhang Ye's current attire. She wore a form-fitting outfit, drenched and accentuating her figure, radiating a youthful allure that he could perceive up close. Whether facing him or turning away, he could see her slender waist and long legs beautifully highlighted. Unlike Hu Xiaoying, who exuded grace and poise, Zhang Ye was vivacious, and Li Dahai often found himself reflecting on how being around youthful women rejuvenated his spirit, as though he had turned back the clock a few years. Observing this, Hu Xiaoying quickly suggested, "Sister, why don't you change out of those wet clothes? Otherwise, you might catch a cold. Wearing soaked clothes all day is unwise." Zhang Ye responded, "Sister, I didn't bring any spare clothes. I forgot them." Hu Xiaoying replied, "I have some. I was just worried you wouldn't like them. I noticed your clothes seem to be designer brands." Zhang Ye chuckled, "Sister Xiaoying, what does it matter if they are designer? It's just a piece of clothing. And I believe your beautiful attire is quite lovely as well." Hu Xiaoying felt a sense of pride at being complimented by a beautiful young woman. Observing the exchange between these two stunning women, Li Dahai was thoroughly captivated. Both Hu Xiaoying and Zhang Ye, clad in form-fitting attire, showcased their exquisite figures, leaving him momentarily awestruck. Eventually, with reluctance, Li Dahai turned away, saying, "Zhang Ye, please change quickly. I want tea." Look. Zhang Ye's cheeks flushed crimson as she realized she had never changed clothes in front of a man before. She hadn't anticipated that after such a brief time with Li Dahai, she would find herself breaking her usual reservations. Fortunately, Zhang Ye was accustomed to a sheltered life, having not experienced romance in school as she was pursued by wealthy suitors while others hesitated. However, she found such familial matchmaking pursuits distasteful. Recently graduated from university, she felt no urgency to marry, yet she was aware that her family might one day pressure her into compliance. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Zhang Ye felt a wave of agitation. However, upon glancing at Li Dahai, she contemplated that if his medical skills were indeed as remarkable as rumored, perhaps she could seek his assistance in times of trouble. With this in mind, she resolved to cultivate a good relationship with Li Dahai, even considering leveraging her beauty if necessary. Feeling her cheeks warm again, she quickly patted her face, wondering when her thoughts had become so extreme. Had she truly forgotten her innocence upon stepping out of the school gates? Chapter 105. Surprise indeed. Zhang Ye could not help but think this way, as her family was rather intricate. Although they possessed a certain wealth, the rivalries and intrigues among family members were abundant. Fortunately, the family business was currently under the authority of her grandfather, who, regrettably, had long been bedridden. In affluent families such as theirs, marriages were often orchestrated by the elders. While Zhang Ye's grandfather was still alive, once he passed, she would inevitably have to acquiesce to the arrangements of the family elders. Sometimes, one enjoys the benefits of the family from childhood, and as one matures, one must also consider the family's interests. One cannot simply walk away. Wang Qiuyang, too, wished to contribute to his family, yet he was averse to the notion of marriage as a means to do so. Moreover, Zhang Ye was inherently an independent woman. Although she could find various excuses to reject Zhao Daping, there were numerous other families, such as the Li and Wang families, vying for attention. Zhang Ye had been traveling extensively and was reluctant to return, but after encountering Li Dahai today, a sudden thought crossed her mind. If Li Dahai could restore her grandfather's health, her influence within the family business would surely expand. As for what Li Dahai desired in return, Zhang Ye resolved to concede to his wishes, feeling that she had already ventured too far. She found herself not disliking Li Dahai. In fact, she felt a budding admiration for him. As Li Dahai turned his back, Zhang Ye began to prepare to remove her damp clothing. Although he had averted his gaze, his attention remained fixated on her. Hu Xiaoying assisted Zhang Ye, and as she shed her clothes, her flawless figure was revealed. Zhang Ye's skin was remarkably fair and delicate, and even her graceful form evoked envy from Hu Xiaoying. Despite Hu Xiaoying's own commendable figure, she could not help but exclaim, "Zhang Ye, your physique is truly remarkable, and youth is indeed a blessing. You surpass me by quite a margin." Hu Xiaoying's words were, of course, modest, prompting Zhang Ye to respond quickly, "Sister-in-law, please do not belittle me. I merely consider myself passably attractive, but in comparison to you, I am still somewhat lacking." Hu Xiaoying chuckled heartily as she handed her clothing to Zhang Ye. However, the moment Zhang Ye accepted the garments, a sudden shriek escaped her lips. This exclamation drew Li Dahai's attention, who instinctively turned around, concerned something had gone awry. Consequently, Zhang Ye, still in the midst of undressing, found herself exposed before Li Dahai's gaze. He beheld her form in its entirety, both the seen and the unseen. Leaving him somewhat astonished, Zhang Ye's figure beneath the fitted attire exceeded his expectations. In that moment, she radiated a vibrant youthful energy, igniting an inexplicable sensation within him with just a fleeting glance. Upon realizing Li Dahai had turned back, Zhang Yu felt an overwhelming urge to find a hiding place. Yet, as he met her gaze, she did not shy away. Rather, she thought it better to let Li Dahai gaze his fill. She had not anticipated such an occurrence today, feeling as though she was continuously pushing her boundaries. Zhang Yu, what is the matter? What just happened? Li Dahai inquired. With a wry smile, she replied, Brother Dahai, I intended to retrieve my phone to dry it, but I seem to have misplaced it while fleeing. Now, without my phone, how can I return? Li Dahai chuckled and reassured her, that poses no problem. You can accompany Hu Xiaoying and me down the mountain, and once we reach the village, you will surely find a way back to the town. Zhang Yu pondered briefly. This was indeed a viable solution, aligning her path with Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying. Simultaneously, a troubling thought crossed her mind. What if her phone had been picked up by Zhao Daping? This notion stirred a wave of anxiety within her, as her phone contained countless private photos she cherished, which she would prefer to keep from the prying eyes of that lecherous man. The thought of such an invasion felt more unbearable than death itself. Thus, Zhang Yu refrained from sharing her concerns with Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying, for the embarrassment was too great to bear. With the misunderstanding cleared, Zhang Yu hastily donned Hu Xiaoying's clothing. Throughout this process, Li Dahai did not turn his back again. Having seen her, he was not one to feign modesty. In this society, it was often better to openly appreciate beauty. Moreover, Zhang Yu exhibited no resistance. Her acquiescence only pleased Li Dahai further. At that moment, he noticed Zhang Yu was deliberately taking her time to dress, allowing him to fully appreciate her form. Particularly when she bent over, every movement seemed to tug at his senses, her long legs and shapely figure declaring her youth and beauty. The very essence that captivates a man's gaze. Li Dahai felt a surge of delight. He had initially ventured into the mountains for medicinal herbs, but had unexpectedly met Zhang Yu and even glimpsed the secrets of a fresh graduate. He deemed his trip a resounding success. Once Zhang Yu finished dressing, she let out a sigh of relief, having realized Li Dahai's eyes were on her the entire time, leaving her feeling quite bashful. Yet, the nature of his gaze stirred something within her. She understood the implications of such attention from a man. However, unlike Zhao Daping's lascivious gaze, Li Dahai's appeared sincere. Zhang Yu recognized that even women could be captivated by their own beauty, let alone men. The openness of Li Dahai's admiration calmed her nerves significantly, and after their interaction today, she had received considerable support from him. Amidst a sense of shyness, Zhang Yu found herself not opposing Li Dahai's gaze. Instead, she felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, she was an adult, albeit with a rather subdued romantic life. Yet that did not imply she was naive to the ways of the world. Chapter 106, Zhang Yu buys medicine. Zhang Yu was acutely aware that the implications of a lone man and woman sharing a tent were all too evident. Fortunately, Li Dahai's girlfriend, Hu Xiaoying, was also present. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu found herself pondering the scenario if she were in a similar situation with Zhao Daping. It was likely that Zhao Daping would have already taken advantage of her, given that he was hardly a paragon of virtue. His intention to accompany her on this mountain trek was undoubtedly driven by ulterior motives. In such a scenario, the act would precede any formal arrangements between the Zhang and Zhao families, leaving Zhao Daping unscathed. This train of thought stirred a sense of disdain within Zhang Yu for Zhao Daping, as she realized he was still scheming against her even at this juncture. It was clear she needed to establish boundaries upon their return. As she contemplated this, Zhang Yu, in the prime of her youth, gradually donned her clothing. These fleeting moments felt like the most beautiful days of her life, especially since Li Dahai had just glimpsed the alluring form of a young female university student, radiating an aura of pure innocence. This sight momentarily rendered him speechless, making him swallow hard. He considered Zhang Yu to be an exquisite beauty, and it struck him that she had never been in a romantic relationship. Upon observing her closely, he realized that she had not yet blossomed into a true woman, which explained her youthful essence, a quality that had a familiar resonance. Nonetheless, Li Dahai understood that her current state could be beneficial for his cultivation of the Dragon King's secret. Regardless, he resolved to foster a good relationship with Zhang Yu, believing that if fate allowed, they would meet again naturally. Once Zhang Yu finished dressing, her complexion returned to normal. She shyly gathered her wet clothes, relieved that their bags still contained some provisions. Thus, Li Dahai, Hu Xiaoying, and Zhang Yu shared the food they had brought. They engaged in light conversation, during which Li Dahai learned that Zhang Yu's family was involved in the timber business, a substantial enterprise at that. However, Given her pampered upbringing and the high value of her mountaineering gear, especially her expensive jewelry, Li Dahai discerned her privileged status but chose not to comment further. The rain continued to pour outside, prompting Li Dahai to decide that they would spend the night in the tent. The spacious interior allowed for a relatively comfortable arrangement, though the proximity of the three made their interactions quite transparent. At that moment, Zhang Yu felt as if she were a mere light bulb illuminating the space. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying had unknowingly embraced tightly while sleeping, causing Zhang Yu to feel quite awkward. She felt like an intruder, hesitant to move for fear of disturbing the couple's slumber. Thus, Zhang Yu endured a restless night, while Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying slept soundly. Yet, Li Dahai felt a tinge of regret that the presence of another person prevented him from sharing intimate moments with Hu Xiaoying. The following morning, Hu Xiaoying awoke in Li Dahai's embrace. Instinctively, she leaned in for a kiss, but the thought of Zhang Yu's presence restrained her. After a day of relentless rain, the morning greeted them with bright sunshine. Li Dahai stood up, still holding Hu Xiaoying, and said, "Sister Xiaoying and Miss Zhang Yu, let us hasten our descent. The weather in the mountains has been quite peculiar." Zhang Yu nodded eagerly, realizing that without her phone, her only option was to return to Qinshan village with Li Dahai and the others. Upon returning, she planned to purchase a new phone and find a hotel in town. Their descent proceeded smoothly, but even while navigating the trail, Li Dahai took the opportunity to collect herbs he encountered. Impressed by his expertise, Zhang Yu clutched the medicine bag he had gifted her, resolved to consume its contents upon returning home. After the events of the previous night, she felt unwell. Likely due to a cold, Li Dahai had already noticed her malaise and quickened their pace. Upon reaching Qinshan village, he led Zhang Yu to his pharmacy, while Hu Xiaoying chose to remain behind rather than return home immediately. Upon entering the clinic, Zhang Yu weakly expressed, "I fear I am nearing my limit. Could you brew the medicine from this bag for me? I wish to drink it now." Before Li Dahai could respond, Hu Xiaoying took the initiative to assist. However, she only prepared half a bag of medicine, which she promptly delivered to Zhang Yu. After consuming the concoction, Zhang Yu was astonished to find that her discomfort had dissipated entirely, even feeling more invigorated than before their mountain trek. Previously, when ill, she had visited renowned hospitals, yet none had offered such rapid relief as Li Dahai's medicine. At that moment, Zhang Yu began to genuinely believe in Li Dahai's medical prowess. Ecstatically, she approached him, exclaiming, "Divine Dr. Dahai, your medicine is truly remarkable. I wish to purchase several more doses. Rest assured, I will pay you upon my return to town." In her exuberance, she leaped, unwittingly allowing Li Dahai a clear view of her flawless figure, accentuated by her snug attire. As she moved, her entire body swayed, prompting Li Dahai to reflect on the exuberance of youth. Chapter 107. El Shilian arrives at this moment. Zhang Yu felt unconcerned about the consequences. Perhaps she was aware that her actions would surely capture the attention of men. It might also be that Zhang Yu was intentionally behaving this way, aspiring to one day invite Li Dahai to her home. Particularly at this moment, Zhang Yu found this interaction exhilarating. Even going so far as to link her arm with Li Dahai's, Li Dahai felt a soft warmth enveloping his arm, causing his heart to flutter. Indeed, as the ancients said, it is most difficult to withstand the affections of a beauty. This was precisely the sentiment. It appeared that Zhang Yu had resorted to the wiles of a femme fatale to persuade Li Dahai to part with his medicine. After all, one must be willing to sacrifice something to gain something greater. Li Dahai resolved to offer Zhang Yu a taste of sweetness. "Sister, inquire around. Our fees in the village are the most reasonable. Rest assured, I will cure your ailment if you come here. However, if you seek to buy medicine, I can only provide you with a limited supply. Herbal remedies are in such high demand these days. Though I have gathered quite a bit, I cannot guarantee how long it will last." Zhang Yu pouted slightly before asking, "Li Dahai, may I purchase your prescription? If I have the prescription, I can simply fetch the herbs from another pharmacy. Money is not an issue." Upon hearing this, Li Dahai frowned and promptly declined. "No way. This prescription is a closely guarded secret of every physician. If my prescription falls into someone else's hands, how will I survive?" Though the Shinong medical classic encompasses a vast array of knowledge, I believe each prescription within it is worth a fortune. It is not something that can be casually sold for a few hundred or thousand yuan like the dilapidated houses in the countryside. Moreover, since obtaining the Shinong medical classic, I have treated it as my most prized possession. To sell it for mere money would be to underestimate its value. Thus, Li Dahai was resolute in his refusal to be swayed by a woman. After all, he was not lacking in female admirers. If he could win Zhang Yu over, It would be a bonus. If not, he would incur no loss. Hence, he firmly stated, Zhangya, that is out of the question. These prescriptions have been passed down through my family and cannot simply be sold. Do not worry. As long as I can treat the illness, I will ensure your recovery. Even if you have the prescription, it is of no use, as all my remedies are personally formulated. Besides me, no one else can achieve the same results. Even with the prescription in hand. After all, a prescription is merely a lifeless formula. When I prepare medicine, I must consider the patient's condition, time, weather, and various other factors. Such discernment relies solely on a physician's experience. Zhangya felt somewhat abrupt and quickly apologized to Li Dahai. She decided to purchase a portion of the herbs to take home. At this moment, she realized that her previous remarks were ill-considered. Her apology was laced with subtle irony. As she leaned closer to Li Dahai, at times allowing him to catch a whiff of her unique fragrance, which he found quite delightful. Meanwhile, Zhao Daping was having a miserable time. After enduring a day of rain, he finally returned to the inn in town, which was situated next to Zhangya's. However, Zhao Daping wore a sullen expression. He regretted having followed Zhangya from the big city, only to gain nothing and endure an entire day of rain. He had never suffered such indignities before. Moreover, after seeing Hu Xiaoying the previous day, an unquenchable desire had ignited within him. Now, he found himself dismissive of everyone else, fixated on finding another beauty like Hu Xiaoying to satiate his cravings. Yet, there were no attractive women in this town, so he turned his attention to Zhangya. He silently vowed that once Zhangya returned, he would abandon any pretense of being a gentleman and would seize her without hesitation, thinking that once the deed was done, he would emerge victorious. However, as he waited, Zhangya did not return. Confused, Zhao Daping pondered the delay. Meanwhile, after returning with Li Dahai, Zhangya realized that the day had grown late. It would be rather tardy to go back to town now, so, prompted by Hu Xiaoying, she decided to rest for the night at Li Dahai's place. As Zhangya curiously observed Li Dahai's clinic, several villagers, having heard of his return, lined up to seek treatment. Most had minor ailments. Li Dahai swiftly prescribed some herbal remedies and sent them on their way. Watching the villagers call out to him as Dr. Li, Li Dahai felt no particular pride in their reliance on him, but Zhangya was left in awe. The saying goes, fame brings fear, pigs fear growing fat. The fact that Li Dahai had earned such trust from so many villagers struck her as remarkable, further enhancing her faith in his medical skills. Just then, a woman rushed in, dressed in a floral dress that did little to conceal her alluring figure. Her hurried movements accentuated her curves, captivating Li Dahai's attention. What man could resist such charm? Observing this, Zhangya felt a pang of contemplation. This woman exuded an undeniable femininity, one she had only seen in her mother and a few aunts. How could there be such a stunning woman in a village? She stole a glance at Hu Xiaoying. Her curiosity piqued. The newcomer was none other than El Xiuyan, the village chief's wife, who had been eagerly awaiting Li Dahai's return. As the saying goes, at 30, one is like a wolf, at 40, like a tiger. Without Li Dahai's company for some time, El Xiuyan had grown restless. The mere thought of their passionate night together left her excited and sleepless. However, after the incident with Wang Yonggue, who had been loudly searching for the culprit, he had not suspected El Xiuyan at all. Upon entering, El Xiuyan's presence delighted Li Dahai, especially as she had adorned herself with exquisite makeup that day. Nervously, he exclaimed, Xiaoyan, what brings you here? El Xiuyan laughed heartily, her smile radiant as she replied, Divine Dr. Dahai, have you been away so long that I cannot come to see you? Chapter 108. El Xiuyan's speculation. After El Xiuyan finished speaking, she cast a glance at Hu Xiaoying and Zhangya within the room. To her surprise, she recognized Hu Xiaoying. Moreover, El Xiuyan had already established a certain intimacy with Li Dahai. Thus, when Hu Xiaoying was present, El Xiuyan had begun to speculate about the nature of the relationship between Hu Xiaoying and Li Dahai. What astonished El Xiuyan was the fact that Hu Xiaoying was renowned in the village for her widowhood, esteemed by the villagers as a paragon of virtue. It seemed unexpected that Hu Xiaoying, too, succumbed to Li Dahai's charm. Perhaps it is true that even the most virtuous of women might cast aside their previous reservations in the presence of a suitable and robust man. In response to El Xiuyan's inquiry, Li Dahai chuckled, Sister Xiuyan, you are always welcome here. My door will forever be open to you. However, El Xiuyan turned her attention to Zhangya, asking, Divine Dr. Li, who is this beautiful young lady? Is she your new girlfriend? Zhangya, initially curious about the relationship between El Xiuyan and Li Dahai, was taken aback by the sudden attention directed at her. She quickly rose, stammering, I've just met Li Dahai. I'm not his girlfriend. At that moment, her cheeks flushed crimson, astonished by El Xiulian's boldness. Despite El Xiulian's striking beauty, her audacious demeanor left Zhang Ye feeling momentarily overwhelmed. Li Dahai quickly interjected with a smile. Sister Xiulian, you have misunderstood. Zhang Ye is here for a consultation and will return to town shortly. El Xiulian responded with a soft L. Li Dahai was reluctant to elaborate. And El Xiulian refrained from pressing further, as she understood the nature of her relationship with Li Dahai was that of lovers. To maintain their delightful connection, it was paramount not to pry into matters he preferred to keep private. Mutual happiness was sufficient. Particularly at that moment, El Xiulian felt a surge of impatience within her. The absence of Li Dahai's company during their recent nights together had left her feeling quite starved for affection. In her eyes, Wang Yonggui had become utterly useless, especially with his head wrapped in bandages, showing little signs of recovery. Today, she had seized the opportunity to slip away while Wang Yonggui slept soundly, as his injuries had rendered him exceedingly drowsy, often sleeping for hours on end. This provided El Xiulian ample time to seek pleasure with Li Dahai. Aware of the urgency of her situation, she could not afford to waste any time. With a playful glimmer in her eyes, El Xiulian remarked, Dahai, you still haven't cured my ailment from last time. I find myself in pain all over, particularly here. She pointed to her chest. Li Dahai glanced at her, his eyes nearly widening in astonishment. He had noticed that El Xiulian appeared even more voluptuous than before. Though he had treated her several times, each encounter left him captivated, and his desire was undeniable. El Xiulian, having recognized her own allure, now regarded Li Dahai as a remedy for her loneliness. With her declaration, Li Dahai quickly responded, Sister Xiulian, you're right. I almost forgot. Please come in, and I will tend to your ailment properly. El Xiulian felt an exhilarating joy as she approached Li Dahai. Stepping into the inner room, their proximity allowed Li Dahai to sense her graceful form and alluring warmth, drawing him in completely. As soon as they entered, he eagerly embraced her. El Xiulian's femininity captivated him, igniting a spark of attraction. Lying in the broad embrace of Li Dahai, El Xiulian felt a rush of vitality, as if all her previous grievances had dissipated. Looking into his eyes, she said, Dahai, next time you go out, will you take me along? You can't just bring Hu Xiuying without me. Li Dahai was taken aback by her sudden jealousy. However, he realized he had indeed forgotten El Xiulian when he had taken only Hu Xiuying with him. It appeared that a woman's capacity for jealousy was quite formidable. With a smile, Li Dahai reassured her, Don't worry, Sister Xiulian. I'll take you along on my next herb-gathering trip, though dealing with Wang Yonggui might be a challenge. El Xiulian's eyes sparkled at his words. Dahai, rest assured, I will handle Wang Yonggui's affairs for you. The thought of accompanying Li Dahai stirred excitement within him. It would allow them to indulge in a more intimate relationship. With that thought, Li Dahai lifted El Xiulian effortlessly, hoisting her over his shoulder. She struggled momentarily, but ultimately surrendered to his playful whims. Chapter 109. The method of healing, however. Before that, El Xiulian smiled and said, Great Dr. Li, were you not going to treat my ailment? How can you toss me into this room without attending to my illness? It turned out that Li Dahai was holding El Xiulian towards his grand bed. For Li Dahai, it had taken a long time to wait for Zhang the carpenter to craft this bed, and now it was time to utilize it. Otherwise, having such a large bed would indeed be a waste. Upon hearing El Xiulian's words, Li Dahai chuckled, eager to discern if she was jesting with him. He responded with a smile, Sister Xiulian, you must understand, my approach to healing is more effective on this bed than at any other time. You need not worry. It will be worth the wait. El Xiulian's cheeks flushed slightly, as she had already grasped the implications of Li Dahai's words. Moreover, her body was not plagued by any genuine ailments. The real affliction stemmed from her loneliness. Once that feeling of solitude was alleviated, she would feel revitalized. Yet, she quickly added, Dahai, but outside there are Xiuying and the new girl. I've noticed they've been waiting outside. Is it appropriate for us to be in here? Li Dahai paused momentarily before replying, Sister Xiulian, we are already on the precipice of action. We cannot afford to retreat now. I shall inform the two outside. With that, he gently placed El Xiulian by the bedside and hurriedly exited to the hall. Upon entering the hall, Li Dahai was met with the sight of Zhang Ye and Hu Xiuying craning their necks, peering inside. When they noticed Li Dahai's sudden appearance, Hu Xiuying's face flushed, and she quickly averted her gaze, as did Zhang Ye, who lowered her head, visibly flustered. Li Dahai shook his head in resignation. He had not expected such a strong curiosity from these women, their shared trait evident in both Hu Xiuying and the naive Zhang Ye. He addressed them, Sister Xiaoying. Miss Zhang, please remain here for a while and do not intrude. I need to attend to Sister Xiaoyan. This treatment may take some time, so please be patient. Hu Xiaoying replied, of course, if you need to go, do so quickly. We women can be quite uncomfortable waiting. Li Dahai cast a look of appreciation at Hu Xiaoying. She truly was a caring elder sister who understood the needs of others. Conversely, Zhang Ye appeared even more bashful, keeping her head down and avoiding eye contact with Li Dahai. Li Dahai chuckled, knowing that Zhang Ye's shyness stemmed from her inexperience. Once he guided her into mature womanhood, she would likely shed her timidity. After ensuring both were settled, he hurried back to the room, for a sensuous and alluring El Shulian awaited him. Perhaps the recent days had left El Shulian feeling quite pent up, for upon his entrance, he found her languidly reclined on the bed. With her noble beauty, one leg draped over the bed and the other resting on the edge, she resembled a stunning oil painting of an aristocratic woman. Little did she know how potent her languorous demeanor was in captivating men, especially combined with her mature allure, vibrant red dress, and gently curled hair, all exuding an irresistible charm. Seeing El Shulian in such an enticing state made Li Dahai swallow hard. He could hardly contain himself. The previous night, due to Zhang Ye's presence, nothing had transpired between him and Hu Xiaoying, and he felt a pang of regret. Yet today, with El Shulian's arrival, he found the perfect opportunity to fill the void within him. He rushed over, exclaiming, Sister Xiaoyan, are you ready? I am about to treat you. However, El Shulian shyly responded, I trust you. Please proceed quickly. I must return home afterward. Taken aback, Li Dahai suggested, Sister Xiaoyan, why not stay the night? My house is spacious, and accommodating more guests is no trouble at all. El Shulian felt a flicker of temptation but hesitated, expressing, Dahai. But Wang Yongui is still at home. If I do not return, he may grow suspicious. After a moment of contemplation, Li Dahai realized he needed to hasten their actions. He clapped his hands and declared, Sister Xiaoyan, in that case, we cannot waste any more time. At that moment, he gazed at El Shulian's enchanting figure and quickly approached her. Moments later, El Shulian transformed into a docile lamb, yielding to Li Dahai's every whim. The notion of healing had long since vanished from their minds. They were lost in a fervor that left no room for other thoughts. Li Dahai yearned to conquer El Shulian and satiate her desires, for satisfying such a mature woman required strength, not just charm or wealth. A man who faltered when it mattered would only leave El Shulian feeling frustrated, which was why she had turned away numerous suitors. There were no secrets left between Li Dahai and El Shulian. Even the scattered garments around them spoke of the wildness of their recent encounter. Outside, Zhang Ye stood, wide-eyed, as Li Dahai did not attempt to conceal anything, feeling no need for subterfuge. Zhang Ye began to grasp the situation unfolding within, though disbelief lingered. She had always assumed Hu Xiaoying was Li Dahai's soul partner. Observing Hu Xiaoying's calm demeanor, which seemed to suggest familiarity with such occurrences, left Zhang Ye astounded. She approached Hu Xiaoying, asking, Sister Xiaoying, are you not Dr. Li's girlfriend? How can he be with another woman without you being upset? Hu Xiaoying chuckled, recognizing Zhang Ye's naivety. Indeed, I am one of Li Dahai's girlfriends, but he is not limited to me alone. Besides, as a widow, I am grateful for his affection. I simply hope he does not abandon me. Zhang Ye's mouth fell agape in surprise. She had not anticipated that the beautiful Hu Xiaoying was a widow. No wonder there was no need for secrecy between them. Curiosity piqued. Zhang Ye wondered what unique qualities Li Dahai possessed that could capture the hearts of such exquisite women as El Shulian and Hu Xiaoying. Chapter 110. Zhang Ye's hesitation indeed. When Zhang Ye pondered this matter, she had already begun to succumb to its allure. The most effective approach to pursuing a woman lies in piquing her curiosity. Although Li Dahai had yet to make any advances towards Zhang Ye, she found herself increasingly intrigued by him, as if she had already placed one foot into his embrace. Meanwhile, Li Dahai was engulfed in a passionate affair with El Shulian, whose fervor was becoming overwhelming for him. At times, he would silently marvel at El Shulian's voluptuous and mature form, pondering how Wang Yongui could possibly endure such fervor. After all, Wang Yongui was not particularly gifted, and El Shulian was not a woman easily satisfied by the average man. Only a robust and vigorous man like Li Dahai could meet her needs. Having waited for so long, El Shulian had finally found her confidant, and she was determined not to let him slip away. Thus, she endeavored to leave a lasting impression on Li Dahai, ensuring he would never want to part from her. On this day, she adorned herself beautifully for their encounter. Feeling utterly unburdened, after years of missed opportunities, she was resolute in seizing this moment with Li Dahai. At this juncture, Li Dahai remained unaware of his elevated status in El Shulian's heart, which far surpassed that of Wang Yonggui. The magnetic allure radiating from El Shulian was irresistible to a man brimming with youthful vigor, and Li Dahai was no exception. Previously, he had playfully embraced El Shulian, exclaiming, "Sister Shulian, you seem even more radiant than before. Your skin appears so much more luminous." El Shulian, nestled in his arms, chuckled, "Dahai, you have no idea. Before meeting you, I felt as though I were leading a life of solitude. Since encountering you, I have blossomed like a flower, nourished by your presence." Li Dahai laughed heartily and pulled El Shulian closer. For him, being with a woman he cherished was undoubtedly a source of joy. At that moment, El Shulian whispered in his ear, "Dahai, please come and heal me. I have been feeling quite unwell lately." In truth, Li Dahai had already examined El Shulian thoroughly, discovering that her health had significantly improved. There was nothing amiss. Her words merely served to invite him closer, for her ailment was not one of the body, but rather a yearning for intimacy. Li Dahai, feeling unconcerned, was at ease given their established rapport and the presence of Hu Xiaoying outside the door, assuring him that no one would intrude. Thus, he and El Shulian indulged in each other's company on the spacious bed, relishing the moment. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. El Shulian felt as though it had been ages since she had last seen Li Dahai, and her longing surged forth like a fountain. At that moment, she completely cast aside her feminine modesty, yearning only to remain with Li Dahai until they became inseparable. On the other side, Zhang Ye was taken aback, never anticipating Li Dahai's directness. However, she discreetly observed Hu Xiaoying, who, although displaying a hint of disappointment, did not intervene. Zhang Ye found herself secretly admiring Hu Xiaoying's composure. Being an adult, Zhang Ye understood fully what transpired between Li Dahai and El Shulian, as there had been no attempt to conceal it. In fact, Li Dahai believed there was no need for secrecy. If he were to develop a relationship with Zhang Ye in the future, she would inevitably discover these matters. Now, it was merely a question of whether Zhang Ye could accept this reality. If she could, it would be ideal. If not, Li Dahai would be able to make an early assessment. At this moment, Zhang Ye's face flushed crimson, and she felt an urge to cover her ears. Yet seeing Hu Xiaoying's composure, she chose to endure the situation. After some time, once Li Dahai had thoroughly satisfied El Shulian, she beamed with contentment, saying, "Dahai, you truly are remarkable. You have cured my ailments." With a joyful gaze fixed upon him, El Shulian felt an overwhelming sense of elation. After so many days, she could finally be with Li Dahai again, wishing she could remain by his side forever. Particularly on this large bed, she found immense comfort, fully satisfied with her surroundings. Though she resided in the Shadow Combat Villa, El Shulian felt no joy there, likening herself to a gilded cage, entirely devoid of freedom. Here, in Li Dahai's company, she could completely let go of her inhibitions, which contributed to her profound satisfaction and trust in him. Li Dahai, glancing at El Shulian, remarked, "Sister Shulian, you are welcome to come here whenever you wish. In fact, I will install a back door for you, and I shall provide you with the key, allowing you to enter discreetly." El Shulian's eyes lit up at this suggestion. "Dahai, that would be wonderful. I always fear being seen when I arrive through the front door. If there is a back entrance, I can come quietly at night." Li Dahai, feeling somewhat helpless, squeezed his nose in contemplation. Aware that Wang Tsuelan had also mentioned wanting to visit at night, what would happen if the two women crossed paths? Shaking his head, he resolved to deal with whatever may come, believing that having another woman present at night was not a significant concern, given his familiarity with both. At this moment, El Shulian felt exuberant. She realized that whenever she felt downcast or troubled, she could seek solace in Li Dahai's presence, for he was indeed a miraculous healer. The moment she arrived, all her ailments vanished, leaving her feeling rejuvenated. Chapter 111. Where to stay. After quite some time, Li Dahai and El Shulian finally emerged. El Shulian wore a contented expression, her cheeks flushed with color. Li Dahai also bore a joyful smile, suggesting that El Shulian had indeed satisfied him immensely. After all, a mature woman like El Shulian possessed knowledge and allure that could not be compared to that of a mere young girl. Take Zhang Ye for instance. Although she was younger than El Shulian, her charm as a woman paled in comparison to that of Hu Xiaoying. Zhang Ye still had much to learn and grow. Li Dahai found himself pondering the unique experience it would be to accompany Zhang Ye on her journey of growth. Upon seeing Li Dahai and El Shulian come out, Zhang Ye hurriedly stood up, only to feel awkward, having just discovered Li Dahai's secret. Li Dahai was unsure of how to address her. Meanwhile, Bian Jihao remarked, "Sister-in-law, your ailment has been cured. Perhaps you should return home and come back when it flares up again. El Shoyan chuckled, wishing to embrace Li Dahai and bid him farewell with a kiss. However, upon glancing at Li Dahai and then at Hu Xiaoying and Zhang Ye, she reluctantly abandoned the idea. Yet, she had achieved her primary goal for the day and was no longer troubled. With a smile, she said, "Divine Dr. Dahai, I shall take my leave now." With that, El Shoyan swayed her hips as she departed, a sight that brought Li Dahai much joy, leaving him slightly reluctant to see her go. Once El Shoyan had left, Li Dahai regained his composure. At that moment, Hu Xiaoying pouted and said, "Dahai, you only think of treating El Shoyan. Don't forget that you need to treat me as well." Li Dahai quickly replied with a smile, "Sister Shoyan, you jest. I just treated you on the mountain, didn't I? Rest assured, if you stay tonight, I can attend to you as well." Hearing this, Hu Xiaoying's face flushed, and her silence indicated her tacit agreement. On the other hand, Zhang Yu stood nearby, wide-eyed with curiosity. However, since Zhang Yu was already cured, possessing only a half-pack of herbs that Li Dahai had given her, she felt she could no longer linger. She feared that if she stayed any longer, she might fall hopelessly in love with Li Dahai, just as Hu Xiaoying had. After all, women are often drawn to strength, and Zhang Yu was no exception. Thus, she said, "Divine Dr. Dahai, could you arrange for a vehicle? I wish to return to town at once." Li Dahai frowned and replied, "Sister Zhang Ye, that won't do. It is getting late, and returning to town now could be dangerous." Yet Zhang Ye stammered, "But Divine Dr. Dahai, I see you have only one bed here. Where shall I sleep tonight?" At that moment, Hu Xiaoying sighed and said with a smile, "Sister Zhang Ye, that is simple. You can come to my house to sleep. Don't worry, I live alone, and no one will disturb you." Hu Xiaoying, noticing Zhang Ye's discomfort, kindly offered her assistance. After some contemplation, Zhang Ye accepted, especially since she was wearing a form-fitting outfit that accentuated her figure. She was acutely aware of what her appearance might evoke in men, and the thought of being vulnerable to unwanted advances was daunting. With a sigh, Hu Xiaoying realized that she would not be able to rekindle her past with Li Dahai that night, so she took Zhang Ye home to settle her in, planning to arrange for a vehicle to send her back the following day. Li Dahai accompanied them to Hu Xiaoying's home, but did not stay overnight. Mindful of the scrutiny surrounding Hu Xiaoying, a widow, and the potential gossip that might ensue. Meanwhile, El Shoyan returned home with a satisfied expression, beaming with joy after her intimate exchange with the divine doctor. She felt as if she needed nothing more than a restful sleep to reflect on her cherished moments with Li Dahai, which had brought her the utmost happiness of the day. However, reality had other plans. Upon her return, she was greeted by Wang Yongui, whose head was bandaged. He stormed over, fuming, "Shoyan, where have you been? I just woke up to find you missing." El Shoyan was taken aback and replied, "Wang Yongui, what do you mean by that?" Wang Yongui sneered, "What do I mean? I suspect you've been unfaithful. The person who assaulted me must surely be your lover." El Shoyan was infuriated by his accusation and retorted, "Wang Yongui, how can you say that? I was at Divine Dr. Dahai's clinic to see if he could help restore your memory. If you don't believe me, so be it." Upon hearing this, Wang Yongui smacked his thigh, realizing his mistake. "Shoyan, I truly misjudged you. You went to find Li Dahai for my sake. But what did he say? Can he help me regain my memory?" El Shoyan shook her head. The divine doctor didn't say much. He mentioned that he needs to see you in person to determine how to treat you. You should go see him tomorrow. However, Wang Yongui, being impulsive, sprang to his feet and declared, "El Shoyan, that won't do. I must go find Li Dahai at once. How dare anyone in this village lay a hand on me? I will make them pay." El Shoyan felt a jolt of alarm. While she had been the one to strike Wang Yongui initially, the memory still unnerved her. Fortunately, now that Li Dahai was hers, she trusted that he would not retaliate against Wang Yongui, regardless of whether he could help him regain his memory or not. Thus, El Shoyan said, "Wang Yongui, you go ahead. I want to be joining you. I need a good night's rest." To her surprise, Wang Yongui cast a curious glance at her and noticed that her complexion appeared more radiant than before, even more so than in the past. Yet he thought little of it, attributing her glow to her recent practice of yoga and fitness. Little did he know that El Shoyan's newfound allure was entirely due to Li Dahai. Chapter 112. Wang Yongui seeks medicine. After Wang Yongui exchanged words with El Shoyan, he hurried off to find Li Dahai. This time, he had sustained considerable injuries, and he had been feeling somewhat dazed during his nightly rest. Wang Yongui had never experienced such a significant setback before, and he was determined to hold someone accountable for it. Meanwhile, Li Dahai had just escorted Zhang Ye and Hu Xiaoying back to their home. Upon leaving Hu Xiaoying's residence, he was preparing to return to his clinic when he noticed a man hastily running towards him with a bandaged head. Li Dahai squinted. Was that not Wang Yonggui? He had a rather unfavorable impression of Wang Yonggui, finding him overly domineering and occasionally unreasonable. Moreover, Wang Yonggui had been known to harass Hu Xiaoying, which further diminished Li Dahai's regard for him. When Wang Yonggui spotted Li Dahai, his brows furrowed as well. He had just seen Li Dahai emerging from Hu Xiaoying's home. Wang Yonggui had long harbored feelings for the beautiful widow, so he was perplexed. Why was Li Dahai leaving Hu Xiaoying's house? Could it be that Li Dahai was involved with her? The thought weighed heavily on his heart, for Hu Xiaoying was indeed his goddess. Since her marriage, Wang Yonggui had felt a profound ache within him, particularly because she had not chosen him. Coupled with her beauty, he wished to claim her for himself. However, after hearing El Xiaoyan's words, Wang Yonggui felt a surge of joy, nearly leaping with excitement, although he maintained a composed facade. Wang Yonggui had always sought opportunities to get closer to Hu Xiaoying, yet had never found the chance. Now, seeing Li Dahai emerge from her residence, he hurried towards him and inquired, Li Dahai, what brings you here? Why did you come from Hu Xiaoying's house? Li Dahai glanced at Wang Yonggui with annoyance, thinking to himself that Wang Yonggui was quite the busybody. He could come and go as he pleased from any woman's abode without needing to explain himself to Wang Yonggui. Thus, he replied curtly, Village Chief Wang, this hardly concerns you, does it? Besides, Sister Xiaoying was unwell. I just attended to her. Wang Yonggui, upon hearing this, exclaimed, Oh. Suddenly remembering Hu Xiaoying's illness, he pondered whether he should pay her a visit to strengthen their connection. With that thought, a smile crept across his face as he said, Li Dahai, esteemed healer, look at my head. It has improved significantly since your last treatment. However, I seem to have forgotten some memories from that time. Could you assist me in recovering them? Li Dahai inwardly sighed, realizing that Wang Yonggui had yet to grasp the gravity of his situation. Was he truly considering restoring his memories? Such an endeavor would undoubtedly expose his relationship with El Xiaoyan. Moreover, Li Dahai held no fondness for Wang Yonggui at present. He hesitated, responding, Wang Yonggui, that's quite a challenge. You must understand that memory is elusive. Its recovery often relies on luck. Wang Yonggui, growing impatient, insisted, Li Dahai. Esteemed healer, luck matters little. I feel fortunate consistently. Why not give it a try? In this village, he had never been so humiliated, and he was determined to exact vengeance for this grievance. Seeing Wang Yonggui's persistence, Li Dahai relented. Very well, Wang Yonggui. I shall prescribe you some medicine. But whether it will restore your memory, I cannot guarantee. At this, Wang Yonggui grinned playfully. Li Dahai, you are truly kind. Rest assured, once I have avenged myself, I shall repay you handsomely. However, Li Dahai waved his hand dismissively, stating, Village Chief Wang, let's not concern ourselves with repayment. You must settle the medical fees first. Wang Yonggui agreed, knowing that Li Dahai ran a clinic in the village and rarely charged much, if at all. He inquired nonchalantly, Li Dahai, how much do I owe you? Li Dahai replied, approximately 1,000 yuan. Please settle it quickly. I need to return home. Wang Yonggui's eyes widened in disbelief. That can't be right. I've seen you charge no more than 200 yuan before. Why the sudden increase to 1,000 for me? Li Dahai rolled his eyes, thinking of how Wang Yonggui often sought to skim a little off the top from the villagers, while he charged the honest villagers modestly. He felt justified in demanding a higher fee from someone like Wang Yonggui. Besides, his charges were still considerably lower than those at a hospital. Li Dahai explained, Wang Yonggui, let's not even discuss it. The medicine I used for your head injury was of the highest quality. You should inquire about the costs at a hospital. It would take several thousand yuan to treat such an injury there. Moreover, the additional prescription I am about to provide makes 1,000 yuan a bargain. If you refuse to pay this time, do not expect my assistance in the future. Wang Yonggui was taken aback by Li Dahai's words. He felt a swell of indignation. Why was he being treated differently when everyone else in the village was charged so little? Little did he know, Li Dahai's fees were indeed based on character, and Wang Yonggui's was lacking, particularly as he dared to harbor designs on Hu Xiaoying. Li Dahai had resolved to find an opportunity to teach Wang Yonggui a lesson. At that moment, Wang Yonggui gritted his teeth. He dared not confront Li Dahai directly, so he relented. Very well, Li Dahai, esteemed healer. Since you insist, I shall pay you. However, next time I fall ill, your charges should align with those of the other villagers. Li Dahai remained non-committal, accepting the payment before hastily departing. After all, he too was in need of funds and had to find a willing patron to exploit. Now, Wang Yonggui had become the target of Li Dahai's financial ambitions. As Wang Yonggui watched Li Dahai's retreating figure, he felt a simmering anger within him. Yet, he soon found himself at Hu Xiaoying's door, gently knocking and calling out, "Hu Xiaoying, are you home?" After knocking persistently with no response from inside, a sense of confusion washed over him. Just moments ago, he had seen Hu Xiaoying inside. Chapter 113. Zhang Ye's mobile phone. Just moments ago, Li Dahai had exited the house. While Wang Yonggui was knocking on the door, Hu Xiaoying was engaged in conversation with Zhang Ye. After all, with two beautiful women alone together, there was much to discuss, topics such as beauty, figure, and Zhang Ye's experiences piqued Hu Xiaoying's interest. When Hu Xiaoying heard the knock, she initially thought it was Li Dahai returning, stirring a flutter of excitement within her. However, upon opening the door, she was met with Wang Yonggui's voice, leaving her somewhat flustered. It had been a while since Wang Yonggui had last harassed Hu Xiaoying, and she had hoped he had changed his ways. Yet, as night fell, here he was, knocking on a widow's door. What kind of behavior was this? Zhang Ye had remarked, "Sister Yun, who is this Wang Yonggui? It seems he has come looking for you." Hu Xiaoying shook her head, saying, "Wang Yonggui is the village head, notoriously lecherous, and he particularly enjoys harassing widows like us. I think I shall ignore him tomorrow." However, the more Hu Xiaoying tried to disregard Wang Yonggui, the more persistent he became. He knocked again, and Hu Xiaoying felt quite helpless. Encountering a rogue like Wang Yonggui left her with few options. Thus, she approached the door and inquired, "What is it?" "I am already preparing for bed." Upon hearing Hu Xiaoying mention she was going to sleep, Wang Yonggui swallowed hard and quickly replied, "Xiaoying, may I come in? I heard from Dahai that you are unwell, and I am genuinely concerned for you. I just wish to see how you are doing." Hu Xiaoying was perplexed by his words. After all, it was late, and she had clearly stated she was going to sleep. What did he intend to do by entering her room alone? Given her naturally strong sense of caution, and seeing Wang Yonggui's relentless pursuit, she insisted, "Wang Yonggui, this is not appropriate. I am going to bed, and as a village head, what business do you have coming in? If you wish to see me, please come back tomorrow." Wang Yonggui, realizing that he would not gain entry that night, responded with a grin, "Xiaoying, just remember, I intend to visit you tomorrow. I will bring gifts, and you must accept them." In an effort to hasten his departure, Hu Xiaoying feigned agreement. Hearing this, Wang Yonggui left with a cheerful demeanor. Once he was gone, Hu Xiaoying breathed a sigh of relief and advised Zhang Ye, "When we women are preparing for bed at night, we must not open the door to anyone who knocks. These men are all untrustworthy." Zhang Ye, though somewhat confused, nodded in agreement. With a playful smile, she asked, "But what if it's the divine physician Dahai knocking?" Hu Xiaoying blushed at Zhang Ye's words, then chuckled, "Sister Zhang, the divine physician Dahai is certainly different from the others." Zhang Ye understood, then, that whether to open the door depended on who was knocking. Later, upon returning home, Wang Yonggui hastily consumed the herbal concoction he had brewed. However, this particular potion differed significantly from previous ones. Its bitterness was overwhelming. After just one sip, he felt his tongue nearly numb. Unlike the previous concoctions prepared by Li Dahai, which had been mild and even pleasant this time, Li Dahai had concocted a brew intended to punish Wang Yonggui, rendering him devoid of taste. Consequently, for the foreseeable future, Wang Yonggui would experience a life devoid of flavor, an existence far worse than death itself. Despite the intense bitterness, Wang Yonggui, having already spent 1,000 yuan on the potion, resolved not to waste it. Gritting his teeth, he downed the entire brew. Now, his tongue was completely numb, and even after drinking water, he found no relief. That night, the numbness kept him from sleeping, accompanied by a dull headache, which in turn vexed El Xiaoyan. Unable to find solace, Wang Yonggui sought to bother El Xiaoyan, but she, having been well fed by Li Dahai, had little interest in him. Moreover, with Wang Yonggui being injured, she decided to sleep in another room, leaving him utterly frustrated. He had hoped to catch a glimpse of Hu Xiaoying, only to be thwarted when his wife also rebuffed him. The following morning, Li Dahai sought out Hu Xiaoying, as they had agreed to escort Zhang Ye to town. Additionally, Li Dahai had some supplies to procure, so he planned to take both Hu Xiaoying and Zhang Ye along. Many villagers were heading to the market, and Li Dahai managed to catch a ride with them without incurring any costs, arriving in town promptly. Upon reaching the town, Zhang Ye felt a sense of relief. She then separated from Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying, intending to return to the inn. Meanwhile, Li Dahai accompanied Hu Xiaoying to gather supplies. Zhang Ye planned to head back to the inn first, then purchase a mobile phone. having already exchanged contact information with Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying previously. However, as soon as she returned to the inn, she was taken aback to find Zhao Dapeng waiting at her door. A frown crossed Zhang Ye's face. She had not anticipated his presence. Seeing her, Zhao Dapeng's heart raced with excitement, and he demanded, "Zhang Ye, where have you been? You didn't return all night. Are you eloping with that wild man?" Zhang Ye shot him a fierce glare and retorted, "Zhao Dapeng, you should clean up your language. When have I ever eloped with a wild man? Besides, if I were to elope, it would certainly not be with you, so you can give up on that notion. The last time we went hiking, you abandoned me without a second thought. What makes you think I would entertain any thoughts of you?" With her pointed words, Zhang Ye spared him no dignity, leaving Zhao Dapeng seething. His face darkened as he spat, "Zhang Ye, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you believe I want to send everything on your phone out into the world?" Zhang Ye was taken aback and exclaimed in anger, "Zhao Dapeng, so my phone is in your possession." Anxiety washed over her. She often kept various photos on her phone, both ordinary and private. The thought of Zhao Dapeng having access to such intimate details left her feeling exposed and vulnerable. Chapter 114. Crisis. In order to convince Zhang Ye of his sincerity, Zhao Dapeng produced a mobile phone from his pocket. It was indeed Zhang Ye's. He was well aware of how significant a personal device could be. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that, after finding it, he had not returned it but had instead surreptitiously perused its contents. At that moment, Zhang Ye's face flushed crimson. After all, some photographs on that phone captured her during vulnerable moments, including while bathing, coupled with her alluring figure and that subtly defined waist. The phone had meticulously documented her beauty. Some women, particularly those possessing striking beauty, delight in chronicling their youthful forms, believing that such radiance may not endure into later years. Thus, they seize the opportunity to document their youth while they can. Little did Zhang Ye realize, this penchant harbored a latent peril. Zhao Dapeng, shaking the phone, chuckled. "Zhang Ye, you are quite audacious. This phone contains quite an array of photographs. What do you think would happen if I were to release them?" Zhang Ye, incensed, glared at him. "Zhao Dapeng, I advise you against such actions. If you dare to disseminate those photos, I will report you to the authorities. I will also inform my family and let them see how the Zhao family punishes you." Zhao Dapeng felt a tightening in his chest. He had no intention of releasing the photographs. He hadn't even unlocked Zhang Ye's phone. He had merely sought to intimidate her. Now, he was convinced that her phone was filled with potentially scandalous material. "Since that is the case, how about you spend the night with me? If you do, I will return your phone," he proposed. Zhang Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated such shamelessness from him. Angrily, she replied, "Rest assured, Zhao Dapeng. Once I return home, I will reveal all your misdeeds. And if you dare to post anything online, I will immediately call the police. You are educated enough to know better." Zhang Ye was resolute. She was no longer a naive girl. Having graduated from university, she was now a mature adult and would not yield to Zhao Dapeng's threats. Zhao Dapeng gritted his teeth, particularly as Zhang Ye wore tight-fitting pants that accentuated her figure. He found himself entranced by her curves, consumed by a singular desire to possess her. At that moment, he was oblivious to all else, fixated solely on Zhang Ye and his yearning. Determined to ignore him, Zhang Ye turned her head away, intending to retreat indoors for some much-needed rest. She had initially planned to linger in Qingshan village a bit longer. Although her acquaintance with Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying had been brief, she found solace in the tranquility of the village, a stark contrast to the chaos and agitation of city life. However, as she opened the door, she was taken aback when Zhao Dapeng lunged at her. He forcefully pinned her down, rendering her immobile. A frail woman stood no chance against his physical strength. The scent of her perfume intoxicated him, and the sight of her in form-fitting attire stirred his desires. Zhao Dapeng pressed against her, unwilling to relent. He fantasized about her pleading for mercy, relishing the thought. After all, he had been a public servant at the school, accustomed to a plethora of women. Yet here he was, having made no progress with Zhang Ye after days of pursuit. Determined not to leave empty-handed, he resolved to extract some consolation from her. His thoughts consumed by desire, he began to strip her of her clothing. Given the snug fit of her outfit, he tore away a substantial piece, exposing her back and igniting his lust. "Zhang Ye, your skin is exquisite, yet you waste your beauty confined in these garments. You may appear pure, but I know you crave the company of a man. Rest assured, tonight I shall ensure your pleasure," he taunted, laughing as he continued to shred her attire. Zhang Ye attempted to resist, but found herself powerless. She wished to scream for help, yet no one came to her aid. Despair washed over her. Was her purity truly to be tarnished by this rogue? Suddenly, with a swift motion, Zhao Daping tore away her final piece of clothing, leaving her utterly exposed. He swallowed hard at the sight, laughing heartily. Zhanya, I had no idea you possessed such allure. With a figure like yours, you should adorn yourself in beautiful attire rather than hiding beneath layers. Zhanya crossed her arms defensively, her eyes blazing with fury. Zhao Daping, I warn you not to approach. If you cease this at once, I shall forgive you. But Zhao Daping merely laughed, saying, Zhanya, you overestimate yourself. Tonight, we will consummate this encounter, and we can always discuss marriage later. Chapter 115. The hero saves the beauty. At this moment, Zhao Daping chuckled. After all, if he were to marry a girl from a poor family, it was likely that his family would not approve. However, Zhanya was different. They were well matched. Moreover, the daughters of prominent families placed great importance on their reputations, and in the end, the Zhang family would only have to endure the loss. At this point, Zhao Daping felt secure. Zhanya was retreating step by step, but ultimately found herself backed against the bed. Observing this, Zhao Daping smirked and said, Zhanya, you claim you are unwilling, yet here you are, so eagerly lying on the bed. Don't worry, I'll join you shortly. There's no need to rush. Zhao Daping swallowed hard. Now, he was no longer anxious. After all, Zhanya was already on the bed, and today, without a doubt, he intended to claim her as his own. Just as Zhao Daping could hardly contain his excitement, Zhanya feared that she was about to meet her fate at his hands. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was kicked open by a man. Zhanya turned around in surprise, exclaiming, Dahai, Sister Xiaoying, what brings you here? Li Dahai frowned at the scene before him. He then noticed Zhang Ye's alluring figure, and the state she was in, her clothes scattered about, clearly torn. A single glance was enough for Li Dahai to understand what had transpired. Zhao Daping was indeed a beast in human guise. If a woman did not reciprocate his feelings, he should seek a suitable partner rather than resorting to such coercive tactics. Li Dahai held Zhao Daping in contempt. After all, he was committing a crime. Yet, upon seeing Zhang Ye's pitiful state, a surge of anger welled up within him. Upon seeing Li Dahai, Zhao Daping suddenly recalled something and quickly extended his hand, saying, even though you both have arrived, Zhang Ye and I are just playing a game. You two should leave. Li Dahai frowned but did not leave. Instead, he turned to Zhang Ye and asked, is what he said true? At that moment, Zhang Ye's face was flushed with tears as she replied, Dahai, don't listen to him. He almost bullied me. Please, get rid of him. I'm so scared right now. Zhao Daping's heart boiled with resentment, thinking, how dare you meddle in my affairs? In a fit of rage, Zhao Daping seized a wooden stick and swung it at Li Dahai. However, after cultivating the Shinnong medical classic, Li Dahai's strength had been steadily increasing, and he was unaware of just how formidable he had become, having not sparred with anyone recently. When Zhao Daping dared to attack him, Li Dahai merely chuckled. In Qingshan village, no one dared to offend him. Zhao Daping was clearly unaware of his own limitations. Li Dahai decided to test his strength. With a mere flick of his hand, he shattered Zhao Daping's wrist. Zhao Daping was taken aback, realizing he had not lasted even a single round against Li Dahai, who effortlessly seized the fallen stick. Li Dahai furrowed his brow, puzzled by Zhao Daping's weakness. He then tapped the stick and remarked, so, you're Zhao Daping? And you thought you could challenge me with those skills? At this moment, Zhao Daping's face turned pale, and he grimaced. He had always prided himself on his courage, believing he could easily handle a couple of opponents. He had underestimated Li Dahai, who turned out to be a seasoned fighter. However, the bodyguards from the Zhao family were also skilled, and since he couldn't defeat Li Dahai now, he decided to concede, vowing to reclaim his honor later. Sometimes, these wealthy young masters could indeed be quite adaptable. Recognizing his defeat, Zhao Daping quickly knelt and pleaded, Divine Dr. Dahai, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to fight you. Please let me go this time, and Zhang Ye is all yours. Also, I've already removed her clothes, so you won't have to do that. Li Dahai snorted. He could hardly believe Zhao Daping's shamelessness. At that moment, he approached Zhao Daping without allowing him much chance to respond, raising the wooden stick and striking Zhao Daping on the head with a resounding thud. Zhao Daping collapsed, unconscious. After dealing with Zhao Daping, Zhang Ye felt a wave of relief wash over her, as if the oppressive weight had lifted. She swiftly ran to Li Dahai and, disregarding her lack of clothing, embraced him tightly. Through her tears, she said, I was so scared just now. Thank goodness you saved me. In that moment, Zhang Ye realized there was no one else in her eyes but Li Dahai. She had indeed forgotten Li Dahai's heroic demeanor, and at that moment, she felt acutely aware of her vulnerability, her alluring figure pressed against him, evoking a profound reaction within Li Dahai. He could not help but feel a surge of desire as she drew near. With a bed nearby, he found himself wishing to take Zhangya there immediately. The timing of his heroic rescue was impeccable. At that moment, he felt he could make any request of Zhangya, and she would comply. As Zhangya sobbed in his arms, Li Dahai held her close in a comforting embrace. However, with Hu Xiaoying present, he refrained from crossing any lines. Hu Xiaoying witnessed the scene and quickly offered some words of comfort, which helped Zhangya regain her composure. Suddenly, Zhangya seemed to remember something and hurriedly retrieved her phone from Zhao Dapeng. After examining it closely, she sighed in relief. Realizing that Zhao Dapeng had not accessed her phone as password, he had merely tried to deceive her. Angered, she kicked Zhao Dapeng a few times. Noticing Zhangya's melancholy demeanor as she clutched her phone, Li Dahai inquired, "Are you planning to go abroad? Where to? Is there something very important on your phone?" Zhangya paused, slightly taken aback, before shyly responding, "Of course, my camera contains some personal photos that must not be seen by anyone else. Otherwise, I would be too embarrassed to face anyone. However, if you wish to see them, I could share them with you another day." Zhangya blushed as she spoke, recalling how Li Dahai had seen her in her vulnerable state just moments ago. The thought of sharing her photos with him, given their newfound intimacy, no longer seemed so daunting. In fact, it could serve as a delightful opportunity for him to admire her. Chapter 116. Buying clothes upon hearing Zhangya's words. Li Dahai felt an unexpected delight within him. He had not anticipated Zhangya to be so proactive. Thus, he decided to play along, smiling as he said, "Sister Zhangya, if that is the case, you must send them to me. Rest assured, I shall always appreciate such exquisite things." Zhangya, her face flushed at his remark, could only acquiesce. She contemplated capturing more beautiful photos of herself to allure Li Dahai upon her return. The thought excited her to the point of turning her cheeks a deep crimson, for she realized that if she continued down this train of thought, she might become overwhelmed. Subsequently, she buried her head in Li Dahai's embrace, reluctant to emerge. At that moment, Li Dahai chuckled softly, finding himself captivated by Zhangya's soft form. He was acutely aware that Wang Qi's clothing had been torn apart by Zhao Dapeng, leaving no secrets on her upper body for him. Thus, he held Zhangya close, inhaling her faint, delicate fragrance, reflecting that indeed, the scent of a woman surpassed that of any flower. Li Dahai found himself intoxicated by Zhangya's aroma, a fragrance so enchanting it rendered him almost entranced. Unbeknownst to him, the woman in his arms was already overwhelmed with shyness. They remained in each other's embrace, seemingly with no intention of parting. Zhangya pondered how best to repay Li Dahai for his act of saving her. Meanwhile, Li Dahai simply wished to hold the woman in his arms a little longer, relishing the moment. However, on the other side, Hu Xiaoying could no longer bear the sight. Witnessing the scene stirred something within her, prompting memories of her own passionate moments with Li Dahai. Particularly, she recalled the exhilaration of their time together in a tent on the mountains, a period when she felt most alive and reckless. Though she had no regrets, cherishing those moments, seeing Li Dahai and Zhangya together stirred an unsettling feeling in her. Thus, she interjected, "Sister Zhangya, please put on some clothes. You have your phone back now. You should be able to return, right?" Zhangya was momentarily taken aback by Hu Xiaoying's words. She knew that with a simple call, someone would come to fetch her. Yet, she was not ready to leave. Glancing at Zhao Dapeng, who lay on the ground like a stone, she spat at him. Since he posed no threat, she decided to take advantage of the moment to enjoy herself a bit longer. With a smile, she replied, "Sister Xiaoying, I suddenly don't want to leave. How about I stay with you all a little longer in the youth village, now that I have my phone? Shopping is much more convenient. However, I have no clothes to wear, and the ones I brought are quite limited. This outfit has been torn by Zhao Dapeng. Could you please help me buy a new one?" Hu Xiaoying was momentarily stunned but soon assessed Zhangya's current state. Her clothing was nearly non-existent, and even her pants had been torn significantly, revealing her long, fair legs. Zhangya was nestled in Li Dahai's arms, preventing Hu Xiaoying from seeing her expression. Nonetheless, it was evident that Zhangya could not venture out in her current state. Given her alluring appearance, it would be far too dangerous for her to step outside, as there were undoubtedly men with high testosterone levels who would take advantage of her vulnerability. After some contemplation, Hu Xiaoying agreed, saying, "Dahai, please take good care of Zhangya while I go buy her a new outfit. This simply cannot continue." Li Dahai was momentarily taken aback but quickly acquiesced, feeling a rush of excitement at the prospect of being alone with Zhangya. Naturally, Zhao Dapeng, lying on the ground, was entirely overlooked by him. Li Dahai had struck Zhao Daping with considerable force, and he doubted the latter would recover any time soon, though he could heal quickly. The current situation left him wishing he could strike again, if only to avoid causing Zhao Daping permanent harm. As Hu Xiaoying hurried away, Zhang Ya heard her footsteps fade. She shyly lifted her gaze to meet Li Dahai's eyes. Blushing, she said, "Brother Dahai, now that sister has left, don't you want to do something with me?" Li Dahai was momentarily taken aback, wondering what Zhang Yu was implying. Did she truly wish to offer herself to him? It seemed the progression was rather swift. However, he was uncertain when Hu Xiaoying would return, and he found himself increasingly intrigued by the captivating woman before him. With a smile, Li Dahai responded, "Sister Zhang Ya, what do you wish for me to do?" He naturally lifted Zhang Ya and placed her beside him on the bed, causing her face to flush even deeper. She hadn't anticipated their relationship would evolve to this point. "Dahai," she said, "you know I don't have a boyfriend and have never been in a relationship. So, would you consider being my boyfriend? Rest assured, I want to interfere with your affairs with other women, as long as you treat me well." Li Dahai's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not expected Zhang Yu to propose such a request. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he eagerly pulled her onto his lap, exclaiming, "Sister Zhang Ya, is what you say truly sincere?" Chapter 117. The pitiful woman at that moment. Zhang Yang blushed and said, "Great sea doctor, what does it matter whether this is true or not? Since I have decided to entrust myself to you, it must be genuine. Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will certainly heed your words." Despite her current appearance, she had always aspired to be a virtuous wife and loving mother. Little did she know, Zhang Ya was akin to a shy young girl, presenting a stark contrast when meeting Li Dahai. Observing Zhang Ya's bashful demeanor, Li Dahai felt a sense of nostalgia, realizing that sometimes the heart's intentions do not yield the expected results. While he merely wished to do a good deed, he unwittingly captured the heart of such a beauty, much to his delight. Their gazes intertwined, each filled with profound affection. In truth, Zhang Ya was uncertain of the nature of her feelings, ever since their first encounter. She sensed an inexplicable connection with Li Dahai. Whether it was his healing touch, sheltering her from the rain in a tent, or his recent confrontation with Zhao Daping. Each action had significantly aided her. With Hu Xiaoying absent, Li Dahai felt unencumbered and, captivated by Zhang Ya's crimson lips, leaned in for a kiss. Initially startled, Zhang Ya soon embraced this reality with calm acceptance. The two began to indulge in gentle intimacy, and Li Dahai found the kiss remarkably tender and delightful, leaving an indelible impression on his mind. Zhang Ya, though initially inexperienced, quickly adapted under Li Dahai's guidance, and soon they were lost in passionate kisses. Eventually, they reclined on the bed. Zhang Ya felt a dizzying rush. After all, she had never experienced romance during her university years, and here she was, being welcomed so fervently by Li Dahai right after graduation. As a pure maiden, she felt overwhelmed yet unable to resist the allure of the moment. Particularly, Li Dahai's ardor ignited a fervent passion within her. Just as they were lost in their reverie, a sudden creak interrupted them. The door swung open, revealing Hu Xiaoying, returning with clothes. Upon witnessing the scene, Hu Xiaoying's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, though she had shared intimate moments with Li Dahai before. It was her first time witnessing such a display. Her presence disrupted the tender exchange between Li Dahai and Zhang Ya, with a rosy hue adorning her cheeks. Hu Xiaoying said, "Zhang Ya, I have brought your clothes. Do you wish to wear them now? If not, we shall step out for a moment." Hu Xiaoying, understanding and considerate, did not elevate her relationship with Li Dahai above that of friendship, nor did she wish to encroach upon his freedom. Nevertheless, the unexpected sight left her somewhat astonished. At that moment, Zhang Ya buried her face in Li Dahai's embrace, too shy to meet Hu Xiaoying's gaze. She felt as if she had become a third party, stealing another's partner, yet a thrill coursed through her, making her aware of the transformation she was undergoing. Li Dahai urged, "Sister, perhaps you should quickly put on your clothes. It's getting late, and we ought to return. Since you wish to linger in Qinshan village for a few more days, consider it a cultural excursion." Zhang Ya, encouraged by his words, summoned her courage and hastily donned her attire before Hu Xiaoying. In truth, Zhang Ya had her clothes in her suitcase. She merely sought to create a shared moment with Li Dahai. Yet, that time spent together felt unforgettable. Li Dahai, pondering the interruption by Hu Xiaoying, realized the opportunity to deepen his connection with Zhang Ya was momentarily lost. However, he was pleased that she was willing to accompany him and Hu Xiaoying to Qinshan village, recognizing that it would be safer than lingering in a modest inn. Thus, once Zhang Ya had dressed, Li Dahai led her and Hu Xiaoying back to the village. Meanwhile, Zhao Daping remained unattended, destined to awaken on his own shortly. Fortunately, the town was not far from the village, and by evening, they arrived, placing their purchases away. However, Zhang Ya faced a dilemma. Should she stay in Li Dahai's room or Hu Xiaoying's? She yearned to be with Li Dahai but feared being discovered by Hu Xiaoying. Caught in a web of uncertainty, Li Dahai too contemplated how to arrange for Zhang Ya's accommodation that night. At that moment, a woman approached, her demeanor marked by distress. She possessed a graceful figure, appearing fresh and slender, with a physique that was nothing short of admirable. Dressed in a trendy floral dress, she caught Li Dahai's attention. Upon seeing him, a glimmer of hope sparkled in her eyes as she wiped her tears, exclaiming, "I have finally found you. I am injured all over. Could you please examine my wounds? I fear they may scar and mar my beauty." Li Dahai then noticed the woman's delicate features marred by several wounds, which, if neglected, would indeed leave scars. Hu Xiaoying, recognizing her, exclaimed in surprise, "Zhao Qian, what are you doing here?" Only then did Zhao Qian acknowledge the presence of Hu Xiaoying and Zhang Ya, but she averted her gaze from Hu Xiaoying, saying, "What else can I do? My husband has been beating me after suffering losses in business. I regret marrying him for his wealth. Now, I find myself suffering for it." Seeing Zhao Qian's pitiable state filled Hu Xiaoying with sympathy, prompting her to hastily urge, "Please, help Zhao Qian. She is also a victim in this." Chapter 118. Zhao Qian scars. Upon hearing this, Li Dahai recalled that Zhao Qian's husband, Zhang Depeo, had contracted a reservoir in the village. This reservoir served both as a water supply and a fish farm. However, the recent market conditions had been unfavorable, leading to significant financial losses for Zhang. Just as the business began to show signs of recovery, the village unexpectedly decided that he would not be allowed to continue his contract come June. With the previous investments gone to waste, and right at the moment of potential harvest, this abrupt decision was unbearable for Zhang Depeo. In a fit of rage, he resorted to violence against his wife. After understanding the background of the situation, Li Dahai shook his head. Yesterday, when he heard Hu Xiaoying's comments, Zhao Qian had wept bitterly, her pent-up grievances spilling forth. She cried out, "Sister Xiaoying, you truly understand me. They all think I married Zhang Depeo to ascend from a humble origin, but who knows how truly miserable my life is now." Her tears flowed freely, and on the other side, Zhang Ya listened in stunned silence, quietly noting the incident for her own future reference. She believed it was a valuable lesson, a cautionary tale that one should not marry hastily, lest she find herself in a similar plight as Zhao Qian. As Zhao Qian began to weep again, Li Dahai felt a headache coming on. After all, this was Zhao Qian's choice. He could not intervene. However, noticing the scars on her body, he grew concerned, especially since some wounds were healing slowly, still showing signs of scabbing. For Li Dahai, these were not insurmountable issues. But he noticed a few scars on Zhao Qian's face that, if left untreated, might leave lasting marks. For a woman as beautiful as Zhao Qian, such blemishes could be more tormenting than death itself. Thus, assisting her was akin to saving her life. More critically, Li Dahai discovered additional scars on Zhao Qian's neck, extending down into her clothing. He realized that should Zhao Qian remove her garments, there would likely be even more injuries concealed beneath. At this moment, he urged, "Sister Zhao Qian, come here quickly. I must clean your wounds. If you delay, it will be more difficult to treat them later." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Zhao Qian wiped her tears and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Dahai. Rest assured, if you heal me, I will owe you my utmost loyalty." Hu Xiaoying promptly pulled Zhao Qian inside, asserting, "Sister Zhao Qian, you must trust in Dahai's exceptional medical skills. He is revered in our village as a miraculous healer." Zhao Qian smiled faintly, saying, "Brother Dahai, I was skeptical of your abilities before, but today you truly do seem like a miracle worker." Li Dahai returned her smile, remarking, "Sister Zhao Qian, the efficacy of medicine will reveal itself in due course." Having gathered an ample supply of herbs, Li Dahai swiftly prepared them, rubbing them together before applying the mixture to Zhao Qian's face. The herbs, a blend of green and dark hues, emitted a subtle fragrance. Yet, Zhao Qian hesitated, asking Dahai, "Is it really all right to apply these directly to my face? Shouldn't I do it myself?" Feeling a tinge of shyness, Zhao Qian was acutely aware that she had never been this intimate with another man. Since marrying Zhang Depeo, she had endured regular beatings, and he had restricted her interactions with others, effectively isolating her within his confines. This was reminiscent of Lu Xiaoying's situation, though Lu's life was far more comfortable than Zhao's. Today, Zhao Qian had only managed to sneak out, while Zhang Depeo was occupied with his business. Li Dahai interjected, "No, Zhao Qian, this won't do. I concocted these herbs myself and know how to apply them properly. If you let someone else do it, I might as well not bother getting involved. Hu Xiaoying chimed in. Sister Zhao Qian, do you still doubt Dahai's medical prowess? If you continue to question him, perhaps you should return to your husband, Zhang Depeo. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Zhao Qian pouted and nearly broke into tears. Sister Xiaoying, you misunderstand me. Please help me remove the scars from my face first. Yet, Li Dahai insisted, though your face bears scars, I suspect the injuries beneath your clothing are far more severe. I will treat them all at once to ensure your complete recovery. At this point, Zhao Qian hesitated. Aware that treating the wounds hidden beneath her attire would require her to undress, a prospect that felt overly intimate with Li Dahai. Moreover, with Hu Xiaoying and Zhang Ye watching, it made her feel even more embarrassed, causing her cheeks to flush. Hu Xiaoying, being an old acquaintance, was unfazed. But Zhao Qian had never met Zhang Ye before, who appeared to be a wealthy young lady. Zhang Ye, standing nearby, was intently observing. Driven by curiosity about Li Dahai's medical skills and eager to hear some gossip, Li Dahai was acutely aware of Zhao Qian's inner turmoil. However, his task was not merely to apply ointment. He intended to utilize the principles from the Shinong medical classic to accelerate the healing of her wounds. Such insights, however, were not something he could casually disclose. Moreover, Li Dahai found himself intrigued by what lay beneath Zhao Qian's clothing, given her stunning figure, which made him wish to appreciate her beauty further. Chapter 119. Scars of unhealed wounds. The primary objective, of course, was to heal. Li Dahai reminded himself of this fact. At this moment, Hu Xiaoying had a vague understanding of why Zhao Qian was in such a state. It turned out that the wounds beneath her clothing made it difficult for Li Dahai to apply the ointment, thus leading to an intimate interaction between Zhao Qian and him. Although Zhao Qian was indeed beautiful, years of oppression from Zhang Depeo had left her inherently conservative and somewhat timid. However, Hu Xiaoying was determined that Zhao Qian should not bear so many scars. She cherished her own smooth, flawless skin and often reveled in her beauty during her evening baths or early morning routines. As a woman of exceptional beauty, she understood the significance of appearance. The mere thought of having a scar was unbearable to her, let alone for Zhao Qian. Dear sister, do not overthink this, understood? Since you are consulting a doctor, there is no need for hesitation. Nowadays, even male doctors assist with childbirth. What is there to be embarrassed about? If he dares to harm you again, you must report him immediately. Such a person should not be allowed to remain in your life, merely offering apologies, Hu Xiaoying advised. Li Dahai, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, I truly appreciate your help. Hu Xiaoying smiled inwardly at his words and quickly reassured him, it's no trouble at all. After all, this was an opportunity to witness the beauty of a woman's form once more, which excited Li Dahai. After treating the scars that Zhao Qian had sustained, he prepared to address those concealed beneath her clothing. Zhang Ye, observing from a distance, pointed at Zhao Qian, being quite sensitive to skin issues. She noticed that the ointment Li Dahai applied seemed to diminish the severity of Zhao Qian's scars. It appeared that by the following morning, Zhao Qian would likely be restored to her former self. Zhang Ye's admiration for Li Dahai grew, and she contemplated that if she were to cultivate a good relationship with him, she could seek his assistance for any of her own ailments in the future. This thought sparked a flicker of anticipation within her. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian took a deep breath, steeling herself for what was to come. Yet, the prospect of undressing before so many eyes left her feeling shy and hesitant. In a soft voice, she implored, Doctorly, could we perhaps find a more private place for this? I feel quite embarrassed with so many watching, even if they are all women. Seeing her bashful demeanor stirred excitement in Li Dahai. A shy woman was indeed delightful. The more modest she appeared, the more intriguing the experience became. At that moment, Li Dahai recognized the importance of his suggestion. Sister Zhao, why don't we move to your room? Rest assured, I am quite efficient at treating ailments, he proposed. Zhao Qian responded softly with an affirmative hum. Hu Xiaoying and Zhang Ye exchanged glances, feeling it inappropriate to intrude further. The scene that was about to unfold promised to be quite intimate, an opportunity both Li Dahai and Zhao Qian eagerly anticipated. As a woman of such beauty, Li Dahai would certainly not let this moment pass, and Hu Xiaoying and Zhang Ye were not inclined to play the role of spectators. Once inside the room, Li Dahai closed the door, causing Zhao Qian's face to flush deeper. He remained silent, leaning in to observe her closely. There was something about her shy expression that captivated him, affirming the worthiness of his endeavors. Doctorly, shall we proceed? Zhao Qian ventured. Li Dahai raised the prepared herbal concoction and replied, Of course. Sister Zhao, do you think I gathered all these herbs for nothing? I have noticed that you bear numerous wounds on your back and chest. At this, Zhao Qian was reminded of her painful past, tears cascading down her cheeks. This sight caused Li Dahai to silently curse the man who mistreated her, questioning how someone could fail to cherish such a wonderful wife. As Zhao Qian wept, a newfound resolve appeared to wash over her, and she began to remove her clothing. Zhao Qian's figure was striking, and Li Dahai felt a rush of excitement, particularly at the sight of her delicate waist, which contributed to a perfect S-shaped silhouette. However, the presence of numerous alarming scars marred her beauty. Some scabbed over while others were starkly red, indicative of both new and old wounds. Seeing this caused Li Dahai's heart to ache, and he gently touched the wounds. "Doctor, that hurts a bit," Zhao Qian exclaimed. Noting the depth of her injuries, Li Dahai frowned. "Sister Zhao, you must endure a little. These wounds require prompt attention. Some have clearly been there for a while." Li Dahai applied the herbal remedy to his hands and began treating Zhao Qian with great care, ensuring every scar received attention. Yet, as he worked, he inadvertently brushed against some of her more private areas, causing her cheeks to flush even more. Nevertheless, he pressed on. And Zhao Qian gradually shed more of her clothing. Even her most concealed areas bore scars, which pained Li Dahai deeply. How could Zhang Depeo have been so cruel? In that moment, Li Dahai reflected on the disparity in how people treat one another. Surely, anyone with a wife as beautiful as Zhao Qian would shower her with affection. Yet here was a man who had inflicted such harm. His sympathy for Zhao Qian deepened. If Zhang Depeo did not value her, then Li Dahai felt compelled to cherish her himself. Without delay, he continued to attend to the scars, determined to alleviate her pain. Chapter 120. The cost of medical expenses. At this moment, Zhao Qian felt that she had revealed all her secrets before Li Dahai. Her face was flushed to the point of embarrassment, and she lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. After Li Dahai had treated all of Zhao Qian's injuries, he held a favorable impression of her. This woman possessed an extraordinary figure. Although the scars on her body somewhat marred her beauty, Li Dahai believed that with his treatment, she could undoubtedly regain her allure. Zhao Qian could hardly bear to look at Li Dahai, for he had seen her completely in the process of treating her wounds. This left her feeling utterly exposed, as she had never been in such a vulnerable state before any other man. She understood that had it been another man, she would have faced dire consequences from Zhang Depeo. Now, with Zhang Depeo absent, she found herself in this predicament. Otherwise, the treatment would not have been so straightforward for Li Dahai. No matter the circumstances, Li Dahai felt that such a beautiful woman should not be overlooked. He wanted to appreciate Zhao Qian fully, especially as he stood behind her, observing the myriad scars on her back. Her fair skin was smooth and delicate, and her perfect curves spoke of her sensuality, not to mention her slender waist and well-rounded hips, which captivated Li Dahai's attention. The scars only added a poignant atmosphere to her already alluring figure, drawing him into a deeper contemplation. At that moment, Zhao Qian felt as though she were clad in nothing at all. Under Li Dahai's gaze, she experienced a blend of shyness and an unexpected thrill. She realized that she bore no aversion towards him. In fact, she felt a sense of gratitude. If not for Li Dahai's intervention, she would have been doomed to carry these scars forever. For a woman who cherishes beauty, such a blow could be devastating. In truth, Zhao Qian had once contemplated giving up on life, for a beautiful woman with a disfigured face indeed faces an existence worse than death. However, with Li Dahai's assistance, she had begun to regain her confidence. Zhao Qian was also a person who valued gratitude. Li Dahai had saved her, and she pondered how she might repay him with her own body. Yet, she felt it was not the right time. Firstly, her scars were a significant obstacle to her self-esteem. Secondly, she wished to repay Li Dahai in a manner befitting her most perfect self once her wounds healed. This was a decision firmly planted in her heart. Nevertheless, Zhao Qian was aware that Li Dahai was admiring her figure, so she refrained from overthinking and simply stood there, allowing him to appreciate her from every angle. This moment of admiration ignited a warm sensation within her, as she realized just how ambiguous their interaction had become. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaoying and Zhang Ye closely monitored the happenings inside the room. The prolonged silence puzzled Hu Xiaoying, as it was unusual for so much time to pass without any events unfolding. However, at that moment, Li Dahai spoke to Zhao Qian. "Sister Zhao Qian, today's treatment will conclude here, but you must return tomorrow. It is necessary for the course of treatment, and I estimate it will take about 3 sessions to complete." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian, having become somewhat familiar with the process after the first session, did not reject the idea of a second visit. However, she expressed her apprehension. "But Zhang Depeo will be back tomorrow, and I'm unsure if I will have the time to come. Li Dahai felt a sense of empathy upon realizing how much fear Zhang Depeo had instilled in Zhao Qian. He smiled reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry, Zhao Qian. As long as you come here, Zhang Depeo will not dare to harm you. Moreover, if he causes any trouble in my clinic, the villagers of Qinshan will not hesitate to defend you." Li Dahai was confident in this assertion. After all, he had treated many villagers and earned their respect and gratitude. They may have publicly hailed him as a miraculous doctor, but privately, they regarded him as a savior. Upon hearing Li Dahai's words, Zhao Qian clenched her teeth and replied, "If that is the case, then I will heed your advice." With that, she began to put on her clothes. Once she was dressed, Li Dahai felt a tinge of regret that their interaction had not progressed further. Yet, he understood that as long as he desired it, winning Zhao Qian's affections would only be a matter of time. While Zhao Qian dressed, she deliberately showcased her alluring features to Li Dahai, which stirred excitement within him. He was pleasantly surprised by her openness. However, he found solace in knowing that he had made some progress today. Once dressed, Zhao Qian, her cheeks flushed, looked at Li Dahai and inquired, "Dr. Li, how is the medical fee determined? I do not have much money with me today. If it is insufficient, I can bring more tomorrow." Zhao Qian was aware that treating her scars in a hospital would cost thousands of dollars. Although she knew that Li Dahai charged very little, she was uncertain about his specific rates. Noticing her anxious demeanor, Li Dahai smiled and asked, "What do you think the medical expenses would be?" Chapter 121. Escorting Zhao Qian home. Zhao Qian was taken aback by the suggestion. After a moment of hesitation, she anxiously remarked, "Great Dr. Li, with your unparalleled medical skills, I believe your services are worth no less than several tens of thousands, if not more." Zhao Qian, being a discerning individual, recognized the significance of Li Dahu's extraordinary medical expertise. It is often the case that the more refined the skill, the steeper the fees. However, for Li Dahu, the situation was quite the opposite, for wealth held little value to him. He could easily earn it back at any time. What mattered most were these women. As long as they genuinely loved him, he could cultivate his abilities, enhancing his strength. This not only allowed him to experience the joys of intimacy, but also provided a profound sense of security that money could not buy. Gazing at Zhao Qian, Li Dahu quickly replied, "Sister Zhao, you flatter me. I do not charge for my treatments. I simply rely on a connection with my patients." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian's face flushed with embarrassment. She responded, "Great Dr. Li, so your treatments depend on whom you favor? You only treat those you like?" Li Dahu chuckled heartily and affirmed, "Indeed, Sister Zhao, you have hit the nail on the head. If I find someone disagreeable, even millions would be of no use to me. However, if I take a liking to someone, that is a different matter altogether. I find you quite agreeable. So let us forego the medical fees. Instead, might you invite me to savor your home-cooked meals in the future?" Zhao Qian chuckled softly and replied, "Great Dr. Li. That sounds fair. While I may not possess great talents, my culinary skills are quite commendable. Frankly, I believe my pickled fish is exceptional. And you must try my cooking when you have the chance." Li Dahu smiled in agreement. This exchange only served to deepen their bond. Although he did not accept payment, he understood the importance of nurturing his relationship with Zhao Qian, for this was the correct approach to draw them closer together. Through such interactions, he might cultivate a meaningful connection with her. As for Zhang Depeo, Li Dahu was now certain that Zhao Qian harbored no feelings for him. Moreover, Zhang Depeo had already crossed the line of legality. The two exited, sharing laughter and light-hearted banter. Zhao Qian, rejuvenated after her treatment, radiated a newfound vitality. Hu Xiaoying, already familiar with Li Dahu's miraculous skills from her own experience, observed the transformation in Zhao Qian. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye looked at Zhao Qian in astonishment. She noted how Zhao Qian appeared radiant, with her scars fading significantly. Zhang Ye marveled at Li Dahu's remarkable medical prowess, contemplating her own need for his assistance in the future. With this thought, she gazed at Li Dahu, her eyes sparkling with admiration, longing to invite him to the Zhang family home. Yet, she ultimately restrained her impulses. After Hu Xiaoying departed with Zhao Qian, Zhang Ye hurried over and inquired, "Great Dr. Li, what medication did you use?" Typically, scars are notoriously difficult to remove. Li Dahu noticed how close Zhang Ye had drawn to him, and to his surprise, she casually linked her arm through his, leaning against him as if they were a couple in love. Though she showed no modesty, Li Dahu smiled, embracing her forwardness. The fire of desire within him, ignited during Zhao Qian's treatment, had not yet been extinguished, and Zhang Ye's approach only fueled the flames. Li Dahu lifted Zhang Ye effortlessly, declaring, "Sister Zhang, would you like to know? Perhaps we should retreat to your room, where I can explain in greater detail." Zhang Ye, nestled in his arms. Felt a rush of shyness as she responded, "Great Dr. Lee, can't we discuss it here? Must we go inside?" She understood that retreating to the inner room implied something more intimate, and she felt unprepared. However, upon reflection, she realized that the essence of romantic feelings often stemmed from spontaneous impulses. Overthinking could lead to missed opportunities. Li Dahai replied playfully, Sister Zhang. You are unaware that my medical knowledge is a closely guarded secret, steeped in profound wisdom. To share it casually would be a disservice to my craft. Hence, I must take you to the inner room for a more thorough discussion. Zhang, enticed by his words, eagerly agreed. Great Dr. Lee, please take me inside. Oh, but will Hu Xiaoying and my brother interrupt? Li Dahai, sensing her excitement, reassured her, Fear not, Sister Zhang. Hu Xiaoying is accompanying Zhao Qian to the reservoir in our village, which is quite a distance from here. Once Zhang Depeo acquired the reservoir, he built a villa nearby. Nestled against the mountains and overlooking the water, boasting breathtaking views. A slight renovation could transform it into a charming getaway. Given the distance, Hu Xiaoying will be occupied for a while. This moment provides the perfect opportunity for us to explore our connection. Moreover, even if Hu Xiaoying returned, Li Dahai was confident in their understanding. He believed that Hu Xiaoying would quietly support whatever blossomed between him and Zhang, rather than cause a scene. After all, had she been the type to create drama, he would have long since distanced himself from her. As he held the petite figure of Zhang in his arms, Li Dahai felt a sense of fulfillment. The anticipation of her affection had finally borne fruit. Sometimes, to win a woman's heart, one must plant a seed of desire. And it seemed that the seed sown during the rain had now taken root and was ready for harvest. Cradled in his embrace, Zhang felt warmth and comfort. Pondering whether this was the sensation of love, being held by Li Dahai enveloped her in a sense of safety and tranquility, making her reluctant to leave his embrace. In that moment, she clung to him tightly, akin to a koala bear. Li Dahai's hand instinctively supported her as he made his way toward the inner room. Chapter 122. Zhang Ye's consent. At this moment, Li Dahai, much like Zhang Ye, felt a surge of excitement. After all, he was on the brink of possessing the body of this beautiful heiress. His heart raced with exhilaration, for he understood that such an opportunity was fleeting, especially with someone like Zhang Ye, who undoubtedly had many admirers, including members of prestigious families. Yet, those suitors would soon find themselves trailing behind him in the dust. Li Dahai was determined to act swiftly, decisively, and with intensity. He would not allow any other man the chance to gaze upon his woman. Moreover, the thought of consummating their union brought him reassurance. Gazing at the petite figure nestled in his embrace, he resolved to protect her diligently. As he held Zhang Ye, he reveled in the softness and allure of her form, which made it difficult for him to relinquish her. He believed that a woman of such beauty rightfully belonged in his arms. Zhang Ye, feeling a twinge of shyness, squirmed playfully against him. Li Dahai chuckled and playfully squeezed her, inquiring about her sudden bashfulness. Blushing crimson, she hesitantly confessed that she felt unprepared for what was to come. This was her first encounter with such intimacy, and despite her lack of romantic experience, she harbored a longing for the connection between a man and a woman. For Zhang Ye, her desire to be with Li Dahai often overshadowed her reservations, yet as the moment approached, she felt a flutter of nerves. Observing her bashful demeanor, Li Dahai tightened his embrace, cherishing the beauty before him. He could not fathom allowing someone as exquisite as Zhang Ye to feel discomfort. Dear Zhang Ye, you have nothing to fear, he assured her. As long as you are with me, I shall take excellent care of you. To be honest, what you have witnessed of my medical prowess is merely the tip of the iceberg. The true extent of the Zhang family's wealth is inconsequential in my eyes. With sufficient strength, I could easily rival your family in the bustling cities. Li Dahai spoke honestly, for he knew that in Qingshan village, he could easily save the lives of influential or wealthy individuals and demand whatever compensation he desired. Furthermore, he perceived Zhang Ye's family as merely middle class, far superior to many, yet insignificant in the grand scheme of things. In his view, only the truly powerful families and hidden clans held real influence, capable of shaping various facets of life, and likely possessing ancient martial traditions. He believed there were those within these families whose martial skills surpassed his own. Thus, he resolved to hone his abilities to an extraordinary level before venturing out to conquer the world. Currently, Li Dahai found solace in the company of enchanting women, including Hu Xiaoying, Wang Chuilan, and Wang Chunlan, alongside the addition of Zhang Ye. Each day felt like a heavenly experience, one he wished to preserve and savor. Therefore, his priority was to absorb the heavenly energy through diligent practice to enhance his strength. Additionally, He could not afford to overlook the charming beauty in his arms. What if Zhang Ye returned home to find herself betrothed to someone else? Fearing the worst, he felt it wise to solidify their bond before it was too late. Upon hearing Li Dahai's words, Zhang Ye quickly shook her head, her cheeks flushed. Dahai, you misunderstand me. I worry that with so many women in your life, I might be forgotten. I do not wish to be with a faithless man. Li Dahai, sensing her concern, reassured her. Zhang Ye, you need not worry. I am forthright in my intentions. I cherish all the women in my life, including you. Rest assured, as long as you remain by my side, I will take my responsibilities seriously. He then inquired, by the way, Zhang Ye, I have noticed that you occasionally suffer from migraines. Zhang Ye's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at him. How did you know? This is a secret within the Zhang family. We have invested considerable resources to consult various hospitals worldwide, only to conclude that my migraines may be genetic. They were manageable in my youth, but as I age, the pain intensifies. This is why I hoped you could help save my grandfather, the head of the Zhang family. If you succeed, my voice in the family will carry more weight. But how did you discern this? I never mentioned it before. Li Dahai chuckled softly. Although he had been unaware of Zhang Ye's condition prior, while holding her, he instinctively performed a thorough examination and discovered the issue. The awe in her eyes filled him with pride. It felt gratifying to be admired by the woman he cherished. Leaning closer, he explained, My dear, I possess remarkable medical skills. Let me conduct a thorough examination of your body once more. If there are any ailments, I shall remedy them. And then we can indulge in joyous activities together. How does that sound? Zhang Ye, enchanted by the prospect, lowered her gaze, feeling bashful. Dahai, the divine physician. I am at your service. You may do as you wish with me. Chapter 123. The tides of fortune shift every 30 years. At this moment, upon hearing Zhang Ye's words, Li Dahai felt a surge of excitement within him. He suddenly realized that after such a long wait, his moment had finally arrived. There exists a saying, and thus, in a flurry, Li Dahai laid Zhang Ye down upon the bed. Zhang Ye, with her eyes shut, dared not gaze upon him. Moreover, as Li Dahai took in the sight of the bashful Zhang Ye, he chose not to press her further, but rather to quietly admire her exquisite form. Observing her graceful figure filled him with a sense of nostalgia. Zhang Ye had blossomed into a stunning beauty, sure to turn heads wherever she roamed. Zhang Ye favored wearing fitted clothing, and although one outfit had been torn by Zhao Peng, the garments purchased by Hu Xiaoying were equally snug. And her luggage contained numerous such articles. These garments were meticulously tailored, accentuating her natural curves. Clad in such attire, she appeared almost as if unclad, undoubtedly stimulating the senses of any man who beheld her. Oblivious to the implications of her appearance, Zhang Ye's cheeks flushed, and she averted her gaze from Li Dahai, who found himself increasingly captivated by her perfect physique. Though a tinge of fear coursed through Zhang Ye, a flicker of anticipation lingered within her heart. She yearned for an unforgettable evening with Li Dahai, envisioning herself as his woman in the days to come. Li Dahai, if he could alleviate their family's hereditary affliction, would not merely be her savior but a benefactor to the entire Zhang clan. The thought sent a thrill through Zhang Ye. She felt she had not only found a partner but a guardian for her family. Reflecting on her choice to ascend the Dakingshan, she felt fortunate, believing it to be her land of blessings. Resolute, she decided to pay homage at the mountain in the future. After a lengthy pause with no action from Li Dahai, Zhang Ye cautiously narrowed her eyes. She discovered him gazing intently at her, captivated. Li Dahai's admiration emanated from an aesthetic appreciation of her graceful form. Feeling a bit bashful under his scrutiny, Zhang Ye inquired, Li Dahai, how shall we proceed with the examination? I've heard that you require patience to undress. Should I remove my clothing now? It seemed as if she had resolved to embrace the situation. Her desire to assist her family and seek her own happiness could be viewed as a trifecta of intent. Moreover, now that she was of age, lingering on such matters seemed imprudent. Zhang Ye had also observed Li Dahai's charm with women, noticing how they flocked to him one after another. This awareness ignited a sense of urgency within her, as she realized that despite her beauty, she was not the only one vying for his attention. Particularly, she recalled Hu Xiaoying and Zhao Qian, both exemplars of beauty. Zhang Ye, however, believed her youth to be her singular advantage, albeit modest. She felt that this slight edge could be enough to capture Li Dahai's interest, provided he remained supportive and loyal. Being a woman of action, Zhang Ye promptly began to shed her fitted attire. To Li Dahai's surprise, although she removed her clothing, she was completely bare underneath, having opted not to wear undergarments out of convenience. This revelation amused him, as he had sensed something amiss with her fitted clothing earlier. The contrast between her seemingly innocent demeanor and her boldness behind closed doors was striking. Li Dahai, moved by her openness, pondered how this woman had unveiled her most exquisite self to him. As he admired her perfect and alluring form, he began to conduct a thorough examination. Zhangya bit her lip, suppressing any sounds. After a meticulous check, Li Dahai cheerfully declared, "Zhangya, you possess only a headache. Everything else appears to be in excellent health. With a physique as robust as yours, should you marry, you are sure to bear a healthy child." Flushing at his words, Zhangya replied, "Dr. Li, you flatter me. Producing a healthy child also depends on your involvement." Amused by her subtlety, Li Dahai confidently reassured her, "Zhangya, I can assure you that as long as you desire, having a child will pose no issue. After all, the government encourages childbirth, and your genes are exceptional. They must be preserved." Zhangya's cheeks reddened further at his words, and she found herself unable to meet his gaze. Li Dahai, witnessing her reaction, recognized their newfound candor. With his reservations dissipated, he leaned closer to her. Li Dahai discovered a different experience with Zhangya compared to Wang Qiuxiang. She was more reserved, yet considerably more open than Wang. As the encounter unfolded, it became apparent that Zhangya gradually took the initiative. Li Dahai relished in the ease of the moment. Zhangya felt tears welling. She had never imagined such a day would arrive, and it was indeed a splendid and cherished memory she would hold dear. Meanwhile, as Li Dahai and Zhangya shared their intimate moment, Hu Xiaoying and Zhao Qian returned home. Noticing the darkness enveloping the place, Hu Xiaoying remarked, "Zhao Qian, what happened? When I visited before, the place was always ablaze with light." Zhao Qian sighed in response, "Sister-in-law, that was in the past. In recent years, we haven't profited much. We've even become frugal with electricity." Chapter 124. Zhangya remains at this moment. Hu Xiaoying, upon hearing Zhao Qian's words, felt a sense of helplessness. As the saying goes, 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Indeed, it reflects the genuine realities of life and the evolution within urban development. Fortunately, Hu Xiaoying had a flashlight on her phone, which illuminated the path ahead. Otherwise, she would have been unable to escort Zhao Qian home that evening. Before Zhao Qian's residence stood a grand villa, yet it exuded no warmth. Hu Xiaoying mused that this vast house felt less comforting than Li Dahai's modest clinic. Shaking her head at the thought, Hu Xiaoying resolved that, regardless of its opulence, she would never reside in such a place. The villa was enveloped in darkness, and with a hint of confusion, Hu Xiaoying inquired, "Zhao Qian, is your husband not home?" Zhao Qian shook her head with resignation, replying, "He has probably gone out for drinks, and when he drinks, he tends to become violent." Hu Xiaoying's heart ached upon hearing this, and she urged Zhao Qian, "Sister Zhao Qian, you should reconsider your relationship with such a person. Why endure a marriage where you may be harmed daily? Divorce him. Your injuries cannot be treated endlessly." A wave of sorrow washed over Zhao Qian, yet she felt somewhat comforted when Hu Xiaoying mentioned Li Dahai. Noticing Zhao Qian's silence, Hu Xiaoying continued, "Sister Zhao Qian, I can only say so much. You must think carefully about your situation." Zhao Qian nodded gently, saying, "Sister Xiaoying, I will remember your words. But please be cautious on your way back." Hu Xiaoying smiled and assured her, "Do not worry, I will return safely." Once home, Zhao Qian lay on her bed. Reflecting on Li Dahai's tender care during her treatment, her cheeks flushed with a sudden shyness, reminiscent of an innocent girl. Yet, deep down, she acknowledged a peculiar fondness for the moments spent with Li Dahai, dismissing her husband Zhang Depeo from her thoughts entirely. As soon as she returned home, she promptly locked her bedroom door, wary of Zhang Depeo as potential wrath upon his return. Examining her wounds, Zhao Qian noted how much better they felt after Li Dahai's treatment, marveling at his skill as a healer. On the other hand, she recognized the ambiguity of her feelings for him. She found herself wishing for his company that night, lamenting her earlier hesitation to seize the opportunity. Had she chosen to stay with him, he might have become hers for the evening. With her emotional ties to Zhang Depeo severed, Zhao Qian longed to rekindle her connection with Li Dahai. As she surveyed her injuries, a thought crossed her mind. She could seek Li Dahai's healing touch again, but this time, she would not let the chance slip away. Although she lay on her bed still marked by scars, her alluring figure remained undeniable, evoking a potent desire in men, a natural charm that she possessed. Unbeknownst to her, as she rested, Li Dahai was already entwined with Zhangya, sharing a blissful intimacy. Zhangya, although inexperienced, felt immense joy in her time with Li Dahai, often wishing to remain in his company rather than return home, as it felt like a paradise. The strength of Li Dahai's embrace brought her unparalleled delight, and she cherished the fact that, After so many years, she had finally encountered her first love. She couldn't help but regret not meeting him sooner, reflecting on her past life devoid of genuine affection. Zhangya pondered why her classmates eagerly pursued romance. She realized that the connection between men and women was indeed a source of happiness, and she felt herself becoming increasingly captivated. Meanwhile, Li Dahai was quietly practicing the Shinong medical classic, reflecting on how his encounter with Zhangya had enhanced his abilities. Though still not quite on par with Hu Xiaoying's innate talent, overcome with excitement, he embraced Zhangya tightly, their eyes locking before they shared a passionate kiss. Despite the age difference, Zhangya appreciated the maturity and attentiveness of older men like Li Dahai. She felt compelled to keep him close, recognizing his exceptional qualities. Even upon entering, she sensed Zhao Qian's interest in Li Dahai. Though Zhao Qian bore some scars, her beauty was undeniable from any angle, making her an exquisite woman. Zhangya felt a pang of urgency, aware that once Zhao Qian's wounds healed, her allure would surpass the present by leaps and bounds. Despite it being Zhao Qian's first experience, she demonstrated significant potential. At that moment, Li Dahai found himself thoroughly enjoying his time with Zhangya. Captivated by her beauty and intelligence, making it hard for him to forget her. He playfully suggested, "Zhangya, why not stay in Qinshan village for a few days? You shouldn't be in a rush to leave." Blushing, Zhangya replied, "Great physician Dahai, I will return whenever you wish, but when I do, you must accompany me to my family home." Li Dahai was taken aback by her words. Chapter 125, The Relationship of Hu Xiaoying. Could it be that Zhangya intends to take Li Dahai home to meet her parents? Is it for the purpose of marriage? However, judging by Zhangya's demeanor, she does not seem in haste to wed. While Li Dahai is indifferent, willing to go along, he remains uncertain of Zhangya's true intentions. Consequently, he remarks, "I can visit your home, but what exactly is the matter? Do enlighten me. Rest assured, I shall cooperate fully." Zhangya lies contentedly in Li Dahai's embrace, exuding happiness and ease. She gently confides, "Dahai, I am not asking you to propose to my family. Rather, as I mentioned previously, my grandfather is gravely ill. If you can restore his health, you will be regarded as a benefactor by the Zhang family. And I will emerge as a heroine, thus freeing myself from my parents' dictates. My grandfather will surely support my wishes." Upon hearing this, Li Dahai responds with a thoughtful "oh," and continues, "Zhangya, you must understand that treating the elderly is vastly different from the young. Their bodies are frail, and rendering aid will require considerable effort. I cannot guarantee success." In truth, Li Dahai is quite confident in his ability to treat Zhangya's grandfather, but he refrains from appearing overly confident, knowing that ease of success often leads to a lack of appreciation. Zhangya, feeling a pang of anxiety at his words, quickly reassures him, "Dahai, I understand. Just do your best. I promise I will reward you handsomely." The mention of compensation causes Zhangya's cheeks to flush, and she once again draws close to Li Dahai. At that moment, he is unconcerned with anything else. Zhangya has taken the initiative, and he must satisfy her desires. Both of them revel in their shared joy, with Zhangya nearly overwhelmed by her emotions. She realizes she has become quite enamored with Li Dahai. The prospect of being apart from him is daunting. Such is the nature of women. If they have experienced love even once, they yearn for its continuation. The same holds true for men. Once they have savored the pleasures of companionship, they find it difficult to forget, often seeking it again, a natural instinct that Li Dahai cannot resist. As Li Dahai and Zhangya bask in their intimacy, Hu Xiaoying hurries home. Upon arriving at Li Dahai's clinic, she finds no sign of him or Zhangya, only the sounds of their voices emanating from within. Hu Xiaoying's face reddens. She had anticipated such developments but did not foresee Zhangya's swift capitulation. Resigned, she shakes her head, acknowledging that there is little she can do now that Zhangya has succumbed. Thus, Hu Xiaoying remains in her previous role, quietly guarding the premises. Yet, as she sits there, discomfort gnaws at her. Thoughts of Li Dahai compel her to endure the situation in silence. Eventually, after some time, Li Dahai and Zhangya lie contentedly on the bed. Li Dahai chuckles, "Zhangya, you are truly remarkable. I feel I must engage in more exercise henceforth." Zhangya, utterly spent, nestles in his arms and shyly replies, "Dahai, it is you who is too vigorous. I lack the strength to even stand now. I suppose I shall have to sleep here tonight." Taken aback by her statement, Li Dahai smiles and says, "If you wish to stay, then by all means, rest here. My bed is quite spacious." However, Zhangya, feeling shy, counters, "But where will Xiaoying sleep? I do not wish to intrude upon her space." Realizing his oversight, Li Dahai slaps his forehead. In their exuberance, he had nearly forgotten about Hu Xiaoying. He hastily suggests, Zhang Ye, how about this? You can stay here tonight, and I will speak to her. Zhang Ye responds with a soft but her exhaustion prevents her from moving, so she simply reclines on the bed. Observing her state, Li Dahai tenderly covers her with a blanket before hastily dressing. He recalls that Hu Xiaoying had just taken Zhao Qian somewhere, and with her absence stretching on, concern begins to settle in his heart. When he steps out of the room, he finds Hu Xiaoying quietly seated, and his heart races with excitement. He approaches her, saying, Sister Xiaoying, why have you returned without informing me? Her cheeks flush as she responds, Dahai, I did not wish to disturb you when I saw you were occupied. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Li Dahai chuckles, Sister Xiaoying, Zhang Ye will be staying here tonight. Would you like to join us? You needn't worry, I assure you. However, Hu Xiaoying shakes her head, I shall not stay tonight. I do not wish to be a third wheel. Please, seek me out another time. Moreover, Zhang Ye seems like a wonderful person. You must cherish her. After saying this, Hu Xiaoying shyly gazes at Li Dahai. Touched by her words, he embraces her tightly, realizing how considerate she is. Despite his newfound affection for Zhang Ye, Hu Xiaoying remains untroublesome and always thinks of his well-being. In that moment, Li Dahai reflects on how fortunate he is to have a companion like Hu Xiaoying, so virtuous, beautiful, and alluring. However, she insists on returning home, prompting Li Dahai to offer, Sister Xiaoying, allow me to escort you back. After a moment's contemplation, she agrees, feeling apprehensive about traversing the dark path alone. With Li Dahai by her side, she feels a measure of safety, despite the possibility of village gossip regarding their relationship. At this juncture, Hu Xiaoying is unbothered by such concerns, knowing that as their bond deepens, the truth will soon be apparent. Chapter 126, The Strange Change of the Ancient Well. Hand in hand, the two of them strolled outside. Fortunately, darkness had descended, and the villagers had all returned home, leaving the streets nearly deserted. However, as Li Dahai and Hu Xiaoying passed by the ancient well, the crystal-clear water within began to take on an air of mystery under the moonlight. The well was situated by the roadside, and noticing Li Dahai's gaze fixed upon it, Hu Xiaoying inquired, Dahai, what is it? Is there something unusual about this well? Li Dahai replied, Sister Xiaoying, I can't shake the feeling that this well is rather peculiar. There seemed to be bubbles rising within it under the moonlight. Hu Xiaoying was taken aback and quickly approached the edge of the well, where she indeed spotted a few small bubbles surfacing intermittently. This is quite strange, she remarked. I've never noticed anything like this when I was a child. Li Dahai shook his head, stating, This is certainly abnormal. The well may have undergone some changes recently. He was tempted to peer into its depths to uncover the alterations but hesitated, sensing the potential danger. Previously, there had been some venomous snakes lurking within. Although he had managed to resolve that issue for the time being, he remained uncertain of other lurking threats. For the sake of safety, Li Dahai decided against investigating further, reasoning that his medical skills would eventually reach a higher level, at which point he could explore the well without haste. Moreover, he had Zhang Ye waiting for him at home, and he was reluctant to risk anything when surrounded by so many women. He understood that once he grew stronger, the dangers that loomed now would transform into opportunities. Li Dahai made a mental note of the well, intending to return for an adventure in the future. Afterward, he escorted Hu Xiaoying home. Given that it was night, he feared for Zhang Ye's safety while she was alone. Therefore, after ensuring Hu Xiaoying was safely inside, the two shared a warm embrace before reluctantly parting ways. After all, he could meet Hu Xiaoying anytime, but Zhang Ye was different. She would soon return to her family. And since she would only be in Qinshan Spring for a few days, Li Dahai intended to cherish their time together. Li Dahai deeply appreciated Zhang Ye, especially since she had given herself to him. He felt a profound sense of gratitude and responsibility towards her well-being. Having ensured Hu Xiaoying's safety, he hurried back home. Upon arriving at the clinic, he discovered Zhang Ye peacefully asleep in bed. The sight brought him immense satisfaction. His efforts had not been in vain, as he had completely won over such a beautiful woman, both physically and emotionally. Li Dahai reveled in the softness of Zhang Ye's form. She was sleeping soundly, unreservedly sprawled across the bed, offering no hint of modesty. He took in her alluring figure, relishing the sight of her graceful and sensual curves, which were laid bare before him. Zhang Ye resembled a sleeping beauty, allowing him to admire her without interruption. Reluctant to disturb the tranquil atmosphere, he chose to sit quietly by her side, guarding her slumber. After some time of quiet contemplation, fatigue overtook him, and he gently embraced Zhang Ye, succumbing to sleep himself. As he held her, he felt her stir slightly before settling back into a deep slumber. Zhang Ye, nestled in his arms, experienced a level of rest she had not known in years. Little did she realize that during their shared sleep, Li Dahai was subtly beginning to treat her chronic migraine condition, which had plagued her for an extended period. His approach to treating such a persistent ailment was gradual. Avoiding any harsh methods due to Zhang Ye's delicate health, he planned to employ gentle therapies, including regular medication and acupuncture, which he had already prepared. Tomorrow, when Zhang Ye awoke, he would provide her with comprehensive treatment. This ongoing care would necessitate her frequent visits, presenting him with more opportunities to deepen their bond. As he contemplated this, Li Dahai felt a surge of excitement, recognizing that the beautiful Zhang Ye would not escape his grasp. The prospect of having such a stunning girlfriend felt like a treasure he had stumbled upon. The following morning, both Li Dahai and Zhang Ye remained in a deep slumber until much later, when Li Dahai finally roused himself. As he awoke, he noticed that Zhang Ye was still peacefully asleep. Suddenly, he observed her shifting slightly, her alluring figure accentuating its curves. The sight stirred a mix of admiration and mischief within him. Zhang Ye's morning movements felt like a tantalizing invitation. Chapter 127. Hu Xiaoying brings breakfast after all. It was early morning, a time when the vitality of the sun was at its peak. Li Dahai was a man of youthful vigor, and he could not discern whether Zhang Ye was in a deep slumber or merely engaging in unconscious movements. She stirred slightly, igniting Li Dahai's enthusiasm entirely. At that moment, he longed to relive the passionate encounter they had shared the previous day. However, he restrained himself, knowing that succumbing to temptation would lead to an extended entanglement with Zhang Ye, leaving him short on time. Zhang Ye remained asleep, and Li Dahai wished for her to enjoy a peaceful rest. Thus, when he rose, he made sure not to disturb her. Yet, Zhang Ye's form occasionally shifted, as if she were dreaming, her face betraying a look of contentment. Li Dahai glanced over, feeling a sense of comfort. It seemed she had experienced a delightful dream. Given her apparent bliss, he deemed it inappropriate to interrupt. He dressed quietly and stepped outside. As he anticipated, several villagers were already waiting for him to attend to their ailments. Some had noticed that Li Dahai's mornings had been starting later, but they bore no grievances. After all, where else could they find such effective and affordable medical care? Complaining might lead to regret if he chose not to see them. Consequently, many villagers had adjusted their schedules, arriving only after finishing their breakfasts. They had been waiting for quite some time, so Li Dahai ushered them in promptly. Once he had finished attending to the morning patients, Hu Xiaoying approached him with a basket. Upon seeing Li Dahai, she remarked, "Honestly, you really sleep in too late. I came by this morning and hesitated to call since your door was closed." Li Dahai smiled and replied, "Sister Xiaoying, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. I was just about to seek you out." Hu Xiaoying smirked playfully. "So, how is that Zhang Ye girl? I bet you won't want to get out of bed today. Since the shop is open, I suppose I should bring you both some breakfast." Li Dahai chuckled awkwardly. "Sister Xiaoying, you are too kind. I haven't had breakfast yet. Whoever marries you will certainly have a model wife. I can only imagine the happiness." Hu Xiaoying blushed slightly at Li Dahai's compliment. However, she had no intention of remarrying, being a widow and still reeling from the loss of her husband. For Hu Xiaoying, maintaining her current situation brought her contentment. Remarrying would simply be a formality with little practical significance to her. With a smile, she responded, "Why marry? Our relationship is perfectly fine as it is. Oh, and that Zhang Ye girl seems quite pampered and certainly not one to cook for herself, so I prepared her meals as well." Hu Xiaoying's assessment was accurate. Zhang Ye came from wealth and would not be accustomed to cooking. Li Dahai contemplated this, realizing that pursuing Zhang Ye as a mistress might be wise, but marrying her would not yield a partner for daily life. In contrast, Hu Xiaoying would be an excellent choice. However, he thought that once he earned enough money, he could hire a chef, though that would never compare to the warmth of a meal prepared by a loving hand. His stomach growled, having not eaten since he rose and having been busy all morning. He quickly opened the basket Hu Xiaoying had brought and discovered it was filled with her homemade meat buns. The buns were thin-skinned and generously filled, and he eagerly took a bite, savoring the flavor. With narrowed eyes, he exclaimed, "Sister Xiaoying, your culinary skills are exceptional. These meat buns are my favorite." Hu Xiaoying felt a sense of joy at his praise. Nothing brought her greater happiness than the acknowledgement of the man she cherished. "If you like them, eat as many as you wish. Rest assured, I made plenty this morning," she encouraged. Without further ado, Li Dahai devoured the buns, one after another. The enticing aroma wafted into the air, reaching Zhang Ye, who was still lost in slumber, entwined in dreams of Li Dahai. The delightful scent stirred her awake, and she opened her eyes, realizing how late it had become. She recalled the comfort of her sleep and found herself lingering in the pleasant memories. Yet, she noticed she was without clothing and searched around, puzzled as to where Li Dahai had tossed her garments the previous night. Raising her voice, she called out, "Is that you? I'm hungry." Li Dahai, immersed in his meal, heard her and quickly replied, "Sister Xiaoying, I need to go in. It seems Zhang Ye has awakened." Hu Xiaoying chuckled and said, "Continue eating. I'll bring a few meat buns to her." Upon entering, Hu Xiaoying was taken aback to see Zhang Ye without any clothes. To her surprise, Zhang Ye's figure was splendid, and she noticed a transformation in her demeanor since they last met. If Zhang Ye had appeared innocent before, she now exuded a womanly allure, a change that had occurred overnight. With a warm smile, Hu Xiaoying greeted, "Zhang Ye, you're finally awake. Come and try the meat buns I made." Zhang Ye felt a bit embarrassed, having just been seen by Hu Xiaoying. She quickly grabbed a blanket to cover herself. Chapter 128. Wang Yonggui seeks medical help. Zhang Ye's actions did not go unnoticed by Hu Xiaoying. At this moment, Hu Xiaoying reflected on the fact that Zhang Ye had become Li Dahai's woman, and there would be ample opportunities for their paths to cross in the future. After all, they would inevitably encounter each other often. Thus, Hu Xiaoying contemplated the idea of cultivating a good relationship with the beautiful Zhang Ye. With this in mind, Hu Xiaoying remarked, "Sister Zhang Ye, there's no need to be so formal. We are sisters now. Looking at each other is no big deal. If it comes to it, I can show you my own looks next time. After all, we are both stunning beauties, and there is no harm in sharing." Hu Xiaoying's candidness made Zhang Ye feel a bit shy. However, at that moment, Zhang Ye's stomach was audibly growling. Hu Xiaoying, with a tone of affection, urged, "Sister Zhang Ye, hurry and eat. I have plenty here, and you must try my cooking." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye took a few bites, and after finishing, her eyes sparkled with delight. Although Zhang Ye came from a well-off family and had tasted many delicacies, Hu Xiaoying's culinary skills were truly exceptional. Zhang Ye devoured several servings before finally pausing. At this point, Zhang Ye wiped her lips, feeling a bit embarrassed. Previously, she had presented herself to Hu Xiaoying through her phone, but today, she felt she had been somewhat uncouth. Hu Xiaoying reassured her, "Sister Zhang Ye, it's perfectly fine. Just tell me what you want to eat in the future, and I will prepare it for you, as long as I know how to make it." In that moment, Hu Xiaoying resembled a caring elder sister, showing concern for food. However, Zhang Ye did not mind, as she had already acknowledged Hu Xiaoying's position. In terms of both appearance and virtue, Hu Xiaoying outshone Zhang Ye significantly. After the meal, Zhang Ye donned her clothes and stepped outside. Once dressed, she reverted to her lively and charming demeanor, appearing entirely different from the previous night. Li Dahai found it amusing, observing that women could indeed be capricious, and the transition between their two personas was quite exhilarating. Li Dahai chuckled and said, "Sister Zhang Ye, did you sleep well here last night? You must have been in such a deep slumber this morning that you didn't hear me calling you to wake up." Zhang Ye blushed at Li Dahai's words and shyly replied, "Brother Dahai, I stayed up quite late last night, but I've never felt so well rested before." Just as they were conversing, Wang Yonggui suddenly entered, sporting a bandage on his head. He had come to seek treatment from Li Dahai. Since the last time Li Dahai had given him medicine, Wang Yonggui had lost his sense of taste, rendering his speech somewhat dry and his memory unresponsive. During a recent gathering where everyone was indulging in a feast, Wang Yonggui realized that he could not taste any flavors, even the fine wines he cherished. This realization drove the wine-loving Wang Yonggui to desperation. He thought that even if his memory did not return, he simply wished to enjoy drinking and feasting, as living joyfully for a day was worth it. Hence, he hurried to find Li Dahai for a solution. However, upon entering, Wang Yonggui was taken aback, for he laid eyes on the object of his desire, Hu Xiaoying, alongside a young woman. This woman typically adorned herself in tight-fitting attire, and at this moment, Zhang Ye's outfit accentuated her figure, leaving little to the imagination. Wang Yonggui had never encountered such a sight, and he instinctively swallowed hard. Simultaneously, Wang Yonggui glanced at Hu Xiaoying and, puzzled, asked, "Hu Xiaoying, what are you doing here? I was just about to look for you." Hu Xiaoying rolled her eyes and replied, "Wang Yonggui, it's me looking for you. I'm here for your treatment, remember? If there is nothing else, I need to leave." Hu Xiaoying held a palpable disdain for Wang Yonggui. His mere presence irritated her. Wang Yonggui, confused, mused, "What's going on? Hu Xiaoying frequently comes to see Li Dahai, yet she has never visited me." Li Dahai, too, felt discomfort at Wang Yonggui's persistent gaze on Hu Xiaoying and Zhang Ye. Hu Xiaoying exchanged a glance with Li Dahai before hastily departing with her basket, as she had matters to attend to at home. Li Dahai found Hu Xiaoying's departure timely. Once she left, Wang Yonggui could only fixate on Zhang Ye, making her feel uneasy. Zhang Ye felt as though she were being scrutinized by a lecher, recalling her past experiences with Zhao Daping, which left her feeling quite unsettled. At that moment, Li Dahai approached Zhang Ye, shielding her from Wang Yonggui's gaze. Wang Yonggui, feeling slightly disgruntled, hesitated before asking, "Dr. Dahai, who is this young lady? She is exceptionally beautiful. I've never seen her before." Zhang Ye rolled her eyes, uninterested in Wang Yonggui, as she held no attraction to older men. Meanwhile, Li Dahai frowned and replied, "Wang Yonggui, if there's nothing urgent, please just get to the point." "She is my patient." Wang Yonggui pouted and continued, "Dr. Dahai, do you remember the last medicine you gave me?" "My memory has returned." Li Dahai shrugged, knowing that Wang Yonggui's loss of taste was not his fault. He replied, "I've told you many times, I cannot guarantee a cure. And that medicine does have side effects. You consented to it, so what is the issue?" Hearing this, Wang Yonggui forced a bitter smile and quickly said, "Dr. Dahai, I didn't understand at the time, but now I realize my mistake. Please help me. I want to take that medicine again. I just want my sense of taste back. Living without it has lost all meaning." Li Dahai smirked, as the initial medicine had cost Wang Yonggui $1,000, which was the most he had earned thus far. However, since it was Wang Yonggui's own choice, he felt no obligation to offer further assistance. With a smile, Li Dahai remarked, "Wang Yonggui, I can help you, but I must inform you that the medicinal ingredients are rather expensive. If you wish for your sense of taste to be restored immediately, it will cost over $1,000. Wang Yonggui protested, "Dr. Dahai, this isn't fair. Last time it was 1,000. Why is it another 1,000 now?" At that moment, Li Dahai scoffed internally, realizing that Wang Yonggui had been ogling Zhang Ye and Hu Xiaoying since he entered. As both women were now under Li Dahai's care, he thought, if not Wang Yonggui, who else should he take advantage of? Chapter 129, Zhao Qian meets Wang Yonggui. Although Wang Yonggui holds the position of a village head, he still possesses a modest sum of money. For ordinary villagers, Li Dahai might charge a lesser fee, but in the case of someone like Wang Yonggui, who seldom contributes positively and has some money to spare, Li Dahai felt no need to be courteous. With a smile, Li Dahai remarked, "Wang Yonggui, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. These medicinal herbs are indeed worth this much. Frankly speaking, you could visit a hospital, and I guarantee the costs there would be significantly higher. This you cannot dispute." While Li Dahai had indeed charged Wang Yonggui an exorbitant sum of 1,000 yuan, he knew that should Wang Yonggui seek treatment in a large city hospital, that amount would hardly cover the initial processes, let alone guarantee a cure. However, Wang Yonggui was no stranger to adversity. He was someone who would not easily accept being taken advantage of. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he replied, "Come on, it's just business. Though I am the village head, I am still just a farmer with limited funds. This 1,000 yuan is rather excessive. Could you perhaps offer a discount? Rest assured, if you ever need my assistance in the village, I, Wang Yonggui, will certainly be of help." Upon hearing this, Li Dahai could not help but smirk internally. Wang Yonggui's words held little allure for him, especially since he had initially contemplated persuading Wang Yonggui to part with his wife, Lu Xiuyan. It was inconceivable that Wang Yonggui would relinquish her so easily. Thus, Li Dahai responded with a smile, "Village head, I am afraid I cannot accommodate that. The cost of my medicines is justified. As you know, the ailments of the villagers do not compare to yours in severity, and my fees are always reasonable. If you disagree, then so be it." Wang Yonggui felt a surge of indignation. After all, Li Dahai had not charged other villagers similar amounts. Why should he be treated differently? Though he felt a sense of grievance, he kept it to himself. He contemplated leaving, but was uncertain how long it would be before his sense of taste returned. If it were to remain lost indefinitely, would his life not be in vain? Especially after last night's fine wines, which he had regrettably not been able to savor. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of regret. Finally, even after starting to leave, he turned back and conceded, "All right, 1,000 it is. But only if you can restore my sense of taste. As soon as I can taste again, I will indulge in a few large barrels of fine liquor. These past few days have been unbearable." Wang Yonggui's statement took Li Dahai by surprise. He had not expected Wang Yonggui to be such a wine aficionado. Nevertheless, Li Dahai had little time to ponder, as he prepared several herbal prescriptions, and the two exchanged money for the goods. Although Wang Yonggui felt a sting in his heart from the price, he acquiesced for the sake of relishing the flavors of good wine. Upon receiving the medicine, Wang Yongwei chuckled. Dr. Li, I must say, that young lady seems rather delightful. Are you planning to settle down here in Jinshan village? Perhaps you could introduce us. As the village head, I would be more than willing to assist her with any need she may have. Zhang Ye, overhearing this, felt perplexed and sensed that Wang Yongwei was eyeing her with a rather unsettling intent. Li Dahai furrowed his brow and interjected, Village head, do you still wish for your sense of taste to be restored? If not, you may as well return the medicine. Remember, I am your physician. Do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. Should you continue to harass Zhang Ye, I shall not assist you in the future. Li Dahai's implication was clear. If Wang Yongwei were to persist in bothering Zhang Ye, he would be left without medical aid when needed. Wang Yongwei grumbled under his breath, but hesitated, reluctant to leave. He was the type of man who found it difficult to move away when presented with a beautiful woman, particularly one as enchanting as Zhang Ye, who had just recently become Li Dahai's companion. With a blend of youthful innocence and mature charm, she exuded a captivating allure. At that moment, a delicate voice interrupted, Dr. Li, are you inside? Li Dahai and the others looked up to see a slender woman entering. Though her face bore some remnants of bruises, they had faded considerably since the previous day. It seemed that the medicine Li Dahai provided had begun to take effect. The newcomer was none other than Zhao Qian. After returning home and closing the door, she had a restful night's sleep, undisturbed by Zhang Depeo, who had not returned home. This morning, feeling a sense of gratitude towards Li Dahai, Zhao Qian hurriedly made her way to find him. Upon arrival, she was taken aback to see Wang Yongwei, knowing that Zhang Depeo had likely sought Wang Yongwei's company during his absence. Village head, what brings you here? She inquired. Slightly frowning, Wang Yongwei responded with curiosity, Zhao Qian, what brings you here? Zhao Qian furrowed her brow and replied, Village head, that's an odd question. Doctor, Li is tending to his clinic here, so naturally, I am here for treatment. Look at these wounds on my body. Had it not been for Dr. Li's intervention, I might have lost the will to live. Seeing the numerous injuries on Zhao Qian, Wang Yongwei felt a twinge of compassion, while simultaneously cursing Zhang Depeo for his despicable actions. Chapter 130. Unabashed soon after, Wang Yongwei began to sense something amiss. He could not shake off the feeling that there was an air of secrecy between Zhao Qian and Li Dahai. Particularly striking was the adoring gaze Zhao Qian directed at Li Dahai, which left Wang Yongwei feeling quite uncomfortable. It was evident that Zhao Qian did not exhibit such admiration towards him, the village chief. Instead, her eyes sparkled with affection for Li Dahai. Zhao Qian found herself in a predicament, for Li Dahai was akin to her savior, and who could remain unaffected by such a young and handsome figure? Especially since just the previous night, she had dreamt of being with Li Dahai. In her dream, he appeared remarkably strong and imposing, conversing with her in sweet nothings that, although now vague in her memory, filled her with immense joy. In contrast, during her time with Zhang Depeo, he had never shown such tenderness. Thus, despite the dream being a mere figment of her imagination, it left Zhao Qian feeling fulfilled. At that moment, she yearned for a stable relationship, and with Li Dahai's presence, hope flickered within her. This morning, as she caught sight of him, memories of her dream resurfaced, causing her cheeks to flush, and she dared not meet his gaze. Observing Zhao Qian's bashfulness, Li Dahai couldn't help but smile inwardly. He understood that when a woman exhibits such a demeanor, it often signifies a deeper interest in him. As someone with considerable experience, he recognized that Zhao Qian must have her own thoughts and feelings. He longed to embrace Zhao Qian, to shower her with affection, and to share an open and honest conversation. Yet, with Wang Yongwei present, he refrained from saying anything too personal. Instead, he adopted a formal tone, saying, Sister Zhao Qian, I need to examine your injury from before. Please come here. Blushing, Zhao Qian approached him. Li Dahai assessed her injury, but only superficially, ensuring she did not need to remove her clothing, lest Wang Yongwei gossip. Moreover, he had no intention of allowing Wang Yongwei to take advantage of the situation, as he had already regarded Zhao Qian as someone dear to him. After his examination, Li Dahai remarked, Sister Zhao Qian, your injury is healing well. I will apply some medicine, and you should recover in a few days. However, you must be cautious. We women have delicate skin, and a severe injury could complicate healing. Wang Yongwei, overhearing this, clapped his hands. Li Dahai, you are truly remarkable. Rest assured, Sister Zhao Qian, with me as the village chief, you will receive the best care. It's because of my efforts that Li Dahai has established his clinic here in Qinyuankan. Wang Yongwei shamelessly praised himself, as if Li Dahai's medical skills were somehow connected to him. Li Dahai rolled his eyes at Wang Yongwei's comments. What did Wang Yonggui have to do with treating Zhao Qian? Wang Yonggui continued to ramble, much to Zhao Qian's displeasure. After all, she had come to rekindle her connection with Li Dahai, and with newfound confidence, she desired to draw closer to him. Thus, Zhao Qian spoke up, "Village chief, I am well aware of what you say, which is why I must express my gratitude to Li Dahai. By the way, did Zhang Depeo spend the night with you?" Wang Yonggui snorted. "Zhang Depeo invited me for drinks last night, but I lost my sense of taste, so it was hardly enjoyable. Next time, you should ensure he makes it up to me." Zhao Qian grimaced, then replied, "Village chief, I plan to divorce Zhang Depeo. I can no longer manage his affairs." Wang Yonggui's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Zhao Qian, you wish to divorce Zhang Depeo?" Zhao Qian nodded, gesturing to her bruises. "Village chief, these injuries were inflicted by him. You must be a witness. Even if Zhang Depeo resists the divorce, I will accuse him of domestic violence." Upon hearing this, Wang Yonggui fell silent, though he refrained from dissuading Zhao Qian, merely surprised. However, his mind began to race with possibilities. If Zhao Qian sought to divorce Zhang Depeo, it would free her, and perhaps he could pursue her afterward. Despite Zhao Qian's simple attire, her beauty and graceful figure left Wang Yonggui salivating, though he was involved with LV Xiaoyan. The two women were distinctly different. LV Xiaoyan was voluptuous and mature, while Zhao Qian embodied youthful elegance, each possessing her unique allure. Yet Wang Yonggui was greedy, desiring both. While he had recently developed an interest in LV Xiaoyan, her avoidance left him feeling bored. However, seeing Zhao Qian reignited his enthusiasm. He smiled and assured her, "Zhao Qian, fret not. Should Zhang Depeo refuse to grant the divorce, I will serve as your witness." Zhao Qian expressed her gratitude. Being a witness was a considerably risky endeavor, and this might be the only commendable thing Wang Yonggui ever did in the village. Meanwhile, Zhang Depeo lay drunkenly passed out in the hospital. Wang Yonggui, having lost his sense of taste, hastily returned home after a few bites. Upon waking, Zhang Depeo contemplated returning home to confront Zhao Qian. Feeling an itch to punish her for the previous night's events, unaware that she had sought out Li Dahai early that morning, Li Dahai bore no ill will towards Wang Yonggui. He was focused on tending to Zhao Qian's wounds. "Village chief, I have completed my task. If you have nothing else, you may leave. I have matters to attend to." However, Wang Yonggui stubbornly declared, "I will remain here and observe. I am not going anywhere." Li Dahai was taken aback. Realizing that Wang Yonggui was reluctant to leave the presence of a beautiful woman, nearly causing him to burst into laughter. "Very well, Zhang Depeo and Zhao Qian. Follow me to the back room. I need to prepare the medicine." With a bedroom available, he closed the door behind him, embracing Zhao Qian. All the while Wang Yonggui remained oblivious outside. As long as they kept silent, he would never suspect what transpired within. Chapter 131. Expelling Wang Yonggui. Upon hearing this, Wang Yonggui became quite anxious. His reason for remaining in this place was to observe the enchanting Zhangya and Zhao Qian, both of whom were captivating young women. If they were to retreat into the inner room with Li Dahai at that moment, Wang Yonggui would be left here, utterly forlorn. Thus, he hastily exclaimed, "Li Dahai, do not be in such a rush. What difference does it make where one seeks treatment? Why must it be inside?" Li Dahai responded with a sharp tone, "Wang Yonggui, seeking medical attention requires tranquility. Your incessant chatter is quite bothersome while I am attempting to focus." Wang Yonggui, upon hearing this, merely curled his lip and replied, "Very well. I shall take my leave first. I need to test my medicine anyway." It was then that he remembered he had yet to consume his own remedy. He needed to restore his sense of taste first. With that, he hurriedly departed. Once Wang Yonggui exited, Li Dahai let out a chuckle and sighed with relief. He understood that if Wang Yonggui had lingered any longer, he would have had to forcibly expel him. Despite Wang Yonggui's position as village chief, Li Dahai felt confident that he could easily overpower him if it came to that. With Wang Yonggui gone, Li Dahai turned to Zhao Qian, saying, "Zhao Qian, now that Wang Yonggui has left, my dear wife, let us quickly check your injuries in your room. Oh, and Zhangya, would you like to join us? You are welcome to come in as well." Li Dahai had already established a close relationship with Zhangya, considering her to be his true companion. At that moment, he felt no need for formality. Although he intended to examine and treat Zhao Qian, he had no objections to Zhangya's presence during their intimate moment. Upon hearing Li Dahai's words, Zhao Qian's face flushed. She had already witnessed Li Dahai's methods of treatment, and considering her numerous injuries, she realized that he would need to inspect her closely, which would likely involve removing her clothing. The thought of revealing her graceful yet somewhat scarred figure before Li Dahai made her shy. Zhang Ye, sensing her own potential embarrassment at the sight, blushed and said, "Divine Dr. Dahai, perhaps I should refrain from joining. I could remain here in the hall and keep watch for anyone who approaches." Li Dahai recognized Zhang Ye's shyness and reluctantly agreed. "Very well, Zhang Ye, please stay here and keep an eye out for me." He then turned to Zhao Qian, urging, "Zhao Qian, let us proceed inside." Li Dahai prepared another batch of herbal medicine, this time differing from his previous concoctions. Having assessed Zhao Qian's condition with just a glance, he decided to use a more gentle approach in her treatment. Understanding that healing is not a one-size-fits-all process, but rather tailored to the patient's unique circumstances, Zhao Qian, touched by Li Dahai's concern, replied, "Divine Dr. Dahai, I shall enter now." At that moment, she was quite compliant, realizing that Li Dahai had become the most caring person in her life. She had grown indifferent to others, viewing Li Dahai as her savior. Just yesterday, she had even contemplated offering herself to him. Seeing Zhao Qian's obedience brought joy to Li Dahai's heart. Although men are often attracted to various women, they are particularly fond of those who are compliant. Once inside the room, Zhao Qian, blushing, asked, "Divine Dr. Dahai, will I need to undress for the treatment?" Li Dahai nodded seriously and replied, "Zhao Qian, that is indeed necessary." However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Qian eagerly removed her top. Li Dahai was taken aback by her boldness and observed the scene with a mixture of surprise and admiration. It turned out that, to facilitate her treatment, Zhao Qian had chosen to wear only a single garment on her upper body. As she shed her clothing, her figure was fully revealed before Li Dahai, showcasing her beauty and allure, accentuated by her injuries. Li Dahai, captivated by Zhao Qian's display, was momentarily entranced. Yet, he felt a tinge of regret upon noticing the scars on her body, which, while not aesthetically pleasing, added a poignant charm to her beauty. Zhao Qian, aware of Li Dahai's intense gaze, understood the implications of her exposed form. Realizing that she might have ensnared his attention, she shyly remarked, "Divine Dr. Dahai, I am not at my most beautiful right now. Once these wounds are healed, I wish to repay you properly." Li Dahai was taken aback by the simplicity of her words and responded, "Zhao Qian, you have already repaid me by revealing your exquisite body to me. Is that not the greatest form of gratitude?" Zhao Qian, blushing once more, replied, "Divine Dr. Dahai, no, that is far from sufficient. I feel quite insecure at the moment, but once I am restored, I will offer myself entirely to you, and you may do as you wish. I shall fully consent." Li Dahai was moved by her declaration, realizing that Zhao Qian had long been prepared to offer herself to him. However, he did not wish to take advantage of her vulnerability, so he asked, "Zhao Qian, do you truly mean those words? Please do not have regrets later." Zhao Qian shook her head and said, "Divine Dr. Dahai, I will not regret it. I only fear that you may find me unworthy and reject me." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears on the brink of spilling over. Chapter 132. Zhao Qian wept at this moment. Li Dahai was most afraid of a woman's tears. He hurriedly said, "Sister Zhao Qian, please don't cry. How could I ever abandon you? You are so beautiful. Even though you bear some scars, they cannot overshadow your allure. Rest assured, if you wish to stay by my side, I will accept you, scars and all." In truth, Li Dahai valued not only a woman's exterior, but also her inner character and virtues. Zhao Qian, this seemingly fragile woman, was indeed a gem deserving of cherishment. Unlike Zhang Depeo, who relentlessly battered Zhao Qian, pushing such a fine woman to the brink of despair, Li Dahai now stood as the ladder out of that abyss, helping Zhao Qian ascend back to the light. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Qian looked at Li Dahai in disbelief and asked, "Dahai, is this truly what you mean?" Li Dahai replied earnestly, "Of course, this is no trivial matter. I assure you, I mean every word. You need only ask, and I shall prove it." Zhao Qian shyly responded, "No need for proof. As long as I know you hold me in your heart, that is enough." After saying this, Zhao Qian felt a great weight lift from her heart. Disregarding any sense of modesty or shame, she stepped forward and embraced Li Dahai tightly, pouring all her strength into the embrace. In that moment, she feared that he might abandon her. Li Dahai had become her lifeline. As Zhao Qian nestled into his arms, she was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of security, affirming that she had indeed found the right person. Li Dahai, taken aback by Zhao Qian's boldness, felt his heart race as this was her first courageous act of affection. Having previously been confined to her home, today marked her first step into love. Li Dahai felt himself enveloped by her soft warmth and could sense the rapid beating of her heart. It seemed Zhao Qian had summoned considerable courage. He did not wish for her to feel anxious, so he reciprocated the embrace, savoring the tenderness of her skin, and felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. Truly, Zhao Qian was remarkable. As the proverb goes, beauty cannot be concealed, and even with her scars, Zhao Qian's ethereal charm remained unmasked. Li Dahai found himself deeply captivated by her, as they held each other closely. Once Zhao Qian's emotions settled, Li Dahai chuckled softly and said, "Sister Zhao Qian, I think it would be best if you stayed here with me. After all, you will not be living with Zhang Depeo any longer. I will ensure you do not suffer." Zhao Qian nodded slightly, a smile breaking across her face as she replied, "Dahai, you need not worry. I have no intention of returning to Zhang Depeo. Last night, I even locked the door while I slept, fearing he might intrude." With a look of lingering fear, she continued, "I suspect Zhang Depeo sought out Wang Yonggui last night, but I have no idea what they discussed." Li Dahai recalled that Liang Debeo had contracted a reservoir in the village, but Wang Yonggui had rescinded the contract. Could it be that Zhang Depeo was merely trying to renegotiate? Zhao Qian shook her head, saying, "Dahai, I cannot be sure. Zhang Depeo returned home and struck me, not allowing me to partake in any matters. However, I suspect that is the case. If the village does not permit him to continue the contract, I fear he may lash out at me again." As she spoke, tears brimmed in her eyes, revealing the shadows that Zhang Depeo had cast over her life. Li Dahai inwardly cursed, deeming Zhang Depeo a worthless scoundrel, skilled only in violence against his wife. It was evident that Zhao Qian was not a shrew. She exhibited grace and wisdom, embodying the qualities of a virtuous woman, rare in this world, yet Zhang Depeo failed to appreciate her. However, this only served to Li Dahai's advantage. He embraced Zhao Qian, assuring her, "Do not worry, Sister Zhao Qian. You need not concern yourself with Zhang Depeo any longer." Zhao Qian nodded earnestly, wiping her tears away, and said, "Dahai, may I truly follow you? I assure you I will help with everything, cooking, cleaning, you name it." Li Dahai smiled gently. Although he had Hu Xiaoying in his life, having another Zhao Qian was hardly a burden. He could expand his clinic further down the line. Yet, he felt a tinge of pressure. His finances were dwindling after providing free services to the villagers for so long. He mused that earning money was simple. He needed only to enhance his reputation and attract affluent clients seeking his medical expertise. It was time for him to take that step. However, before embarking on this journey, he needed to address Zhao Qian's situation. After a while in each other's embrace, Li Dahai reluctantly released Zhao Qian and said, "Sister Zhao Qian, let us not speak of such matters for now. I have prepared the herbal medicine. It is time to attend to your injuries." Zhao Qian blushed and nodded softly. As Li Dahai tenderly applied the herbs, Zhao Qian felt an unfamiliar sensation, a burgeoning anticipation within her. With her consent, he meticulously treated every scar on her body, aware that some were in intimate proximity, necessitating contact with her more private areas. Each time this occurred, Zhao Qian's cheeks flushed, overwhelmed by shyness, while Li Dahai chuckled inwardly, realizing that despite her marriage, she retained an innocent demeanor akin to a young girl. He found himself enamored by this bashful woman. Once Li Dahai had treated all her wounds, he hesitated, saying, "Sister Zhao Qian, there are still scars on your backside that need attending to. May I treat them as well?" Zhao Qian, too shy to speak, simply nodded. Li Dahai applied the herbal remedy once more, particularly savoring the softness of Zhao Qian's form, which left him feeling invigorated and unable to resist. Chapter 133. Zhao Qian's injuries. The scars on Zhao Qian's legs were truly shocking, indicative of the harsh treatment she had endured at the hands of Zhang Depeo. However, Li Dahai shook his head in disbelief at Zhang Depeo's cruelty. Fortunately, after receiving treatment from Li Dahai, Zhao Qian felt a burning sensation at her wounds. Once Li Dahai had tended to the injuries on her posterior, Zhao Qian sighed in relief. Naturally, Li Dahai did not overlook her long, elegant legs, as he noticed that they too bore some marks. The allure of Zhao Qian's shapely figure, particularly her curvaceous posterior, was both captivating and enigmatic. Thus, Li Dahai was determined not to let any scars mar such exquisite beauty. Seizing the moment, he aimed to heal all her wounds, relishing the profound sense of accomplishment that came with restoring a woman's youthful beauty. Li Dahai observed that women often placed a greater emphasis on their appearance than men did. Had he not intervened to prevent Zhao Qian from being disfigured, it was evident that she would have struggled to cope, perhaps even resorting to self-harm. In such a case, she would not radiate the same vitality she exhibited now. In truth, Li Dahai harbored a deep desire to be close to Zhao Qian. After he had healed her long legs, Zhao Qian shyly smiled and remarked that her injuries were nearly healed, likely within a day or two. She could feel the changes occurring within her body. Following Li Dahai's application of medicine, a warm sensation emanated from her scars, akin to new skin forming. This miraculous healing deepened Zhao Qian's admiration for Li Dahai, as she had previously sought answers from major hospitals, only to receive vague responses. With exorbitant medical fees rendering recovery unattainable while she remained in school, Zhao Qian had no choice but to seek Li Dahai's assistance. To her surprise, the results exceeded her expectations, and she now regarded her decision to be with Li Dahai as the wisest she had ever made. At that moment, Zhao Qian suggested she should put her clothes back on. Li Dahai felt reluctant, having not yet fully appreciated her graceful and alluring figure. However, upon hearing her intent to dress, he hastily suggested that she take a moment to rest on the bed instead, believing it would facilitate her healing after applying the herbal remedy. Zhao Qian, amused by his suggestion, did not oppose lying on his bed. Aware of the comfort it might provide, her cheeks flushed, she hesitantly asked if she could truly lie on his bed, fearing she might fall asleep until dawn. Li Dahai smiled and reassured her that his bed was hers to enjoy whenever she wished. Surprised by his response, Zhao Qian shyly replied that she would certainly give it a try. Li Dahai felt a surge of pride, knowing that his bed had recently been upgraded to accommodate more than one person comfortably. The sight of Zhao Qian reclining there, her fair skin, flat abdomen, and graceful form, captivated his attention. He began to grasp the essence of beauty, particularly in Zhao Qian's presence, igniting a desire within him to consider her as a potential partner. Although he sensed their relationship was progressing quickly, Zhao Qian's tranquil demeanor only intensified his affection for her. She appeared utterly comfortable on his expansive bed, quickly drifting into slumber, a testament to her trust in him. It was evident that a woman only surrendered herself so freely to a man when she was ready to forge a deeper connection. As Zhao Qian lay in peaceful repose, Li Dahai felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He soon realized he too was fatigued and lay beside her, close enough to catch the delicate fragrance that emanated from her. It was a scent that drew him in, as he recognized that each woman possessed a unique aroma that could compel a man to gravitate toward her. Captivated by Zhao Qian, he found himself wanting nothing more than to remain there with her indefinitely. At that moment, Zhao Qian could no longer contain herself. She stretched languidly and turned to face Li Dahai. With her face mere inches from his, he could no longer suppress his impulses and leaned in to kiss her. Zhao Qian's eyes widened in surprise, taken aback by Li Dahai's boldness, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Chapter 134. Zhao Qian's thoughts yet. Li Dahai was unconcerned with such matters. After treating Zhao Qian, he could not resist kissing her. Initially, Zhao Qian felt somewhat awkward, but soon she began to reciprocate Li Dahai's affections. In fact, she was filled with profound gratitude towards him. What began as Li Dahai's initiative swiftly transformed into Zhao Qian being even more eager than he was. Li Dahai relished the tenderness Zhao Qian offered, feeling a sense of fulfillment. Indeed, this was not in vain. At the very least, he had received far more from Zhao Qian, including the pleasure of embracing such an alluring figure, which brought him immense satisfaction. Especially as they kissed, Li Dahai experienced an unprecedented sensation. At that moment, he yearned for their connection to continue indefinitely. Without hesitation, he even contemplated the possibility of being with Zhao Qian forever. As Li Dahai held Zhao Qian in his embrace, she too felt a deep emotional resonance. Eventually, she became quite proactive in her responses. Gradually, they found themselves enveloped in a blissful intimacy, as if Zhao Qian wished to unleash all the grievances she had harbored over the years. Li Dahai, sensing the fervent affection of the woman in his arms, naturally aimed to satisfy her. However, unbeknownst to him, Zhao Qian began to unbutton his shirt. At that moment, her awareness was slightly clouded. The kiss from Li Dahai had ensnared her, igniting an impulsive desire to surrender herself to him without delay, aspiring to share a life together. Zhao Qian dismissed any lingering concerns, convinced that her scars, while slightly unsightly, did not deter Li Dahai's affection. This realization filled her heart with excitement. If he did not mind her imperfections, she felt emboldened to explore deeper connections with him. As Zhao Qian removed Li Dahai's clothing, he made no objections. In fact, he felt a flicker of anticipation. Deep down, Li Dahai longed to claim this beautiful woman for himself. After all, the longer they waited, the greater the risk of losing the opportunity to someone else, a notion he could not bear. Observing Zhao Qian's eagerness, he couldn't help but smile, willingly participating in her advances. Before long, they found themselves in a more intimate state. and Zhao Qian admired Li Dahai's well-toned physique, which exceeded her expectations. She remarked, "I didn't realize your physique was so well-maintained. You must exercise regularly." Li Dahai chuckled, knowing that his dedication to fitness was not merely for his own empowerment, but also to ensure the satisfaction of those he cared for. After all, to toil without purpose would be futile. With a tender expression, he embraced Zhao Qian tightly. In that moment, all reservations faded away as they savored the warmth of each other's presence. In a secluded space, the undeniable chemistry between them unfolded, leading to a swift deepening of their bond. Li Dahai had not anticipated such rapid intimacy with Zhao Qian, yet he surrendered to the moment, kissing her passionately and drawing her closer. As they explored each other in this newfound closeness, Zhao Qian experienced an exhilarating sensation that bordered on addictive. Li Dahai felt fortunate. Perceiving Zhao Qian as an exquisite treasure he wished to keep by his side. In the adjacent room, Zhangya, hearing the commotion, felt her cheeks flush. She was acutely aware of what transpired between Li Dahai and Zhao Qian, and her own recent experience with him left her feeling shy and flustered. The memories of their shared fervor lingered in her mind, and she couldn't help but think that Zhao Qian seemed even more fervent than she had been. Embarrassed, Zhangya averted her gaze, still a modest girl at heart, unaware that Zhao Qian was even bolder than she. Meanwhile, Li Dahai and Zhao Qian reveled in their mutual affection and sensuality, finding it increasingly difficult to part from one another. For Li Dahai, the thought of separation was unthinkable, especially as he regarded their bond as that of a loving couple. This evening marked a pivotal moment in their relationship, free from distractions. With only Zhangya keeping watch over the hall, Li Dahai embraced the freedom to indulge in their desires, employing some of his medicinal knowledge to enhance Zhao Qian's comfort. The effects were immediate. Zhao Qian felt her wounds healing more rapidly, which only intensified her excitement. Grateful, she clung to Li Dahai, and with the spaciousness of the bed, they had ample room to explore their desires. At that moment, Li Dahai understood the importance of being well-equipped for such intimate encounters. As they surrendered to their passions, he cherished the thought of forever holding Zhao Qian close, filled not only with affection but also a protective tenderness for her. In a world where good men and women often elude one another, Li Dahai felt fortunate to have found Zhao Qian, who had wholly succumbed to his charms, both physically and emotionally.